This audiobook contains 9 censored sentences and 146 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. So he knew the rise of Buddhism was as unstoppable as the arrival of the new glorious era of the myriad emperor world. As such, Buddhism's rise can be delayed, but it cannot be stopped. As long as I prove the Tao and become an eternal, I can delay the rise of Buddhism for a few hundred generations. And during this time, my 5-element balance palace will have plenty of time to prepare. She's completely different from the information I gathered, thought Feng Heng, thinking of the character analysis his spy team made about the latter. Did the palace create the change in her personality because of the lack of battle prowess of the pure heart? The pure heart was one of the ultimate states for comprehending the Tao. However, it had a weak battle prowess. Countless battles and killings are needed to cultivate a peerless heaven chosens. However, too much killing will ruin the innocence and pureness of the pure heart. So, it's impossible to cultivate any battle genius with this talent. No, they would not ruin such a talent. The pure heart will manifest its horror in the emperor realm while comprehending the grand Tao source. So, the palace must likely create a second personality while sealing the pure heart. Feng Heng remembered the Bodhi heart emperor from the incense era. He was a genius from the Buddhist sect with a pure heart. The Buddhist sect used this method to cultivate him into a peerless pseudo-eternal emperor. All these thoughts flashed inside Feng Heng's mind in less than a second. Then, he smiled before saying, "Layman, I guarantee you cannot prove the Tao if I cannot." Zhan Biu squinted her eyes after sensing the ruthless dedication and will behind these words. Feng Heng would die with her to prevent Taoism from proving the Tao in this generation. And since he had already laid the groundwork for Buddhism by fusing with Taoism's luck, it was a matter of time before the Buddhist sect rose again. With Taoism's luck and heavenly Tao's favor, countless geniuses will be born in Buddhism. And as long as one can prove the Tao, their revival is guaranteed. And if they cultivate an eternal emperor, they can prosper or thrive. Zhan Biu immediately became on guard. She came here for 2 reasons. The first was due to the order of the 5-element balance palace. They calculated that capturing and killing Feng Heng could be the catalyst for the revival of the palace. The Tai Profound Gate held most of the luck of Taoism in the myriad emperor world. After defeating the palace and chasing them out of the central continent, this was their trophy. But now, Feng Heng also had access to that luck after connecting Buddhism and Taoism. So, their sect can revive and return to the central continent as long as they get their hands on him. Of course, this was not the main reason Zhan Biu spent so much effort searching for him. It was the excuse she used. The main reason is due to Emperor 5 Heart. The current Zhan Biu was in a weird state. She was secretly influenced by the Emperor 5 Heart, changing her personality and state of mind to become the best fighter possible. However, she has no memories of things connecting her to Emperor 5 Heart. Regardless, the Emperor can get some information from Zhan Biu. Recently, she felt something big was going to happen in the lower dimension, and her intuition even warned her of danger. So, she decided to take some risks. She decided to use this clone to forcefully absorb the luck of Buddhism to help in her cultivation. Then, she will run away to the upper dimension. After forcefully absorbing such a vast quantity of luck, increasing her cultivation by 5 in a very short period should be no problem. And this was not the only part of her plan. After true heavenly Tao closed the lower dimension, she decided to take even more risks and sent more than 1 clone to compete for the heaven will. So, she also planned to forcefully steal the luck of a few powerful and ancient emperor lineage to help her cultivation. Normally, her plan would not work since her artifact could not hide so many clones from heavenly Tao. However, the changes in the lower dimension gave her an opportunity. Chapter 8:14 Feng Heng vs. Zhan Biu. Feng Heng looked at her, his eyes and demeanor as peaceful as ever. He knew something was wrong with Jean Bu the moment she showed up. He was very confident in his plan, so his tactic for this battle involved this ability. After learning from Monk Wuji that he had no chance of winning this battle, he investigated why the latter believed so and learned about the existence of a nine-extremity foundation. So, he planned to wait until the two titans Tian and Wang Wei decided the victor before confronting the weakened winner. And his plan worked for a while. No one could find him, even Wang Wei. And yet, everything changed as Jean Bu somehow discovered his hiding place. No matter what method she used showed she is not simple, analyzed Feng Hong. Could she be like me? Possessed by someone else? Cultivators often despise body possession, as it's better to recreate a fleshly body. After all, it's extremely difficult to make a soul perfectly fit with a foreign body. So, there are a few occasions where body possession is used. The first one is poverty. Many cultivators do not have the means or resources to recreate their fleshly bodies. The second reason is to increase talent through possession. This method is one of the ways cultivated can remove the shackles of their talent. However, they still have to deal with the issue of essence and spirit not 100 fitting together. Then, there's the possibility of some emperor reviving themselves using the heaven will, pondered Feng Hong. If that's the case, it would explain why she could find me. No, even a normal emperor cannot easily find me. It's harder for him to use his hiding ability now that he has a fleshly body. Regardless, he was still confident not any regular emperor could find him. Feng Hong slowly stood up from his sitting position. He held the praying beads in his left hand while keeping his right hand in a praying position. I should be cautious of whether she is the real Jin Bu, but I can also take this opportunity to test her. Feng Hong was peaceful at the fact his plan for this battle was ruined. He knew Zhang Baiyu's arrival already got the attention of either Tian or Wang Wei, most likely the latter. And knowing how Wang Wei operated, he would never allow him to hide again. Regardless, Feng Hong was calm about the entire ordeal. As for the reason, there are two, the first one being his new state of mind. After witnessing the revival of Buddhism, he became enlightened, and his state of mind was elevated. The depression, sadness, hopelessness, and heavy sense of mission he carried on his shoulder for billions of years were now removed. The second and foremost reason is that he has the heart of hope and the merit-proving method. As such, Feng Hong knew he was fated to prove the Tao and become an emperor. With such a mindset, the battle, for him, was simply a way to enhance his benefit. If he could prove the Tao on his own and use the heart of hope and the merit-proving method, his strength would drastically improve. Losing is acceptable, thought Feng Hong. However, I should also not give up until the last minute. Layman, let's begin. After saying these words, a golden array appeared underneath Feng Hong's feet. Then, a legion of men dressed in thin leather appeared with no weapon or armor. However, all the soldiers had copper-colored skins with golden lights flashing in their eyes. I am very proud of this Vajra Legion. Layman, please have try. Jin Bu frowned. Monk, how about we don't mess around and skip these unnecessary steps? She wanted to save time fighting with troops. Legions are useless for geniuses of their level unless they are truly unique. Jin Bu was initially confident of winning this battle. However, after meeting certain people and using secret techniques to detect their strengths, she realized how laughable such an idea was. Nevertheless, she did not immediately give up. Her plans to steal the luck of Taoism can still benefit her. As long as she gets her hands on it, the trip to this battlefield would have been worth it. As such, she did not want to waste time with the monk in case something unexpected occurred. Please, replied Feng Hong, shaking his head while simultaneously making a motion for her to make a move. She knew little about her opponent, while the latter probably knew much about him. So, the best choice is to use his troops to force her to reveal some of her abilities. Are you Buddhist monks all about compassion? Why are you willing to let these poor soldiers die right before you? How can you be so cruel? Taunted Jin Bu with a sneer. The hypocrisy is one of the many reasons your sect was wiped out from history. Feng Hong did not react to her words. In his life, he had seen too many things, and this was not the first time he had heard these words. Furthermore, he knew the Buddhist sect's actions back then were wrong. So, he has learned from the past and prepared for his Neo-Buddhism. People often placed monks on a pedestal, replied Feng Hung calmly. They believed monks should be perfect beings dedicated to serving the people, beings with no flaws, negative emotions, or selfish desires. When the opposite is true, we are only human, with 7 desires and 6 emotions. Although we preach about compassion, we can also learn to be ruthless. Your words are contradictory. How can you be compassionate and ruthless? Said Junbiyu with a sneer. Unfortunately, this world is ruled by the powerful, and no one can become powerful without becoming ruthless. So, if any monk wishes to practice the way of compassion, they must first learn to be ruthless. As for the contradiction, doesn't your Taoist sect believe in yin-yang? Replied Feng Hung with a smile. Speaking of ruthlessness, continued the young monk. Can you, Taoist priests, talk about ruthlessness? Using the excuse of inaction, many of you have watched countless horrors and human suffering and remained indifferent. Some of you even participate in these horrors under the belief you are doing the work of heaven and earth, under the belief of participating in the flow of nature. Feng Hung shook his head as he felt Zhan Baiyu's words were the epitome of the pot calling the kettle black. I guess there is no way to bait him into accepting my direct challenge, thought Zhan Baiyu, not caring about the latter's words. Although she cultivated the 5 elements Tao, she never considered herself part of Taoism. So, such a debate was meaningless to her. It seems we have to do this the hard way. Zhan Baiyu did not rush toward the monk and directly fought him. Such a tactic was reckless, as the latter could use his troops to form a potent array, which disadvantaged her. So, she followed his rhythm and summoned her troops. Her soldiers wore yellow armor, and a metallic light would flash in their skins and eyes. Metal Legion? Thought Feng Hung before ordering his men to attack. A brilliant golden light enveloped his legion as they marched toward the enemy. Buddha Palm the legion worked together as they used their formation. So, a towering golden hand descended from the heavens, suppressing the Metal Legion. Sharp soared the response of Zhan Baiyu's troop was not slow. They gathered the power of the metal element into a formation to create a sword with unparalleled sharpness. They pushed this prominent attribute of the metal element to the limit. Boom! A terrifying sound and shockwave were generated from the clash of the gigantic yellow sword and the enormous golden palm. Spatial storms appeared in the surrounding area, leaving a devastating force in this area. The result of the attack showed these 2 troops were equal in strength. And yet, dozens of soldiers from the Metal Legion died, while only a few people from the Vajra Legion suffered minor injuries. The reason for such a difference is simple defensive capabilities. Zhan Baiyu's troops protected themselves from the chaotic energy of the clash with metal energy or power. Unfortunately, they were still leagues in difference compared to the fleshly body defense of the Vajra Legion. Keep attacking, ordered Feng Hung after seeing he had the initiative. So his troop adopted a dead man tactic. They attacked with no regard for any injury, pain, or injury. Relying on their defensive capability far surpassing their opponent, they relentlessly attacked to create as much damage as possible. So, Zhenbiyu watched as hundreds of her soldiers died in a few minutes. She knew things could not continue as such, so she changed tactics and summoned another legion, the Earth Legion. This legion is known for 2 things, defense and endless stamina. So, she immediately ordered them to work with the Metal Legion to change the situation of this battle. Chapter 815 Designer's Plan or Selfish Desires. Heaven will battlefield, Northern Quadrant. Designer sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by countless formations. A golden spear floated before him as he focused on refining it. The spear has the name of God Slayer, aptly named to show their respect to the 2 unparalleled geniuses they were going to kill with it. Designer was very focused, engraving divine runes on the spear. Strange energy could be seen entering the spear, and the potent pulse it emanated was a display of its ever-growing strength. However, Designer had a frown on his face during the entire process. So, after a few hours, he stopped the refining process. "What's wrong?" asked Parasite, who noticed the anomaly. "We might need Tong Rubing's help." "After all," said Designer, immediately making Parasite frown. He gazed at the somewhat unkempt young man before him before saying in a stern voice, "I know you fancy her, but this is not the time to think with your lower body. She is untrustworthy, and we must put the mission above anything else." A sharp aura suddenly emanated from Designer after hearing these words. He looked at Parasite, his eyes completely cold and indifferent. "It seems that becoming the mission leader made you forget yourself. Who do you think you're talking to? How dare you question my professional integrity?" Designer has always been calm during this mission, always following orders without questioning or complaining. As such, it appeared his status in the group was the lowest. However, it was the opposite. In the upper dimension, he had the highest status among all the spies sent to the lower dimension. And the reason for this is due to his accomplishment in weapon refining. In the eternal ascension world, the size of the upper dimension is trillions of times larger than the lower dimension, which is composed of 3,800 heavenward worlds, 100,000 greater thousand worlds in every world community, hundreds of millions of middle thousand worlds, and billions of lower thousand world. And this did not consider the mortal worlds with little to no spiritual key. With such a large size, the upper dimension's population is simply unquantifiable. Yet, despite its size, the number of people with talent capable of creating an emperor-level weapon or talisman while still being moral will not surpass 100. Designer is one of these rare 100, thus guaranteeing his status. Because of his value, the Paragons offered him many benefits upon the success of this mission, including the authorization to become a Paragon and one of the rulers. Designer was intelligent, so he did not wholly believe in that promise. However, he knew he would still have plenty of benefits, including becoming a peak Empyrean. With his promising future, he would not compromise everything because of his fondness for Tong Ruobing. He was attracted to her in the first place due to her talent and the benefit she could bring to him. He knew Tong Ruobing's talent was not weaker than hers, and maybe she was more talented. His accomplishments were miles ahead of her, because he had access to knowledge of a civilization extremely more advanced than her. So, with advantages in knowledge and resources, he can achieve things beyond her wildest dream. However, Designer knew how much someone of Tong Ruobing's talent could flourish in the upper dimension. So, he wanted to woo her and became her Tao companion. Then, they could work together to thrive under the protection and guarantee of the Paragons. I didn't mean that," replied Parasite, flustered by the terrifying aura released by Designer. He also remembered the latter's status as a genius weapon refiner praised and worshipped by many. "What I meant to say, I don't care what you meant to say," said Designer bluntly. "Before the plan succeeded, I warned you of the lower dimension suppression of Emperor artifacts. True, Emperor artifacts are a crucial aspect of an Emperor's strength and play a more significant role in battles in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao designed the rules of the lower dimension to favor the Emperor's path. As such, there are many restrictions in the lower dimension not applicable after ascending, one of which is the suppression of Emperor artifacts. In the upper dimension, one of the most common ways for people to become insurgents is through powerful weapons. For example, a 9-leaf Immortal Venerable can easily defeat a 3rd-class or 2nd-class Emperor with a potent Emperor artifact. And the only reason lower leaves cannot achieve the same result is that they do not have enough Immortal Ki inside their bodies to fully utilize the strength of the artifact. They could still achieve the same effect as long as they found another treasure or some special technique that allowed them to store vast quantities of energy. And the higher the artifact, the more powerful its strength. Any Emperor with more than 40 Grand Tao source can injure a weak Empyrean if they sneak attack the latter with an Empyrean artifact. Of course, the price would be the death of the Emperor as the artifact sucks them dry. However, since they are eternal, It's not much of a price if they are cornered and want a way to save their lives. Then, there are paragon artifacts that are strategic weapons. These things are so powerful that they still significantly affect the current political landscape of the Eternal Ascension world. In general, artifacts play a greater role in the upper dimension without the restriction of their power in the lower dimension. In the upper dimension, innate supreme treasures are on par with Empyrean artifacts and Chaos supreme treasures rivaling paragon artifacts. These weapons are innate treasures, born between heaven and earth. They usually have more unique abilities. Although they are generally weaker than Empyrean and paragon weapons, the cost of using them is significantly less. So many people sought them out. Because of the importance of artifacts in battle, weapon refiners of Tier 10 and above are greatly sought after, especially talented individuals like Designer, who has a high chance of refining paragon artifacts while still in the Empyrean realm. Most acquired artifacts are created by cultivators who slowly elevate their proving Tao artifacts. It's extremely difficult to create high-level artifacts without cultivating the refining Grand Tao source as a primary or secondary Tao. However, proving Tao artifacts are restricted by their owner's Tao, thus limiting their versatility. For example, an emperor who cultivates Fire Tao will have a fire-based artifact. If he wanted an artifact with another attribute or Tao, he would need a weapon refiner to create it for them. You never explained how Tong Ruobing will help in our situation? Asked Yu Zhou, who wanted to alleviate the atmosphere. It's not feasible for us to activate this weapon without paying a terrible price. So, we need more people to bear the burden and reduce the negative effects, explained Designer. Tong Ruobing has an acquired source rune physique, making her the perfect person to bear most of the brunt of the formation. The group needs a unique formation to activate the weapon. Furthermore, she seemed to have a connection to an Emperor tier talisman, making the situation ideal for her. You have a point, but I'm not done, he said, squinting his eyes, and Parasite immediately stopped talking. The myriad Emperor worlds, heavenly Tao, should greatly suppress us, as what we are doing is considered technically interfering in the heaven-will battle. So, it's best to have someone like Tong Ruobing or Yin Guowei who are native to this plane to control this weapon and reduce heavenly Tao's influence. In truth, there is something Designer did not mention. The process of creating this weapon was extremely difficult at first due to the world's suppression. However, not long before the final battle, this suppression suddenly decreased before stopping. He found this change odd, but did not think too much about it. He thought the Paragons must have intervened to ensure the success of their mission. Designer further proved this theory after detecting no suppression in the battlefield when setting up the final arrangements for the weapon. Heavenly Tao would indeed favor the natives of this world, even though we acquired an identity and are now technically citizens of this plane, said Yu Zhou with a frown. Regardless, Parasite has a point. Tong Ruobing cannot be trusted. I'm fully aware of this, so I made precautions, said Designer. Both Tong Ruobing and Yang Guowei will not have control of the central core of the formation. It will only be batteries and users. Plus, we can take this opportunity to drain their stamina and prevent them from having the strength to betray us. It seems you have considered everything, nodded Yu Zhou, who gave the latter a look. He did not know whether Designer's objectives were purely for the mission or he had selfish desires. Regardless, he knew now was not the time to fight among each other. Furthermore, Designer did warn them of this issue beforehand. Fine, let's use your plan, said Parasite as a bug crawled out from his cheek and entered his eyes. And this plot point should have occurred after Feng Heng's fight. However, I do not feel like writing any battle scenes today, so I moved it ahead. Chapter 8:16 Feng Heng vs. Zhenbiyu 2. As soon as the Earth Legion appeared, it worked in tandem with the Metal Legion to offset the advantage of Feng Heng's Vajra Legion. Earth and Metal always had a synergy, so the Earth Legion gave the Metal Legion several blessings. The first one was thick Earth armor for defensive capabilities. The Metal Legion then infused metal elements into that armor to give it metallic properties and exponentially increased its defense. Second, it's the endless stamina of the Earth. The The Metal Legion could recuperate its stamina by drawing energy from its surroundings. As soon as these changes occurred, Zhang Baiyu's troops regained the initiative in the battle. Their defensive capabilities surpassed the Vajra Legion, allowing them to use their opponent's tactic against them. They ignored all defensive maneuvers and attacked the Vajra Legion like they had no fear of death. They were more relentless than an hungered animal after acquiring their first meal in months. Sadly, this advantage did not last long. Feng Heng soon showed the world what the word Vajra meant. His troops' bodies suddenly crystallized and turned into diamonds, reversing the situation when it came to defensive advantage. So, Zhang Baiyu frowned as she watched these muscular diamond-like men slaughtering her troops. I really should have placed more emphasis on training these people, she summarized. She no longer hesitated and summoned the remaining 3 legions, water, fire, and wood. As soon as they appeared, her soldiers formed an array. They knew they could not defeat their opponent in a direct confrontation, so they chose to render them immobile. The wood Dao aspect of the formation activated, generating thousands of tree trunks in the surrounding space. The environment this battle took place was composed entirely of fire. And since fire counters wood in the 5-element theory, these woods should have been drastically reduced in size and strength. However, Zhang Baiyu was a master of the 5 elements and would not make such a mistake. Her array absorbed the fire energy in the environment to increase her strength, giving her the home advantage. Feng Heng calmly looked at the change in the situation. Most of her Vajra Legion was captured by tree roots. Luckily, they were alive due to their scary defense. Feng Heng remained calm as he waved his hand to summon another legion. As soon as these people appeared, they appeared odd since they did not look like soldiers. They had no armor or the suffocating aura of people from the military. They wore yellow monk cassocks and looked like people who spent all their time reciting the sutra and debating the Dharma. And that was precisely the purpose of their existence. This legion, composed of highly enlightened monks, was one of Feng Heng's most remarkable achievements in the revival of Buddhism. These monks opened their mouths, and the sound of chanting reverberated between heaven and earth. These words contained magical powers, affecting the surrounding. Their first effect was to heal members of the Vajra Legion injured during the previous confrontation. This chant's power even saved the fallen soldiers' remnant souls. The second effect was to bless the captured Vajra Legion. Immediately, these soldiers felt a mysterious power entering their minds and bodies. They felt their minds rejuvenated in a surge of power. Immediately afterward, they tore apart these indestructible wood roots. And with their increased speed, they now could tear apart the wood faster than the latter could regenerate. The last effect of the chanting was to affect the mind of Zhang Baiyu's troops. The chanting contained a devastating temptation to the soul, rapidly making her legions sluggish as they wished to sleep and rest. During this process, Feng Heng had a brilliant smile on his face. He could not remember the last time he displayed such a genuine smile. The sound of chanting woke up many memories sealed deep in his subconscious. These memories were from when he was young, living during the reign of the Buddhist sect. Every morning, he would wake up from the sound of his fellow disciples chanting the sutra. And when he first joined the monastery, he also had to learn and chant the sutra in the morning. This process was a form of enlightenment before beginning his cultivation journey. What a wonderful sight, thought Feng Heng, reminiscing. After the fall of Buddhism, all spells and abilities were unusable because of the absolute beginning spell. Over the years, Feng Heng has tried many methods to preserve the legacy of his seniors and masters. However, he began to despair as time passed. At many points, he even questioned the existence of Buddhism because of how much their techniques and spell failed to function. His mission almost drove him to madness. He often questioned his memories, his past, and his very origin. And many times, he contemplated ending his miserable life to end all this misery. Luckily, he had something that prevented him from reaching the abyss of despair, the Western Pure Land. This place was a forbidden land for all sentient beings in the myriad emperor world except for him. The Western Pure Land was the only place not much affected by the absolute beginning emperor's spell. So, Feng Hung could practice Buddhist spells, sutra, and techniques. Whenever he felt like losing himself and doubting his mission, he would enter that place to return to his origin. It won't be long before Buddhism can officially appear openly in the world. And that day is not long. While Feng Hung was undergoing this emotional roller coaster, Zhen Biyu was in a dilemma by the chanting of these monks. As she watched many of them fall from the air to the flame below, she acted swiftly and ordered them to link their minds to resist the effect of this attack. Then, she changed tactics and used the earth and fire element. Her array first released a terrifying flame 1,000,000,000 times hotter than the hottest star. Such temperature should have been enough even to melt diamonds. However, the Vajra Legion was now a bunch of soldiers on drugs. A better way to explain it would be they had too much adrenaline pumping through their veins. As such, this attack was useless. However, Zhen Biyu's strategy was not as simple as this. The fire was a distraction from the real blow. The fire element combined with the earth element, but it did not create magma. No, it created a cloud of white substance. It created volcanic ashes. The volcanic ash immediately did countless damage after it appeared. It destroyed anything in its path and instantly poisoned myriad soldiers from the Vajra Legion. If not for the blessing and protection of the eminent monks, even more people would have died. Feng Hung's response to her attack was to summon another legion of monks. However, these monks were also different. They wore black cassocks and had eyes as red as the clearest ruby. An intense, baleful aura emanated from their bodies, followed by countless grievances from dead souls full of resentment. An evil monk legion? Analyzed Zhen Biyu. Based on their karmic sins, he must have captured countless devil cultivators and forcefully converted them into monks. As soon as these evil monks appeared, they opened their mouths to the volcano ash poison. The process was fast and had no resistance. These monks treated the poison like any nourishing food. Then, the evil monks began to attack the enemy's 5-element troops in array. Their methods were ruthless, scary, and disgusting. They summoned rivers of blood to drown their opponent. They manipulated the souls of the dead as their puppets used their sins to affect the mind, and many of them were masters of poisons and insect Tao. They had no bottom line and did whatever was necessary for victory. Meanwhile, the eminent monk legion aided them. Their chant would heal the evil monks and give them different stat blessings, including protection to their minds. Many of the methods of these evil monks affected their minds, making them lost in the endless killing or slaughter. Losing their mind granted them higher battle prowess, but it also rendered them incapable of differentiating between their enemies and allies. However, the chanting of the monks solved this issue, protecting their minds so they did not entirely fall into madness. Yin and Yang, thought Zhen Biyu as she reacted to the different tactics these devil cultivators turned into monks. She realized Feng Hung's legion was the embodiment of Yin and Yang. The evil monks embodied all that is Yin, hence the reason that poison had no effect on them and could even be used as nourishment. Then, the eminent monks embodied Yang, focusing more on auxiliary abilities instead of pure killing. What is his main Tao? Is it Yin and Yang? Feng Hung became an unpredictable anomaly after the reveal of his betrayal. At first, many people believed he followed his ancestor and cultivated absolute beginning as a Tao. In all his previous confrontations and battles, he mainly used this Tao. However, after it was revealed he was a Buddhist monk, people wondered whether he was hiding his true Tao to hide his identity. 2 generations ago, all the heaven-chosen suffered because the Nine-Sun Emperor hid his main Tao until the last moment of his battle. So, no one wants to make the same mistake. So, all heaven-chosen have been warned to be on guard against Feng Hung after the news of his betrayal. Chapter 817 Feng Hung versus Zhen Biyu 3. Zhen Biyu ordered his troops to retreat. This battle revealed one of her weaknesses. She did not train her forces properly. In truth, she did not put too much emphasis on them. After the cleanup, she spent most of her time waking Emperor Five Hearts' memory while also trying to hide her changes from the five-element balance palace. As such, she had no time to train her troops properly. Furthermore, she also did not think these cannon fodder soldiers would serve any real purpose in this battle. By underestimating the value of these troops, she failed to bring out their true values or train any peerless generals near the level of Li Jun or Di Jiaying. It's too late for regret now, as Zhun Biyu thought of the consequences. When dealing with people like Wang Wei, she will have difficulty bypassing their well-trained troops and peerless generals on par with most heaven chosen. While she was analyzing her next step, Feng Heng was already prepared. He combined with his troops to create a unique array Golden Buddha array. A magic circle enveloped Feng Heng as the center, allowing him to disappear. He then turned into a humongous Golden Buddha, towering over his opponent. Palm of regret, Feng Heng's Buddha form pressed its gigantic palm toward Zhun Biyu, who immediately felt her emotion running out of control. She heard countless voices telling her how she was stupid not to properly train her troops, forcing her into this embarrassing situation. However, these voices were only the tip of the iceberg. Soon after, Zhun Biyu found herself unable to control her thoughts. All kinds of regret flooded her soul, rendering her paralyzed. She regretted doing something as daring as deceiving heavenly Tao and interfering in various world communities heaven will battle. After all, such an act would definitely come to bite her back. Karma is not a joke. She regretted she never dared to ascend to the upper dimension because of the challenges ahead. Her action of cultivating in the lower dimension would be fine if it were simply out of caution. Unfortunately, she feared the fact that she was only a bigger ant in the upper dimension. As such, her avoidance has some effect on her Tao heart. Finally, she regretted how she treated some of her clones. A few gained sentience and had their own thoughts and ideas. However, she ruthlessly destroyed them for her selfish desire. As all these regrets flooded her mind, Zhun Biyu's primordial spirit began to collapse. No, I can't be overwhelmed by regret, she thought at the last moment before this technique finished her off. So, she used her fire Tao to purify her mind, entering a state of emptiness, allowing her to regain control of her mind. Simultaneously, a yellow shield containing the power of Earth appeared above her head to block Feng Heng's palm. What a terrifying technique, analyzed Zhun Biyu. She is a great emperor with a deep understanding of the soul and mind. And yet, she still suffered from this palm. Even her decrease in strength cannot explain the reason for such a tremendous failure. I once heard that in the early creation of Buddhism, they only cultivated the soul and mind, believing the flesh was a burden to the path of enlightenment. It was only later they corrected this worldview. But, regardless of this change, the Buddhist sect has always been known for its soul and mind techniques. Without hesitating, Zhun Biyu created a 5-layered shield around her primordial spirit. Afterward, she borrowed the ability of her pure heart to allow her mind to be pure and free of distraction. No, something is wrong, thought Zhun Biyu. My mind has a small flaw. Although well hidden, it's there. Sadly, she did not have time to find the source of her flaw. Feng Heng's yin-yang eyes can see the flaw in all things. So, he immediately detected the flaw in her mind. Liberation of the mind Buddhism believes in the liberation from negative emotions like fear and cowardice. And such emotions are usually the result of either lack of fundamental understanding of heaven and earth or worldly attachment. Zhun Biyu, or Emperor Five Hearts' fear, originated from her desire for strength, power, and weakness. So, the second palm attack sought to liberate her from this fear. So, as Feng Heng's second palm descended from the heavens, Zhun Biyu once again found herself in a daze. She had the sudden urge to abandon all her ambitions of taking the heaven will and increasing her understanding of the Grand Tao Source. Over the years, I've spent so much time sealed in a lonely place, hiding from the detection of true heavenly Tao. For eons, I have not seen or spoken to anyone. If not for the memories and experience of my clones, I do not know whether I could survive the loneliness. Maybe it's a good idea to live a normal life. Life in the upper dimension is not so scary. Many emperors have ascended and achieved great things. Since they could do it, why can't I? Why do I have to be afraid of something I haven't experienced yet? The more she thought about it, the better the idea was. No one wants to live in fear their entire life. So, now that she was awakened and freed her mind from her fears, she felt a heavy burden lifted from her shoulder. Bang! Her sea of consciousness trembled, and a flower began to bloom from her primordial spirit. At the last moment before her soul collapsed, her passive domain activated, and the wood Tao used life energy to heal her soul, waking her up in the process. Damn it, cursed be you. Boom! Her body flew thousands of meters away. Although she woke up from a mind attack, she was still too late, and Feng Heng's physical attack reached her. Luckily, a metal armor appeared on her body as protection. Zhen Bai crashed into a sea of flame below her. However, she soon got back on her feet, wiping the blood in the corner of her mouth. She opened her mouth to swallow the flame in the surroundings to heal her injuries. Secret technique. Myriad soul projection. Thousands of souls appeared in Zhen Bai's sea of consciousness. These souls looked precisely like her primordial spirit, except they looked less tangible and more phantom-like. I can now redirect all his mind attacks to these soul projections, even if he targets the flaw in my mind. Jinbiyu was calm despite her minor loss. She was not angered because her pride as a great emperor was injured. After all, most of her clones lose the battle for one reason or another. Although she placed more emphasis and resources on this clone because this generation had plenty of eternal destiny, it would not affect Emperor Fiveheart if she lost. Palm of Compassion Feng Heng attacked for the third time, and the mode of attack was the same palm attack powered by a mind-based technique. However, this spell was even more overbearing than the first two. The palm did one thing: completely override the enemy's all emotions and turn them into pure compassion. So, anyone hit by this attack would turn into the kindness, most selfless and altruistic individual between heaven and earth. Their mind will have no negative emotions. No, they won't have any other emotions like joy or a sense of accomplishment. They will only feel compassion and have the desire to display said compassion to the world. As the palm descended, Zhan Biyu frowned as she sensed her soul projections dying in the hundreds every passing second. It's truly a scary technique. Did the Western Pure Land inspire it? From this clone, she knew one of the forbidden lands could forcibly turn people into worshippers of Buddhism, even forcibly altering the nature of their Grand Tao source. Luckily, his attack has not reached such a level. She took a deep breath to calm down before going on the offensive. A mighty spear composed entirely of flame appeared above her head. Under Zhen Bai's control, it rushed toward the palm and easily destroyed it. Then, the spear continued to its destination toward Feng Heng's golden Buddha form. Like any metal, after reaching its melting points, the fire spear burned through the Buddha, destroying the formation. Feng Heng's genuine body appeared, floating above and looking down on her while frowning. This place is full of fire energy, boosting all fire techniques. Such an environment is too favorable to someone who cultivated the five-element Tao. Feng Heng waved his hand to remove his legions and prevent them from suffering from calamity due to this battle. After all, these people are the first forces of Buddhism in this world. Palm of Love, the monk generated another palm technique, which seemed extremely rapid compared to the others. Jinbiyu responded swiftly and blocked it. No, something is wrong. You should know this kind of attack is useless to me. So, this attack is a distraction. Her mind moved rapidly. Sadly, she was still too late. So, she watched how the flame in this entire dimension was extinguished. Zhan Biyu detected how her opponent forcibly changed the laws of this space, removing the fact that the fire laws dominated this place. Losing the home advantage? That's fine with me. Although she thought as such, she felt annoyed that she did not react in time to such an obvious tactic. Regardless, she had no intention of relying on the environmental advantage to win this battle. She had plenty of confidence in herself and her Tao. Chapter 8:18 Feng Heng versus Zhan Biyu. 4. Feng Heng calmly looked at his opponent, thinking about the optimal tactic to begin this battle. She has displayed excellent use and control of her Tao and a unique application of the soul, although it should only be the bare surface of her ability. It is enough for me to deduce her capabilities. The only place I lack information is her physical prowess, so let's test it. Feng Heng acted, and countless halos of different colors appeared above his head. Each halo had a different aura or emotions. Upon closer observation, Zhan Biyu noticed a few. Halo of virtue, halo of suffering, halo of wisdom, halo of sins, halo of truth, halo of compassion, and so many more. After these halos manifested, they fused into Feng Heng's body, turning him into a noble gilded man. The sound of a river flooding could be heard as Feng Heng's blood rushed through his veins. His heartbeat resonated with the space of this dimension, making it tremble with each beat. "The all-virtue Buddha golden body," said Zhan Biyu in shock. "Oh, you know this technique?" asked Feng Heng with a frown. This technique has long been lost to time, and he was probably one of the few people in this world who still knew of its existence. So, after hearing Zhan Biyu naming it, he was surprised while also confirming her identity was special. With this incident, he confirmed his theory that someone possessed her. He eliminated the possibility of reincarnation and waking up the past life memory, because his yin-yang eyes saw the essence of her soul and did not detect the breath of reincarnation. Zhan Biyu displayed a great sense of seriousness because of the origin of this technique. In the endless void, the myriad emperor world was not the only place that had an entire era ruled by Buddhism. And it was not the only place where these monks went mad because of the power of incense. Most world communities have one thing in common: the null era. After the innate acquire war, most cultivation civilizations were destroyed and had to start over. And the ones who survived with an intact inheritance also suffered tremendous damage. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao of most of these worlds saw an opportunity to start over, better than before. The other thing all heaven worlds and world communities shared in common was the rise of Buddhism. More than hundreds of world communities had eras ruled by Buddhism and practiced cruel methods of gathering incense. The rise of Buddhism appeared simultaneously across all world communities. Some worlds were ruled by Buddhism for an extended period, right after the Null Era, to be precise. The prosperity of Buddhism allowed it to gather too much destiny. As such, its backlash was so severe that its downfall occurred in the same generation. It's a shame that something went wrong with the absolute beginning emperor, and he wiped out the entire religion. There were rumors the all-virtue Buddha golden body originated from the upper dimension. But I know that's not true, thought Zhan Biyu, a little flustered because of the origin and rumor behind this fantastic body refining technique. At the peak of Buddhism's prosperity, something fantastical occurred. 126 great emperors appeared from the Buddhist sect. In one generation, Buddhism accounted for 3.3 of all emperors in the lower dimension. Such a record was unheard of. However, what occurred next was even more remarkable. These 126 Buddhist emperors gathered and had a Dharma discussion, inviting the most talented monks from their worlds and factions for a meeting to discuss the Tao. During this meeting, countless new theories, thoughts, ideas, and schools of thought were created, and, of course, numerous brilliant cultivation techniques or spells. And the most outstanding achievement of this meeting was the creation of the all-virtue Buddha golden body. This technique contained the thoughts of millions of Buddhist monks from Tier 7 to 9.5. 126 great emperors, 3 of whom were eternal emperors. As such, the all-virtue Buddha golden body is considered one of the masterpieces of Buddhism and the most brilliant body refining technique in the lower dimension. Unfortunately, only true monks can cultivate this technique. without true dedication to Buddhism. No one can practice this technique. Cultivating this technique requires a person to deeply understand Buddhist Dharma and condense halos from these understandings. So, people will often condense things like the halo of suffering or halo of compassion, and so on. After condensing the halos, the cultivator has to absorb unique energy or resources based on these halos' unique dharma before fusing them into their bodies. The fused halo will then temper the Bodhi's skin, muscles, bones, organs, meridians, blood, brain, acupoints, apertures, and cells to an unimaginable level. Jinbiyu took a moment to rein in her shock. She did expect to see such a legendary technique in this place. However, what shocked her the most was the hundreds of halos surrounding Feng Hong. How could his understanding of Dharma be so deep? No matter how heaven-defyingly talented a person is, they would need a long time to condense so many halos. No, I may spook myself out, analyzed Jinbiyu. The halos need resources to condense into reality before fusion. However, Buddhism has been destroyed for so long, so there should not be many resources after such a short revival. After figuring things out, she focused on the halos and noticed the majority were illusory and not fully condensed. Jinbiyu sighed in relief after this discovery. She could not fathom how powerful her opponent's fleshly body would be if he condensed all these halos. After analyzing the situation, Jinbiyu displayed her tactic to deal with this situation. She was not a body refiner. However, as a top heaven chosen, she knew how terrifying body refiners were and created ways to deal with them and make up for the gap. As such, a white and yellow slim armor appeared around her body. Immediately, her aura changed from a calm and peaceful Taoist priest to a mighty general with unparalleled momentum. Meanwhile, Feng Hong had finished activating his fleshly body. He clenched his hand to feel the power coursing through his veins. It's a shame, he thought. The revival of Buddhism was too short, preventing him from gathering enough resources to cultivate his fleshly body. Otherwise, with his years of studying the Dharma, he could push the all-virtue Buddha golden body to an unprecedented level. It has to do for now. He glanced at his opponent before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her, as if he had teleported. A golden light flashed on his body as he punched forward. Bang! Jinbiyu flew 100 steps backward, but her armor was intact, without a single scratch. Interesting. What kind of armor is this? Feng Hong rushed forward and used a palm attack. He controlled his strength to barato the armor. However, to his surprise, the armor blocked the barato power of his dark strength. Feng Hong did not stop after one strike, but attacked with trillions of punches in a second. His fists moved so fast that it did not look like they moved to the untrained eyes. Meanwhile, Jinbiyu tried to retaliate. However, there was too much difference between their physical stats, especially speed and reaction time. Gravity with Earth Tao. She controlled the power of gravity, creating a gravity wave of 1 trillion raised to 1 trillion times normal Earth gravity. She wanted to push him away to give her room for maneuverability. However, Feng Hong ignored her attempt as one of his punches sliced through this terrifying gravity like a hand plunging into water. This thing is so tough, thought Feng Hong after seeing the small cracks he created with his assault. This level of damage was almost non-existent, especially since the cracks could heal independently. Luckily, he did gain something. He learned the specifics of this technique. Taoism believes all matter in the universe originated from the 5 elements. Jinbiyu used this idea to create the hardest metal possible. Such a metal reached the level of Tao artifacts. And if she were not restricted by her 7-leaf strength, the hardness and density of this metal would probably reach Emperor tier. Feng Hong squinted his eyes as he wondered whether any truly talented heaven chosens that cultivated 5-element Tao could create such a metal. Or was it the result of whoever possessed Jinbiyu? The crux of this question is not the metal level, but whether someone can achieve such a level with only immortal venerable strength. and the chances of that happening are very low. So, whoever it is, they must be an emperor or at the very least used to be a powerful insurgent. Feng Hung knew some emperors used their descendants to revive themselves. However, his eyes did not detect any imprint from Zhan Baiyu's body. So, he had to rule out this method. Well, it does not matter for now, since I already found a way around this metal. Chapter 819 Feng Hung versus Zhan Baiyu v. An unedited chapter. Feng Hung did think of the flaw of Zhan Baiyu's metal. However, she was not a passive fighter and let him have the dominant initiative in this battle. During their brief confrontation, she also had a battle plan when the enemy was trying to figure out her technique. Her unique metal created by the 5-element Tao was not only hard and indestructible, but also contained another property absorbing and storing power. As such, during the time Feng Hung was assaulting her like a relentless dog after a piece of bone, she stored the force from his attack. Bang! Zhan Baiyu's attack pushed him a few steps back, surprising Feng Hung a little. However, the force was equal and even less than his actual physical stats, so he was not too worried. Boom! 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 Their two fists clashed, generating intense shockwaves that twisted the surrounding space. Their attack was on par for a while before Zhan Baiyu used the power of Earth to increase her physical prowess. However, to her surprise, she could not outclass Feng Hung. The strength I stole from him won't last long, and his tactics seemed to delay until my ability was exhausted. In that case, let's use that technique. Plop! Feng Hung suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood after his fist clashed with his opponent. Huh? What happened? His mind worked faster than a superquantum computer. However, his enemy did not give him time and went on a tyrannical offensive. In less than a second, Zhan Baiyu punched millions of times, leaving fist shadows in the air that appeared as if she had thousands of hands. And with each attack, Feng Hung would vomit blood. However, the odd part is that he had no visible external injuries. Feng Hung made a blocking form by crossing his arm. Then, he analyzed the inside of his body. Lung failure? I'm sick, thought Feng Hung, unable to hide the confusion in his facial expression. Zhan Baiyu's attack did not injure her internal organs or something of the sort. Her attack was inferior to his defense. Yet his lungs began to fail, followed by his heart. His bones became brittle due to some infection in his bone marrow. Feng Hung mobilized his yin-yang eyes to discover the truth of his anomaly. The Buddhist 5-element balance is destroyed. Is this a combination of 5-element Tao and medicine Tao? Cultivators are not affected by mortal diseases. Although it's possible for a body-refining cultivator to be sick, it's very rare. After opening their divine sea, they become immune to 99 of mortal diseases. And by the supernatural realm, cultivators will be free of diseases. They can be injured but not sick. Of course, that only refers to mortal diseases. Some artificially created diseases created by cultivators for the purpose of killing are different. Zhan Baiyu's attack used medicine Tao and the theories of 5 elements related to the organs. She disrupted the balance in Feng Hung's body, making him sick and injured. What a wonderful technique. She probably created it especially to deal with body refiners. As he thought of this, he controlled his body, rebalanced the 5 elements, and cured his disease. However, Zhan Baiyu's accomplishment in the 5 elements was beyond him. As such, the process will repeat itself as soon as she attacks. Feng Hung frowned as his body became balanced and unbalanced. He discovered this method was a great tempering method of the flesh. However, it was not the time to be cultivating. He swiftly contemplated how to deal with the situation. The easiest method is to evade Zhan Baiyu's attack, or use yin-yang to retain the balance. However, he chose a different method. According to his previous analysis of the latter's armor, he had 2 plans to deal with it. The first one was to use soul attack, since Zhan Baiyu's armor was designed to deal with physical attacks. However, Feng Hung knew this method was not as effective since Buddha, feeding flesh Zhan Baiyu, would find ways to protect her soul, knowing the effect of the armor. So, the monk chose the second method. This method would deal with the armor and take advantage of his current situation. Buddha fedding flet bang. Jinbiyu punched him. However, she was the one who spewed blood. Furthermore, the more she attacked, the more injured she became, forcing herself to stop. The Buddha's feeding flesh, muttered Jinbiyu. Huh? Do you even know of this? Feng Hung began to wonder about this person's identity. Meanwhile, Jinbiyu did not care. She has participated in hundreds of Heaven Will World and has lived since the ancient Emperor era. Although Emperor Fiveheart was not from the Myriad Emperor world, her clones experienced all the eras and learned many secrets. So, she knew of this technique and its origin. There was once a mortal monk who cultivated compassion. Although he had no talent for cultivation, he spent years understanding Dharma and practicing compassion. One day, he was lost in the desert, spending days without food and water. Then, he met a dying eagle in the same situation as him. Out of compassion, he fed the eagle his flesh, hoping one of the two would survive this ordeal. His action changed their fate, as the eagle used the remaining energy he acquired to fly away and get help. Then, the eagle became the monk's companion. Later in his life, a cultivating Buddhist sect discovered the monk was a person with great virtue and merit, so he changed his fate and allowed him to cultivate. The monk eventually proved the Tao and became known as Compassion Heart Emperor, first-class emperor. This technique was the creation of the eagle, as he became one of the 4 protectors of the monk. With this technique, the eagle would take on the monk's pain, suffering, and injuries, protecting him from the world's harm. Later, someone modified this technique to transfer injuries to the opponent. Plop! Jinbiyu spewed another mouthful of blood, despite not attacking. The reason was Feng Hung activated the hail of suffering and self-harm. This tactic allowed him to greatly injure his opponent while also activating the ability of the halo. With more injury and suffering, his strength will increase. Jinbiyu's mind worked at an alarming rate as she analyzed all the information she knew about this technique and how to deal with it. Then, she rushed toward Feng Hung. The monk felt something was wrong, so he did not directly clash with her. Instead, he remained a certain distance from her as he self-harms through the halo of suffering. Jinbiyu used Wu Dao for 2 purposes: healing and entanglement. Each of Feng Hung's self-harm attacks equals a blow from peak 7-leaf strength. Although she had similar battle prowess, her defense and fleshly body were too weak compared to a body refiner. Luckily, Wu Dao is the best healing Dao when pushed to the pinnacle. Then, she summoned a giant tree that filled the surrounding dimension. The tree had one purpose: entangle her enemy and buy her enough time. Ultimate Sharpness Sword Jinbiyu gathered the metal Dao and pushed the sharpness attribute to the limit. She slashes her hand to create an unparalleled moon-shaped sword slash. This sword attack was so powerful and brilliant that it would make most pure swordsmen blush in shame. And the target of this attack was the karmic string connecting her and Feng Hung. And as soon as she cut off the string, Feng Hung could no longer use self-inflicted injuries to wound her. Unfortunately, things did not proceed as smoothly as she expected. As a highly enlightened monk, Feng Hung deeply understood karma and cause and effect. One of his secondary Tao is karma, which he had to use his heart of hope to prevent having to undergo the outlaw trial. Luckily, he only cultivated as a secondary Tao and did not have to pay too deep of a price. So, the moment Jinbiyu cut off the connection, he used his karmic law to generate a backlash that injured her primordial spirit. Jinbiyu's face changed as she sensed the injury in her soul. She activated her Duyi realm to confront Feng Hung while also pushing her Wu Dao to the limit. The backlash was more severe than expected. Analyzed Feng Hung as he discovered an anomaly. His eyes changed as he checked something. She has no negative karma. However, she seemed to have a low resistance to karma backlash attacks. He evolved the power of yin and yang as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth, divining something. She owes heaven and earth great karma? Who is this person? Although he was curious, he also knew this was not the time. So, he acted as he went on the offensive. Wrath of Heaven, Feng Hung waved his hand, and the sky above changed. A phantom of a gigantic eye appeared in the sky, gazing directly at Zhen Biyu. Heavenly Tao? How is that possible? She thought with some horror. Chapter 8:20 Feng Hung versus Zhen Biyu. 6. Zhen Biyu felt a deep dread rushing into her soul as she believed Heavenly Tao had detected her actions and chose to punish her for her actions. Such a situation was the worst result and something she had dreaded for countless eons. Calm down, she thought, using her willpower to control the fear in her mind. This body is only a clone with all my memories and experience. With the reincarnation clock, the clone's karmic connection with me can be hidden even from Heavenly Tao. And even if I were detected, I would only lose another clone. Emperor Fiveheart completely controlled a chaos treasure, the reincarnation clock. With it, she has participated in countless heaven-will battles and raised her cultivation to 49 Grandao source. Such progress was extremely fast compared to the best geniuses in the upper dimension, although she had to remain sealed in one place for billions of years. It was better than experiencing the danger in the upper dimension. After calming down, Zhen Biyu could take time to analyze Feng Hung's attack. With her vast knowledge and experience, she realized the core of this attack: karma backlash. He noticed I had a deep connection with Heavenly Tao and owed the latter great karmic debt. So, he used a technique that stimulated karmic backlash from Heavenly Tao. Zhen Biyu sighed. She has participated in countless heaven-will battles in many world communities throughout multiple eras. However, she had never seen a generation so full of unparalleled talent. After the cleanup, her clone awakened all her memories, essentially turning the previous Zhen Biyu into a clone of Five Hearts. As such, she also took time to learn and assess this generation's heaven-chosens. As such, she realized how terrifying this generation was. There were so many people who easily broke the mortal-immortal boundary. Things like D Realm, which are so rare, became the bare minimum to be considered a heaven-chosen. The Nine Extremity Foundation, which might not appear during an entire era, had more than one person. Emperor Fiveheart usually liked when her clones appeared in a prosperous generation. With her memories, her clones can reach the limit of power, Seven Leaf. However, if everyone in her generation were as weak as chickens, she could not display such a level of strength. Otherwise, Heavenly Tao will immediately notice the anomaly and destroy her clones at all costs. As such, most of her successful clones won using only quasi-emperor strength, and only a few generations could she use the power of Immortal Leaf. And this generation is only the third time she could use Seven Leaf strength, and she thought she could easily win like the first time. She was guaranteed to win as long as she was careful and not schemed against like the second time. Unfortunately, this generation was too scary and had too many monsters. No, there were monsters who other monsters feared. After figuring out this fact, Emperor Fiveheart was briefly entangled. She knew this battle could give birth to a pseudo-eternal clone. Fiveheart was nothing but a second-class emperor. As such, she cannot become an eternal emperor using her clones. The heaven will and proving the Tao is the domain directly under Grand Tao's control. Her chaos treasure cannot hide under the latter's nose. However, Grand Tao rewarded her diligence, luck, and ingenuity, allowing her to cast her Tao will, turning her into a pseudo-eternal emperor. As such, Fiveheart hoped to cultivate another pseudo-eternal clone and see if she could benefit. However, after thinking about the anomalies of this generation, she decided she would not have high hope. She will not give up, but she will also not have high expectations for the final outcome. Subsequently, Fiveheart also chose to go after the luck of Taoism to make up for her loss in this battle. Karmic Flame Pillar Zhen Biyu created pillars made of flame, containing the power of karma. She used karma to deal with karma. Zhen Biyu's Sea of Consciousness. Someone had a cube floating above their heads, looking at Zhen Biyu's primordial spirit. This person was one of Five Hearts clones that revolted against the main body. She was the one who made a deal with Wang Wei. After so many years, she has no change in the slightest, thought the clone with a sneer. She despised her main body, living in constant fear. After shaking her head, she continued to plan. Feng Heng is a master of the mind, giving him an advantage over her flawed mind. And with his current displayed strength, her chances at winning are low unless she has some truly powerful hidden trump card. After reincarnation, she had to erase most of her memories from Five Heart to lessen her cause and effect connection with the latter, meaning she had no idea of her main bonus trump cards. After losing, her power will be at an all-time low. I can take this opportunity to subdue the second personality and return her to her pure heart state. She did not want to lose such a cultivation talent. The only problem is the main body. She would never allow clones to exist due to our threat. Just like Five Heart can absorb the clones to increase her cultivation, they can also absorb her and reach the sky with a single step. I hope Wang Wei can keep his word and help me deal with her, she analyzed. She frowned before focusing on a more significant issue. This whole world is watching this battle, and the main Bodis behavior should have exposed her identity. The clone did not think the five-element balance palace would not notice the main Bodis anomaly. By now, many people should have guessed something. If possible, I would love to keep my identity as heir. The main body understood better than anyone else the advantage of having a strong background. I could make it look like someone possessed the body, but the pure heart personality was not completely gone and resisted. And with the defeat at Feng Heng's hands, she took the opportunity to resurface. She contemplated the feasibility of this approach. It could work. However, the palace would not trust me as much as they used to unless my strength reached a certain level, or I could bring them benefit. The clone could think of an easy way for her strength to reach such a level absorb the main body. However, doing so would cut off my path of becoming an eternal emperor. She squinted her eyes. The best outcome is to seal the main body and absorb it later after proving the Tao. However, such a method would require outside help, and I doubt Wang Wei will help me to such an extent. She understood that Wang Wei only needed to cut off her connection with the main body to pay his karmic debt to her. As such, helping her beyond that level would require compensation. Her chaos treasure is not enough since, in our deal, it was already decided it belonged to him. They agreed this treasure belonged to him when she made a deal with him, although not directly stated. As such, she cannot use it as a bargaining chip. Furthermore, there is the issue of strength. If he decides to go back on his words, or even use force, there's nothing I can do. The clone knew Wang Wei was not this type of person, so she chose to make a deal with him without any contract or oath as a restraint. She believed in her judgment, so she used this tactic to deepen their relationship and encourage the development of trust. However, people can easily change, especially after acquiring power. With Wang Wei's Tao heart, he should not drastically change after proving the Tao. Regardless, he will still change. She immediately concluded she could not entirely rely on him. So the best plan is to prove the Tao and become an eternal. Then, track down the main body and absorb it. This plan sounded simple, but there were too many problems. The first of which is how to prove the Tao. The clone did not want to seal herself for countless eons to wash away her karma. Such a long period is enough for too many variables to occur, including the main body detecting her presence. So, how can I prove the Tao as swiftly as possible? Countless thoughts flashed in her mind. The only way I can think is to ascend to the upper dimension. However, how can I get my hands on the main body if I do that? Ascension would require a Tao ancestor to take a mortal like herself. She cannot rely on the people from the sect since they are all restricted by the faction's key luck and cannot leave on their own. So, she would need to get the help of a loose cultivator Tao ancestor with a desire to ascend. With careful planning and calculations, I should be able to find someone. The issue is the main body in the lower dimension. Could I force her to ascend using our connection? Chapter 8, 21 Feng Heng versus Junbiyu, 7. Feng Hung calmly looked as his opponent dispersed his opponent. His mind was not entirely focused on this battle. He sensed two gazes calmly watching this battle, and he could guess these two's minds they won't let hide anymore. Has my heaven will battle come to an end? Thought Feng Hung with extreme calmness. Buddhism has three poisons: greed, hatred or aversion, and ignorance. With his deep dharma, he can control his three poisons, especially his greed. Of course, it also helped that his emperor path was not over. Heavenly Tao owed Buddhism great karma for their destruction. So, as long as he uses his heart of hope, adding his merit of reviving Buddhism, Heavenly Tao has to condense another heaven will for him. To be precise, true Heavenly Tao has to do so, since the myriad emperor world's Heavenly Tao has already used too much world source to condense this generation's destiny and heaven will. Although I can no longer continue this battle, there is still a way I can benefit, pondered Feng Hung. The five-element balance place holds some part of the key luck of Taoism. The palace is the origin of Taoism in the myriad emperor world. So even if the Tai Profound Gate replaced them as the leader of Taoism in the world, they could not strip them of all their key luck. Zhen Biyu is the heir of the place, thus connected to their key luck. As long as I get my hands on her, I can further strengthen the destiny connection between Buddhism and Taoism. After making a decision, he decided to go all out and end this battle as soon as possible. He did not know what those two were planning, and if he was not careful, the best-case scenario would be to become someone's chess piece, and the worst outcome would be his death. Feng Hung clasped his hands together, and his face, full of compassion, was replaced by a terrifying serenity. By now, no one would believe he was a peace-loving monk, showing how seriously he was taking things. In this battle, Feng Hung enjoyed using Buddhist spells and techniques. After all, this battlefield was no longer influenced by the absolute beginning magic. However, his Buddhist methods were not his best killing tools. Boom! Zhan Biyu suddenly exploded before crashing on the ground like a meteor. Her landing created a crater more than 100 meters deep. What is going on? She could not hide the confusion she felt. She did not see her opponent move, open his mouth, or even sense any law fluctuation. Without any reason or explanation, a potent attack landed on her, and she suffered serious damage. Even her passive damage barely reduced some of the attacking potency. Bang! Another indescribable attack arrived again. Zhen Biyu protected herself with a five-element shield, but it was useless. The left side of her body was missing, and she looked as if some terrifying creature had taken a large bite out of her body. The phantom of a tree appeared behind her, and Zhen Biyu's body glowed with green light. In an instant, her body returned to its peak state, leaving only her tattered clothes as proof of her previous predicament. Swish! Zhen Biyu's danger sense took control of her body as she moved aside. Her action resulted in something cutting off her left arm, but she avoided being split into two from the middle. What kind of weird attack is this? She used all her experience to calm down and analyze the situation. Unfortunately, her face suddenly changed as she sensed something else. Zhan Biyu discovered she could not heal her missing arm. Feng Hung's D realm canceled hers out, preventing her from healing. However, this was not the main issue. She sensed a power that would revert her body to the previously damaged state every time she healed. The law of time? No, that's the law of absolute beginning. Zhen Biyu encased her body in a deep black rock. However, this rock was not ordinary. Her technique was a simple condensed rock. However, she pushed it to the extreme. She generated enough earth to create a continent on par with a smaller heavenward world. Then, she condensed all that continent into a rock sphere using unparalleled pressure. The defense of this rock is even greater than the hardest metal armor she previously created. Sadly, it was useless. Feng Hung's next attack removed the side of her head, showing the half-destroyed brain. Luckily, she is a mighty cultivator. Her body was baptized by the law, generating a vitality unlike any mortal. So, even with a half-destroyed brain, she can still survive for a while. Absolute beginning. She muttered Jinbiyu as her eyes became bright as she remembered some of the Taoist scriptures she had read. If you revert the world to its absolute beginning, then we will reach the time of nothingness. But nothingness is formless, cannot be seen, detected, and is infinite. She understood the core of this technique. Feng Hung used absolute beginning Tao to control one of nothingness characteristics, formlessness. As such, his attack has no form and cannot be detected. Tao gave birth to one, one gave birth to two, two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to myriad things, chanted Jinbiyu. One of the first myriad things between heaven and earth is the five elements. When the world changed from formless state to a state of form or shape, the five elements were the cornerstone. Jinbiyu used the power of the five elements to access the power of form, the antithesis of formless. With this method, her mind entered a state where she could not see her opponent's attack. Furthermore, she also used Feng Hung's absolute beginning power to revert her wood elements to the purest form when heaven and earth were first born. And with this pure, even primordial wood element, she countered Feng Hung's power and healed her injuries. She's a worthy challenger, thought Feng Hung after seeing the brilliant method the enemy used to fight against his attack. After studying the Absolute Beginning Sutra, this technique was one of his greatest masterpieces. It's unfortunate he could not develop this technique to a higher level, since that would require him to get involved in the taboo that is nothingness. Feng Hung calmly looked at his opponent as he continued his offense. He no longer used his formless attack since he knew Jinbiyu could detect and block it. Absolute in Feng Hung waved his hand, and the surroundings changed. Everything turned white and black. Immediately afterward, Jinbiyu discovered the vitality in her body was rapidly decreasing. I am aging. She felt her lifespan was passing at an alarming rate. In a few seconds, she aged more than 100 years. She generated a five-element shield around her, but the thing also aged before dispersing. All things must eventually reach their absolute end, she thought. Incarnation of Earth Jinbiyu's body changed as a yellow aura emanated, followed by the earth mark on her forehead. Heaven and earth must eventually come to an end. However, they also have a terribly long lifespan and won't reach their fate after billions of years. With this technique, she embodied the earth itself, thus temporarily granting her a lifespan of billions. I can delay his technique with this method. But it's not enough, thought Jinbiyu with a frown. Certain Taoists are more powerful than others and give people advantages. In the absolute beginning in Tao that touches on time, Tao can overwhelm her five-element Tao. So, when she meets someone on a similar level as her with such potent Tao, the situation will become difficult. She needs to use her ingenuity to push her Tao beyond normal boundaries. I should not be as passive, thought Jinbiyu as she decided to use some of her trump cards. Bang! Their dimension began to tremble as a towering tree manifested behind Jinbiyu, shocking Feng Hung and many people watching this battle. A high-level and mature world tree? Thought Feng Hung. World tree is one of the few spiritual plants with no grade and is purely based on how much it is developed. Furthermore, high-level world trees are sought after by both mortals and immortals, and that's because it can cultivate insurgents. Immortal venerables wish to fuse with it, so their bodies can store an immense quantity of immortal ki. Meanwhile, Tao ancestors want to plant world trees into their inner world to become equal to great emperors. As long as they succeed, the world tree will allow them to use their inner world to control the grand Tao source to the same level as great emperors. Furthermore, world tree is a growable type of resource. As long as the tree continues to develop, it's possible for a person to remain an insurgent after becoming a Tao ruler and Tao monarch. In the upper dimension, most things that make a person an insurgent at Tier 10, Great Emperor, will be useless after reaching Tier 11, Empyrean, let alone Tier 12, Paragon. However, world trees are of the few resources that can accompany a cultivator for all their lives. Chapter 8:22 Feng Hung vs. Jinbiyu, Finale. No, that's the complete case, thought Feng Hung as his yin-yang eyes saw the truth. It's a projection she created by studying and imitating the world tree. So, although she has its power, it's not the real thing. Feng Hung shook his head in disappointment. The world tree and Bodhi tree are one of the most sought-after wood element resources in the world. So, it would benefit him immensely if he got his hands on it. However, this may be the given those two prying eyes. He continued to observe and soon realized his absolute in technique was useless to the tree since it was essentially an immortal species. Then, the tree branches moved under Zhan Baiyu's control and slapped Feng Hung. Every world tree branch, flower, or fruit contains a world or dimension. As such, this attack was as if someone hit Feng Hung with thousands of worlds. Boom! A black and white Buddha phantom appeared around him, blocking the tree. The Buddha blocked the attack that bore the weight of 100,000 worlds. Sadly, the shockwave damaged Feng Hung's internal organs. However, this damage was minor. Given his fleshly Buddhist regenerative capabilities and ability to return to his beginning, 100,000 worlds is not enough. Try a few million, said Zhen Biyu with a sneer as she controlled the tree to continue attacking. Feng Hung's Buddha raised its hand to generate a circular yin-yang diagram, and as soon as the tree's branch hit, the diagram redirected the force of this attack. Boom! Zhan Baiyu's body exploded into a pool of blood. However, less than a second afterward, her body reappeared without a scratch. Is she immortal as long as the tree is here? Analyzed Feng Hung. However, his opponent did not give him much time to think or strategize. 3,800 innate demon gods' numerous auras suddenly emanate from some of the worlds in the world tree. Then, Feng Hung saw countless innate life forms appearing out of nowhere. These life forms included famous creatures like dragons, phoenixes, Kylin, Kuanpeng, and many more. Using 5-element Tao to touch the domain of creation, pondered Feng Hung with squinted eyes. The world tree can give birth to worlds, and these worlds can give birth to life. And one of the earliest lives, often born between heaven and earth, is the innate demon gods. A world tree must be cultivated to a high level before it can give birth to live let alone innate demon gods. This person must have the real world tree or have seen one. Feng Hung calmly watched as these terrifying creatures that only exist in myths and legends rushed toward him. His demeanor was calm throughout the process, and he simply closed his eyes. When Buddha closes his eyes, the world turns from being real to he used yin-yang Tao to control real and unreal, reverting these innate demon gods to their unreal state. Nothing but his imagination. It changes from truth to illusion. And Feng Hung did the same to these innate demon gods. He used yin-yang Tao to control real and unreal, reverting these innate demon gods to their unreal state. The tree was not affected, he thought, as he moved his hand to create a small purple disc under his hand. Disc of destruction. The disc increased its size to a diameter of about 5 meters. Then, it rushed toward the tree with the unfathomable power of destruction. Zhan Biyu reacted swiftly, knowing she could not allow something to happen to the tree. As such, she controlled it to send millions of worlds toward the disc to stop. However, the process appeared to be useless. Any worlds that approached the disc would wither as all the plants died. The sky turned dark, volcanoes erupted, tsunamis swallowed the shore, and earthquakes destroyed heaven and earth. The process would take less than a second before all these worlds reached their destruction upon coming closer to the discs. Luckily, these worlds were empty and had no life. Otherwise, the number of people dying would be astronomical. The destruction of these worlds was not random and served a purpose. Zhen Biyu knew her opponent could use the power of destruction through his yin-yang law. As such, as long as she disturbs the balance in the disc, she can stop it. So, with each world's destruction, the purple disc would become unbalanced. Phew! The disc disintegrated, and Zhen Biyu almost breathed in relief. Unfortunately, she did not have a chance. Feng Hung suddenly appeared before the tree and touched it. In an instant, this towering tree, full of life, withered as a breath of death emanated deep from its root. The world tree is a top species from heaven and earth and cannot easily be destroyed. However, with Feng Hong's use of yin-yang to control death law, adding his absolute in technique, the tree withered as if it had reached the end of its lifespan. Damn it, cursed Jinbiyu as she tried to fight the tree's death by injecting it with life force from her wood and earth Tao. Although the tree is a projection, her technique made it function the same way as the real thing. If it is destroyed, she cannot just recreate it. She must also use these methods to save it. Unfortunately, Feng Hung did not give her time to breathe. He used a flesh-divine ability called mind suffering. He projected his pain, suffering, and sadness into his opponent to break their mind or spirit. The monk made sure he had to suffer the same pain as his opponent to ensure this technique would be even more potent. So, this technique is essentially a contest of the will, of who can bear the most tremendous pain. And the winner was shown by Zhan Baiyu's scream. Zhan Baiyu's willpower is not weak, tempered by the long years 5 Heart has lived. However, living for a long time does not mean someone has suffered. But Feng Hung spent his entire life in pain, burdened by a mission forced upon him after witnessing the death of his sect and all the people he cared for. It's so painful, thought Jinbiyu as she held her head. I didn't want to take risks and give Heavenly Tao the opportunity to act. But now I have no choice. She learned from her experience that once she broke the bottom line of Heavenly Tao during the final battle, the latter would intervene and annihilate her clone. However, she felt this generation was weird and might not suffer any consequences for her actions. Bang! Jinbiyu exploded her body before recondensing one. Then, 2 things appeared before her, a seal with the character for star, and a strange object composed of 5 feathers glued together. Emperor artifact? Thought Feng Hung as he searched his memory for these items. He recognized them as the innate 5-element feather and primal star seal. Emperor artifacts from the 5-element balance palace. However, Feng Hung did not have time to ponder much as he felt an immediate sense of danger. The innate 5-element feather created 5 lights of different colors. Meanwhile, the seal made a river of stars. Then, the river of stars changed from its dark but twinkling color to the 5 colors of red, blue, yellow, white, and green. Artifact, resonance? Thought Feng Hung with an ugly expression. This method is often used by sects with more than one Emperor artifact. However, Emperor formations is always needed to perform such a feat, but now he saw someone using it with formation as a catalyst. Furthermore, the person who used it is nothing but a mortal. Bang! A 5-colored light beam rushed from the river of stairs toward Feng Hung. He evaporated instantly, as if he had never existed in this world. "You should be dead, right?" muttered Jinbiyu as she felt the aftermath of her attack. She used multiple methods to check and did not detect any signs of her opponent. Then, her body aged in a matter of seconds. Her hair turned gray, her skin wrinkled, and her life aura was at an all-time low. It's unfortunate I cannot capture him to get Buddhism's luck. However, it's good to eliminate such a powerful foe. Anyway, I need to heal as soon as possible. She could feel her vitality passing away, even after using the endless life force from her wood Tao. Jinbiyu took a step to move before a look of horror appeared on her face. Her body could not move as the surroundings changed to a place without any 5 elements, and the very concepts of yin and yang were chaotic. Then, Feng Hung appeared with an extremely pale complexion. That attack reached one root. Thought Feng Hung. He would have been annihilated if he did not act at the last minute and used his yin-yang Tao to enter a state of non-existence, acquiring certain immunity from all matter, energy, force, or concept. He took a deep breath to calm down. For many years, he did not fear death and even welcomed it. However, this experience showed him his true thoughts. All that matters is that in the final victor. Chapter 823 Danger Sense. Feng Hung swallowed countless pills from his space ring before using numerous healing methods to soothe his situation. Regardless, his expression remained paler than paper. After regaining a little bit of strength, he focused on the captured Jinbiyu. However, after observing her for a few minutes, he frowned. She's no longer connected to the five-element balance palace's key luck. In a very short time, he understood the situation. Zhun Baiyu's behavior during this battle alerted the leaders of the palace. So, they did not hesitate to remove her status as the sect's heir and disconnect her connection with the palace's key luck. Will all my effort be in vain? Thought Feng Heng with a deep frown. He knew he could not stay long on this battlefield and accepted this fact. However, he also wanted to benefit, even if only a little. But now, it appeared his plan was a failure. Not necessarily, thought Feng Heng as he thought of something. He waved his hand to summon a golden lamp. The lamp released the power of an emperor artifact before sealing the 5 feathers and the seal. Without hesitation, he placed them away. Most people will not easily take another faction's emperor artifact since they are connected to their key luck. These luck-connected artifacts are almost unusable. Furthermore, emperor lineages did not care if they lost foreign artifacts, but would not hesitate to start an emperor Dao war for their luck-connected artifacts. However, Feng Heng did not care. His Buddhist sect is well hidden and inaccessible to the 5-element palace. Secondly, he can use these artifacts to replace Zhun Baiyu's function, accessing the key luck of Taoism controlled by the palace. Lastly, he will soon become an eternal emperor using the Heart of Hope. As such, he has no fear of the palace, and even hopes they will start an Emperor Dao war. War is the fastest way for any factions to rise and establish themselves, and if necessary, he would use it to declare the return of Buddhism to the world. With him at the helm, Buddhism can easily step on the Tai Profound Gate and the 5-element balance palace to establish its supremacy. He knew this plan was certain except for 2 uncertainties. The first was the reaction of the Taoist faction in the upper dimension and the intervention of whoever proved the Tao in this generation through this battle. Furthermore, the real identity of Zhun Baiyu might be valuable. She knows so many secrets, and I could learn many things from her. His gaze focused on her, preparing to seal her away. However, Feng Heng hadn't reacted when a portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Zhun Baiyu's body. Gone? Did any of them take action? He denied this possibility, as he did not sense any of their powers. Additionally, his eyes detected an anomaly somewhere deep in Zhun Baiyu's sea of consciousness. Sadly, he thought she was incapable of revolting, so he lowered his guard and did not pay too close attention. Now that I think about it, there was a problem when she tried to remove all her fear and flaw. Now that the battle ended, he noticed many previous issues. Alas, he did not have time to ponder this issue. Feng Heng felt one of these 2 gazes becoming rather impatient. So, he did not hesitate to forfeit this battle, making him finally breathe properly. Somewhere else, Zhun Baiyu's old body appeared in a place full of forests. And finally in control, she muttered under her breath. She did not immediately move as she closed her eyes, accessing her sea of consciousness. There was a second primordial spirit, but it was in a poor state to say the least. Furthermore, there were multiple seals on it to prevent movement or access to power. It will take some time to heal my injuries and process the main Buddhist memories. Zhun Baiyu's main objective is to return her pure heart personality to its previous state. Let's heal the injuries first. However, she did not move as she sensed 2 powerful gazes. One of them was a warning, while the other contained hidden killing intent. I forfeit, hurriedly said Zhun Baiyu, understanding what steps she needed to take to ensure her survival. So, as soon as she uttered these words, the gazes dissipated, and she sighed in relief. She did not immediately leave since she wanted to heal first. Furthermore, she also wanted to watch the clash between these 2 monsters. Eastern Quadrant, it seems things are heading in a positive direction, said Wang Wei with a smile. It seems you don't need my help anymore, remarked Wu Ming. That's not necessarily true. Wu Ming knew the latter was being polite. His role in this battle has become a hindrance. At this stage of this battle, Wang Wei will not trust him even as an ally. So, the best course of action is to leave to prevent any misunderstandings. Is our agreement still valid? Asked Wu Ming. Of course, replied Wang Wei. After the battle, we can negotiate the details. That's all I wanted to hear. Wu Ming did not hesitate before leaving the battle, leaving Wang Wei alone with his thoughts. This kid knows how to read the room, thought Wang Wei before observing the entire battlefield. At this stage of the battle, all the top Heaven Chosens were eliminated for one reason or another, leaving only a few people who survived by luck or hit on purpose. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over Tian as long as everything Wang Wei had the urge to act and clean up these remaining individuals before going straight to Tian. However, he did not act on his impulse. He had a plan for this battle. So, although it might look like his generals might be useless, they can give him a slight advantage over Tian as long as everything proceeds smoothly. Furthermore, he still needs them to clear the traitors for them. The traitors, muttered Wang Wei, looking at the northern quadrant. Let's be patient. He closed his eyes to adjust his state. However, he opened them back less than 5 seconds later, gazing intently at the north. Without hesitation, he teleported to the northern quadrant to the location of the traitors. In front of him was a strange black mist that hid his visions and other senses. Wang Wei turned his head to look at someone 1,000 kilometers from him. Did you sense it? Why do you think I'm here? Replied Tian in his usual cold voice. What exactly do they have that can elicit a danger sense from us? Asked Wang Wei while looking at the mist. However, Tian did not say anything. His eyes focused on the mist. How about we work together to get rid of them? Suggested Tian. Let's clean up the battlefield before our battle. Not interested. Why not? Whatever trump cards they have, they must test it on one of us first. And in betting they will choose you first. That's not necessarily true. In their eyes, you're more of a threat than me. So, they will definitely attack you first. He investigated these people, and using the information he gathered from the deception trial, he deduced many things. According to his analysis, these people cared more about Wang Wei than him, hence why he made this decision. You might be right, said Wang Wei, but don't forget you assassinated their leader and failed. If he holds any grudge, you might be the first to be attacked. Tian quieted down since that was the truth. He did not fear whatever methods these people had. However, the fact his danger sense activated indicated that they might have a way to injure him. And if he is not in his best state for his battle with Wang Wei, his chances of winning will drastically decrease. Be more decisive, said Wang Wei. These people should have detected our presence. With every second wasted, more variables will appear. As such, he wanted to know Tian's answer to decide how to deal with these people. Very well, replied Tian, who concluded working together was the best choice for the current situation. But what about the issue of trust? We will make a grand Dao oath. I will choose the wording. Fine, replied Wang Wei, who did not want to bargain or argue with him. Time was of the essence. For a moment, Tian became suspicious of why he agreed so swiftly. He knew never to be careless when dealing with a Dao overlord. However, he also knew it was not time to be indecisive. So, he chose the word of his oath carefully and asked Wang Wei to go first. After taking a moment to ensure no issue, Wang Wei made the oath, followed by Tian. Then, they focused on the black mist. Any idea? Asked Tian. Let's just use the most direct method brute force. Fine. And too many people from my Discord have been asking for a team-up between these two. So, here you go. Chapter 824 Shock Dammit. How could they appear here? Said Parasite with an ugly expression. No one answered him, as they were also perplexed. Did the weapon awaken their sense of danger sense? Asked Yuzhou. The weapon is an Emperor artifact, naturally containing the power to cancel cause and effect. Unless their strength were closed, they would never sense any danger, explained Designer. They all ruled out this possibility since it was impossible. Could it be Wang Wei's intuition? Added Tong Ruobing, who was in the back. From the information gathered, His intuition has always been extraordinary even when he had no cultivation. As I said, due to the vast difference in power from the artifact, his intuition would be useless. Plus, if it was his intuition, why did Dition also show up? Could it be the result of their Emperor artifact? Asked Yuzhou. No one answered him as they looked at Designer for an answer. They are connected to their artifact as the leader of their respective factions. However, unless their artifact was a special one related to divination, calculation, or clairvoyance, it should not work. Everyone frowned as this answer was a partial one. They had no way to check whether this was the truth or not. It's not time to ponder these things, said Parasite. The main issue we have to figure out is how to deal with their attacks. This might be a good opportunity, uttered Yuzhou. We don't have to worry about searching for them. Their actions have brought them to our doorsteps. Designer, what do you think? Asked Parasite. I would love to gather more energy for the weapon to ensure we can use a few more attacks. However, the current state is more than enough for our needs. So what is our strategy? Asked Tong Ruobing. Why do we need a strategy? Just kill them with a spear, sneered Yuzhou, who remembered the humiliation he suffered during the cleanup. He could not wait to witness Wang Wei's death with his own eyes. The spear needs a certain charging time, explained Designer. We must channel some of its power into the array to prevent any variables. And maybe we could try to trap them with it before striking. Designer suddenly looked at Parasite with sharp eyes. Situation like this will prove Tong Ruobing's value. Parasite frowned, not hiding his displeasure. How many times do I have to apologize? This is not the time for infighting, chimed Yuzhou, reminding them of the urgent situation. Designer coldly snorted before looking at someone next to him. Yang Wei, you're in charge of this node. He then pointed in another direction. Binger, you're in control of this formations node. Be careful, since you will be under the greatest pressure. No problem. Tong Ruobing took her position as Designer and assigned each person a node to control the formation. Then the group waited, outside the black mist. Wang Wei observed the mist, analyzing it. He realized its only purpose was to hide all senses or prying eyes. It's not a formation, he thought as his eyes pierced the veil of truth behind this mist. It seems to be a strange life form. He had never heard of such a creature. So he concluded this fog was something from otherworld communities or something from the upper dimension. Although this method is weird and unknown, its overall power is still weak. Wang Wei then created a black hole that swallowed the black mist before him. Meanwhile, Dition waited for him to act as he observed. He squinted his eyes after noticing the latter only displayed peak 5 root strength. So he followed him. He created an illusory world that also absorbed the black mist. With their effort, the fog dispersed in less than 5 minutes. The fog disappeared, revealing what was behind. Wang Wei saw a formation with a spear at the center. Then he saw the people controlling the array, focusing on one person. Tong Ruobing? He asked, squinting his eyes. I guess I should not be surprised. Of all the heaven chosens, Wang Wei always labeled her the most threatened since she was like him, willing to do anything for success. And with her high charisma, it's easy to get people's good grace and use them as pawns. Tong Ruobing did not say anything as she knew her life was at a precipitous moment. If she makes the wrong choice, she will die miserably, although she has prepared for the worst-case scenario. No one would like to die if they had the chance. Wang Wei did not pay too much attention to Tong Ruobing as he focused on the spear at the array's center. It was the source of his danger sense. An Emperor artifact? How could these people create such a thing? Better yet, why did Heavenly Tao allow these people to use this weapon? He immediately answered his question. These spies originated from a higher cultivation civilization, so certain things impossible for people in the lower dimension are not a big deal in the Eternal Ascension world. As for Heavenly Tao's non-responsive behavior to their actions that obviously break the rules, the answer is also obvious. Heavenly Tao raised the power ceiling of this battle because of Wang Wei and Dition's 10 Supremacy Foundation. In some ways, Heavenly Tao already decided the final winner would be between our 3 factions, analyzed Wang Wei. Although it seems unfair that the winner was already decided before the battle, Heavenly Daos' actions are the most correct. The moment Di Tian and Wang Wei succeeded in their 10 Supremacy Foundation, the final winner was between them. As for the spies, their existence brought hope to other Heaven Chosens. Heavenly Dao introduces new variables to this battle by allowing them to use this weapon. If the three parties manage to injure or defeat each other, the other contestants might have a slight chance of victory. Everything is about balance. Wang Wei summarized Heavenly Daos' core existence with these 4 words. What's the plan? Asked Di Tian through their divine sense communication. He was surprised these spies could create an Emperor artifact, threatening his victory in this battle. Regardless, he knew his true opponent was Wang Wei. So, he chose to follow his lead to observe from the back. This tactic would reduce the risk of betrayal and allow him to respond appropriately in case something occurred. It's time to reveal our true strength, replied Wang Wei. He knew Dao Ancestor strength was not enough to deal with the array, so they must go all out. We will deal with them as swiftly as possible. What about the ownership of the spear? We can decide after we deal with them, replied Wang Wei. Fine. Boom. They released a terrifying aura, pressuring all 5 people behind the formation. Immediately, they felt their bodies, souls, and minds unable to move or think. They even felt the aura suppressing their Dao. Impossible, roared Yu Zhou. His unwillingness superseded the pressure the aura left on him. Of course, the spear's sentience played its role and provided some protection. No, Utera designer. Dat impossible. 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 He lost all the vocabulary he cultivated after living for millions of years and repeated the word impossible like a broken record. It was one thing to create a weapon on par with a great emperor, but acquiring such power while still immortal was entirely different. Something like that has never happened in the history of the Eternal Ascension world. But now, he saw 2 people who succeeded. His mind could not accept such a thing. No, he refused to accept such a truth. And he was not the only one with this fierce reaction. Tong Ruobing was immobile as she had a blank look. The outside world blurred out as a single thought overwhelmed her mind. How could they be so powerful? Yang Wu-wei had a similar reaction as her, except less obvious as he closed his eyes to enter meditation to calm down. Parasite felt his Dao heart collapsing after sensing the aura of these people. Luckily, he was chosen for this mission for a reason, so he held on by biting his tongue, using the pain to distract his mind. They are probably using some kind of secret technique with terrifying side effects, said Parasite to rein the group's mind. Why? You're probably right, stuttered Yu Zhou. However, he knew these words were probably false because such a secret technique does not exist in the upper dimension. Even a paragon could not create such a technique. Tong Ruobing did not believe in these words. She has been in contact with the Origin Talisman, so she could sense a similar aura on Di Tian and Wang Wei. What should I do? Her mind was too chaotic to think properly or strategize. So, she activated a purifying mind talisman and used it on her sea of consciousness. However, even with this talisman, her mind could not properly calm down. What should we do now? Asked Yu Zhou. Designer, do you have any ideas? Asked Parasite, his complexion extremely pale. Chapter 825 U. The world was in turmoil. The arrays used to watch the battle allow the viewers to sense things like aura and even law fluctuation. Heavenly Dao's purpose is to enable people to experience the battle and learn from it. This method is a great way to benefit the entire cultivation civilization. After all, the Heaven Will Battle is a confrontation of the pinnacle geniuses of a generation. And what better way to learn than to watch these geniuses display all their abilities in a life-and-death battle? As such, after sensing Di Tian and Wang Wei's aura, the world was turbulent. Countless insurgents who were sleeping or cultivating woke up after learning this news. However, the world decided to wait before making a judgment, as this truth was unacceptable to them. They hoped maybe it was just the aura. Northern Quadrant. Designer was unresponsive to Parasite's words. His mind was lost in an endless void. Parasite yelled a few times with no response, so he shook him in an attempt to wake him up. Alas, his attempt was futile. La, sick Nan Ma, suddenly chanted Parasite, and a golden light emanated from his mouth before enveloping Designer. Finally, the artifact refiner's eyes regained their light. Buddhism's mind-purifying mantra, muttered Designer, who regained his spirit. Thank you. Now is not the time to be distracted. Do you have a plan? Designer took a deep breath to calm down, his mind rushing faster than ever. We will use the formation to trap them before using the most powerful blow possible, he said. Our only hope is to kill them in one fell swoop. Is that even possible? We might have a chance. But, what is it? I need your Parasite core. Parasite paused briefly. His name was not just a title, but also a part of his identity. He is a unique insect race in the eternal ascension world that can parasite on people's bodies and souls. He can control anyone with his parasites as long as their strength is not too far from him. His parasite bodies are like his clones. As long as one is alive, Parasite can't die. The Parasite core is the essence of Parasite's ability and survival. The reason he can control trillions of people. Words cannot measure its value to his race. Fine, agreed Parasite without hesitation. He knew times were running out, and succeeding in this mission was more important. So, he vomited a small black ball that resembled a bee's net. Designer took the core and used the array to absorb it. Immediately, the core began to emanate a massive amount of energy. And not long after the process started, wailing voices echoed from this core. Meanwhile, Wang Weihu did not immediately attack after releasing his aura watched everything calmly. How cruel, he thought calmly. He could see the thing Designer used contained the blood, energy, and soul of trillions upon trillions of people. The number of people dying from this core rivaled the population of the entire myriad Emperor world, if not more. His eyes changed, and he saw the fate and origin of these people. Parasite has his own territory in the upper dimension, and the size is even greater than the myriad Emperor world. And he planted a parasite on every resident of that territory, controlling them through the core. But now, these people were being used as sacrifices for this formation. Let's act, said Wang Wei, and he flicked his finger, using a simple flame-based attack. However, it did not matter how rudimentary or ordinary the attack was. Its destructive capabilities reached a terrifying number once powered by his third-class strength. Dition followed suit by using a wind-based attack, using the power of the wind to synchronize and augment Wang Wei's flame spell. Crack! The sound of breaking echoed in this side of the cosmos as cracks appeared on the formation. Luckily for them, the cracks were small and healed in less than a second. Forget trapping them, said Designer with an ugly expression. Let's use the power of the core to augment the spear's capability. Will that work? Their displayed strength seems only 6 Grandau source. With the parasite core, the spear could reach 7 and maybe 8. What if they run away? Asked Parasite. Yuzhou can use the soul tracking mark to ensure they can't evade. The soul race has few numbers, so they are very protective of their people. The soul tracking mark will appear on anyone who dares kill one of their members, allowing them to track them even to the end of the universe. But, argued Yuzhou, we don't have time to waste. With each passing second, more cracks appeared on the array. And as soon as the parasite core can no longer provide energy, the formation won't last long. All right, nodded Yuzhou. Everyone to their position, yelled Designer as he controlled the array. He channeled most of the energy from the core to the spear at the center, ready to strike the most powerful blow to these two. Boom! Parasite and the others stared in shock at what just occurred. Their mind was blank as they could not fathom such a thing would happen. You, he uttered, unable to describe his current emotions. Yang Wei, you dare, he roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Replied the heir to the Yang clan, not caring in the slightest that he had just annihilated Designer from the face of the universe with an attack. You dare betray us, screamed Yuzhou. You won't get away with this. You and your father. Yang Guowei sneered in response. My father has always been the kind of person who does everything for power and survival. And I detest this about him. He looked at the two with mockery. He's the one who joined you, not me. Bang! Two powerful attacks landed for him. However, a rainbow shield surrounded Yang Guowei, protecting him. He ignored these two and turned his head. This should be enough to fulfill our agreement? Yes, replied Wang Wei. Very well, nodded Yang Guowei with a brilliant smile. Let me give you another meeting gift. He had control of one of the formation nodes, so he destroyed it, creating instability in the formation. Finally, Yang Guowei turned into a rainbow as he barado the void and left. Parasite and Yu Zhou tried to stop him, but were soon occupied by the significant crack Wang Wei and Di Tian suddenly created in the formation. Damn it, cursed Parasite, who became the array's central controller after Designer's sudden death. In this situation, he knew he needed to act swiftly to execute the plan. Otherwise, their mission will fail, and their fate will be worse than death. Gadu. Parasite felt a tremor before new runes suddenly appeared in the formation. His face turned uglier than a pig during mating season with no companion. He turned his head to look at Tong Ruobing with red eyes, full of killing intent. The petite talisman maker ignored him as she used her knowledge to create a few more flaws in this array, drastically weakening it. Tong Ruobing did not know when Yang Guowei became Wang Wei's pawn, nor did she care at the moment. The only thing on her mind was that she needed to act as fast as humanly possible to ensure she could survive the situation or become public enemy number one. So, as soon as she finished, she activated one of her physical immortal talisman's void-breaking talisman. A light enveloped her, and she disappeared. However, she was not alone as Tong Ruobing forcibly took Yu Zhou with her. Parasite felt anger and madness overwhelm his mind. He looked at Wang Wei and Di Tian, his eyes full of hatred, anger, and unwillingness. Since when did Yang Guowei betray us? The cleanup, replied Wang Wei. He contacted me to make a deal. Why? Didn't he explain? He's not his father. Is that so? Muttered Parasite, looking at the weakened core. He ignored the terrifying flame rapidly approaching him for a moment, focusing only on the two items before him. Then, a look of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Die, he roared. He did not hesitate to sacrifice the remaining core and his own life to activate all the power from a spear. Boom! A terrifying light enveloped heaven and earth. Then, in less than a nanosecond, 99 of all matter, energy, and law in the heavenward battlefield was annihilated. Was a success? Asked Parasite with twinkles in his eyes. He did not care for his battle that had begun to disintegrate. However, his eyes soon became somber and listless. He knew if he had succeeded, he would have been the last one standing. Then, Heavenly Tao would not allow him to die and heal him before lowering the heaven will. So, the mission is a failure, thought Parasite. Maybe it's better that way. Not long after disappearing, a perfectly intact Wang Wei appeared in the exact location. However, he was alone, but he seemed to expect this. At the last minute, he did not directly confront the attack. He knew better when dealing with people pushed into a corner. So, he chose to evade, and Di Tian followed in his footsteps. And now the problem was dealt with. It was time to finish things between them. Chapter 826 Worldwide Reaction. Emperor Enlightening Academy. All the teachers, the headmaster, the immortals, and the insurgents watched this battle openly and secretly. And when the jet of flame and wind came out of Wang Wei and Di Tian, countless uncontrollable auras leaked out by accident. Words like impossible, unbelievable, and it's not true echoed throughout the entire academy. Although they were prepared, these teachers could not believe what they saw. We are living through a moment that will forever be ingrained in the annals of history, muttered Headmaster Song Li, who used his willpower to suppress the shock he was currently feeling. Such an achievement is probably the first throughout the inception of the Myriad Emperor world, commented another teacher. The Myriad Emperor world? I reckon such a thing has never happened in the lower dimension. Even in the upper dimension, I doubt anyone has the same accomplishment, as those two. The room became quiet, as these words were probably true. This is not what we should worry about. The appearance of these two will change the current situation of the world. How should we deal with it? Asked a teacher with white hair and a long white beard. Don't we have Su Shi? Headmaster, how is Su Shi doing? According to teacher Qin Ju, she is still in her transition stage, replied Song Li. Emperors would usually take a few years for their transformation into higher life forms. Although this fact is not absolute, it usually is. True heavenly Tao designs the process to ensure all emperors across the lower dimension will appear around the same time and prevent them from interfering with other world battles. So, based on the current battle, Song Li predicted Su Shi's transformation would take some time since the martial hegemony world was too close to the myriad emperor world. Even if Su Shi returns, will it truly make a difference? Asked a young-looking female teacher. Why not? Those two already have emperor strength while still mortals. How powerful will they become after proving the Tao? The room once again quieted down as she was telling the truth. These teachers were knowledgeable and knew the foundation set in the mortal stage of cultivation would play a significant role after becoming emperor. You don't have to worry. The founder contacted us and told us to be on the good side of whoever proves the Tao in this generation, explained Song Li. And if that does not work, we need to hide the academy until this generation is over. That's a good idea. Toi Profund Gotte. The celestial master of the Tai Profound Gate watched the battle. His Taoism realm has reached a high level, allowing him to remain calm and indifferent to most things. Even Feng Heng's betrayal did not elicit too much reaction from him. However, after seeing the attack of these two, his face remained calm, but his heart could not stop racing. He tried many techniques he knew to return his mind to a peaceful state, but all his attempts were futile. He heard a cacophony of sounds resulting from different reactions. However, the celestial master focused only on his mind and thoughts. At least, until someone said something that made everyone silence. The founder was nowhere near this talented, right? The Tai Profound Gate had a hidden pride from one of their deepest secrets. Their founder, the absolute beginning emperor, was a heaven chosen from the upper dimension. Their pride allowed them to calmly face the Tao opening sect, whose founder was the Tao father of the myriad emperor world. After all, no matter how much Qiyun accomplished, it cannot compare to the background of their founders. However, two people shattered their pride today, and one originated from the Tao opening sect. This is not the time to care about these things, said the celestial master, an obvious tactic to change the topic. The gate's hidden pride is not something useless. The pride provided the disciples with confidence and a positive aura, which was very effective in their cultivation, battles, and even benefited their luck. So, he did not want this pride to be completely shattered. The celestial master is correct, said another elder. Wang Wei is the heiress son, and the revival of Buddhism will grant him plenty of luck, destiny, and merit. If Feng Heng contacts him, the situation will worsen. They might already be in contact. Remember that secret faction that helped him escape the gate? Do you think they were his people? Who else? Not necessarily. We have many enemies. So it's normal if they wished Feng Heng to escape only out of spite and desire to see us suffer, argued another elder. You may be right, but my gut tells me it's him. No one answered him, as this kind of thing was pointless to argue. What should be our next course of action? No one had an answer for a few seconds. We will contact the upper dimension, said the celestial master. We already tried that, and failed. What makes you think they will respond now? Now we have information that is valuable to them. You mean those two? Everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, the appearance of a mortal with emperor strength is worth reporting. All right, let's do it now to prevent new variables. 5-element palace. The rise of two myths, muttered the palace master of the 5-element balance palace. He had regained his position less than a few hours ago. But now, he had to deal with this situation. Palace master, what should we do? We need to accept the rise of Buddhism is as unstoppable as the arrival of this new era, said the palace master, his eyes glued to the screen of the formation. He also figured out the relationship between the era's sun and Buddhism. Is there really no way? We are not the Tai profound gate, full of hatred and enmity with Buddhism, explained the palace master. If we can accept their rise, we can use this situation to our advantage. Do you want to facilitate a war between Buddhism and the Tai profound gate? Yes. Normally, the newly developed Buddhism has no chance of winning. However, if the Era Sun intervened, it's another story entirely. If this plan succeeds, we can take this opportunity to return to the central continent. The main problem with this plan is if the Era Sun is not the final winner, added another elder. True, nodded the palace master. However, if Feng Hung is smart, he should get the D-clan patriarch on his side, using merit as bait. So, we only need to secretly facilitate the war between the two. That's a good idea. What about Jinbiyu? No one said anything, waiting to hear the palace master's decision. We have spent too much time and resources on her to let things go. We must bring her back and deal with whoever possessed her. The pure heart talent cannot be lost like that, let alone one with the 5-element balance physique. The group had just finished their decision when the battle situation changed. Parasite used all the power of the spear, killing everything on the battlefield. Are they dead? Asked someone with hope in their voice. Although these people have just experienced the birth of 2 mythical characters. No one wanted any of these people to prove the Tao, especially Wang Wei, since he's from the Tao opening sect. Their existence is enough to change the political pattern of the myriad emperor world with their overwhelming talent and strength. And no one wanted the Tao opening sect to become even more powerful as it displayed in this generation. Sadly, the hopeful voice soon turned into a deep sigh as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up on different screens. Is Zhenbiyu dead? Asked an elder. She's under heavenly Dao's protection, so nothing should happen to her. Go check her soul jade, said the celestial master. No need, suddenly said a melodious voice that rang throughout the room, making everyone present more respectful as they knew an ancestor had appeared. She's appeared, and ill fetch her. Thank you, ancestor, said the palace master with respect. A few minutes later, he received a talisman and left to meet one of the ancestors called Element One. What's her situation? Someone did possess her, but only using memory infusion, said Element One, a young woman dressed in all red clothes. So, can we save her? The memory injection method is quite ingenious, but it's not a problem to solve them. The palace master frowned, as he always felt things were too simple. Are you sure she has no problem? I and many others checked, so you don't need to worry. That's good. Ancestor, what do you think of my plan? It's good that you can accept the rise of Buddhism, said Element One. However, you must understand you're trying to scheme against an eternal emperor and not a common one. One wrong move, and you'll pay the consequences. So, should we just give up? The palace master was unwilling. Don't forget the Era Sun is a Tao overlord. The palace master's face changed as he remembered the sect's record on Tao overlords. I understand. You don't need to do anything. Feng Hung is an ambitious person. He might start a war with the Tai Profound Gate even without your interference. Furthermore, the Era Sun seems to have a grand plan based on how he acted during the Human and Demon Preservation Array meeting. If he is the final winner, we must wait for him to move before making any decision. Chapter 827 Worldwide Reaction 2. What about our artifacts? Asked the palace master. Element One was momentarily quiet. I tracked the imprint from them. And? They are deep into the Western Pure Land. The palace master groaned. If that's the case, we might never be able to take them back. Feng Hung's goal is easy to guess, uttered Element One. He wants to use the item to access Taoism's luck. As long as we prevent this from happening, the artifacts will soon become useless in his hand. By then, we can pay the necessary price to get them back. And if that doesn't work, we will offer a deal with the final winner to recover them. And if that does not work, we will start an Emperor Tao war with a new Buddhist sect. No emperor lineage can allow their key luck artifact to flow out, especially when they lost 2 of them. As such, the 5-element balance palace will do whatever is necessary to deal with Feng Hung and his Buddhist sect. Diklan. Di Tsong watched the screen before him, clenching his hands so hard that the power of law fluctuated in the surroundings. He had complete and utter faith in his son, believing nothing and no one between heaven and earth could prevent him from proving the Tao in this generation. His confidence reached an all-time high after learning about how Di Tian had third-class strength. So, when his son told him Wang Wei was still a competitor to be wary of, he did not take it seriously. He thought his son was just being careful, which made him appreciate the latter more. As this showed, he did not let his newfound strength get to his head. But now, as he watched Wang Wei display the most basic fire spell and feel its might on par with his son's wind spell, his heart was in turmoil. All his confidence shattered as he was overwhelmed by too many complicated thoughts. "Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," said one of the clan elders who knew about Di Tian's strength. "The Patriarch still has a higher chance of winning. Remember what happened when the Patriarch reached such a state? There were heavenly, auspicious signs. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had divine punishment." The elder rushed his brain, putting many things together to reassure the old Patriarch and the other people of the clan. "Yes, the great elder is right. Old Patriarch, there is no need to worry," reassured another elder. "You don't understand," said Di Tsong, his face calm, but his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. "Wang Wei is the son of Era, meaning he has fate, destiny, and luck on his side. With the same starting line and strength, his advantage will manifest." The elders knew he was correct, and before revealing their strength, most people who knew of Di Tian's real strength did not believe in him to be the final winner because of his lack of destiny. If the Patriarch had an overwhelming advantage in power, then he could easily ignore Wang Wei's destiny as the son of Era. Unfortunately, the playing field has been leveled, and the slightest difference might give one person an advantage over the other. "Old Patriarch, what can we do?" Di Tian was aware of this, so he should be prepared. "The only thing we can do is wait. Heaven will battlefield, fire layer." Feng Hung did not leave after forfeiting. He wanted to watch the battle between them. So, he watched how Di Tian and Wang Wei dealt with the fog, released their aura, and used the Emperor Tier attack. "Amiba," chanted Feng Hung repeatedly in his mind, try to calm down. After a few seconds, he barely managed to regain his bearing. It is the greatest misfortune of any heaven chosen to live in the same generation as those two. He sighed deeply before choosing to leave. He felt his Tao heart might be affected if he stayed any longer in this place. Furthermore, his intuition warned him of great danger. So he asked Heavenly Tao to send him out. And to his delay, he appeared before the entrance of the Western Pure Land. Without hesitation, he headed into the inner core. He needed to meditate and calm down before using the Heart of Hope. His current state was not the best to prove the Tao. Ancient Clan. A meeting occurred amongst a few of the insurgent of the Ancient Clan. To be precise, the clans who knew about the actual plan of the Ancient Clan. "Why is it always the Wang clan?" roared one of the members, his voice containing unwillingness. "I told you in suppressing the luck of their clan, it might be transferred to the other branch. The Wang ancient clan had 3 great emperors since the Null era, but 2 mysteriously disappeared. Many members believe they died due to the bloodline imprint, but only the members of this meeting knew it was them who acted and killed these 2. And the reason was to suppress the luck of the Wang clan. All their families were ancestors of one thing or another. However, the Wang clan was the ancestor of acquired lives cultivation system in the Myriad Emperor world. Such luck and destiny were enough for their family to become too powerful even after the split of bloodlines. So, this group suppressed them. It doesn't make sense to be transferred since Qiyuan separated them, argued the previous voice. There is no point in arguing, said a female voice. We are here to discuss our next course of action. I say we sealed ourselves. We avoid this generation and wait for him to leave. That's not a bad idea. No matter how powerful the upcoming emperor is, he cannot stay in the lower dimension for too long. We can hide and wait until it's the right time. I disagreed, said the Hua clan ancestor. Oh, any reason? Sealing ourselves will make ourselves more suspicious, she argued. We know the Wang clan emperor will change the environment. And since the world thinks that's our objective, we should be more active. But this risks our plan being revealed. No, she has a point. We need to appear as normal as possible. Otherwise, with the intelligence and cunningness of the Wang clan emperor, he will figure out our plan. I agree. We need to be secretly low-key while publicly acting as if we wanted the revival of the innate demon gods. How about we try to exile him to the upper dimension? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and sneered after seeing it was the elder who had hatred for the Wang clan. Elder Duan, don't bring your bias into this discussion. We need to make decisions that benefit the entire ancient clan. And my idea is one, argued Elder Duan. If we exile the Wang clan emperor to the upper dimension, we don't have to worry about anything nor need to seal ourselves. The last time these people exiled the heaven-devouring emperor, they needed heavenly Dao's help and still lost countless immortals and insurgents. We also lost a few people. After thinking about the past, many people secretly gritted their teeth. The other factions forced their ancient clan to send people to participate. The Wang clan emperor has emperor strength while immortal. Can you fathom how powerful he will be after proving Dao? What makes you think we can exile such an entity? Not to mention, heavenly Dao chose to help because the heaven-devouring empire was actively hurting the world. Do you think a chosen heir's son would do such a thing? Many of the elders admonished Elder Duan for suggesting something so asinine, making the latter's face become red in embarrassment and anger. All right, let's change the topic. If anyone agrees with Elder Hua's suggestion, cast your vote. Most people voted in favor of this decision, and only a few voted to completely seal themselves and hide. Meanwhile, Elder Duan abstained from his vote. What about Huang? How do we deal with her? Let's not say anything until she becomes a 6-star pre-march, suggested Elder Hua. We don't want this news to affect her mind or Dao heart. After reaching such a height and transitioning her life form, she might better accept this information. Sigh. It's really a curse to live in the same generation as those two. True, such talent did not happen even at the height of the war. During the Acquired Innate War, each side fought for destiny. And when Acquired Life was approaching victory, the destiny of Acquired Life was at an all-time high, giving birth to countless talents. But even then, no such talent as heaven-defying as Di Tian and Wang Wei showed up. The Wang clan will begin their third era in this world, and this time, it might be even more glorious than the previous two combined, said Elder Duan with a sneer as he gazed at the other clans. His words made everyone quiet and even awakened some thoughts deep in some people's minds. Chapter 828 Worldwide Reaction 3. The demon race did not tell Ao Shun of the world's shocking news, as the latter was already deep in his heaven path tribulation. They did not want to risk affecting his state of mind. Similarly, someone else did not know this news. Jingwu Hua. She was healing her wounds in a secret location since she no longer trusted her clan after they tried taking her father's bone from her. Central Continent, in a small sect with void-shattering realm as the most powerful cultivator, Mo Xingyun, who killed this sect's ancestor and impersonated her, watched the battle with the upper echelons. After seeing Di Tian and Wang Wei's strength, she was shocked but did not lose control because of one of the heaven-devouring emperor's memories. There were rumors that someone was trying to go beyond the Nine Extremity Foundation. Could those two have succeeded? Her old eyes created by disguising as an old woman shone brilliantly before dimming. My situation is not ideal. So, why do I need to care about them? After escaping the clutch of the heaven-devouring emperor, she did not dare return to the Mo clan. After all, she knew the old geezers from her family knew about her body possession and did nothing. On the contrary, they encouraged it. And if she returns to the family, there's a chance something similar will happen, or someone might try to kill her to prevent her revenge after becoming powerful. With these facts in mind, Mo Xingyun chose to hide her identity while planning ahead and controlling the power the heaven-devouring emperor left for her body. I must prove the Tao, and with my current strength, as long as I wash away my karma and wake up in the right generation, it should not be a problem, analyzed Mo Xingyun. But I want more. Her eyes showed immense greed and desire. I want the power they have. She gazed longingly at the formation screen before her, before shaking her head. No, that may not be possible, she thought. Even with her ancestors' memories, she did not know how these two achieved such a feat regardless. I can settle with 9 extremity, and, if I succeed, I can look into what they did. Mo Xingyun did not hesitate to abandon everything and prepare for reincarnation. As a devil cultivator, she values power and strength above everything else. So, after seeing a clear path, she has to walk it. If I want to walk that path, there are a few things I need to prepare for in this first life. The first of which is washing away my karmic sins. Mo Xingyun knew her greatest obstacle to succeeding in the 9 extremity foundation might be heavenly Tao. She would suffer if the latter intervened in her reincarnation due to her status as a devil cultivator. The final winner will take some time during their transition. It will be best to finish everything before and reincarnate. I don't want to deal with any of them. Mo Xingyun knew she owed Wang Wei karma and could not go back on her debt. However, if she ran into reincarnation, she could delay when to repay it. As for Di Tian, she feared the latter would clean up the western continent as his way to repay the karma he owes the Di clan. So, no matter who won, it might not be good news for her. After making a decision, she left and began to act. Sword Casting Villa. Jian Wushuang looked at the screen, unable to describe his emotions. "Are you all right?" asked his master, Jian Yi. He shook his head. "I feel like a failure." "Huang, you don't have to worry," said Jian Wushuang, his gaze still focused. "This may not be a bad thing." "Oh, such legends appeared in my generation. Well, I did not even reach the endgame battle. So, I do feel like a failure." He sighed as he remembered all his time in that catacomb-like state. However, it is not too late. A sharp aura suddenly emanated from his body, like he was a peerless sword that had rusted for many years but was finally out of its sheath. "I can't say anything for these two monsters, but I won't lose to anyone else in this generation. It's good that you have confidence. How are things proceeding?" asked Jian Wushuang, his voice containing a sense of urgency. "We are still looking for something up to your standard. However, our school never had any profound body cultivation technique, let alone an Emperor Tier 1. The Sword Casting Villa was a sect of pure swordsmen for numerous years, making things like body refining techniques very rare. So, when Jian Wushuang wanted to create a technique for himself, he wanted another profound technique as the foundation. Sadly, all the techniques he saw in the sect were not to his liking. "You don't need to worry," said Jian. "If we don't find anything, I will talk to the Body Dao Cave or the Demon Godsword sect. Whatever price is needed to get a decent technique from them, we will pay it." "That's good," nodded Jian Wushuang. "The new sword path is my only way to break the boundary between mortal and immortal and catch up to the people of my generation." Jian Yi nodded with satisfaction after seeing his apprentice like this. After Wang Tian's sword path woke him from his coma, he fixed his Tao heart and sublimated it. "Life is truly wonderful. I spent my entire life feeling inferior to Wang Tian, but in the end, he is the one who saved my apprentice." Body Dao Cave. After losing and being used as a pawn, Yingjin left the battlefield, slightly dejected. But regardless, he quickly cheered himself up, looking forward to the future. However, after seeing Wang Wei and Di Tian's display of strength, he did not say a word, worrying the upper echelons of the Body Dao Cave. After all, although Yingjin lost, he was still an unparalleled genius who broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. He was only unlucky to be born in the same generation as these monsters. So, the sect did not want his Tao heart to collapse. "Is it true the founder had the strength of an eternal emperor while still being immortal?" asked Yingjin. "Well, technically, that's true," replied this generation cave master, a young man with black hair and red eyes. "What do you mean, technically?" "The founder walked the true power Tao realm. So, after absorbing the heaven will, his strength reached the same level as an eternal emperor. But his lifespan was only a few yuan epoch. So, he was immortal?" He was a pseudo-immortal. What does that mean? He had the essence and strength of an immortal, but not the lifespan. How is it different from those two? They only have the strength, but not the essence or lifespan. Why was the ancestor like that? It's basically a test and a reward. Can you be more specific? According to records left by the ancestors, there should have been 3 gates in the true Power Tao realm, but something happened to the first one. However, for pure body refiners like himself, who use the heaven will to increase their realm, they have to pass a test. Open the gate of power in the short lifespan granted to them. And what was the reward? The heaven will essentially bless them, making body refining easier, faster, and using fewer resources compared to people who double cultivate. Jin was quiet, lost in his thoughts. I know what you're thinking, continued the cave master. You wish to know whether you can use body refining to reach the same height as these two? Yes. What do you think? It's impossible. Why not? When it comes to body refining talent and willpower, I won't lose to any of them. True, but I said it's impossible because of resources, replied the cave master. Without the blessing of the heaven will, body refining will be extremely difficult and slow. And for you to have such an achievement, you would need the resources of the entire myriad emperor world. One sect cannot provide all those resources. And maybe the body Tao cave has enough to raise Jin to such a level, but cannot do such a thing as this would affect everybody including the ancestors. I understand, but am just a little unwilling, nodded General, your talent is one in a few generations. Reassured the cave master. Unfortunately, you have an entangled fate with the Tao opening sect and the Wang clan. As long as you bypass or overcome this fate, you will soar. Entangled fate, huh? Muttered Jin as he looked at his hands. He gripped them tightly as determination flashed in his eyes. Since I'm breathing, it means there's still hope. Wang Chang, I know you probably don't even remember who I am, but it doesn't matter. One day, I will reach the same height as you and stand before you. Then, we will have our rematch. Chapter 829 Worldwide Reaction, Finale, Unedited Chapter. Wang Wei and Di Tian's power reveal had far more consequences than the two could imagine, affecting every faction, race, and religion of the entire myriad emperor world. The Sea race had a meeting with the top lineage. During this generation, the Tao opening sect began to intervene in the resources in the sea. And if their sect master proves the Tao in this generation, the situation will definitely worsen. So, they had a meeting to see if they had countermeasures. In the end, they used their final trump card A, sealed Immortal Sovereign. However, despite this decision, they were worried because of the potential displayed by Wang Wei in this battle. The Moon Palace was quiet as they regretted how their heaven-chosen Su Yin ended. If she remained in this generation, there would be a chance to also shine on the battlefield. Additionally, they also worried about Su Ya's future. They don't know she will react in the future after learning of this news. With her talent and destiny from this glorious generation, breaking the boundary between mortal and immortal should not be a problem. They would lose tremendously if such news affected her Tao heart. The loose Immortal Alliance was more worried about the changes to the environment Wang Wei talked about with Huafeng Wang. Such drastic changes to the environment will lead to a redistribution of resources. And if they do not do something, the emperor lineages, emperor clans, and emperor races will occupy all the resources, leaving only grumps for the loose cultivators. So, they began planning how to get a piece of the cake in the future distribution. The Origin Weapon Mountain discussed the possibility of getting Qinshin back. After all, he is a top heaven chosen that performed brilliantly in this generation. Although his appearance and personality change after using a forbidden technique, the mountain still has many ways to help him. Furthermore, as long as Chun Chun proves the Tao, he can fix his problem. Sadly, with the talent Wang Wei displayed and the strength of the Tao opening sect, they knew this was very unlikely to get him back. Regardless, they were willing to try. The Great Talisman City was discussing Tong Rubing's current predicament. They feared either of the final winners would blame her for allying with these traitors. Although Tong Ruobing now has plausible deniability with her betrayal and capture of Yuzhou. This would change nothing if these two future eternal supremes chose to blame her. As such, they prepared to use Yuzhou as a bargaining chip. Then, they also tried to contact the Star Beast world to learn whether Mu Lei proved the Tao and became an eternal emperor. With his support, things might proceed smoother. The Origin Rune Palace had mixed reaction. Wu Ming's faction or his family cheered as their patriarch allied and had an agreement with someone with such potential. Meanwhile, the other factions feared Wu Ming's rise in this generation. They did not want to lose their power and resources, but it appeared they might not have a chance. Lu Cheng, this generation sect master of the Origin Pill Dao sect, intensified his fear toward Wang Wei after seeing the latter's strength. If not for his wife's comfort, he might have developed heart demon. Simultaneously, he also began to relent on his headstrong opinion of not involving Wang Wei with the proving Dao pill. Meanwhile, his master Yi Lao was rejoicing in his decision to secretly ally with the Dao opening sect. He previously had reservations about dealing with such a powerful sect, so he kept their alliance a secret. But now, he began to discuss with the elders to intensify the alliance and make it public. The Heaven Mystery Pavilion lived in fear as they offended Wang Wei by giving his information to Di Tian, making him suffer. Although they removed their animosity during the Supreme Outlaw trial, their action only allowed them to have a neutral relationship with Wang Wei and the Dao opening sect. As such, they did not know how the latter would react, whether he would still hold a grudge. The pavilion is only an immortal lineage and cannot afford the tossing of these big wits. The Soul race immediately declared to the world that Yuzhou was a traitor to their race and had been kicked out. They had no relationship with him and severed ties with him long ago. Then, they closed their race and chose not to appear for a few generations. Although they knew this approach would be useless if Wang Wei or Di Tian wished to take revenge, it was necessary to make their stand public and increase the chances of their race surviving. The worshipping Dao Academy had a brief alliance with the Dao opening sect to deal with the Emperor Enlightening Academy after Bai Li changed the rules and cheated to deal with Wang Wei and Li Jun. The Dao opening sect even placed their Emperor scripture at outrageous prices in the Academy to draw more loose cultivators and weaken the Emperor Enlightening Academy. This alliance was brief and temporary. But now, the upper echelons began discussing whether they needed a real and permanent alliance. The Eternal Dream sect has always been the Dao opening sect's most trusted allies. They supported each other for most things. However, in recent generations, this bond has not been as powerful as in the past. So, they decided to change this fact in this generation. Western Continent, a Devil lineage meeting. Countless representatives of Devil Emperor lineage appeared before each other, using a formation. Patriarch Mo, why did you call us? I'm calling to discuss how to deal with our crisis. Crisis? What crisis? There is no need to play stupid, replied the Patriarch of the Mo clan. If the D clan has an eternal emperor in this generation, he will definitely clean the Western Continent to increase their family's control of the Western Continent. But he might not win, argued someone else. And if he doesn't, the situation will be worse, replied Patriarch Mo. You saw how Wang Wei acted after he was influenced by Heart Demon. He saw us as the only things to vent his anger or gather merit. Furthermore, you should all know that our ancestor had the destiny to create a new era by culling the development of devil cultivators in the West. However, something went wrong. But this also meant his mission was not accomplished. Do you think this era's son will miss this opportunity to gather merit, luck, and a destiny? The meeting became quiet as no one spoke. They knew Patriarch Mo was correct. In the past few eras, the devil cultivators have done too much. They allowed foreigners to intervene in the development of the myriad emperor world, which essentially meant they were traitors. Many factions were secretly influenced, controlled, or sponsored by the ancient clan, doing many shady things for them. They have done too much, and it's about time to pay for their actions. In other words, they were about to suffer a terrible karma backlash from heaven and earth. If they don't do something, their reign over the Western continent might come to an end. No, even worse, the devil cultivators might reach the weakest period during the entire history of the Myriad Emperor world. What do you expect us to do? Asked one of the leaders. If your ancestor had succeeded in reviving, our situation might improve. But now, we don't have much of a choice. I have two solutions to our problem, said Patriarch Mo. The first is one to pull our resources together to cultivate an immortal sovereign in the shortest time possible. That's a good idea and all, but who will be that person? They were devil cultivators, pursuing power and strength at all costs. So, how could they use their resources to cultivate an immortal sovereign for a foreign competitor? We will have a competition to decide who is chosen. Produce. The chosen individual will sign the most restrictive contract, an oath that they will no longer belong to one faction, but serve as a protector for the entire devil lineage. No one said anything. This method was the most ideal, but most people wanted to use this opportunity to increase the strength of their factions. I know how you feel, but we are facing our eradication, continued Patriarch Mo. So, it's best to control your desires and consider your safety first. We can continue talking about this method. What is your other idea? We need to buy time while we cultivate the immortal sovereign. Do you want us all to activate our emperor formation and block the Western continent? Asked one of the few wise devil cultivators. That might work. Even the D-clan will be powerless if we all work together. Although this method is good, it's too expensive. Although this method is a good idea. But the D-clan will always be a major flaw in such a large-scale formation. For an eternal emperor, this flaw is more than enough. So what are you suggesting? Since we are back into a corner, we act dangerously, Patriarch Mo sneered. You want to introduce foreign factions and emperors into this world? Chapter 830 Forbidden Lands Reaction Netherhell. Deep in this place full of Enki, resentment, ghosts, lost spirits, and remnant souls, a supreme being had a screen before him as he watched this generation of heaven will battle. Old Man Nether's gaze focused on Wang Wei. His appearance was calm, but his gaze contained immense killing intent. He remembered the conversation he had with Empress Wu's clones a while ago. She promised this boy toy of hers was capable of doing something she could do and eradicate him. Old Man Nether agreed he was talented since he had an innate paragon soul. However, no matter how talented he was, the latter would never pose a threat to him unless he could acquire Empyrean tier strength in the lower dimension. So, he scoffed and sneered at her words. But now, he had to take these words seriously after seeing the latter's accomplishment. A while ago, I sensed a tremendous change between heaven and earth. But no matter how I calculated, I could not find the source. If I guessed correctly, it should have been when one of these two first achieved this level of strength. Old Man Nether moved his eyes from the projection and looked at the sky. He could see a powerful magical circle and gritted his teeth in anger. Many great emperors have placed seals in this place, and he never cared, including most of the Eternals. As long as he is given enough time, he can either destroy them or reduce their effects to the point he can intervene in the Myriad Emperor world. Empress was sealed back in the Devil era, gave him trouble because of her Tao, but he eventually dealt with her. However, his luck was terrible as she returned with a clone of Nowhere and even used her universal seal. He knew she used it to seal the 9 Devil God world, so it should not be possible to do it again. At the very least, it should be a replica using techniques and her Tao. But he sensed the unreasonable power behind this seal, meaning it was the result of her taboo innate talent. How long will it take me to deal with this seal? After thinking about this, Old Man Nether became angrier. If not for this seal, he would risk exposing himself to true heavenly Tao and slap this generation's newly crowned eternal emperor into oblivion. Old Man Nether took a deep breath to calm down. I have been here for so long and have accomplished nothing. Is my way truly wrong? If not for his obsession, he would have long become a paragon, standing at the peak of primordial chaos. He will not spend so much time crammed in this small place, restricted on all sides. Old Man Nether's eyes became unfocused as he became lost in his thoughts. After seeing countless emperors born in this world before ascending and surpassing him, his mind began to waver. Maybe his path was wrong. Maybe he should abandon his obsession and walk a normal and safe path. No, I cannot waver now, thought this ancient existence. Once I succeed, I will take my first step in my path to go beyond the Paragon realm. He has infinite lifespans, so he can take however long needed to succeed. As for his current humiliation and suffering, everything will be worth it once he accomplishes his plan. Old man Nether's gaze returned to the screen. This generation is full of destiny and talents that create miracles. And these two both cultivate reincarnation Tao. Maybe my opportunity is from them. He squinted his eyes. That boy will definitely pay me a visit. So, let's prepare for his arrival. As for the other, his eyes flashed as he divined most of Tion's history and information. If I could intervene, I could have used his wife's imprint as a bargaining tool. He felt frustrated by his lack of ability. Let's see if I can send my voice outside and lure him with information about perfection. The lower dimension is sealed, and true heavenly Taoist attention is at an all-time low, so this might be my chance. Old man Nether did not hesitate as he began his work. Blood Earth, inner area. Another powerful being awakened after Wang Wei and Tion displayed their strength. The aura emanating from that being was ancient and full of blood energy. Am already awakened? Is it time? The entities gazed and searched most corners of the myriad emperor world, and only a few people caught a glimpse of its presence. Only one of my kind is in this world, and he barely counts. So why am I awake? The entity searched for something. My kind's destiny has appeared in this generation. Why? What's the reason? It continued to search and looked at the battle, focusing its gaze on Wang Wei, the descendant of that thief. It muttered in a deep and grave voice. He's the reason? The entity frowned as he was puzzled. Why is a stinking human responsible for my kind's destiny and revival? It was puzzled for a few seconds. It doesn't matter as long as we can reappear in this world, muttered the entity. As for that thief's descendant, it's about time they repay karma for stealing my heart. The entity moved, shaking the surrounding time and space where it slept. I'm currently too weak and need a fast and efficient way to recover. What should I do? The room quieted down for a few seconds. I remember I left something for this occasion. The entity talked to itself. I don't think even that thief could find that place and take it. The entity moved as it prepared to appear in this world after being absent for so many years. Chrono Chaos Zone. Deep in the innermost layer, a palace that few people ever reached, but no one has ever truly discovered its secret. A gaze also focuses on this generation's battle. Do you think he can help us? Asked a voice. You should understand our situation is hopeless, said a second voice that seemed the exact same as the first, yet oddly different. You saw it. He's the kind of person that can make the impossible possible. And with his time Tao, he might succeed. Unlikely. But even if he could, why should he help us? Maybe we can offer him something. Like what? I don't know. Then, why are you even suggesting such a thing? Why are you being so negative? I'm not. I have accepted this is a hopeless endeavor. And I hope you'll too. Never. Why are you torturing yourself? And you don't have to say anymore. After so many years, I finally see the faintest of hope, so I won't give up no matter what. You once said that obsession was the devil that lives in all living beings, waiting to bring them to their doom. Don't you see the irony in your current situation? He once said that as long as a man is obsessed and determined enough, he can create miracles. I think she was correct, and I was wrong. Sigh, do as you please. Anyway, I'm not the one who will be disappointed after having my hopes and expectations up. The conversation ended, leaving a room of silence, emptiness, desolation, and regret. Doubt the burial ground. First child, I am once again in awe of your wisdom. Praised the second child. Yes, if you were not cautious and ran, who knows what would happen to us after either of those two proved the Tao, agreed the third child, who sighed deeply. I still can't believe how powerful this generation is. If they have this strength now, how powerful will they be after taking the heaven will? Added the fourth child. First child, what's wrong? You seem worried? Asked the second child. I'm worried about these two. What's there to be worried about? They can't find us, so we only need to wait until they ascend to return to the world. These two have achieved something no one has ever done throughout history. I'm worried about what kind of weird power they will have after proving the Tao. I'm worried they will find us. Although I feel you're being too cautious, your vigilance has always helped us, said third child. What do you propose we do? Let's go to another world community and hide. And abandon our home? It's better than risking our lives, replied the first child. Plus, we are simply hiding, not moving. Moving to another world community might not be a bad idea, said second child. If we pick the right wrong, we might find enough resources to stabilize the fourth child. That's a good idea. What do you think? If we can find a world with a third-class emperor, we can lower the risk, nodded first child. No, there is no need to take risks. We can use the lower dimension and not show up before any emperors. That's a good idea. In that case, let's not waste and execute this plan. Chapter 831 General Battle begins. Ha ha ha. That's my son, yelled Wang Tian, acting as boisterously as his father. However, he did not care since he could not control the overwhelming sense of pride he currently felt. What do you mean? Your son? That's my son, countered Yu Yen. You couldn't create him without me. But did you carry him for 33 years? That was all me. All right, I can't argue against that. Nothing could ruin Wang Tian's good mood. Although he already knew his son's achievement, it was another feeling when the world learned the truth. Father, why are you so quiet? Although I am happy that our sect's reputation will reach its peak in countless generations, I'm also worried about Wire. Indeed, the D-Clan boy is also remarkable since he can achieve such a step, nodded Wang Tian, his previous jovial atmosphere gone in an instant. We should have faith in Wire, said Yu Yen, also with a rare serious look. Plus, fate is on his side. However, not long after saying these words, she frowned before taking out a talisman. What's wrong? It's from my family. They'll go talk to them. Yu Yen went to a private room and returned less than 5 minutes later. How is it? They contacted me to congratulate me, and so on. Wang Tian noticed the worry in her eyes, so he held her hands and said, You don't have to worry. Wire has great political savvy and will take care of you clan. I'm just worried what happened to my mother will make him have a negative view of the clan. I think he still resents your father, but he won't let it affect how he treats them. He's right, added Wang Chong. You should give him more credit. After all, you're the one who raised him. Yu Yin nodded before continuing to watch the battle. Deep in the sect, it's finally revealed, said Origin One, showing a smile on his original plain and strict demeanor. I can feel the luck for cultivating a mortal emperor being blessed on the sect's key luck, commented Sword One. And the process should continue for a while. It's a shame the D-Clan boy was first, so we have to share with them. What's worse, they have more luck than us, commented Battle One. It doesn't matter. As long as the sect master defeats him, we can take the lead and gather more luck than them, replied Sword One. True. Plus, the advantage should be on our side. I'm still worried about that, Mark, said Miscellaneous One. I still think it was too cruel not to tell him. You should understand that doing so would be intervening, replied Origin One. We could take small risks and give him a hint. With the current state of the lower dimension, true heavenly Tao might have let it slide, but might also bring upon heavy sanctions on us we don't know for sure. In the end, the crux of the matter is whether he can be the final winner, uttered Sword One. Once he does, all the consequences will be meaningless. You're right, sighed Miscellaneous One. Let's not discuss this anymore, since we already made a decision, countered Origin One. Plus, it was already too late. The world is about to change. We need to prepare and be cautious to ensure everything proceeds smoothly. For the next few million years, we should be very busy, added Sword One. Heaven will battle. Wang Wei appeared at Parasite's location and checked whether the latter was truly dead. After testing a few methods to determine the spy's death, he turned around and checked the battlefield for survivors. As expected, he found no one, so he checked the other layers to make sure. After triple checking, he teleported to the eastern quadrant, where he had already summoned his troops he placed away to protect them from the spear's attack. Nervous? He asked with a smile. How can we not be nervous? We finally reached so far, said Li Jun, who was doing breathing exercises to calm down. One wrong step, and everything will fail, added Tai Gang, the most nervous of the group. Wang Wei noticed this fact, and he knew why. Tai Gang was the weakest link in the team, and he had the highest chance of screwing up and ruining everything. We have spent countless years planning and practicing for this moment. So, there's no need to worry, since we are more than well prepared, motivated Wang Wei. Plus, luck is on our side as we managed to improve the plan using the circumstances of the battle. Everyone nodded before looking at Kai Song. She did not hesitate to summon a strange puppet. It was Yin Jin's colossal zombies. She used time dilation to turn the zombie into a puppet similar to an exoskeletal suit or armor. Then, Tai Gang wore the puppet like an armor. For you guys, said Yin Liling as she handed everyone small bags containing pills. Tai Gang took out one of the pills, and it shone with immortal light and brilliance. Why are there extra? He knew the number of pills he would have for the plan, but found more than talked about. They are for your nerves, replied Yin Liling, and Tai Gang did not hesitate to swallow the pill. Immediately, he found his mind calm, like a peaceful lake, and his concentration reached an extreme. Finally, he took the second pill, and his aura dramatically increased like a flame that had oil added to it. This feeling, it's truly intoxicating, commented Tai Gang as he sensed the power coursing through his veins. And as he did so, he strengthened his resolve to reincarnate so he could start over. He hoped his talent would be better in the next life, so he could have an opportunity to reach this state without relying on puppets, pills, or formations. Then, he can recreate his Iron Fist dynasty, bringing it to heights he could never fathom when he lived in the warring kingdom world. Do you want some pills for your nerves? Asked Yin Liling. I'm good, replied Li Jun, smiling at her. He was now in a deep focused state like Tai Gang, but he did not need pills to reach it. You need to be extra careful. I will, and I should be the one saying that to you. What about you, Kai Song? Are you going to be all right? Asked Wang Weil, who was a little worried. The Oracle Mirror revealed Di Tian had a connection to the Great Qin dynasty, but it was not specific. So, he never expected the Terracotta Warriors to appear in this battle. Luckily, he brought Kai Song. Otherwise, he would be severely disadvantaged. Don't worry, Sect Master, she replied. You can leave the Terracotta Warrior to me. When it came to Puppet, she was confident even when dealing with them. I like your confidence, nodded Wang Wei before glancing at the quiet Wang Ju. I don't need to mention your importance to this plan. Young Master, I won't let you down. I believe you, nodded Wang Wei. Well, there is nothing else I need to say or prepare. So let's begin. The group scattered and took their position. Li Jun was in the central quadrant, releasing an aura that locked Di Jiaying. Yin Liling was in the north, and her target was Gao Boken. Tai Gang was in the south, and his opponent was the devil race, Gluttony. Wang Ju teleported to the fire dimension, where Feng Heng and Jun Biu had their battles. He waited for Di Tian's shadow. Meanwhile, Wang Wei stayed in the eastern quadrant, his eyes focused on the west, waiting for his opponent's response. Di Tian calmly watched all this happening and did not respond until Di Jiaying asked him a question. They chose their opponent. Do we want to accept or switch it up to disrupt their formation? No need, since this classification is the most ideal for us, replied Di Tian, looking at the south. Gluttony, you need to deal with him as soon as possible. Yes, Master, replied the devil race in a plain voice. That's fine and all, but they don't appear to be using their troops, added Di Jiaying, which is something that caught Di Tian's attention. They must be planning something, so we need to be on guard. However, besides the terracotta soldiers, our troops cannot compare to them. None of Di Tian's generals could train soldiers like Li Jun or even Tai Gang. So, the fact the enemy did not use their troops was also in his favor. However, Di Tian knew Wang Wei must be planning something, hence why he did not use such an obvious advantage. If these troops are used appropriately, they can force his team to reveal some of their trump cards. Di Tian did not think his opponent was soft-hearted and did not use them because of fear they would be killed. With Wang Wei's cruelty, he would not hesitate to sacrifice these soldiers to increase his chances of proving the Tao. Maybe his hypocritical side of him would revive them afterward. Chapter 832, Li Jun versus Di Jiaying. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman before him, clad in black armor. If he could use a word to describe her, it would be heroic. She did not release any aura, but she had a commanding presence. Any man, woman, or race with a weaker mind cannot stay too long in her presence, let alone look her in the eyes. She was the embodiment of follow me and prosper, oppose me and perish. Such a beautiful woman, full of charm and charisma. What a shame. Only Li Jun knew whether he was referring to the fact they were on opposite sides and had to kill each other, or that he no longer had the chance to court her. Or maybe both. I have never slaughtered a tyrant before, said Li Jun calmly, with his proving Tao artifact transformed into a spear resting on his shoulder and his golden armor. But I have suppressed countless generals, replied Di Jiaying, her eyes not containing a single ripple. Is that so? Replied Li Yun nonchalantly. I've been wondering something ever since I saw you. Someone with your Tao and displayed personality. There is no way you would be willing to serve under Di Tian. So why did you do it? How? Is that any of your business? Did he force you? I bet he forced you. You talk too much, said Di Jiaying, before turning into a blur and appearing before Li Jun. Boom! Her fist compressed the surrounding space-time into a singularity before exploding. However, Di Jiaying was not happy as she gazed to her side, where the perfectly intact Li Jun calmly looked at her with a smile. How about you join our side? Continued Li Jun. I'm sure a woman such as yourself bears a grudge. Why don't you betray him as payback for what he did to you? Are you done? Asked Di Jiaying with an indifferent voice. Did I tell any lies? With his personality, I'm pretty sure he humiliated you in the process of subduing you. So, why not take this opportunity to take your revenge? Your mind games are useless, said Di Jiaying. Even if we had any problems, it's nothing compared to the clan's prosperity. Clan prosperity? In front of immortality, eternity, escaping the shackles of death, and standing above all myriad races and beings, what our clan values. Countered Li Jun with a sneer. Brothers and sisters, fathers and sons, mothers and sons, all have betrayed each other for the throne. But you're talking about clan prosperity. He did not hide the mockery in his face or eyes. Furthermore, do you think that ruthless monster will care about the D clan's prosperity? Ha ha, that's the biggest joke I've heard in my million years as a cultivator. Enough, roared Di Jiaying as she slapped her hands together, generating two suppressing forces similar to gravity that tried to squash Li Jun into meat sauce. Did I step into a nerve? He asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, Li Jun smoothly waved his spear in a semicircle motion, breaking Di Jiaying's power. Did I step into a nerve? He asked with the brilliant smile he used to charm many of the female disciples of the sect. However, to his opponent, this smile was outright disgusting. However, I'm only telling the truth, continued Li Jun. Look at you. You're a proud heaven chosen who had to seal herself for one reason or another. You probably planned to wake up at the appropriate time, prove the Tao, and become a being that reigns supreme above heaven and earth. However, your clan discarded your request and personal wishes and woke you up to become a general to someone else. They did not care about the fact they ruined millions of years of your effort, forcing you to have to re-suffer again. World suppression. Di Jiaying had fierce eyes as she released a suppressing potent enough to do catastrophic damage to a great thousand world. Crack. Li Jun's passive response to only create a red shield to protect him did not last long as cracks appeared all over the shield. Luckily, the shield barely managed to defend against this technique, but he also needed to reinforce it constantly. I heard the sealing process is excruciating, continued Li Jun with a tone that made people wish they would destroy his handsome face. I heard the endless loneliness is strong enough to destroy the hardest of wills, to shatter the most robust Tao heart, and render the most flawless state of mind useless. Most people give up halfway before washing away their karma, giving up on their emperor path. However, you're one of the few who succeeded. And yet, everything was in vain, all your hard work and suffering for nothing. DJing's overbearing aura trembled slightly. She increased the suppression her technique was releasing. Immediately, Li Jun controlled all the molecules in his body to generate a terrifying vibrating force that countered her suppressing force. You're telling me, after enduring such grievance and maltreatment, you have no hatred, resentment, or complaints in your heart. You must be a saint or Buddha. No, even the most righteous saint or enlightened Buddha would not experience such a thing and remain intact. Is this all you amount to? Running your mouth? Asked Di Jiaying with slightly red eyes. I just want us to have a heart-to-heart conversation before our match, said Li Jun, his smile never diminishing. Plus, I'm a pacifist at my core. It would be best if I could prevent this battle. Di Jiaying took a deep breath before closing her eyes. Numerous uncontrollable thoughts flashed in her mind, almost overwhelming her spirit. However, a face with black and white hair and indifferent eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately shivered before using all her strength and willpower to suppress these thoughts and negative emotions. She opened her eyes, her pupil calm like an untouched lake. At least it appeared as such. You want to have a heart-to-heart? Then let's talk about you, said Di Jiaying, gazing directly into her opponent's eyes. You have spent your entire life in someone's shadow, overwhelmed by their brilliance and excellence. Soon, that person will become a higher entity with your help. And what will you get in return? Probably a grand Dao seed as a consolation prize. He will then go on to become the brightest star in this world, while you'll probably be stuck in this place, protecting his sect and family while your cultivation moves slower than a turtle. Your talent is no worse than any of this generation's most brilliant heaven chosen. So, why do you want to be someone else's guard dog? Why not forge your own path and shine your own light? Even if you don't succeed in the end, it's better than being a lapdog. Li Jun looked at her, shocked she would say something like this. As such, he could not react for a few seconds before his laughter echoed between heaven and earth. What's so funny? Asked Di Jiaying, her voice not hiding her anger. Li Jun did not answer and only shook his head. His future was bright as he was destined to prove the Tao in this generation. So, her analysis was fundamentally wrong. Furthermore, how can such nonsense words break the bond he has with his big brother? The bond they created since childhood. Can I tell you a secret? Then, he answered before she said anything. When we were 6, a bunch of kids wanted revenge against me and secretly placed a pill in my drink. Luckily for me, my big brother visited me that day and was the one who drank it. So, while we were playing around the forest, the pill took effect. And let's just say it cleansed his stomach. The pill acted fast. So he did not have time to run home and had to use the forest. I remember that day very much because of the terrible smell of that lingered like a resentful ghost. The situation then turned for the worse when a maid discovered our location, and I was forced to take the blame. That bastard. He tricked me into admitting it was my fault, talking about the reputation of the future sect master. Li Jun had a smile along with a look of reminiscence. Oh, how young and carefree we were. He then focused on Di Jiaying. Do you know why I'm telling you this? She did not understand. Our bond is not something you could possibly fathom. When I started my cultivation journey, I made an oath that my spear would eliminate all obstacles to his emperor's path. And I can tell you, even if he did not walk on this path, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for him. And I know for a fact he would do the same. So, please do not insult our bond with your words. As soon as Li Jun finished these words, a bright, upright, an intense aura emanated from his body. His spirit had reached the ultimate state of readiness for this battle. Chapter 833 Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying 2. In the Eastern Quadrant, Wang Wei's eyes twitched after listening to that conversation. However, his smile betrayed his genuine emotion. He remembered those carefree and childlike times with great fondness. As a child with an adult's mind, His childhood was not as simple as real children's. He could detect many things, including the entire sect's tremendous expectations of him. And in his youth, many people doubted whether he was capable because he lacked a heavenly physique. Living under such pressure, he had two ways to deal with the situation. The first one was his grandmother, Yun Zhaojun, who was kind and never made him feel any pressure. In many ways, she was the rock that grounded his childhood. And the second method he used to deal with his pressure was the childhood shenanigans he made with Li Jun. Wang Wei could shut off his mind and act like a child when he was with him, forgetting all his worries. As such, their childhood contained many memories of them getting into trouble and blaming it on Li Jun. Those were great times, thought Wang Wei. His smile deepened. He did not care that such an embarrassment was revealed to the world. For one, he had thick skin and would not be affected by such a thing. Secondly, this world worshipped power and would glorify, romanticize, and deify anything some great entities did. With his accomplishments, he fits the list of people to be honored and made into a hero. So, Li Jun's words will, in fact, benefit him greatly after proving the Tao. This story of his childhood will humanize him in most people's eyes and in the annals of history, which will, in turn, significantly increase his reputation. As such, this incident can be described as an accident with a positive result. Well, at least for their team. Di Jiaying secretly gritted her teeth. I made a mistake. My words not only did not affect him, but sublimated his spirit. She understood the importance of spirit in a battle, and with Li Jun's current state, his power will increase by a few % because of his spirit. Damn it, I need to deal a great blow to him to decrease his spirit, analyzed Di Jiaying before going on the offensive. No right fist, the weak or subjugated have no rights as they are dictated by their ruler. And Di Jiaying's fist contained the power to remove someone's rights, and she chose to remove Li Jun's right to have a high spirit or deep concentration. A spirit attack? He sneered before a terrible bloodlust was released from his body. A boundless desire for killing and slaughter enveloped his mind. Such killing intent was similar to an army of millions that only desired to annihilate their opponents. So, how would they care about the official power of any ruler, even tyrant? Li Jun easily broke from the influence of her technique. He moved his spear and slapped her fist like he was holding a staff. Bang! The force of the attack forced Di Jiaying back a few dozen meters. His body refining is so high. Di Jiaying tempered her body to create her tyrant body. However, her accomplishment was considered mediocre by this generation's standard when she sealed herself. And only after Di Tian's training that she reaches the primordial dragon stage in the true Power Tao realm. This is the main reason she decided not to betray the latter and control her resentment. Yes, her many years of effort were rendered useless. However, in return, she became a heaven chosen that broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. The benefit she receives corresponds to the price she paid. I only have 13 primordial dragon force, but his raw strength should be around 55 to 57. Analyzed Di Jiaying before rushing forward again. Her fighting style was the same as her Tao overbearing. Tyrant aura, a tyrant had a certain presence that made people close to him weak. So, she condensed that presence into a special aura around her body. Bang! Her fist clashed with the spear again. However, she only took a few steps back as her aura drastically reduced the force behind the attack. Something is wrong, thought Di Jiaying as she continued their clash. I have been feeling a slight pain in my joints and back since the first attack. I've mobilized my blood energy to heal, but the pain is still there. Pesh! Li Jun mobilized the weapon Tao of his slaughter Tao, increasing the piercing capability of his spear. With one attack, he suddenly punctured the aura around Di Jiaying, heading straight for her heart. Clink! His spear bounced off her armor. An immortal treasure? Could it be Gao Boken's work? Li Jun was confused. If Gao Boken made such a thing, there should have been auspicious clouds to indicate such an achievement. Did they hide it? No, Di Tian should be in great need of merit, so he would never hide it. Li Jin removed the possibility of the latter waiting after the final battle to reveal this accomplishment. With Chun Chen's existence, there is a high chance he would receive the merit first if Di Tian were too slow. In fact, Chen Shun did not receive merit for his city because he created most of it in the mechanical puppet world. Something is fishy about this armor, analyzed Li Jun, who decided to observe it deeper. Meanwhile, Di Jiaying had a deep frown. The pain keeps intensifying with each passing second. If I don't do June a few meters away, then she activated her technique. Anything, the pain will reach a level I cannot bear. She raised her hand to release a terrifying repulsive force to push Li Jun a few meters away. Then, she activated her technique. Force healing, a tyrant never fears for their life. As long as it wishes, it can order all the best physicians in the world to attend to him. And if they are powerful enough, they force heaven and earth to obey their will and treat them. With this technique, countless energy entered Di Jiaying's body, analyzing every detail to deduce the cause of her pain and heal. Chronic pain? She muttered in shock, wondering why her opponent would use such a technique. More importantly, she wondered how this was related to his slaughter Dao. No, the answer is obvious. Many people end their life because they cannot bear the suffering of years of chronic pain. Di Jiaying squinted her eyes. You actually weaponize such a thing as chronic pain. Life is so fragile. There are too many ways a person can die, replied Li Jun. You slaughter Dao is scarier than I gave you credit for. Di Jiaying could not imagine what other things this man weaponized and used as a lethal weapon. Maybe even breathing is a weapon for this man. Typically, it would be absurd for a cultivator to die from choking or lack of air. However, with this man's slaughter Dao, such a thing would become a reality. Believe it or not, despite all I have accomplished, people tend to underestimate me. Di Jiaying looked at him deeply before taking a deep breath. She elevated this man to the highest level of danger possible in her mind, while activating her ultimate cautious side. She once became a tyrant during her mortal dust to cultivate her tyrant Dao, and during that time, she had to develop her cautious side to prevent and deal with countless rebellious ministers. Heaven and earth enslavement, the surroundings trembled slightly, indicating a tremendous change. Li Jun, with his sharp senses, noticed the difference immediately. He sensed this battlefield's laws were no longer under heavenly Dao's control and submitted to Di Jiaying. To be precise, she enslaved them. The ultimate domain, commented Li Jun as he felt everything around him rejecting his presence and even his entire existence. Even my Dao is affected, he muttered under his breath. After reaching the supreme realm, a cultivator becomes the source of their Dao. As such, they're no longer affected by the laws of heaven and earth. However, Li Jun even felt his law altar was affected by this technique. Luckily, I reached the peak of immortal control. With a single thought, he stabilized his law altar and regained absolute control over his Dao. It seems that it's about time to get serious. Li Jun was serious and cautious because of the team's lack of information about Di Jiaying. She only appeared during the battle, and since Wang Wei's spies in the Di clan were of low status, he was unaware of her existence, let alone gather information about her. And when she appeared for the final battle, he could not read her fate line due to Di Tian's prevention. That's why he manipulated Yin Jin to attack her. He wanted to gather any information about her. And after finalizing the plan for this battle, Di Jiaying is also labeled as a variable because of the lack of information about her. Chapter 834 Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying 3. Heavenly Fire Thunder Meteor. Millions of meteors composed of fire and lightning elements fell on Li Jun with the intention of annihilating him. He calmly watched this extinction-level disaster descend upon him, and all Li Jun cared for was analyzing his opponent. He felt his body was inside a quagmire, making it impossible to move. Di Jiaying's technique was the ultimate version of a domain, and even though Li Jun had a passive domain surrounding him, he found himself restricted on all sides. Boom! He stabbed his spear and instantly vaporized all the meteors. However, his attempt seemed futile as Di Jiaying used an even fiercer spell. Elemental calamity in an instant. Li Jun found himself surrounded by the devastating power of the elementals. On his right were volcanoes hot enough to incinerate a body refiner of his caliber. On his left were massive wind tornadoes capable of shredding galaxies to shreds. Above his head was a massive tsunami, with each drop of water the size of a star. Below him was a pool of thunder so dense that it was liquefied, and those elements were only the first layer of attack. Awaiting Li Jun beyond them were millions of enormous yellow weapons, an imposing force that was alive and desired to kill him, planets condensed by massive quantities of Earth debris, and finally, two fields composed of light and darkness intertwining, forming a yin and yang grinding area. By enslaving heaven and earth, she has absolute control of the laws and can push their boundaries of power. She can even be considered a pseudo-heavenly Tao, what a potent technique. Element-killing Li Jun twirled his spear, releasing a terrifying power that could kill all matter, energy, and even concept, and he chose the elements. So, one by one, the power of fire, earth, water, metal, wood, light, darkness, wind, and thunder ceased to exist as they were killed. My tyrant ultimate domain has little to no effect on him. Does he have such deep control of his Tao? Dot Di Jing, who knew the weakness of her technique. Destruction energy wave, a dark purple energy wave emanated from her body, traveling at an incomprehensible speed toward Li Jun. The latter responded by stabbing the wave. No, something is wrong. Li Jun reacted swiftly as his senses detected an anomaly the exact moment the tip of his spears touched the wave. Wish. Li Jun disintegrated as if he had never existed between heaven and earth. His body, soul, and Tao were destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying battle instinct, thought Di Jiaying, who knew his opponent was not dead as he used a blood substitute at the last minute. To be precise, in less than a nanosecond, the tip of his spear touched the wave. He detected he could not block the attack and took countermeasures to survive. And as expected, Li Jun's perfectly intact body reappeared after less than a second after his supposed death. An interesting use of destruction Tao he analyzed. Di Jiaying's technique has its limits, one of which is when using certain outlaw laws like destruction, she has to use law resonance to use their powers. He used his killing Tao to destroy the wave. However, upon coming into contact with it, he realized this technique was more complicated and unique than he originally concluded. Di Jiaying fused all the elements, fire, water, earth, wind, etc., focusing on the destructive aspect. With this method, she created a pseudo-destruction power derived from the elements before supplementing them with destruction law through resonance. However, Li Jun's spear only targeted the concept of destruction, but failed because of the elemental nature of the wave. As such, his attack only weakened the attacking potency of the wave by a slight margin, and he needed to defend himself from most of its power. His Tao is refined and can target and render all my laws useless, analyzed Di Jiaying. Such an opponent was the nemesis of her domain. Her mind worked at an alarming speed. There is only one way to deal with such an opponent, Power Tao. Power Tao is the law that breaks 10,000 laws. That is the essence of the Power Tao, break everything in its path with sheer force. Di Jiaying knew she was physically weaker than Li Ju, so she had another method. With her control of heaven and earth, she controlled the power law to drastically increase her physical prowess. Fist of power, she clenched her fist and punched forward. Boom! The entire central quadrant shook due to sheer physical force. That power almost reached the level of infant fiend god force, thought Li Jun with squinted eyes. He knew he could not clash head-on with her, so he evaded her fist. Unfortunately for him, physical prowess also equated to speed. Di Jiaying used the Power Tao to bless her legs. So, with quadrillion upon quadrillion of force, she catapulted herself forward. reaching a speed that cannot be processed by the mortal mind. Boom! She punched Li Jun's head with the intention of blowing it into smithereens. No, she wished to atomize him with one attack. Luckily, he reacted in time and blocked with his spear. Li Jun flew thousands of light years away before stopping, blood dripping from his nose, mouth, and ears. He would have died in that attack if he did not redirect most of the force. But even so, his internal organs and bones were heavily damaged. Yi realm? And it's level 9 like me. Analyzed Li Jun. Luckily, it does not seem unique, and her application is subpar. Over the years, Li Jun discovered he lacked the talent for the Yi realm. Most geniuses had things they excelled at, and only a few like Wang Wei and Wu Hong were perfect cultivation geniuses that were good at anything they tried. Li Jun had accepted this fact since he knew his talent: battle. He could say with the utmost confidence that his battle instinct was the best in this generation, and his big brother would agree with him. However, despite his lack of talent for the Yi realm, he still reached the 9th stage. And that's because he used a simple and effective method practice. He spent years practicing and learning from Wang Wei, who learned from Wu Hong. As a result, he achieved the 9th stage of the Yi realm. With the only downside is his Yi realm was not special like those people who made more than one of their cultivation realms unique. After a few tries, he effortlessly removed the influence of her realm and tried to heal his injury. But of course, Di Jiang was not about to give such time. She rushed forward and punched for the second time. Learning from her mistake, she concentrated the force behind her attack to prevent her opponent from redirecting it. However, something different happened as her fist landed. Li Jun exploded into a colossal river of blood and trapped Di Jiang in a blood prison. Such a technique could not restrict her, given her current strength. However, Li Jun only wanted to buy himself some time. Another body appeared not far from her. So, when Di Jiang escaped her prison, she only saw Li Jun stabbed in the void. Then, everything turned black and white for a brief moment before returning to normal. What did he do? She did not have to wait long to get the answer. Killing myriad laws. She commented with great shock as she sensed her technique was broken. No, it was rendered useless. With one spear, Li Jun destroyed all the laws in the central quadrant and surrounding areas. With the destruction of the laws, or the fundamental rules of the battlefield, water no longer boiled at 100 degrees Celsius or froze at 0 degrees. The speed of light was 299,792 for 158 meters per second. The laws of thermodynamics ceased to exist. No spiritual key existed between heaven and earth. The concept of creation and rebirth ceased to work. And even fate's control of the area stopped functioning. Di Jiang could no longer control the laws of heaven and earth, and law resonance was now impossible to be used on this battlefield. And Li Jun did not stop after using that attack. He took the opportunity to completely heal and also take advantage of the fact his opponent's powers had stopped working and did not fully transition to using a new technique. He gathered the power of death on his spear and threw it with unparalleled force. Boom! Di Jiang released her suppressing force to delay the advancement of the spear. Unfortunately, the death key gathered on the spear brought death to anything on its path. So, the best result she accomplished was reducing the power behind the spear by a few percent. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed in the void as cracks appeared in her immortal tier armor. Alas, she did not care as she succeeded in protecting herself, at least it appeared so. No, this was a trap, a distraction. Chapter 835 Li Jun vs. Di Jiang 4. Li Jun's true attack reached his opponent, and Di Jiang's nightmare began. No, it was a test of will. Di Jiang's head exploded as a watermelon dropped for more than 100 meters into the air. Her soul scattered, and her Tao disappeared. She then revived herself. Then, she had her spine ripped out of her back, blood dripping all over the sky. In less than a second, she was back in a perfect state. For the next few minutes, Di Jiang experienced the hell of dying thousands of times and reviving. And each process was gruesome and brutal. She died by having 2 ice spears jammed into her eye sockets. She died by being forcefully fed hot magma, frying all her internal organs and viscera. Her lungs began to expand like a bloated balloon before exploding from the inside. She died by Ling Chi, a form of torture whose purpose is to make as many cuts on the victims as possible before they die of bleeding. And with Di Jiaying's fleshly body, she did not die after billions of cuts. Di Jiaying's body became itchy to an irresistible level. Unable to control herself, she scratched her body, peeling off her skin and muscles. She stopped when only bones remained, and her organs fell out of her body. She died as her flesh melted like a slime-like creature with no skeletons, muscles, flesh, or blood. In one of her most gruesome deaths, her Botus cells mutated, acting like cancer cells that spread without restraint. They spread uncontrollably until she turned into a blob of flesh that people could not distinguish between her mouth, anus, limbs, and heads. Di Jiaying experienced deaths only privy to mortals, like sickness, old age, and drowning. The sensation of her lungs being filled with water lingered in her mind for the subsequent few deaths after that. During her mortal dust, she intimated one of her courtiers with the promise of killing them by having 4 horses rip them apart from their limbs as they ran in opposite directions. Well, she finally experienced the pain of such a death. In a matter of minutes, she experienced hundreds of thousands of deaths, each different and brutal in its own way. Then, Di Jiaying opened her eyes as she gasped for air, her powerful lungs working harder than they had ever had to. Her complexion was paler than the moonlight during a winter full moon. Where am I? Aren't I dead? She thought with great confusion. An illusion? Her mind was not working correctly as the pain of each death lingered deep in her soul, overwhelming her senses and spirit. She reacted swiftly by using a Buddhist mantra Di Tian taught her to rein in her thoughts and regain her bearing. No, this was not a simple illusion, she thought after sensing the state of her body. Swish, swish, swish. While trying to understand her situation, Li Jun did not give her opponent time. A rain of spears descended on Di Jiaying as she tried her best to defend herself. However, with each passing second, countless more cracks appeared on her armor. Regardless, she focused on analyzing that attack. Otherwise, she might fall for the same technique again. Di Jiaying then realized that each time she died in the illusion, her body believed it had died and used the appropriate vitality and blood energy to regenerate or revive her. As such, it was as if she had experienced all these deaths. Di Jiaying marveled at the ingeniousness of this technique as it targeted body refiners directly. Killing a potent body refiner repeatedly is challenging and requires too much energy, effort, and strength. And this illusion technique bypassed these requirements, allowing them to overuse or overload their regeneration capabilities. Furthermore, body refiners have exquisite control of their bodies, allowing them to use the required vitality for healing or regeneration down to the decimal. However, Li Jun's 10,000 death illusion separated Di Jiaying's consciousness from her body, forcing her flesh to rely on instinct when distributing vitality for healing. And the body is not as accurate as the consciousness. Of course, if she were as talented in body refining as people like Wang Wei, Di Tian, Yin Zhen, and Huafeng Wang, her Buddhist instinct would be on par with the consciousness, and this technique would not have the same effect. I need energy to supplement my lost vitality, analyzed Di Jiaying, but her situation was not ideal. There was no energy or spiritual key in the surroundings due to Li Jun's earlier attack, and currently, she needs external aid to sustain her injury since her internal activities were at an all-time low. Di Jiaying suddenly punched a hole through the void, creating an unstable space crack leading to a dimension full of water energy. It appeared as if she was running away or strategically retreating to devise a better plan for this fight. Li Jun would not let her, so he instantly rushed forward, trying to intercept her before entering the crack. However, this was part of Di Jiaying's tactic. As soon as her opponent reached a close distance, The cracked armor on her body detached from her body and rushed over. Boom! It detonated by enough time for her. What a bold move, thought Li Jun, who only suffered a minor injury. Based on his calculations, Di Jiaying's strength is only peak of 6 leaf. But she can have 7 leaf battle strength like him with the aid of this immortal tier armor. After the dark clouds from the explosion blew away, Di Jiaying stood before Li Jun, not entering the space crack. However, she now wore green armor, and her complexion was much better. With a glance, it can be detected she is no longer as close to death as before. I see. Her armor is a false immortal weapon, concluded Li Jun, finally uncovering its mystery. False immortal weapons are essentially normal immortal weapons with a durability level. They can only last a few months and, sometimes, only a few hours. Meanwhile, real immortal weapons are immortals, as the name implies. They can last for eternity without decaying or losing the energy they contain. False immortal artifacts are usually created by immortal tier powerhouses infusing their strength into an item. For example, Wang Wei once gave a member of his chat group a talisman infused with this power. That talisman is essentially a false Dao artifact. Gao Buchan should have created this weapon. However, its appearance makes me alert to the possibility of Scenario S happening. Scenario S is a prediction or simulation of this battle where the two groups began to fight using false immortal items created by Wang Wei and Di Tian. According to the strategic meeting of the team, such a scenario must be avoided at all costs since they would lose. Di Tian is, without a doubt, the wealthiest cultivator regarding individual wealth, and Scenario S will allow him to play this overwhelming advantage. However, this was not the main reason this scenario must be avoided. According to information the Oracle Mirror revealed, Di Tian has a habit of creating false Dao weapons before his reincarnation and handing them over to his sleepers as a foundation for their organization and a form of protection. However, the sleepers barely used these items and found ways to seal them to preserve their expiration date. Then, at the beginning of each reincarnation, they would return them to Di Tian as protection to ensure he can grow without a problem. With this information, Wang Wei concluded he could never compete with the latter using false immortal items. So, he warned his team to pay attention and prevent Scenario S from appearing. Most Heaven Chosens have their pride and arrogance, so they disdain using things like talismans and weapons for battle unless it involves their Dao. Such a mindset is not out of nowhere, but the result of early childhood development, where they're thought to not rely too much on foreign aid. Additionally, the zeitgeist of the entire Myriad Emperor world is to not rely too much on weapons and foreign aid. Instead, cultivators focused more on developing their techniques and battle skills. As a result of this mindset, most Heaven Chosen will not easily use things like Emperor or innate artifacts in battle. They usually use them near the end of battles when they need an edge. And the same principle applies to things like proving Dao artifacts. Wang Wei used this mindset that all the people of this world, including himself, have to plan for Scenario S. Finally, he also gave his team methods to seal space rings and prevent their opponent from taking their false immortal weapons. I have never had a genuinely exhilarating battle since my fight with Emperor 3 Leaf, uttered Di Jiaying with a fierce aura deep in her eyes. You fought an emperor? Asked Li Yun, bewildered by her audacity. However, she did not respond to him. I created this technique after defeating him. Let's see how you deal with it. Chapter 836 Li Jun versus Di Jiaying v. Suppressing Emperor Momentum. Another name sometimes used for aura can be used in various ways. And Di Jiaying created a method or technique based on it that is unique to her. Throughout history, no mortals could be said to have defeated an emperor no matter the circumstances. After all, although Emperor 3 Leaf sealed his power to be the same before he proved the Tao, it did not change the fact he was a higher being. He had seen the higher existence of the law, or Tao. Even with the same strength as his past, his understanding and control of Tao were the same. But, even then, he still lost to Di Jiaying. Her victory against such an existence gave her unparalleled pride confidence, luck, and destiny. Why did Di Tian choose someone with a tyrant or overlord Dao as his general? Why not choose someone with a war or more military-based Dao? Or just someone extremely powerful and talented? Everything in the universe is connected in one way or another. Di Jiaying's victory a million years ago gave her the destiny necessary to become a heaven chosen that broke the boundary between mortal and immortal. As such, although it seems she wasted all her effort, it was not the case. Di Tian waking her up was a fortunate encounter manifested due to her increased luck and destiny after defeating Emperor Three Leaf. Now, Di Jiaying had the Tao foundation of an eternal emperor, even an eternal supreme. As long as she can wash away her karma and prove the Tao, she's guaranteed a bright future ahead of her. Luck and destiny were among the many benefits she received after that victory. Many cultivators try to walk the path of invincibility, and the talented ones can acquire a terrifying aura that can help in battle. And it was the same for Di Jiaying. The essence of her tyrant Tao is that she is above all living things in heaven and earth, suppressing them with her supreme might. And by defeating or suppressing a great emperor, she acquired an aura on par, if not greater, than the aura of invincibility. So, after activating the aura, she released a terrifying, suppressing power to the surroundings. Anyone near her felt like they had the gravity of more than 1 trillion supermassive black holes bearing on them. But this was not over. A blood-red bead came out of nowhere and floated above her. Tao rhyme emanated from the bead before entering Di Jiaying's sea of consciousness, drastically increasing her aura. This bead is not one of the Di clan's emperor artifact, analyzed Li Jun as he felt the potent force bearing on him on all sides. If not for his steel-like will, his mind would also probably be suppressed. More importantly, I wonder whether this is her last trump card? He swiftly contemplated. The power displayed by this technique had already reached the peak of 8 Leaf. No, I don't sense any desperation from her yet. She must have something else in her sleeve. With this analysis, he decided what tactic to use to deal with his opponent. Then, a mysterious wave emanated from his body, reducing much of the suppressing power bothering him. Even my Eye of Killing doesn't work. Wang Wei once created an eye technique based on an anime from his past he called the Eye of Death that allowed him to see death lines on his opponent's body. And by attacking these lines, he can kill them. Li Jun was intrigued and created his version of the Eye of Killing. Sadly, the technique did not have the desired outcome. When meeting an opponent of equal power, attacking the lines will only increase the damage taken, but not directly kill the opponent unless very specific lines are attacked. As such, the two turn the technique to work similarly to the yin-yang eyes, where they can see lines on most techniques, similar to flaws, and attack these lines to destroy or weaken them. Suppressing hand Di Jiaying waved her hand to focus all the suppression aura she released into one spot to increase its potency. And that spot was Li Jun's location. Luckily, the latter reacted quickly and instantly moved out of the way. Li Jun and Wang Wei are the two people with the most battle experience of this generation, even above old-timers like Di Tian. Di Jiaying did not give up and attempted several times to suppress her enemy. What a slippery little cockroach, sneered Di Jiaying as she gazed at him in the distance. I thought you were somewhat capable, given all your grand talk at the beginning of the battle. Li Jun could tell the latter was trying to rile him up. Unfortunately, someone trained him to be resistant to these kinds of taunts, and that someone is his big brother. Li Jun and Wang Wei are the two people with the most battle experience of this generation, even above old-timers like Di Tian and Feng Hong. And the reason is their dream battle technique. Every single day since the creation of this technique, they divided their mind in two, and one part was always in a dream state, battling different opponents. The dream allowed them to simulate other opponents based on either knowledge of them or directly designing the capability of their opponent. Li Jun often fought with Wang Wei in that dream as his training. And one of these training was how to analyze the emotional state of the enemy and use words to affect their mind and spirit. And Li Jun has heard some of the vilest things from a human mouth that almost drove him crazy. In one of their simulations, he lost a battle without Wang Wei landing a single attack on him. The latter said so many terrible things that his anger reached a point that his soul burned itself. To Li Jun, his big brother's mouth is one of the greatest weapons between heaven and earth. Luckily, he still has some shame and cares about his reputation, so controlled his mouth. Well, maybe that's not true. No one has ever pushed him to the point he needed to use these vile tactics to win a battle. And when they did, the opponent was too powerful for him to react. A little too petty, aren't we? You should fix that character flaw of yours, replied Li Jun nonchalantly, making Di Jiaying's mouth twitch. Freedom-robbing fist. Speed. Di Jiaying rushed forward and punched him. Li Jun's tactic was to delay time until she could no longer bear such power. So, he prepared to dodge most of her attacks while also analyzing her aura to see if he could seal with it. However, his attempt failed this time around. As his opponent's fist approached him, he felt his body become challenging to respond or move. Even his nerve, mind, and soul reaction was drastically reduced. This power, it feels so familiar, was his last thought before condensing a metallic blood shield to protect him. Boom! His shield did not last even a second before he flew into the distance, crashing into one of the few pieces of debris remaining after Parasite used the spear's power. Luckily, the shield he created was not an ordinary defensive capability. He made it after studying the turtle shells, emperor scripture, and other skills and techniques. He condensed the power of trillions upon trillions of shields from an army of infinite size. What a terrible blow, groaned Li Jun after feeling the destruction of his bones and internal organs. And that attack, it's similar to Big Brother's Freedom Dao. She took away my freedom, no, right to fast speed. Di Jiaying's aura made him feel like he was in a quagmire. And after she took away his speed, it was inevitable that her attack worked, and she suffered. Bang! Space-time fluctuated as Di Jiaying went for a second punch. And this time, she went all out, intending to kill. However, to her surprise, her opponent evaded the attack with his pitiful speed. What's going on? She tried for a third attack, and it was still a failure. He seems to be using a brilliant evading attack. She attacked again to strip his right to move or evade. However, Li Jun's technique was too superb, and her attempt failed. The caliber of his technique seems very high. As such, it's putting a lot of pressure on his body, mind, and soul, she swiftly analyzed. He should not be able to last long. However, the main question is whether he can last longer than I can. Meanwhile, Li Jun, using his ancestors' world-renowned evading technique, took this opportunity to heal his injuries. However, his mind suddenly paused for a brief moment that even someone of Di Jiaying's caliber did not notice. Wang Ji's situation has reached a critical point. In that case, I need to hurry up and end this battle. His mind worked rapidly as he pondered how to quickly push her into a corner and use her last trump card. It would be ideal to defeat her before she did so, but he doubted he could succeed with an opponent of such a level. Chapter 837, Li Jun vs. Di Jiaying. 6. She is a domain-type fighter, using the environment to her advantage. Analyzed Li Jun as his mind contemplated methods to deal with this type of opponent. Her technique reminded me of Shi Rulin from the Deception trial. So, I should be able to use a similar method to deal with it. What does a tyrant fear? Or who can stand up to the might of a tyrant? People who do not fear the tyrant. People who have the same strength and status as the tyrant. Boom! A mighty and noble aura suddenly emanated from Li Jun's body. And as soon as that aura appeared, the surrounding momentum faltered as its effect on him diminished to the point it was almost useless. Emploi, thought Di Jiaying, who stopped attacking. The noble aura she sensed was similar to Emperor Three Leaf, so she immediately recognized it. No, it's more of an imitation, but it's more than enough to deal with my technique. What is the noblest and most supreme existence between heaven and earth? The answer is obvious and known to all life forms in existence, Great Emperor. So, How would a tyrant affect a being on the level of a great emperor? By becoming a tyrannical great emperor. Unfortunately, Di Jiaying has never been an emperor and cannot emulate such an aura. No, my momentum is designed to suppress emperors. How can it not work? As soon as she asked this question, she knew the answer. Emperor Three Leaf fought with her as a mortal in the end. So, the essence of her technique was flawed from the very beginning. The only way to perfect my technique would be if I had the same strength as these two. If she could break the boundary between mortal and great emperor, then her technique would reach unimaginable heights. Sadly, she knew such a thing was not possible. The real question is, how did Li Jun manage to even imitate the aura of an emperor? She was baffled. Of course, she did not know that Li Jun had to undergo many difficult trials in the sect to get access to immortal tier resources. And his main trial was to resist the killing aura emanating from the dead bodies of many immortals, including great emperors. After spending so much time resisting their aura, he can also imitate them to an extent. After removing the aura's effect on his body, Li Jun went for the kill. He did not hesitate to use one of his trump cards, the Deyi Realm. He held the spear in his hand in a throwing position. Boom! A streak of red light flashed in the void as it rushed toward Di Jiaying. Immediately, her sense of danger rose to the highest level. I will die if not severely injured, if this thing hits me. A country's sacrifice, a shield manifested before her with the power of trillions upon trillions of lives sacrificed for the sake of the tyrant's life. Sadly, her effort was in vain. The spear broke through her defense and pierced her heart. Luckily, Di Jiaying's talent for battle was still high, so she moved her body to miss this vital area. The power of Deyi Realm? Why is it so strong? Is this a high-level application? Pondered Di Jiaying as blood spurted from her mouth and a hole the size of a tennis ball was on her stomach. Before her battle with Emperor Three Leaf, she studied extensive knowledge about great emperors. As such, she knew there were four main things that contributed to an emperor's strength: Grand Tao Source Comprehension, Tao Body, Tao Imprint, and Tao Will. The first three were common things all emperors had, while the latter was privy only to pseudo and true eternal emperors. As such, Tao Will was also one of the things that made Eternals vastly more powerful than others. Tao Will had three main functions: battle boost, Tao Imprint Erasure, and negation. When used correctly, it can boost an emperor's overall battle, including speed, attack, defense, and even stamina. Tao Imprint Erasure was why eternal emperors were feared. As long as an emperor had their imprints, they were immortal and eternal. And if someone wished to remove those imprints, it usually took countless Yuan epochs unless they had a Tao Will. Finally, Tao Wills were the key to dealing with other eternal emperors or body refiners. It's the ability to negate the regeneration of body refiners and eternal attributes of eternal emperors. And the Deyi Realm, which is a prototype of the Tao Will, has these functions, but on a lesser scale. However, from the information she gathered, applications for the Deyi Realm have been scarce in the lower dimension since the end of the Null Era. And Di Tian did not teach her more advanced applications. All these thoughts flashed in Di Jiaying's mind as she contemplated her next move. She could feel her regeneration had reached an all-time low. The hole in her chest, which should have been healed instantly, was closing at the speed of a turtle. Meanwhile, Li Jun's spear reappeared in his hand. Di Jiaying knew she could not waste time and acted swiftly. Another Emperor artifact appeared next to her. It was a small tree containing endless vitality. The endless life force entered her body, healing her injuries. However, this was not the main objective of using this particular artifact. Blood sacrifice secret technique. Di Jiaying sacrificed her blood energy and vitality for the Blood Pearl artifact, and in return, her momentum once again skyrocketed. Such an act should have a tremendous burden or terrible price. However, the other Emperor artifact offset the disadvantage. How annoying, thought Li Jun as he felt the previous pressure on his body. the disgusting feeling that he was in a quagmire and unable to move properly. She won't be able to hold on while using 2 Emperor artifacts. However, I have not sensed any desperation from her, meaning this is not her limit. Infinite Slaughter World, Li Jun used a domain technique to deal with Di Jiaying's domain-like battle fighting. He surrounds himself with countless small dimensions containing the power of slaughter. As such, her momentum has to go through all these dimensions before reaching him. Then, he threw his spear for the second time. "Damn it!" yelled Di Jiaying as she summoned the finally allowed Emperor artifact to protect herself. Sadly, Li Jun predicted her next move as the artifact suddenly appeared in the sky, sealing hers. What's worse is all these artifacts were sealing-based. Where did he get these sealing artifacts? The Dao opening sect does not have such a thing? Was the last thought in her mind as she defended herself. However, such a question was stupid, as most Emperor lineages have more artifacts than Emperor cultivated. They usually originated from fortunate encounters or destroying other lineages. Bang! Di Jiaying lost her left arm. However, she did not scream or groan in pain. Even her eyes were cleared and focused, a fact that Li Jun noticed. "It's almost there," he thought as he prepared for a third attack. He saw Di Jiaying rushing toward him, and he moved backward. Most secret techniques used to push strength beyond the boundary of leaves, especially 7 leaf, are one-sided. They usually evading her. Her current strength was much higher than his at peak 8 leaf. The reason for his one-sided victory has to do with the side effects of most secret techniques. The difference in strength between each leaf in the Immortal Venerable stage is vast and cannot be easily breached. Yet, this generation's Heaven Chosens treated it as non-existent, with people easily breaking the boundary between leaves. However, this was completely true. Most secret techniques used to push strength beyond the boundary of leaves, especially 7 leaf, are one-sided. They usually increased the user's strength to that level, while things like speed, defense, and stamina barely changed. Only a few secret techniques can actually give an all-encompassing boost. So, although Di Jiaying's strength reached such a level, her speed and defense were still in the 7-leaf category. No, they were even lower since Li Jun's first attack destroyed her immortal armor. Boom! Li Jun's spear took her right arm despite going for the head. Then, he saw helplessness, fear, and despair in her eyes and facial expression. Interesting. She's actually baiting me to come closer and finish the job. He had learned Su Ya's hidden emotions aura technique from Wang Wei, so he could easily see through Di Jiaying's tactic. Boom! Boom! He took her remaining limbs. Damn it. He didn't fall for it. She cursed internally. I didn't want to use it since it's from that bastard. But now I don't have a choice. Then, the sound of blood rushing reverberated through this infinite cosmos. Subsequently, a hidden power came out of Di Jiaying's body, and her deep and troublesome injury instantly healed. And this was not the end, as her aura continued to increase until it reached an unknown boundary. The power of Dao Ancestor One Root, thought Li Jun with great concentration. And that power, it's Di Tian's bloodline. He understood Di Jiaying was using her bloodline connection with Di Tian to tap into such power. Although she is technically his ancestor, the bloodline flowing through their veins is still connected. And for someone like Di Tian, who lived during the beginning Emperor era and whose main cultivation system relied on bloodline, it's nothing for him to achieve such a feat. She's finally desperate, thought Li Jun. However, I need to be extra cautious, or I won't make it out of this situation. Luckily, I benefited immensely from the chat with Huafeng Wang. Chapter 838, Li Jun versus Di Jiaying. Finale. Li Jun waved his hand to manifest a blood-red spear. And as soon as it appeared, heaven and earth suddenly changed. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield turned blood-red. Then, both sides of this battlefield had visions or illusions of them committing countless atrocious acts of mindless slaughter. Mostly everyone was fine, since they were people with high willpower and a solid state of mind, except for gluttony, The slaughter spear awakened an instinct or desire hidden deep in his soul. For a moment, he lost control of his mind as he almost gave in to the lust for mindless killing. Luckily for him, or maybe sadly for him, Detion's soul enslavement took effect and woke him up from this state. Li Jun took the brunt of its attack as the person who summoned that spear, especially since the spear did not care for its owner. However, Li Jun was not affected in the slightest by the spear's ability. On the contrary, his momentum rose just by being close to it. This is not enough, thought Li Jun as he held the slaughter spear in his hand. His heart began to beat rapidly, creating sounds that even Di Jiaying could hear. Li Jun's slaughter heart then began to release a strange rhythm and power that resonated with the spear. Di Jiaying felt danger as the sonic waves from the heart bypassed her. She rushed forward in a desperate attempt to stop what was happening. However, just like her bloodline transformation or activation, the process was instant and over before she succeeded. Then, she watched the monstrosity before him. Li Jun was no longer the previous Li Jun. He now had 4 eyes stacked in a square shape, with 2 black horns coming from his head and a red ruby on his forehead. His skin was entirely red with purple-black claws. His armor was gone, turned into golden marks on his upper nude body that resembled tribal tattoos. For armor, he only had the lower parts with bracelets on his wrists. He had no shoes or boots as his feet were on display, no. They were no longer feet, but goat hooves with sharp claws. The aura he released was primal, brutal, and bloodthirsty, especially when you gaze at its eyes. For a moment, Di Jiaying thought her opponent had lost himself amid that transformation and would not return. As soon as someone laid eyes on this creature, they knew he was an apex predatory designed only for killing and slaughter. Its name also appeared in their minds. Azura, said Di Jiaying with concentrated eyes. The Azura clan was once one of the most powerful races in the Myriad Emperor world besides humans. They were a hierarchical species extremely united due to their worship of powerful people and desire for killing and slaughter. At the peak of their power, they had 7 great emperors. But one day, the Azura clan vanished from the annals of history, and no one knows why. Many people believe they joined the Devil Race and were one of the groups wiped out by Empress Wu. Others believed they died from other causes, while a few historians theorized they died from fighting and killing each other. The majority of the populace did not accept this theory, given the countless records that indicated how united the Azura clan was. However, this theory was the closest to the truth. The Azura clan wanted to cultivate their first eternal emperor. So, they gathered 60 of their races and had them slaughter each other, leaving only one survivor. The final winner was a peerless genius of their clan with unparalleled battle strength and mastery of slaughter Dao. And their plan succeeded as that genius eventually proved the Dao and became an eternal emperor. Unfortunately for them, their plan succeeded too well. This genius went on to slaughter all the remaining members of his clan to complete his slaughter Dao and gather the bloodline of all the members of his clan. After success, this genius became one of the few eternal supremes of the Myriad Emperor world. Sadly, after ascending, this genius tried to replicate something similar to a tribe of the Azura clan in the upper dimension. And the result was his absolute death as he was wiped out from history, leaving the mystery of the Azura clan's disappearance unknown and unsolved. Di Jiaying looked at Li Jun's Azura form, and her mind rushed to remember everything she knew about the Azura clan, which turned out to be not too many as she never had to pay too much attention to an extinct race. She most remembered Azuras were excellent fighters that practiced killing slaughter Dao. Their male members were considered ugly, while their females were considered one of the most beautiful races by human standards until they also transformed into their Azura shape. That ruby should be the war talisman. Damn it, why did he have to be so powerful? Li Jun did not utter a word as he gazed at her like a hunter looking at its prey. He instantly appeared before her and plunged his claws into her heart. A repulsive force manifested before Di Jiaying, blocking his attack. She used the rebound from the force to distance herself from him. That repulsive force contained the power of yin-yang, analyzed Li Jun. She has no such Tao. Produce. The fluctuations of bloodline ability. Li Jun moved forward a second time, and Di Jiaying wanted to respond. However, she found herself unable to move. Her mind filled with the idea that nothing mattered, so she did not have to move or do anything. These ideas came out of nowhere and had no cause. Di Jiaying even wanted to end all this suffering. It seemed the easiest choice than living every day with that feeling of emptiness. Mental illness is truly a scary thing, thought Li Jun. One of the most significant benefits of his slaughter Dao was incorporating many of the ideas from his big brother's past life. I can't push her desire for suicide any deeper, as that could awaken her instinct for survival. Swish! He waved his spear and cut off her head, destroying her soul in the process. Unfortunately, a black and white wheel manifested behind her, revering the concept of life and death. A perfectly intact Di Jiaying appeared with fear in her eyes. She instinctively reacted and activated one of the most potent bloodline spells she had access to. Samsara, calling an enormous black and eerie door with strange designs, appeared underneath Li Jun. Then, millions of black tentacles emerged from the door, binding him as they tried to drag him into the door. Do you want to send me to the underworld? He calmly analyzed. The restraint on him was not weaker than his current form, with barely one root strength felt immobilized. I am an Asura, born to slaughter all living beings in existence. So whether they are ghosts, gods, Buddhas, and even emperors, there is nothing we cannot kill, muttered Li Jun as his spear pierced the door, destroying it in one hit. He then gazed at his opponent. Effective, he thought. His body had a natural charm or aura designed to affect his opponent's mind. It awakened the fear deep in their minds and granted him an advantage in battle. Her strength should be on par with mine, but her state of mind is rapidly collapsing. This is my chance. Li Jun stabbed DJing. However, there was no blood on the tip of his spear or any wound on her. But an aura of helplessness and despair overwhelmed her. Good. I've killed her dreams and hopes. This should further affect her state of mind and prevent any variables as I disposed of her. He stabbed his spear for the final time. This attack was odd, as it contained no killing intent or desire, even though it targeted one of her special killing lines. Such an attack was a testament to Li Jun's perfect control of his strength. Anyone under this attack would only feel like they were facing a needle. This technique was dangerous, as it prevented activating a cultivator's danger sense. Li Jun knew that even in this state, Di Jiaying could still make a last-minute comeback, and took precautions. Unfortunately, it was not enough. No, roared Di Jiaying. As the power of death hidden deep in her bloodline and her unwillingness to die awakened at the last minute. A yin-yang shield surrounded her before she teleported to the water layer. I forfeit, yelled Di Jiaying as soon as she arrived, her painting sounds echoing with the sounds of waves. A white light enveloped her, and she immediately left the battlefield. Li Jun's gaze burrowed the layer of spaces and witnessed this. Not fighting until the last minute? Well, that's understandable. He knew Di Jiaying's circumstances. So, the word loyalty was never part of her vocabulary. That's fine, too, he muttered before ending his transformation. Chapter 839, Yin Liling's Battle. I crack. Terrible sounds of breaking or twisting metals emanated from Li Jun's body after ending the transformation. His face became pale, and his crimson hair appeared duller with less vitality. Li Jun did not waste time popping a few pills into his mouth, alleviating his symptoms. The repercussions were harsher than I thought, he muttered. If not for entering the primordial dragon realm, his body would have collapsed after using such tremendous power beyond his limit. If I had the Asura clan's bloodline in my possession, I could elevate this technique to a higher level and reduce the side effects, he sighed with regret. After stabilizing his situation, he glanced at the other battlefields, checking out the situation of the others. I was worried about Tai Gang. However, His ruthless approach seemed to have worked. He checked everybody else, including his wife. This little girl. He smiled wryly before checking on the most important person. Wang Ju is almost ready. I must prepare to proceed with the next step. Li Jun sat cross-legged in the void, entering a deep state of meditation to accelerate his healing. Western Quadrant. Di Tian watched Di Jiaying's act of cowardness and betrayal. His expression did not change, but hidden deep in his eyes was anger and the sense he had expected this. He glanced at the other battles. None of this would have happened if my sleepers were intact. His sleepers contained countless talented individuals with unique souls after countless baptisms through samsara. With his training, they would be the perfect generals willing to sacrifice anything for him. Di Tian controlled his emotions as he returned to a calm state. My original plan was to use these people to set up a formation that gave me a boost in the fight with Wang Wei. Contemplated Di Tian, who knew things would not proceed as he wished with Di Jiaying's departure. There's a chance Wang Wei's plan is similar. So, should I kill them before our battle? However, as soon as these ideas entered his mind, he removed them as he sensed a gaze locking him, ready to react to the slightest movement. Forget it. I need to prepare in case of an overwhelming defeat. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei watched the result of Li Jun's battle, and a smile appeared on his handsome and charming face. Many people of his generation paid little to no attention to the importance of a great general even to the end. And many people started paying attention to such an advantage after Li Jun began to display his talent. However, he started cultivating his team before he started cultivating. He knew the role a potent general could play in such a battle and prepared very early. One of the reasons he destroyed Di Tian's sleepers was to prevent the latter from cultivating generals on the level of Li Jun and the others. One of the best decisions I made was to eliminate the threat of the sleepers, thought Wang Wei. His act allowed him to acquire the most powerful information-gathering force in the myriad emperor world. Simultaneously, he also removed Di Tian's right arm and left leg. Di Jiaying's betrayal is the result of Di Tian rushing to create generals without a solid foundation of trust and loyalty. For someone like me, such a group of loose ends is nothing but a major flaw, thought Wang Wei as he observed the battle focusing on the weak link, Tai Gang. Although a little worried, he believed in his men's capability. Soon, the culmination of all my years of hard work will come to fruition. And once the plan succeeds, my chances of winning will increase between 1 to 10%. Earth Dimension. Kai Song was looking at the terracotta warrior before her with fascination. The thing resembled a statue, with only the destruction in the surroundings as an indication of its destructive capabilities. Sadly, it was matched with the worst opponent possible. Kai Song's talent for puppetry was unparalleled, and after acquiring Chun Chen's soul, she gained new knowledge, talent, and worldview about puppetry. So, in a very short period, she found a way to shut down this weapon of destruction. This puppet has almost broken the boundary between inanimate objects and sentient beings. It can almost be considered a new life form, thought Kai Song with shining eyes. The material is something I've never seen or heard about before. Is it from another world community? But how is that possible? The human emperor was from this world. Well, the historical records said his origin was a mystery as he suddenly appeared during the human catastrophe. Kai Song frowned. Even the refining method is different. Although it incorporated the myriad emperor world's refining system, most of it is of another origin. I can probably learn a lot from it. Alas, Kai Song had another trouble. He could not put away the puppet inside her space ring. Even worse, the puppet was constantly resisting her restraint. No matter what, you're mine now. Kai Song did not waste time and began placing formations around the puppet, her eyes shining brightly. She sensed a gaze of warning past her, but she did not care. Nothing can stop her from acquiring such a masterful work of puppetry. There's a saying that people can die after seeing the Tao, and that was her current mindset. A few minutes ago, Northern Quadrant, Yin Liling looked at her opponent, Gao Buchan, thinking about the information he had on the latter, which is very little. Gao Buchan was one of the heaven-chosen tricked by the Spirit Genesis sect to invade the cleanup. Sadly, he had a terrible fate and encountered a monster like DT. "What a poor soul," commented Yin Liling, her voice full of sympathy and empathy for Gao Buchan's situation. However, only she knew whether these words were sincere or not. Regardless, Gao Buchan calmly looked at her without any expression or response. It was like the person she was talking about was a complete stranger he had no relationship or connection with. A pale yellow sword manifested before him. Then, the sword began to divide into two, achieving a division every millisecond. In a short time, he had billions of swords. Gao Buchan looked coldly at her, waiting to annihilate his opponent. Splash! He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, shocking him beyond words can describe. Gao Buchan did not know how and when his enemy attacked him. He did not even know what was wrong with his body. However, Yin Liling was not going to give him time to figure it out. She activated her Chaos Flame, turning the northern quadrant into a seal of purple flame. Gao Buchan's swords were instantly incinerated, leaving wide open for the destructive power of the flame. Black Tortoise Shield, a shield with the design of the black tortoise manifested before him, blocking the attack. However, Gao Buchan did not care about that as he continued to bleed. After a few seconds, he started bleeding from all his orifices, including the pores on his face. Gao Buchan panicked, but the soul enslavement mark, deep in his soul, acted and forced him to enter a state of mind as calm as an unprovoked lake. His mind worked faster than ever before, coming to a reasonable explanation given his knowledge and the current situation. Poison, he concluded. An odorless and invisible potent poison. She's a talented alchemist, making her also a poison master. She must have released it as soon as she appeared. Bracelet of detoxification ring of poison immunity. A bracelet and a ring appeared on Gao Buchan's body, ridding him of the poison's effect. Boom! His shield exploded under the chaos flame, putting this talented weapon refiner in danger. Teleportation Jade, a beautiful jade pendant appeared on his side, and in an instant, he teleported away from the center of the blast. Weapon Dao analyzed Yin Liling. His technique seemed to manifest all types of weapons with different abilities. I thought he was using law resonance, but I didn't notice any change to the laws of heaven and earth. If that's true, how could he use such a variety of abilities in Dao? Does he have a limit? Under Yin Liling's control, a colossal creature with 9 heads appeared before her. Each had a vivid color like green, purple, or bright red. Then, they opened their mouths to fire a terrible breath, each containing a strange and deadly poison. The attack was both a focus and widespread type, covering the entire surrounding space in a poison. Adding the potency of each poison, Gao Buchan was in great trouble. However, to Yin Liling's surprise, the latter summoned a pagoda that swiftly swallowed all her poison. Something is wrong, thought Yin Liling. His technique seems to create any weapon he pleases with any ability or Dao. Gao Buchan's fighting method reminded her of Chu Luo's flawed creation Dao. I don't detect any creation Dao. So, what is the essence of this technique? Chapter 840 Yin Liling's Battle 2. After swallowing the poison, Gao Buchan redirected the attack back to his opponent. However, he knew using the original poison would be useless since Yin Liling would definitely have an antidote. Fortunately, he calculated everything when he chose this particular artifact. The pagoda did not only absorb poison, it could also absorb various elements and techniques. Such an ability was one of its 2 primary abilities, and the second was to upgrade or optimize whatever absorbed and redirected. Gao Buchan refined that artifact for a bastard who took pleasure in using people's techniques or attacks against them. He enjoyed watching their humiliation as they lost to their own techniques. So, less than a few seconds after absorbing all the poisons from the Hydra creature, it spewed back 9 black pillars with a terrifying poison. A new poison? Thought Yin Liling. There was no panic on her face. On the contrary, her eyes seemed to be shining. She waved her hand, and a white pill appeared. As soon as the poison pillars reached the white, it absorbed them as its color changed from white to green, red, purple, and finally black. A poison of the highest order, she thought with satisfaction. Wang Wei had her study countless poisons so that they could mutate them after he proved the Tao through the Grand Tao source. Then, he would use them to temper his body. And the poison Gao Buchan's pagoda created meets their requirements among mortal-grade poisons. "Thank you for the gift," said Yin Liling with a smile as she placed the pill away. Golden core pill millions of pills appeared before Yin Liling, heading directly toward Gao Buchan. The latter's senses immediately went on overdrive and went on the defensive. Boom! 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 A chain reaction occurred as all these pills exploded one after the other. One explosion contained the energy equivalent of a quasi-emperor. Now, there were millions of them exploding together. Explosion pill is one of the first methods alchemists learn to compensate for their lack of offensive abilities. Most young alchemists will have countless explosive pills on their space ring. The golden core pill is an improvement on that idea. The explosion pill requires many fire or yang-type materials that are forcefully fused. The materials keep a poor balance during the fusion process. As such, after the pill hits some kind of surface or is agitated with a certain amount of energy, the poor balance of these materials will activate and explode violently. During the deception trial, Li Jun fought a bunch of low-level participants who tried to storm their mansion. And amidst them were a few people from Ji Lanfang's world with a cultivation system from Qi Refining, Foundation Establishment, and Golden Core. One of their tactics was to sacrifice countless Golden Core cultivator slaves and force them to blow up their cores. After witnessing that battle, Yin Liling developed the Golden Core pill that condensed massive amounts of energy before exploding them. And unlike the explosion pill, the material for her pill was cheaper as she only needed something that could contain a high amount of spiritual qi. The heat clouds created by the explosions ended, and Gao Buchan's figure appeared. His pagoda was not almost destroyed with numerous cracks. It had reached the limit it could absorb and became useless. However, Gao Buchan's was intact, as he had an immortal tier armor around his body. Yin Liling's eyes squinted as she recognized that armor. It was the 1D Jiaying used to block Yin Jin's suicide attack. Could his technique allow him to summon projections of all the artifacts he has created? His technique reminded her of the illusory pill scripture that can create illusory pills with real effects. This scripture considered the terrible resources all the professions use to reach high levels. And Gao Buchan was a similar application using Weapon Tao. As a refiner, he should have refined countless artifacts for people who commission them. And with his technique, he could summon these weapons for battle and not have to refine them himself, saving countless resources. After surviving that terrible attack, Gao Buchan decided his approach was too conservative and needed to end this battle as soon as possible, especially since he did not know what kind of hidden Buchan knew Yin Liling was probably the most talented alchemist of this generation, so he could not fathom what crazy pill she had trump-card his opponent had. Fighting people that reach high level in their professions requires caution because their strength is never based on their body. Their true strength can only be reflected in their achievements. And Gao Buchan knew Yin Liling was probably the most talented alchemist of this generation, so he could not fathom what crazy pill she had refined. Life and death sword formation, 3,800 swords manifested above the sky. Half were black and the rest white. The power of life and death emanated from them as they resonated with each other. A life and death formation? Could this be Di Tian's handwork? Thought Yin Liling, who failed to give Gao Buchan enough credit. Di Tian was only responsible for this formation's life and death Tao aspect, and Gao Buchan created the rest based on his talent. Yin Liling calmly observed the swords, and she remained motionless after seeing their powers that reached 6 leaf. Gao Buchan's base power is the lower end of 5 leaf, but his secret techniques should probably reach 7 leaf once he uses all his abilities. I need to be weary. Yin Liling's eyes suddenly changed as runes appeared in her pupils. Eyes of Runes. This eye technique was one of the masterpieces she created to push her talent and acquired source rune physique to the limit. With a glance, she can find the flaws and weaknesses in most professions-based methods or techniques. So, after a short observation, she saw the flaw in Gao Buchan's formation. Formation breaking talisman. Yin Liling waved her hand to create a talisman that directly targeted the flaw of the formation. The swords who formed a circle around her dispersed and began to fall off. However, she underestimated Gao Buchan a little. The latter reacted swiftly and recondensed the formation. Moreover, he also moved the flaws and weaknesses around. Interesting, thought Yin Liling, as this was useless. She condensed more talismans and dispersed the formation a second time. Gao Buchan became more aggressive as a result. He summoned 2 more sets of the life and death swords before creating 2 more arrays for a total of 3. Then, he resonated with the 3 arrays and increased their attack potency to the peak of 6 leaf. Array resonance? His talent is indeed high even for formation. Array resonance was a technique talented array masters used to boost the strength of one array with multiple of itself. However, the fact Gao Buchan used this technique was not why Yin Liling thought he was talented. It was the fact the new array contained fewer flaws after the resonance, which is something few people can do. Regardless, it was useless. Yin Liling's eyes were the bane of all professions. So, unless they reached a talent similar to Tong Ruobing or used some unknown fighting methods that caught her off guard, it was pointless to battle her. Yin Liling prepared to use the same method to deal with her opponent. However, the surroundings trembled momentarily. She immediately felt heaven and earth had changed. Her senses proved her correct as Gao Buchan's arrays suddenly dim as their aura was reduced by an observable amount. What happened? Asked Yin Liling, worrying about an unknown or unpredicted variable in their plans. However, it did not take long for her to find her answer. Her husband directly annihilated all the laws of heaven and earth in the surroundings, affecting their quadrant. As a result, Gao Buchan's formation, which relied on reasoning with the life and death laws of the battlefield, was also affected. This is my chance, thought Yin Liling, who reacted swiftly and took this opportunity. She used her divine sense to temper with the 3 arrays. The process was easier because of the turbulence they experienced after forcefully being disconnected from the life and death laws of heaven and earth. Yin Liling disrupted the balance of the array before making them collapse in a violent way. Subsequently, she directed the violent energy from their collapse toward their creator. Gao Buchan became nervous as he realized he was momentarily distracted. He tried to regain control, but it was too late. So, he took defensive measures against the explosion from the arrays. Unfortunately for him, everything was a distraction. Better yet, the arrays were only the first step of Yin Liling's tactic. While Gao Buchan summoned numerous treasures to defend against the explosion, a small and undetected cauldron manifested behind him. Immediately, his facial expression changed as he sensed a terrifying, devouring power absorbing the immortal key from his armor. Damn it, he yelled in his mind. She found a flaw in my artifacts. He was correct. Yin Liling immediately detected his armor was only a false immortal artifact, and she targeted that weakness. By absorbing the immortal key from the armor, she drastically reduced its endurance to the point it became useless. Boom! The 3 arrays exploded, generating colossal clouds containing the power of death. However, Yin Liling was not happy as she could still detect vitality. And when Gao Buchan's body appeared, she squinted her eyes. This is Chapter 841, Yin Liling's Battle, 3. Unedited chapter. A battle spirit, muttered Yin Liling as she saw a giant lion with flames for a mane and the tip of its tail. The creature had a terrifying flame surrounding it that burned anything that came close to it. With its power, Gao Buchan survived the explosion of the array despite losing the protection of his immortal armor. And as soon as Yang Liling saw the creature, she knew it was a battle spirit from the battle spirit world. The Tao opening sect already had a deadly enmity with the Spirit Genesis sect. So they already gathered basic information about their heaven-will world, including their cultivation system, the battle spirit system. Yin Liling had read their techniques and remembered in detail their cultivation process. The first stage started like countless cultivation systems in both the lower and upper dimensions body tempering realm. The cultivators in the battle spirit world began their first step toward transcendence by tempering their bodies. And the process is very thorough compared to some systems that mainly focus on cultivating the body. And the reason is because of the second stage, the battle key realm. As the name indicated, this stage involved opening the dantian of the Sea of Ki to create a unique energy called battle key. Battle key is very rough due to its special nature that focuses on battle. As such, a cultivator must reach a decent level in tempering their bodies before they can bear the power of battle key. Of course, one of its flaws is the lack of increase in lifespan. The cultivators in the battle key realm can barely live up to 160 years. The third stage of that system is the battle soul realm, where cultivators open their sea of consciousness with their battle key, accessing their spiritual power. The fourth stage involved condensing the battle key and spiritual power into a seed and entering the spirit seed realm. This realm is the foundation of the battle spirit system and required great caution and preparations. Afterward is the spirit nourishment realm, where cultivators have to nourish the spirit seed with the spiritual key and power of heaven and earth, preparing to hatch it. The sixth is called the spirit enlightenment realm, and it is probably the most important stage of this system. Cultivators have to decide what path or Tao they will walk on in this realm. Then, they will use resources and their understanding to nourish their spirit seed. And based on what they choose will determine which spirit they will receive. For example, someone like Wang Wei would use his basic understanding of fate and fate-related resources to nourish his spirit seed to ensure he acquires a spirit based on his fate Tao. The battle spirit world has existed for countless years and has given birth to countless battle spirits. In the sixth realm, people can begin to inherit certain powerful and unique spirits from their ancestors or renowned figures. Another aspect of this stage is that things like heavenly physique can be used to enlighten the spirit seed and ensure a spirit perfectly suited for the heavenly physique. The seventh stage is the battle spirit realm, where the seed finally gives birth to a battle spirit, or someone inherits a battle spirit. The eighth realm is the spirit law realm, where cultivators understood the laws of heaven and earth and baptized their battle spirit with it. The battle spirit will turn from a more corporeal spirit to a more tangible concept. The ninth realm is the spirit body link realm. Cultivators will link their battle spirits to their bodies, allowing them to eliminate the weakness they have to rely on their spirits to have high-level battle prowesses. In this stage, the battle spirit world's cultivators revert their mode of battle back from using spirit to their bodies. And in the quasi-emperor realm, the battle spirit and body are completely fused, creating their world's version of a pseudo-Tao body. The battle spirit and the Dharma body are similar in many ways, with the only exception that the former does not have to resemble its owner. The battle spirit can be anything including innate demon gods, other races, weapons, and even phenomena and will not affect the cultivators. However, the Dharma body can only be the cultivator's image or the creator of the technique they use. The battle spirit and Dharma similarity could hint at a connection. For example, maybe the battle spirit world was one of the many places Qiyuan traveled to in his youth when creating the origin system. However, the concept of Dharma body is often used in my cultivation systems, so it's hard to know for sure. As Yin Liling watched Gao Buchan's battle spirit, countless thoughts flashed in her mind. His realm is quasi-realm, so his body should have already been fused with his battle spirit. As such, this battle spirit is an extra. According to the information she knew, it was not uncommon for geniuses from the battle spirit world to have more than one spirit. The truly rare phenomenon is to fuse more than one seed with the body. Roar! The lion spirit roared to the heavens, his mouth spewing a flame so intense that the surrounding space-time twisted. Yin Liling reacted swiftly as she summoned her cauldron of descents, while also using her chaos flame to form a fiery shield. Boom! The attack's power was devastating, and Yin Liling barely blocked. Her hands were peach black due to intense burns. If not for her high resistance to flame after spending millions of years before cauldron and refining pills, the result would have been more catastrophic. However, Yin Liling did not care about such an injury. Before the battle, she swallowed an immortal healing pill that stayed in her heart, sending a soothing power that healed all her burns. Instead, she focused on the chaos flame and pieces of the shield the cauldron created. Metals? Yin Liling questioned as she realized the oddity of this flame. However, Gao Buchan did not give her time as he immediately went on the offensive, firing another terrifying flame breath. Alas, there is a reason Yin Liling can be considered the bane of professionals in battles. She cultivated the Flame Emperor's flame controlling art, and Wang Wei gave her all the experience of controlling flame he received from the latter while posing as Lu Cheng. So, Yin Liling summoned one of her cauldrons and swallowed the flame. Upon contact, she immediately noticed a change to the cauldron, but she controlled the flame to reduce the damage it created while also analyzing the secrets or essence of this strange flame. A flame with the characteristics of refining? She thought with slight surprise in her eyes. The lion spirit's flame contained the concept of refining. As such, after coming into contact with Yin Liling's chaos flame, it refined the flame by turning it into a metal suitable for refining artifacts. And it did the same thing to her cauldron. At the highest level, this flame should be able to refine even concepts. However, the real issue is whether Gao Buchan reached such a level, contemplating Yin Liling. The flame only showed effects on tangible things like the flame, her shield, and the cauldron. After analyzing the flame, I should be able to integrate it into the chaos flame and access its power, she thought. Meanwhile, Gao Buchan noticed his flame was ineffective on the steel as flame. After creating this battle spirit, specifically designed to help his refining Dao, many people tried to either take it away, second attack. He also calculated his opponent might be trying to steal his flame. After creating this battle spirit, specifically designed to help his refining Dao, many people tried to either take it away from him or steal his flame. No more playing around. This sudden deep and cold voice echoed in Gao Buchan's mind, making his body instinctively shiver. He immediately realized the situation of the others might not be ideal, so he needed to hurry to deal with his opponent and offer his aid to the others. So, he did not hesitate to use another one of his trump cards, a second battle spirit. The spirit looked eerie, a head with no nose, mouth, ears, eyebrows, and hair only a pair of eyes with rainbow-colored pupils. Despite the creepy aesthetic of this spirit, its eyes were mesmerizing. Anyone who looked at it would be fascinated by its beauty at least for a short time. And that is what made it so dangerous. As soon as this battle spirit appeared, Yin Liling's eyes lost focus as if she had shut down her brain. Her body relaxed, her breath shallower, her aura fading, and the cauldron disappeared. In an instant, she became defenseless. Boom! Another terrifying fire beam spewed from the lion spirit's mouth with the purpose of annihilating her with one hit. Then, a cauldron manifested in her sea of consciousness and sent an energy wave that immediately woke her up from her state. Unfortunately, the flame vaporized her without resistance, as she was too late to respond. And this battle should end next chapter. Chapter 842, Yin Liling's Battle, Finale. After seeing his opponent's annihilation, Gao Buchan did not immediately revel in his victory. His battle senses told him things would not be easy, so he used his divine sense to check his surroundings. And as he expected, he noticed a strange pill floating amid the numerous space debris in the northern quadrant. And as soon as he saw the pill, it changed. Muscles, blood, bones, and skins regrew from the pill, and Yin Liling reappeared with a slightly pale complexion. This flesh reorganization pill still feels disgusted, she thought. She created this pill to imitate body refiners' drop blood rebirth. However, the process of rebirth is painful and feels terrible. Then, she focused on Gao Buchan, especially the second battle spirit. I should have expected his second battle spirit to be related to the soul. If Bao Buchan created his battle spirit to assist his weapon refining profession, it would make sense to create one focus on spiritual power in the soul. After all, spiritual power is the most valued asset or talent of all professions. Be that as it may, his Di realm is very weak. But it shouldn't? By the previous attack, he realized Gao Buchan's Di realm was only in the second stage. However, the easiest way for a person to achieve the Di realm is by combining two cultivation systems. Gao Buchan met the requirements. So Yin Liling predicted for him to have a higher level. It could be that his cultivation talent has not reached such a level, she analyzed. Fusing two or more systems is not something anyone can do. It could also be a side effect of the soul enslavement. Thud. While Yin Liling was in deep thought analyzing the situation, Gao Buchan was not idle. He gazed at her without hiding his deep killing intent. His cracked immortal tier armor was replaced with black armor while the lion spirit fired the previous attack. But it suddenly began to change. The first of which was the color that turned light golden. Subsequently, the armor seemed to have fused with Gao Buchan's body. His skin had turned a light golden color, making him look like some kind of robot with long black hair. Spikes appeared on his shoulders, born from the tips of different sharp weapons like swords, spears, and arrows. Two metallic wings spread behind Gao Buchan's back, and the wings were composed entirely of different weapons. The amalgams of so many different weapons should look weird, ghastly even. However, the entire thing had a natural and graceful appearance. Spirit transformation, thought Yin Liling, remembering the information. This technique imitates Tao Bodhi's awakening. The cultivators in the battle spirit world can transform into their spirit and use the full extent of their power. After his transformation, Gao Buchan did not waste time and rushed toward his opponent. Boom! Yin Liling felt a terrifying force pushing her backward. If she did not rely on her instinct to activate her cauldron of flesh, she would have burst into a mist of blood. And even with these measures, the bones in her arms cracked, followed by great turbulence to her internal organs. Peak 7-leaf strength, thought Yin Liling as she groaned internally. After stopping her momentum and regaining control of her body, she checked her arms and discovered an anomaly. A curse? There is also the power of the bleeding rune, she analyzed. It seems he created a battle spirit dedicated to battle using the power of an artifact. His body became the embodiment of countless artifacts with different effects. The bleeding rune is often used when creating weapon artifacts to ensure the enemy will bleed to death and weaken them. It is one of the first divine runes that weapon refiners learn. Cauldron of Defense, Gao Buchan's barrage of attacks landed on Yin Liling's protective shield, and with only a few attacks, he cracked the shield. However, strange blue-colored pills appeared before releasing an energy that healed the shield. Because I still hope to walk the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation, I never used the 8 heterogeneity foundation, so my base strength is only 4-leaf. I have a few pills and a secret technique to make me rival his strength. However, for the battle plan, we made a deal with him. There is a better way. Pill of intangibility. The moment she swallowed the pill, Bao Buchan's fists, who had changed into the property of a shield-breaking treasure, finally broke her defense, and he went for the kill. Boom! Gao Buchan's fist twisted the space where the force of his fist hit. However, he felt nothing. It was like he was hitting air. No, even the sensation of his fist touching the air was not as odd as this one. He did not believe what he felt, so he released a barrage of devastating attacks to no effect. His other 2 spirits joined the battle as they worked in harmony to aid him, but the result was the same. Gao Buchan did not believe in this evil and used even more sophisticated methods. His golden palm turned into a yin-yang diagram as he tried to forcefully revert Yin Liling out of her current state, changing her from an intangible form to a tangible one. Unfortunately for him, Yin Liling created that pill using Wang Wei's power of nothingness. As such, its essence is not simply intangibility, but the concept of nothingness. Gao Buchan then changed tactics as his weapon body changed, taking the properties of a rare time artifact. Then, he attempted to revert Yin Liling to a few minutes prior when she was not in such a potent state. His attempt failed as nothing can affect nothingness, not even time. However, Gao Buchan currently had the mindset of a fool due to his desire to end this battle as his master ordered. As such, he did not believe he could not succeed. He then chooses to attack Yin Liling's past self. By killing that version, he can eliminate the present version. Alas, this method also failed. One of the properties of nothingness is its infiniteness, which transcends time. So, such a technique might have worked on past Wang Wei, who had little to no mastery of the power of nothingness. But it was different for his current self. What is this strange technique? Cursed Gao Buchan internally. He could not find her past self to kill. To be precise, her past seemed to be this vast, even infinite, grand emptiness, devoid of life, matter, space-time, energy, or even concepts known to the mind. Gao Buchan almost lost his mind after coming into contact with such a grand and ethereal entity. Luckily, he was careful and swiftly gave up attempting such an act of blasphemy. What should I do now? None of my attacks are working, pondered Gao Buchan. It seems she wants to wait out until stamina and secret techniques run out. The battle spirit transformation was not enough for him to have such tremendous power. Gao Buchan has to rely on the combination of the spirits and immortal armor to have such an achievement. However, it won't last long. He could feel the terrible burden on his body and soul. Should I use more extreme measures? He had a secret technique that sacrificed his spirits for another significant burst of strength. However, the consequences were too severe, especially if he destroyed his weapon body spirit. As the main battle spirit he fused with, it also acted as his soul or primordial spirit. So, he could die if something happened to it. Shall I take the risks or continue trying different methods? Boom! A terrifying aura of death, killing, and slaughter burst into Gao Buchan's mind, turning his eyes red. He immediately had the impulse to kill anything his eyes could lie on. Gao Buchan made a primal and bestial roar as he looked at Yin Liling like she was nothing but prey. A slaughter aura and desire overrode his consciousness. Wish! His battle spirit activated, releasing a mysterious spiritual power that awakened him from his state. Now, thought Yin Liling, taking the perfect opportunity when Gao Buchan just awakened from the influence of the slaughter spear and his mind was at its weakness. Soul Seal, a cauldron appeared above Gao Buchan, and a seal bypassed his spirits and entered his body. His body shivered briefly before spazzing like he was having a seizure while standing. Blood overflew from his ears, mouth, and nose. His face contorted as he grinds his teeth. The process was visually brutal and lasted more than a minute. Finally, Gao Buchan opened his eyes. At first, they were confused, followed by a burst of intense delight. I am free, he uttered in a coarse voice as tears fell from his eyes. The past few million years have been a nightmare for him. His mind forcefully twisted to serve someone else, someone he had hatred for. Resistance was futile, and over time, his obedience grew exponentially. He feared that one day, he would ultimately lose himself. But now, the nightmare is over. Chapter 843, Gao Buchan's Worth. Yin Liling calmly watched Gao Buchan's reaction to his freedom. She did not interrupt him, allowing him to process his emotions. The cultivation world was cruel beyond what words can explain. Despite the many contradictions, the Myriad Emperor world is safer than most worlds in the endless void. The factions competed against each other while respecting the written rules like the Immortal Avenue Pact and other unwritten rules like allowing the young generations to compete by all means and accepting the outcome. However, the competition is more brutal in other worlds because of the heaven will. After all, there is only one chance for immortality and eternity. For that one chance, many emperor lineages will not hesitate to send their immortal tier powerhouses, including insurgent, to assassinate other factions' heaven chosens. And in these worlds, enslaving other people's souls is too much of a common tactic. So, as Yin Liling watched Gao Buchan's reaction, she empathized with him and waited. I'm glad this tactic worked. The power of an emperor, it's terrifying, she thought. She had to use Wang Wei's granted power to seal the enslavement. As such, she peeked at the essence of Di Tian's power and saw how scary it was. Although Wang Wei has demonstrated his strength to them, Yin Liling discovered today he was still holding back to not hurting them physically and spiritually. Have you calmed down? Asked Yin Liling after seeing Gao Buchan's agitated mood return to normal. Gao Buchan took a deep breath to calm down. He gazed at her before uttering, I'm guessing you did not free me out of compassion of your heart? You guessed correctly. Gao Buchan quieted down, not saying a word for half a minute. I know what you're thinking, suddenly said Yin Liling. But we will not enslave you. We only want to work together. Work together? You think I believe you? It's true. The invasion of our cleanup was the work of the Spirit Genesis sect from your world. As soon as Yin Liling said these words, the world began to pay attention. Many people wanted to know why the anomaly occurred during the cleanup, but no answer was found. But now, the truth was revealed, catching many people's attention. And that was Wang Wei and Yin Liling's purpose in the first place. Wang Wei needs the entire world to end their era of xenophobia and close themselves from the endless void. So, he will show them other worlds will interfere in their affairs, even if they use such an approach. Furthermore, there is no better way to rally the world together than a common enemy. The Spirit Genesis sect? Well, given their overbearingness, it's understandable they would do this, replied Gao Buchan with a frown. When the secret realm that led to the cleanup appeared, he saw the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect among the participants, so he never questioned the latter. But now, he guessed they were using everyone as pawns for their plans. So, you should guess what we want from you, replied Yin Liling, who already accomplished her objective. Information, correct, and not just about the Spirit Genesis sect, but also the entire battle spirit world. Do you want me to be a traitor to my home? Asked Gao Buchan with a sneer. And what is the alternative? Countered Yin Liling. Without our seal, you will return to your previous state. Gao Buchan's body shivered out of his control. Even if we don't do anything, don't you know your fate? As soon as you leave, the D-Clan will hunt you down before you can go far. Finally, the Spirit Genesis sect already bore their fangs at us and must pay the price. As such, we will do anything to get the information from you. Yin Liling's gentle demeanor was gone, replaced by a deep coldness in her eyes. So, although I sympathize with your situation, I will not hesitate to get the information from your dead corpse. Gao Buchan's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat almost fell from his back. His mind worked on overload, suppressing his emotions to analyze the situation. I agree to help you, but I have a few conditions. Please, replied Yin Liling, not surprised by his choice. Few people can control their fear of death and remain stubborn to protect their ideals. Beliefs and philosophies. No problem. First, I want your help to return home. No problem. Second, no one must search my soul. Gao Buchan's deep voice contained an unwavering determination he had never shown, making Yin Liling frown. Very well, she replied. However, you must sign the most restrictive contract and oath to tell us all the information we want and not hide anything. I can't agree with that. And why is that? My third condition is I won't reveal any information about my sect. What is your sect? Battle Artifact Villa, replied Gao Buchan after a short moment of contemplation. It's not on the list of the Spirit Genesis sect's allies we know of. So, we can agree to your terms as long as your sect has no connection to them. Gao Buchan squinted as he realized the Dao opening sect was genuinely considering the Spirit Genesis sect as their opponent and might be planning a Transplanter Emperor Dao war. This might be an opportunity. He immediately decided not to be consecutive. My fourth condition is to help me deal with the D-Clan. Gao Buchan waited for the fallout of his words, but nothing changed. As expected of that monster, he doesn't care about his family. He sneered as hatred flashed deep in his eyes. No, replied Jian Liling. And that's not for negotiation. She knew her big brother wanted to rally the entire world underneath his banner. So, how could they team up with foreign forces to deal with members of their world? Such an act would hinder Wang Wei's plan. Furthermore, the D-Clan plays a significant role in preventing the growth of the devil cultivators. They're the main reason they have not stepped out of the Western continent for countless eras. Such a family is blessed with merit and luck and cannot easily be dealt with. Regardless, Big Brother might use the contradiction between the Battle Artifact Villa and the D-Clan to his advantage. However, that's only if Gao Buchan's status in the villa is high enough. Gao Buchan did not expect such a fierce and irrefutable objection. He opened his mouth to negotiate but closed them as he saw Yan Liling's eyes. Fine. Then, I will change my fourth condition. I want an alliance between our two factions. Oh, you want to join us? Yes. Why? You should understand the meaning behind your actions. Gao Buchan shook his head. You would think this would make me a traitor? But it's not true. Oh, over the years, the Spirit Genesis sect has done too much. They were overbearing and eliminated anyone or faction, which threatened their power and status. Things got to the point where all the other factions banded together, including foreigners, to weaken their power. According to historical records, this massive battle ended with the killing of one of their immortal sovereigns and injuring the other. But even then, they were still so powerful. So, the other factions have to ally with foreign powers to suppress the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Yan Liling. Correct. If that's true, then their hidden power is much deeper than we anticipated. Despite knowing this, you still want to deal with them? Why not? Replied Yan Liling with a smile. And you should know where our confidence originates from. Gao Buchan gazed at the eastern quadrant. Yes, if that monster proves the Tao, they don't need to fear the Spirit Genesis sect. According to many analyses and predictions, He-Shi, the young master of the Spirit Genesis sect, with his unparalleled talent, has the highest chance of proving the Tao. Furthermore, he will most likely become an Eternal Supreme. Because of his strength and potential, many factions wish to assassinate him. So, they did not hesitate to break the previous premises and acted like the Spirit Genesis used to by sending insurgents to kill him. However, none succeeded. He-Shi's talent is nothing compared to Wang Wei. However, that guy is still weird. One event made He-Shi famous. He survived the assassination of an insurgent with peak first-class strength. He was nothing but a Spirit Enlightenment Realm, Tier 6, cultivator, and the factions planned that assassin perfectly, even taking into account the immortal sovereigns might have left protection on him. Yet, he survived. What's worse is the assassin refused to talk about what had happened. Then, a few years later, he took his own life, creating a layer of mystery for He-Shi. I can accept your fourth condition. However, can you represent the Battle Artifact Villa? You don't have to worry about that. I was the next Villa Lord, and my master should still be in power. As long as I return home, I can convince him to form an alliance, especially with such a powerful faction. In that case, it's fine. Any more conditions? No, that's it, he replied after a brief pause. In that case, you can live and head to the Tao opening sect. Gao Buchan clasped his hand to bow. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me. Then, a white light enveloped him, and he disappeared. Chapter 844, The Weakest Link. 844, The Weakest Link. DTon watched Gao Buchan's liberation and his conversation with Yan Liling. His emotions more than complicated. Was he furious? Yes, he was, but not out of pure anger, but the lack of competence of his chosen general. Secondly, and more importantly, he was furious at himself for making such an obvious mistake. I keep telling myself to be cautious or prudent when dealing with Wang Wei. Yet, I made such a blunder. What kind of people were Tao Overlord? Intelligent individuals who can find the flaws in their enemies and use them against them. And even knowing this, Tion went on a rampage during the cleanup, searching for generals. And when he enslaved Gao, Buchan, and Gluttony, he did it in the 9 Devil God continent, right before Wang Wei's eyes. Such an act was like telling the latter, he is my flaw, and how to deal with it. After so many years, have I not learned anything? Will arrogance be my downfall again? Tion contemplated his past, thinking about how things went wrong. The creation of his generals was necessary, given how powerful and talented Wang Wei was. If he did not do the same, the current situation would have been worse. However, he never should have been so evident with his actions. During that time, he had too much confidence in achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation and believed Wang Wei's chances were too slim. After all, 9 Pillar claimed to have spent his entire life, billions of yuan epochs, before only discovering one method. Alas, he forgot how Tao overlords were people who could create miracles. As such, a part of him became complacent, prideful, and condescending as victory near him. I made the same mistakes before she died, contemplating Tion. Could it be that my terrible fate is now a curse from heaven, but the result of my own inadequacy? For many years, he believed his horrid fate was Heavenly Tao's fault. But now, he has to ask himself why it was so easy to scheme against him. Why was it so easy to make him suffer, to make him fail? Tao Overlord, Tao Overlord, Tao Overlord. None of this would have happened as I was one. His eyes blurred as he imagined what his life would have been like if he had the capabilities to pass the supreme outlaw trial. Ning would still be by his side, probably one of humankind's most extraordinary eternal emperors. Then, together, they would lead acquired life against the innate beings from the endless void while ensuring the supremacy of humans. He would have watched his disciples grow and become pillars of human society. And with his protections, none of them might have died. There is no point in thinking of what-ifs, sighed Tion, who knew long ago heaven and earth were not fair. Some people were born with talents and abilities that others could only dream of. Some people's endpoints are other starting points. And in life, in the cultivation world, you can only do with the cards handed to you by fate. Now, I only need to think about my next step, pondered Tion, who had calmed down. The first plan would be to attack the remaining participants. Tion simulated the result of such a tactic. Wang Wei would intervene and stop him. He will have the advantage, since the latter will have to protect these weaklings of his subordinates. Yin Liling and Li Jun would be fine. As long as Wang Wei buys them enough time, they can escape to the elemental dimensions without being affected by our battle. However, Tai Gang would probably not live long. But he is inconsequential. The real threat is Yin Liling and Wang Ju. If he protects them long enough, Wang Wei should create an array that blesses his strength and gives him an advantage in the battle against me. According to his simulation, this plan can only work if he goes all out to deal with Wang Wei and can successfully buy enough time to get rid of the others. However, this process would require him to reveal his trump card in advance and might not even work since he did not know the fullest extent of Wang Wei's strength. There are too many unexpected variables and unpredictable outcomes with this tactic. It's better to be safe than sorry, thought Tion before looking at the battle between Wang Ju and his shadow. Everything seemed even so far. In that case, I can only rely on Plan B and use that secret technique. If he can catch Wang Ju, it would be even better. Tion sent a message to his shadow and waited. If there were a person he could count on, was his shadow, since the latter was one of the remains from the sleepers. As such, he was talented and fiercely loyal. Additionally, he needs to take precautionary measures to ensure Gluttony does not follow the same fate as Gao Buchan. He modified the soul enslavement to immediately kill him at the slightest signs of interference. Eastern Quadrant. Wang Wei was on the highest alert after Yin Liling's victory. He observed and waited, with no changes to the battlefield. He did not overthrow the board and attack the others. I guess we were closer to checkmate. Once things reached this stage, one of his fears for this final battle was for his opponent to destroy the board to end the game, rendering all his plans and tactics useless. As such, his plan for such an event was divided into two, with the first being obviously protecting the board and not letting DTon do as he pleases. And the second and main one was one of the fundamental flaws of dealing with intelligent people who knew how terrifying Tao overlords were, being too cautious not to fall into a trap. Caution is good, but it must also be measured, thought Wang Wei. If he tried to attack the others, he would have a severe advantage since defending is more demanding than attacking. He could use this occasion to pressure me physically and mentally. And as long as he persisted and was wise with his attack, I would have no choice but to let my team live the battle to protect them, abandoning all my plans. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he had completely figured out his opponent's mindset and used it against him. Risks were significant in many things, including battles, especially calculated risks. Things are proceeding smoothly. However, I should also be prudent. Who knows what this old monster is hiding as a trump card? He would only celebrate once success was at hand. Then he focuses on the weakest link of this team, who will also play a vital role. A few minutes ago, the Southern Quadrant, Tai Gang, wearing Jin Zombie as armor, looked at gluttony before him. He controlled his breath to ensure his calmness and rationality, thinking of the perfect battle tactic for this fight. According to the group's analysis, his strength should be 7-leaf peak. However, this strength is not his own, but the result of swallowing DTon's attacks before the battle. There is a limit to how much strength can increase through the power of Devour, and Gluttony's limit should be the limit of all mortals. But even without increasing his strength, he can store a vast amount of energy in his stomach. As such, a protracted battle is not ideal. With such a large reserve of energy, Gluttony's stamina will be nigh infinite, and his healing capabilities scary. So, I need a quick and decisive victory. The two stared at each other, releasing their aura. However, Tai Gang noticed his opponents seemed cold and lifeless. For a devil to have such an aura should be expected, yet it looked odd on Gluttony. No man or devil should have their freedom forcefully stripped from them. Tai Gang sympathized with this little devil, unlike the myriad Emperor World's people, who had hatred for such a species embedded deep in their blood and soul. He was from the lower realm and had never heard of such a race. Furthermore, the primary source of his sympathy was his lack of history with the devil race. Tai Gang knew the fate awaiting his home world, the warring kingdom world, if a more aggressive world discovered them. They might have all been killed or suffered a worse fate, similar to Gao Buchan and this devil. After getting in the best mindset, Tai Gang rushed for the offensive. Jin Zombie was a body refiner. So Kai Song ensured she kept this property when she turned it into a puppet armor. Boom! With one punch, Gluttony flew a dozen meters before stopping. A surprise flashed in the devil's eyes as he could not absorb the force behind this attack. And inside the armor, Tai Gang sneered. Their team knew about Gluttony's Tao, so how would they not prepare? Although the zombie puppet was not originally part of the plan. But before the battle, he practiced many methods to deal with devouring, swaller, or eating Tao. Chapter 845, The Weakest Link. 2. 845, The Weakest Link. 2. Tai Gang rushed into his opponent, releasing a barrage of attacks. With each fist, he released a tremendous vibration capable of destroying countless galaxies. At first, Gluttony could block some of these attacks with his enhanced physical body. However, the devil began to suffer when Tai Gang started taking advantage of the potent fleshly body of the zombie. Tai Gang used Wang Wei's techniques he used in his early years. He released vibration from every cell, molecule, muscle fiber, tendon, bone, and even every inch of skin before redirecting them toward his enemy. Boom! The space twisted with the surrounding space-time as Tai Gang's fist headed directly for Gluttony's head. And in one fell swoop, the devil's upper body exploded like a balloon overfilled with oxygen. Swish! Gluttony's upper body regrows itself without any problem. The problem looked horrifying. It was like countless worms fused to form a humanoid shape that resembled gluttony. Bang! Tai Gang went on the offensive and continued his tactic of relentless attack. His fist contained the same strength as before. However, his effort failed this time around. And this time around, gluttony was not even pushed backward. Bang! Bang! Tai Gang continued 2 more attacks, even knowing it would be useless. He wanted to take this opportunity to analyze the opponent's technique. He realized the devil used another space as a medium to transfer the force and vibration from the attacks. Did he transfer the attacks into his stomach, but did not absorb them? Instead, he redirected the attacks somewhere else to prevent any problems. Tai Gang was trained in situational awareness and analysis like any heaven chosen. Ordinary people cannot easily acquire such education. If not for his status in the sect, he would need to risk his life in countless battles to gain such an ability, and it would not be compared to these genius systematic training. However, geniuses from emperor lineage will be taught countless knowledge and experience that allowed them to discover what kind of Tao their opponent was using or its application. Crunch. While analyzing his opponent, Tai Gang watched with surprise and a little bit of horror as his right arm suddenly disappeared, followed by a crunching sound. What has happened? He wondered. Fear almost overwhelmed his mind due to the unknown. Luckily, his mind was not that weak, so he swiftly controlled himself. Additionally, Yin Liling's pill was still in effect and kept his mind calm and soothing. Kai Song ensured to keep the biological characteristics of the zombie as she turned it into puppet armor. So, after the arm went missing, it regrew itself, along with Tai Gang, who was bonded with it. Inky Flame, the zombie, swiftly opened its mouth and spewed an eerie dark green flame with the power to burn the soul. However, it mysteriously disappeared like Tai Gang's arm before reaching gluttony. The only difference was the crunching sound was replaced by subtle sounds that seemed like chewing and swallowing. Did he eat my attacks? Thought Tai Gang. Yes, he should be treating my attacks like food and eating them. He tested his theory by elevating his senses, and Tai Gang finally saw it. There were multiple invisible mouths surrounding gluttony. Tai Gang tested them by sending an Yin Claw attack. As expected, they ate, chewed, and swallowed it. Tai Gang became more serious. Through the process of chewing, gluttony can remove the influence of my technique, allowing him to swallow my attacks after a process of refining. He removed the parts that made them unswallowable and kept the part he can absorb. Although it will reduce the energy quantity of the attacks, it is still better than nothing. Tai Gang began to think of countermeasures. The fastest way to deal with gluttony would be to use the order talisman he has in his space ring and establish the order on this battlefield so that no one can swallow each other. Es technique, or he could limit the number of things that can be consumed. However, the team previously warned against creating Scenario S. So, if he took out the talisman, he could not predict what gluttony would take from his space ring. I need to hurry since I won't last long, thought Tai Gang. His body and strength were naturally weak, so it was difficult for him to bear using this immortal tier zombie puppet armor. He was only holding because of Yin Liling's pills and sharing his vitality with his undead legion. Heaven and Earth vibration domain, Tai Gang did not hesitate to use one of his most powerful techniques. His body began to release immense vibrations, followed by all the laws between heaven and earth. Through law resonance, he can control these laws and, in turn, the vibration they created. Then, he focused everything on his opponent. Tai Gang encased gluttony in this world of vibration. As such, the devil was surrounded by terrifying vibrational powers from all sides. Gluttony did accept his fate and fought against this wave of attacks. He defended himself as his invisible mouths went on overdrive, trying to eat anything that came toward him. However, there were too many coming everywhere. Over the years, he had expanded the ability of his stomach to swallow things. Although it was not infinite like the heaven-devouring emperor, his ability increased 100 times since the cleanup. Unfortunately, Tai Gang's attack still overwhelmed him, especially since most of these foods were unpalatable or indigestible. Soon, Gluttony found himself with countless injuries, forcing him to use a defensive art. Stomach manifestation. Gluttony's stomach is a large dimension where all the power and energy he absorbed goes. The stomach is both real and unreal, existing on a plane of existence accessible only to Gluttony, at least it should be. And in this dangerous situation, he manifested his stomach into the physical world to protect himself. Tai Gang's infinite Tao vibrations became ineffective. As they reached Gluttony and touched the stomach, they only created spatial and temporal fluctuations with no effect. However, Tai Gang did not stop and was stubbornly persistent. He knew the stomach was the source of Gluttony's primary techniques, or Tao. So, as long as he can damage it in any way possible, it will be to his advantage. Bang! Heaven and earth shook. Damn it! Cursed Tai Gang, as the laws of heaven and earth were annihilated by a potent strike. After a brief observation, he knew the culprit and cursed out loud for being victim to his ally's technique. Without these laws, he cannot use law resonance to generate vibration from heaven and earth. And as he expected, Gluttony quickly dealt with his weakened technique and went on the offensive. Vomiting chaos, a colossal mouth emanated behind Gluttony's back and opened, showing its razor-sharp fangs. However, the terrifying part about this thing was not the fact it was only a mouth or the creepy teeth, but what came out of it. A dark purple beam. The power of greater chaos? Thought Tai Gang, his teeth clenched as he focused intently. According to the team's analysis, this outcome was likely if Gluttony could successfully mix all the different powers inside his stomach. However, the team concluded that Gluttony's talent was unlikely to achieve such a feat. However, they did not rule out this possibility due to Tion's unpredictable or unknown factor. Although the latter displayed no knowledge of Chaos Tao, who knows what he experienced or learned during his long life. This is not the time to be distracted, thought Tai Gang, knowing he was in a difficult situation. As he watched this beam containing the strength to annihilate him instantly, Tai Gang realized he might be too late to come up with the appropriate measure. So, he allowed the instinct of the zombie to take control. As a living creature, it should have the natural instinct to survive. So, Tai Gang only allowed these instincts to activate and function by themselves. Boom! Sounds cannot travel in a vacuum. However, due to the intensity of the energy involved in this attack, followed by the destruction of the laws of heaven and earth, such common sense was thrown out of the window. The intensity of the explosion was enough to devastate millions of galaxies if anything else remained in this grand cosmos. So, the floating debris became the victims. After everything settled, only one thing remained at the center of the blast: an old and decrepit black coffin. Tai Gang walked out of the coffin, and the zombie puppet was in terrible shape. It could be described as almost falling apart. And even he, who was protected inside, was not in the best condition. Luckily for him, Yin Liling's pills remained in his body to heal his injuries. Sadly, the same could not be said for the zombie. After surviving the initial contact with a blast using the coffin defense art from a zombie, Tai Gang summoned an energy pill to help the puppet's regeneration. And that's how it did not entirely fall apart. Gluttony's realm is weak but still working, thought Tai Gang as he felt the state of the zombie. However, it's better than me without it entirely. His mind worked on overdrive as he calculated how best to use the last value of the puppet. Chapter 846, The Weakest Link. 3. Flesh-burning Tai Gang did not hesitate to burn the flesh of the puppet to increase his battle strength temporarily. His aura drastically increased as a green flame manifested on the puppet. Without hesitation, he rushed toward his opponent. Gluttony's cold and indifferent eyes did not fluctuate. He gathered the power of chaos he created by combining countless different powers and energy and fired them. Tai Gang tried to evade at first, but the speed at which Gluttony fired his chaos breath was too fast. So, after dodging the fourth attack, he was hit head-on. Tai Gang was swift as he created a two-pronged defense. In the first layer, he controlled a massive amount of in-ki from the puppet to summon a world of souls. Secondly, he condensed an unimaginable amount of vibration to create a shield capable of surviving the explosions of countless middle thousand worlds. Sadly, his efforts resulted in minimal achievements. Bang! Everything is born from chaos and must one day return to chaos. As soon as Gluttony's breath reached the world of souls, it melted all the ghosts like ice in the summer heat. Then it was the turn of the condensed vibration shield. The chaos breath encountered some resistance, but it was also minimal. Regardless, these two measures bought Tai Gang enough time to evade and survive this attack. Boom! Gluttony predicted his survival. He even predicted where Tai Gang would appear after evading his attack. So, as soon as the latter appeared, another breath attack awaited him. Damn it! Cursed Tai Gang as he raised his two arms to block the attack. His battle instinct kicked in as he thought of a way to deal with the situation. And in the moment of life and death, he did not falter or let fear overwhelm him. No, Tai Gang was the kind of talent that thrived in dangerous situations. He could push himself beyond his limit when he faced death. That's one of the reasons Wang Wei chose him as one of his generals and never abandoned him after so many years. So, Tai Gang took action. He remembered something Wang Wei once told him as an idea to help his vibration Tao and help him create new techniques. Imagine everything in the world is made of strings matter, energy, soul, the spirit, consciousness, and even the laws of heaven and earth. And the world functions properly based on how these strings vibrate. Tai Gang has always felt these words contain profound meaning and held the highest truth between heaven and earth. Although Wang Wei only said they were ideas and how to utilize his Tao and should not take it as absolute truth, his intuition told him these words were not simple. When Tai Gang's hands touched the chaos breath, he instantly felt different vibrations. There were thousands, if not more, of them. He knew these vibrations corresponded to the various powers or abilities Gluttony fused to create the chaos breath. Breakdown, something amazing occurred. The purple breath suddenly changed color. To be precise, it dispersed into thousands of colors, each with a different aura. Gluttony's eyes widened, showing his emotions for the first time since the start of the battle. He did not even react when an outside force destroyed the laws of the surroundings. Meanwhile, Tai Gang watched the destroyed arms of the puppet. Although he succeeded in stopping the attack, the short contact did a number on this puppet. However, he couldn't care less about his current state. I have found my path, he thought, unable to contain his excitement. One of the most outstanding achievements of a Dao is to affect or control all Daos. The Supreme Outlaw Daos are famous because of their power and innate ability to do this feat as long as the user is competent enough. However, it is not the same for other Dao. For example, how would someone who cultivates fire Dao have any relation with Fate Dao? They must be talented enough to push their talent to that level and control Fate Fire, Creation Flame, and so on. During this battle, Tai Gang watched many people who had already peeped into that realm. For example, Huafeng Wang, who used the yin-yang changes in the four seasons to control time Dao. Tai Gang realized his inadequacy when compared to these top heaven chosens. And for a while, he thought it was because his vibration Dao was such a weak Dao. Of course, he also understood that there is no weak Dao, only weak cultivators. However, this fact did not change his thoughts, as he was overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority. But today, he found the way forward for his vibration Dao to affect all Daos. So, that's what his words were inferring to, muttered Tai Gang. No, I still feel these words have a deeper meaning. Tai Gang then concentrates on his opponent. I won't last long, so I need to end this battle as soon as possible. He hadn't made his move yet when the world suddenly turned blood red. Then he saw countless visions where he committed innumerable acts of mindless slaughter. This, thought Tai Gang as he woke up from the influence. His willpower was high, and he trained to resist the spear's effect. However, something else soon caught his attention. Ruhar, Gluttony releases a primal scream. Immediately, his eyes turned red, and his aura became unstable. He looked at Tai Gang like he was not human, like he was nothing but prey. Has he lost consciousness? This could be in my favor. Alas, a strange fluctuation originated from Gluttony's sea of consciousness, and his eyes regained clarity. Damn it, I should have expected this. Cursed Tai Gang as he rushed toward his opponent. He knew Gluttony would still be in a sluggish state for a few seconds after awakening. So, it was the best opportunity to end this battle. Let's execute the final plan. Tai Gang rushed in to launch a barrage of firsts, condensing the power of vibration to the pinnacle. Meanwhile, his mouth also generated a beautiful melody. And as soon as Gluttony heard this song, the clarity in his eyes began to fade. His primordial spirit became chaotic as his most internal primal instincts were being awakened. If not for Dtion's soul enslavement, Gluttony might already turn into a devil who only knows mindless killing. Tai Gang's attacks did devastating damage to the young devil. Alas, his stomach stored too much energy, so his healing abilities were even higher than the best body refiners in this generation. Now, thought Tai Gang, as a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. Boom! He did not hesitate to explode the body of the zombie puppet armor and his physical body. And since he was in the middle of the explosion center and only a primordial spirit, he would have been affected with his weak soul and cultivation. Such an explosion was enough to kill him thousands of times. However, his plan worked. Gluttony acted instinctively and immediately swallowed the explosion. The opportunity is here. Tai Gang waved his hand to summon an artifact, a Sealing Emperor artifact. The artifact contained Wang Wei's power, and he controlled it to target Gluttony's slave marks. Eche screamed the devil as a fierce reaction occurred in his soul. Dtion had reinforced the mark to not fall for the same trick twice. So, as soon as Tai Gang acted, his power manifested and blocked the effect of the artifact and Wang Wei's power. Checkmate, said Tai Gang as markings suddenly appeared on Gluttony's body. They enveloped every corner of his body before rapidly turning him into a marble. Your parents should have warned you that you cannot put anything in your mouth, muttered Tai Gang, sighing deeply that everything was over. He held the marble in his hand, shaking his head. The battle ended before it began since Wang Wei knew Gluttony was enslaved. Dealing with Tao Overlord is truly scary. They're always 5 to 10 steps ahead of everybody. Dtion took preventive measures against his soul mark, but failed to see the other weaknesses that Wang Wei saw and prepared. According to the battle tactic Tai Gang was instructed before the battle, he had many options to deal with Gluttony. He used his flesh as bait to seal the devil from his stomach, but he had other options. He could do it from his devil bloodline. Wang Wei had a devil god body, so he knew a lot about the devil race's bloodline after the scientists of his science and technology world studied intensely for him to achieve 10 supremacy. Secondly, Wrath wanted him to save Gluttony, so she gave him some help. Finally, Tai Gang had another option if these two did not work the quantum arrays. He could release these things and use the same tactics as Wang Wei to pass the Supreme Outlaw trial. It is improbable for me to become a Tao Overlord after my reincarnation, and the risks are too high. However, I need to prepare to deal with them. After living with a Tao Overlord for many years, Tai Gang knew their weakness lack of information. If you do not give them enough information in time, you can quickly deal with a Tao Overlord. Of course, that is if you have the strength. Tai Gang exhaled out loud as he summoned a few pills to heal. He did not regrow his fleshly body since he wanted to take this opportunity to increase his strength and go further. There is only the last step remaining, thought Tai Gang as he looked in the distance. He had his role to play, so he needed to prepare. Chapter 847 Dtion's Tactic, The Last Step, thought Wang Wei as he watched Tai Gang becoming the victor. His facial expression remained the same, a charming smile that hid his true intentions or hypocrisy. His lack of movement or change was only superficial. Ever since the start of the Battle of General, He had two purposes: keep watching his opponent to prevent interference, and use his power to secretly prevent Dtion's intuition or danger sense from activating. And such an act was not easy to pull off while under his nose and when they were of similar power or level. As such, Wang Wei had to be extra careful not to be discovered. Luckily, his attempts have been successful. He kept observing Dtion, ensuring the latter would not destroy the entire board. He appeared as calm as me, thought Wang Wei. He is not someone who will give up easily, so he must be preparing something. His attention has been focused on his shadow, so he must be the key to his plan. Are you all right? I'm fine. Wang Wei thought about the information he knew from the oracle mirror, but could not think of anything specifically. The mirror did not give him all of Dtion's information, leaving many loopholes in his information gathering. Furthermore, there were too many possibilities based on what he knew about Dtion. No need to let my mind drift. I will respond based on the situation. After making a decision, Wang Wei used his divine sense to contact Li Jun. Are you all right? I'm fine. If you're not okay with the plan, it's not too late to change things, said Wang Wei. No, it's definitely too late, replied Li Jun. At least, to ensure success and prevent unforeseen variables, it's too late. There is no need to worry about unforeseen variables. This is not the time to be soft, cut Li Jun. Wait, it's not like you to hesitate at the last minute. I feel icky, explained Wang Wei. What does that mean? It's like my intuition wishes to warn me, but it's being blocked. So, I feel icky. I feel like something is not correct. Is something bad going to happen? Maybe. But you should have expected this when dealing with such an old monster. One of the difficult aspects of dealing with Dtion is his long life and experience. At any point, he could devise some unknown method he learned and acquired from his long life. And unlike people like Heaven-Devouring Emperor and Feng Hong, Dtion has the battle prowess to make these methods potent threats. We were prepared for the danger of this plan, continued Li Jun. So, the best we can do is be extra cautious and prepare for the worst-case scenario. You're right. Be prepared and contact the others. Wang Ju is almost finished. Western Quadrant. Dtion watched Gluttony's fate with indifferent eyes. It's been confirmed Wang Wei has a connection with the devil race. During the cleanup, he stopped him from capturing their leader Wrath. And according to him, it was purely to prevent his opponent from becoming more powerful. Based on their interactions, Dtion suspected they had some sort of deal or connection, but Wang Wei denied it. He questioned his motive, but when it comes to Wang Wei, nothing is as simple as it seems. So, Dtion was never entirely sure. However, after seeing how he dealt with Gluttony, he confirmed the latter had some connection with Wrath, and Gluttony might play a key to everything. It's inconsequential. As long as I win, I can read his memories and know what he was planning with the devil race. If it's beneficial to me, I might continue it, concluded Dtion before focusing on the final battle. That's the only he cares for. Come on. You only need to have her corpse, and I can use the parasite pyramid art, thought Dtion with squinted eyes. The parasite pyramid art is an emperor scripture created by the devil ancestor during the Acquirinate War before the Null Era, since he was the first devil cultivator to prove the Tao. The creator, the heavenly demon emperor, was a talentless human living in an era full of heaven-defying geniuses. And even his high understanding did not matter very much given how many geniuses were in that era. Yet, he rose and became one of the most feared pseudo-eternals of that era. The heavenly demon emperor created his technique to make up for his lack of talent. He would place parasites inside talented individuals' bodies and have them cultivated for him. Once the time was right, he would take their cultivation progress through the parasites. The entire scripture's philosophy involved the idea that I would use heaven and earth to make up for my deficiency. In the early stages of this technique, it could only take things like energy. Then, the heavenly demon emperor evolved the art to take anything including bloodline, physique, body refining progress, and even law comprehension. At its peak, the heavenly demon emperor had talented people under him to cultivate for him. At the same time, these people also had people that cultivated for them, forming a hierarchical pyramid, hence the name. And, of course, Many people feared him because of the horror of this parasite. Before proving the Tao, the heavenly demon emperor was one of the most wanted individuals between both the acquired and innate sides of the war. After all, these parasites were not detectable under normal circumstances, and no one wanted to be the next victim. Many geniuses became crippled, or died after having everything taken away from them. After proving the Tao, the heavenly demon emperor became an even more significant threat since his technique could still apply to grand Tao source comprehension. The acquired side wanted to annihilate him no matter the price. But the humans intervened and came up with a better solution. They would unleash the heavenly demon emperor on the enemy. So, an accord was signed. This devil joined their sides and promised only to release his art to the innate life forms. And the heavenly demon emperor accepted such a deal, unleashing mayhem and terror. Unfortunately, such an unparalleled talent suddenly disappeared, and Tion did not know what had happened to him exactly. He acquired the parasite pyramid art after his reincarnation, since the heavenly demon emperor appeared after his death. He searched for information, and Tion guessed the fate of such a legendary character death. The acquired sides most likely betrayed him near the end of the war due to fear of his scripture and parasite Tao. Tion theorized that heavenly Tao might also be involved in the latter's death. In his era, that thing had some level of consciousness or emotion, making it fear the possibility of the heavenly demon emperor parasitizing it. There's a high chance the latter did succeed, so heavenly Tao planned his downside. Tion greatly believed in this theory because the scripture he received was incomplete. And when he tried to make up for the flaws and complete this scripture, he received many limits and restraints from heaven and earth. The final result is barely on par with the true power of this ingenious scripture. Tion watched the battle with bated breath, waiting for the final outcome. As long as I get my hands on Wang Ju, I can plant the parasite seed. And through her connection with Wang Wei, I can steal some of his powers. His face or eyes did not reveal his emotions or thoughts. He was like an ancient well without any ripples for thousands of years. Even if I steal one of his strength, I will have an overwhelming advantage, thought Tion. However, I need to act swiftly to prevent him from cutting the connection between them. With his plan, he can increase his strength while weakening the enemy. However, Tion still had some worries, mainly in the form of heavenly Tao. The current parasite pyramid art is a shallow version of its former self, at least, according to Tion's analysis. Regardless, heavenly Tao's fear of this technique might not vanish, forcing it to interfere when using it on Wang Wei. Logically speaking, unless an extreme case occurred, heavenly Tao has no right to intervene in the battle, especially in such a late stage, contemplated Tion. However, Wang Wei is a complete son of Era the First in history. His status might even involve true heavenly Tao, so it's not of the realm of possibility for them to cheat for him. Tion knew his thoughts were too paranoid and extreme. After all, it was a program with rules and regulations that it must follow at all costs. However, after suffering so long from heavenly Tao's curse, he cannot help but look at it from the worst point of view possible. That's the only way he can ensure nothing goes wrong, especially when he is so close to success. There is no point in hesitating, since this might be my only chance at ensuring victory. So, I only need to be careful and prepare for the worst-case scenario. He was no longer his weak self, completely helpless before heavenly Tao's power. With his current strength, he can severely damage heaven and earth if he plans carefully. And with that fact alone, heavenly Tao should also consider whether to play favorite. Chapter 848, Battle of Assassins. Fire Dimension. Wang Ju appeared and looked around. This used to be a world of flame, but after Feng Heng and Zhun Bai's battle, this place became an empty dimension full only of void or nothingness. Well, at least to the naked eye. With Wang Ju's senses, she could still feel their previous battles' residual energy and power. However, these things were useless to her, so she did not care. She waited a few seconds before her opponent appeared a man clad in all black, not showing much of his face or body. As soon as she laid eyes on him, she knew this man was the epitome of what a shadow should be like: not known, not seen, and no self. His only existence was to serve his master. His appearance reminded Wang Ju of the previous shadow who served sect master Wang Tian. At one point in her career, she contemplated walking the same path and becoming an actual shadow of his young master. However, Wang Wei disagreed, as he did not want her to become a mindless object dedicated only to himself. Wang Ju was grateful for this decision. After all, if she had the choice, who would want to become a walking puppet? Simultaneously, she felt it was her duty to whatever was necessary to become the young master's most excellent aide. And if becoming like this could help, she should not have hesitated to do it. All these thoughts rapidly flashed inside Wang Ju's mind while observing her opponent. Then, she focused on the opponent at hand. She knew she lacked information on this shadow's abilities and prowess. However, her team has deduced many things about the latter because he was a shadow in the first place. As such, she had some level of confidence. For this fight, there is no need for hesitation or waste of time. Boom! She activated her divine ability that granted her temporary strength of Tao Ancestor 5 root. Then, she summoned her 2 daggers, both false Tao artifacts. Ditian's Shadow, whose codename as a sleeper was Demon Rays, frowned underneath his hood. As he sensed his opponent's actions, he immediately knew the latter wanted a swift fight. For a moment, he was annoyed that he had lost the opportunity to control the rhythm of the battle. However, he had great control of his emotions and calmed down almost immediately. Then, he also activated the same divine ability, releasing an aura almost on par with Wang Ju. Demon Rays did not summon a weapon, but his nails suddenly grew into claws, and the aura they released was also on par with Wang, just daggers. Claws for weapons? If he is an assassin, then his fighting style should be more violent, primitive, and bloody, analyzed Wang Ju. Let's do a few tests before getting serious. The Fate Shadow's mode of operation has always been to be highly cautious, especially when dealing with opponents of similar strength. She instantly appeared before him and made a simple 2-attack combo with her daggers. Clink, clink. Demon Rays used his claws to effortlessly block these attacks. His actions were swift, methodical, and highly efficient. With only this small interaction, Wang Ju felt he learned some significant information. Clink, clink. She increased the intensity of the attack, preparing to slowly draw out her opponent's abilities. Alas, she did not have to wait long. Swish! Demon Rays suddenly disappeared from her sight and perception. Immediately afterward, Wang Ju felt great danger coming from behind. Then, a claw plunged deep from her back, piercing her heart. Boom! She exploded, turning into a mist of black goo. Shadow Elemental? Thought Demon Rays before turning around and seeing an intact Wang Ju appearing not far in the distance. What was that? Thought Wang Ju. Was he too fast for me to react? No, it was different. Without hesitation, she threw her dagger with great force, tearing the fabric of space-time in the process. Wang Ju focused intently as she watched the weapon travel to its destination. Swish! Demon Rays again disappeared, and she felt the same sense of danger, except it was above her this time, heading for her head and soul. A spiky black shadow popped out of Wang Ju's head, stabbing Demon Rays with incredible speed. The latter had to stop his attack and parry with his fiendish claws. Ise contemplate vanquio. He can disturb people's perception. She could tell that her opponent's ability affected even her soul or divine sense. Demon Rays did not stay on the defensive. After parrying the attack, he flew towards her again, releasing a palpitating bloodlust that reddened the surrounding area. Huh! Groaned Wang Ju slightly as a claw mark appeared on her back, leaving it almost maimed. This time around, she failed to escape the latter's claws. If her body did not move on instinct, her injury would have been worse than a few marks. I used my danger sense to evade his technique. But now, his bloodlust made me feel danger everywhere, and unable to pinpoint where he would appear. Wang Ju knew she had to use another tactic. Otherwise, she would suffer in this battle. Fate perception, her vision suddenly changed. From now on, she can see her fate in the next few minutes. So, if demon rays stabbed her in the left, right, on her chest, abdomen, or heart, she could see it. Clink! One of her daggers stopped demon rays' claw from targeting her throat. Wang Ju sensed an intent of surprise from him, but she did not care as she took advantage of this current advantage. Her second dagger acted swiftly and released a moon-shaped slash that sent demon rays flying a few hundred meters away, leaving a nasty wound on his upper torso. And this was not the end. Wang Ju did not let this opportunity pass, as she suddenly appeared from his shadow behind him. She held her daggers in the form of scissors, targeting demon rays' head. Swish! Wang Ju frowned as she saw how her weapon cut only air. At the last minute, demon rays controlled his body and shrunk his bones, thus changing his height to that of a child. Bang! Wang Ju blocked the kick from the toddler-sized demon rays, flying a few meters away from her opponent. Then, she frowned as she saw her opponent's shadow slowly disperse, as if it was never there in the first place. A technique d'aveuglissement? Wang Ju secretly shook his head since this was not the first time. Her assassination Dao did not only rely on Shadow Dao. Muttered Wang Ju as she saw demon rays suddenly appear before her, forcing her to block the attack by sheer instinct and years of training. He bypassed my fate perception? How? Can he even twist that kind of perception? She was almost flustered. Luckily, she had years of experience and training so that she could calm down in such a situation. Clink, clink, clink. Wang Ju kept blocking attacks, but did not stop all of them as demon rays kept appearing and disappearing before her eyes. He was so fast and relentless that countless afterimages of himself remained around her. He used a technique, especially targeting my fate ability, she analyzed. He's not twisting my fate perception, but delaying it. It should be some time-related. They would teleport in different directions, perfectly coordinating their attacks to ensure maximum attack input. Technique. Her mind rushed faster as she contemplated the safest and quickest way to deal with this technique and her opponent. Shadow clones Wang Ju's shadow suddenly moved underneath her feet. It divided into 6 black figures who slowly turned into identical versions of herself. The 7 Wang just glanced at demon rays, making the latter frown. These people had the same aura, soul fluctuation, energy mark, Dao fluctuation, and everything else that could identify her. There's probably not a real version of her amongst these 7, thought demon rays. Based on her analysis, each figure can suddenly become the real version, making it difficult to identify or kill. But there should be a flaw in this technique. The 7 Wang just teleported to surround their opponent. Then, without giving him enough time to breathe, they ganged up on him and began to attack from all sides. They would teleport in different directions, perfectly coordinating their attacks to ensure maximum attack input. Blood flew from demon rays' body as countless cutting marks appeared all over his body. However, anyone with the proper knowledge and correct observation could tell all these were minor flesh wounds, with nothing of significance given his powerful flesh body. He has this beast-like instinct for any of my dangerous attacks. Analyzed Wang Ju as one of her clones used a fate-cutting technique with her dagger. However, demon rays found a way to block her attack. I see. Only 3 of the 7 can use strength compared to their Dao ancestors. Meanwhile, the others were distractions, pondered demon rays, who was always calm in any situation. Let's apply more pressure to her. He knew the key to victory in their battle was who could push the opponent further to reveal their final trump cards. And the person who folds first will be at a disadvantage. Chapter 849 Battle of Assassins 2. An enormous black and white wheel manifested behind demon rays. The wheel was grand, noble, and anyone who looked at it would believe they had seen the origin of life in this grand universe. Demon rays' will did not last long, as it turned into a black gate of equal proportion. The gate was as noble and grand, and it contained countless animals engraved on it. Sixth Path of Samsara. Animal Hall underneath Demon Ray's hood. A tattoo of a mantis shrimp appeared on his forehead. Then, he rushed toward Wang Ju and slashed her with his claw. Her danger instinct went on overdrive as she reacted. Slash! 3 of her 7 shadow clones were bisected into 2 with one attack. And one of these 3 clones was the real one with Dao ancestor strength. Wang Ju acted swiftly and replaced the missing real clone by appointing one of the remaining 4. Then, she ordered them to enter the shadow dimension and attack from the dark. However, her attempt was futile. A tattoo of a star-nosed mole appeared on Demon Ray's. This creature contained more than 25,000 sensory receptors that grant super senses to detect, hunt, and navigate in the dark abyss of the ocean. With this tattoo, Demon Ray's senses were elevated to a higher state. And with a glance, he discovered Wang just shadow dimension. Swish! With one movement of his claw, he cleaved through that dimension. The power of the mantis shrimp not only elevated the speed of his claw, but drastically increased his slashing or clawing ability. So, he tore apart the dimension without much effort. Alas, his attack was not as successful as he wanted to be. After destroying the shadow dimension and killing another clone, the remaining 3 Wang Ju acted simultaneously to control the leaking power of the shadow dimension to attack him. As such, countless shadow creatures with sinister or macabre appearances rushed toward Demon Ray's, trying to either kill or drag him into the remains of the shadow dimension. Demon Ray's killed most of these shadow creatures with relative ease. However, there were too many, and they were too quick. Soon enough, he discovered myriad tentacles binding his limbs and immobilizing his movements. During the entire ideal, Demon Ray's was calm as he assessed the situation and chose the best way to deal with the situation. Then, a tattoo of an anglerfish came from the animal gate and entered his body. Subsequently, his eyes turned into 2 glowing lights. A light so intense that it evaporated the shadows faster than a solar flare could annihilate an entire civilization. Demon Ray's was swift as he took on another animal, the cuttlefish. He blended into the environment and disappeared. And in a very short period, before Wang Ju could react, he appeared behind one of the 3 genuine clones and ripped her heart out. The other 2 reacted swiftly. The moment their counter died, they instantly sealed Demon Ray's by creating a special dimension around him. However, they knew such a measure was not enough. So, as soon as the dimension appeared, they instantly blew it up. And this was not the entire power of this attack. Wang Ju layered hundreds of dimensions on top of the first one and exploded them without hesitation. However, she soon frowned as she sensed a powerful vitality amidst this chaos full of spatial energy. And as expected, Demon Ray's appeared at the center of the explosion. He had lost half of his torso, his right leg was twisted at a weird angle, and his head appeared to be sliced into 2. Although his mask and head still did not reveal his face, Wang Ju could sense his calmness. Demon Ray's borrowed the power of the axolotl, animal capable of regenerating limbs and even their brains. With its power, his natural regenerative power reached an even higher level. Then, he glanced at Wang Ju. Not good, thought the leader of the Fate Shadow Guard as she felt her mind. An uncontrollable amount of fear overwhelmed her mind as she began to reminisce about every time in her life she felt true, unimaginable fear. Wang Ju swiftly controlled her memories to combat this attack. "Young master," said Wang Ju, kneeling on one knee. Normally, she would have received a response by now and stood up. But she stayed in her position for at least half an hour, sweat falling down her back with each passing second. "Li Jun told me he has seen you often in the past few years," said Wang Wei, who seemed engrossed in a book. He flipped every page with a gentleness that was odd. It was like this book was the most precious thing between heaven and earth. "The final battle is approaching, and I'm just trying to relay the information we analyzed and ensure our victory." "Is that so?" he muttered without looking at her. "I doubt even you believe that's coming out of your mouth." Wang Ju's heart sank. As you said, the final battle is approaching. Everyone is on edge, including me. I'm taking this short break from cultivation, so I don't have time to waste with your nonsense. So, tell me the truth. And don't make me have to find it myself. These words were calm, without any intonation, intimidation, or release of an aura. However, Wang Ju felt her soul leave her body as fear rushed through every corner of her vein. She lowered her head, and after a few seconds, she said, "It was an order from the madam." My mother? What did she want? Wang Ju hesitated but realized it was pointless to hide it anymore. She feared Li Jun's betrayal at the last moment. So, she asked me to seduce him to keep him in check. C'est impossible. She has watched Li Jun grow up and treats him like her own son. She knows he won't do such a thing. Furthermore, she's too smart to plan such a shoddy method. Wang Wei turned his head to glance at her, frowning. Are you lying to me? Young master, you know I would never do such a thing, quickly answered Wang Ju. She never thought she was this fast. Then, explain what's going on? Wang Ju secretly sighed in relief, but did not dare take another breath. Someone has planted these ideas into the madam's head. Someone? Who? The people from the Wang clan. I see, muttered Wang Wei. His mother was quite capable. However, she suffered from a major flaw. She lost that intelligence when it came to him. Most cultivators form an extreme when it comes to their family. They either treat them coldly, as if they don't exist, or dote on them to an abnormal point. This fact is the result of their long lifespan and low birth rate. So, they either don't care about their children or descendants, since the latter might not live as long as them, or treat them as the most precious thing in the world, since they might never conceive a second one. So, Wang Wei believed his mother would do such a stupid thing after the people from the Wang clan placed the idea in her head. As for why they did it, well, the answer is simple: politics and power. Despite the unity of the factions of the sect, especially the three families, it's still a fact that the main power of the sect is in the hands of the Wang clan. And a few minority of these people even believed in the supremacy of the Wang clan, believing they should have absolute control over the sect. So, after seeing that Wang Wei has the chance to become the 5th emperor of the Wang clan and the 2nd eternal emperor, some people will go to extreme lengths to ensure nothing happens. Wang Wei finally closed his book. Why didn't you tell me as soon as she ordered you? I feared my actions would lead to contradictions between you and the madam. So, you executed your orders so badly, leading to today's charade? Wang Ju lowered her head. She knew the best action was to immediately tell the truth. However, she also knew the consequences if the relationship between the madam and the sect master was affected because of this. So, she chose the best method she could think of. Wang Wei looked in the distance. Go apologize to Li Jun and tell him the truth. Secondly, go warn these Wang clan members, send a few to prisons and exile another as an example. Finally, I want you to remember you're my shadow and only follow my orders. As you wish. Then what about the madam? That's not your concern, replied Wang Wei, glancing at her. In your career, that is the 2nd time you've disappointed me. I hope there is not a 3rd time. Wang Ju's body trembled. I promise there won't be. I hope so. Wang Wei left to talk to his mother. Meanwhile, Wang Ju felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulder. Break. Wang Ju's memory broke apart as her mind entered a state of absolute darkness. She opened her eyes and glanced at Demon Ray's, her eyes red with anger and intense killing intent. Chapter 850 Battle of Assassins 3. Demon Ray's did not care for his opponent's dangerous gaze. He was only mildly surprised she survived his beastly gaze of fear with such little effort. I should not focus on fear in general, but fear of death, analyzed Demon Ray's as he realized his attack was too broad. If he had focused his gaze, the final result would have been more intense. Where is she? Demon Ray's activated all the receptors from the star-nosed mole, trying to detect his opponent's whereabouts. However, he searched everywhere, including the surrounding dimensions, with no success. Then his beast instinct suddenly activated as he felt great danger coming. Demon Ray's tried to move his body, but it was too late. Push! 2 daggers pierced him from his back. puncturing many of his internal organs. Demon rays groaned in pain as blood dripped from his mouth. How can I not sense any of her movement? Such a thought flashed in his mind. But he knew this was also an opportunity since Wang Ju was so close. He moved his left hand to capture her daggers. Demon Rays' plan was to hold on to them to render her immobile while he attacked swiftly with his right hand. However, as soon as his body moved, he discovered he could not control them as easily as before. He felt something was wrong and used his divine sense to check inside and discover the source of the anomaly. Wang Zhe's blades contained this weird poison or curse that made his cells attack each other. His immune system suddenly became his enemy. Demon Rays swiftly took control of his cells, but it was to no avail. It was like they now had a will of their own and refused to obey him. So, he had to forcefully make them obey. Alas, trying to control billions of cells took time, and Wang Ju was not going to give him any. She suddenly disappeared and appeared before him. Her daggers pierced his heart and brain. Luckily, Demon Rays had plenty of experience and a high battle IQ. Before the second dagger pierced his brain, he activated the animal hall and acquired the power of the bighorn sheep, making his skull harder than the Dao weapon on her hand. Regardless, his eviscerated heart soon became an issue. Since he is Di Tian's shadow, he inherited the latter's mighty, fleshly body. But his vitality was slowly leaking out of his body without a heart. The situation was exacerbated by the cells of his control. Her Di realm is so concentrated, Demon Rays had to divide his mind into three. He had to be careful of Wang, just movement, fighting his out-of-control cells and trying to remove her Di realm from his body so he could regenerate. His ability is annoying, thought Wang Ju after he felt like stabbing the latter's head. Let's eliminate it. She activated the power of her dagger to the full extent of their abilities. Then, she appeared before him again and stabbed him. The moment Demon Rays was about to react and counterattack, his demonized cells became even more overbearing as they attacked his brain and nervous system. As a cultivator, he can bypass control of his body by his brain as his soul takes over. However, the process takes a few nanoseconds to switch, and that's plenty of time for Wang Ju. The leader of the Fate Shadow Guard knew her opponent had placed a lot of power to protect his brain. Although he would not die if it were destroyed, the passing of vitality will drastically be increased once these two primary organs, heart and brain, are no longer present. The daggers took care of Demon Rays' two lungs. However, this was not her main objective. The power of samsara emanated from the dagger, and immediately, the animal hall was forcefully closed. My mind was so focused on other things that I neglected that she should also have control of samsara Dao. Pondered Demon Rays calmly as he used his ability to retain the already acquired animal powers. I can use that technique to deal with this situation. If that is the case, I should focus more on how she could teleport without noticing anything. Demon Rays focused all his attention on Wang Ju, ignoring his body that was rapidly falling apart. Unfortunately, Wang Ju no longer needed to teleport since he was basically useless. I guess it won't be this easy, sighed Demon Rays internally as he used his own unique techniques. Insect Larva Vitality Technique, an Emperor artifact that resembled a cube, appeared above his head, encasing him in a protective barrier. Then, in an instant, all of Demon Rays' vitality was gone from his body, condensed into one place. And from that one place grew another version of himself. Push! A baby version of Demon Rays clawed out of his previous body like an insect coming out of its cocoon. The process was brutal and macabre. However, Wang Ju was finally able to see his opponent's face. He looked bland, like any ordinary person that is not easily noticeable or can blend into a crowd. Such a face was perfect to be an assassin. However, Wang Ju had the sense that this might not be his original face, but changed into that to become a shadow. Despite his ordinary look, there was still something special about Demon Rays' eyes. They looked like predators, always making people fearful or unnerving with their powerful gaze. In a few seconds, baby Demon Rays grew to his former size. So, He waved his hand to put back his previous clothes. The process was as brutal as ever, thought Demon Reyes, momentarily reminiscing about the past. He was born during the beginning Emperor era in a large mortal family. To be exact, he was the ninth child and the fifth son. Alas, life in that era was full of trials and tribulations for mortals. The innate life forms would spread diseases, curses, natural disasters, and even influenced internal war amongst mortals to curb their population growth. They knew the large mortal population was one talent source for cultivators, so they relentlessly targeted them. Unfortunately, Demon Reyes' family was not the lucky few tribes that got to live in small worlds created and protected by powerful cultivators. And one day, when their crops suddenly died overnight, his family could not feed all of them. So, at 18 months old, he was abandoned in the forest nearby. Death should have been his end, but fate had another plan for him. Instead, a pack of wolves found and raised him as their own. Demon Reyes grew up and became one of their own, taking part in hunting and gathering food. Furthermore, his mother became enlightened. She awakened her spirituality and became a demon. As a result, their pack was one of the best in that forest. Alas, things did not last long. When Demon Reyes was in his 30s, a group of cultivators hunted his mother and his fellow brothers and sisters. And when he was about to die, full of hatred and grievances, he encountered a young Tion who was traveling the world to learn about all creations and see if he could one day recreate them, allowing humans to win this war. Tion thought he was interesting since he appeared to be an animal and human, so he saved his life. On that fateful day, Demon Reyes asked Tion to grant him vengeance, and he would swear loyalty to him all his life. After pondering for a moment, Tion agreed and allowed it, especially since these cultivators broke the agreement between the human and demon race by hunting demons for no reason. These animals turned demons were a great source of low-level troops in this war, so they were protected by a great treaty amongst the acquired lives. After this event, Demon Reyes began a proper cultivation journey as one of Tion's subordinates. And when the latter failed his trial and had to be reincarnated, Demon Reyes did not break his oath and followed him through reincarnation. In the second life, the sleepers were appropriately organized or created, and he took the name Demon Reyes as a token to his late mother. He dealt with the demon race for most of his career in the sleepers as he gathered information from them. He had a natural affinity with the demon race, making it easier to get their friendship and sometimes even pass as one of them. As such, most of his techniques are based on imitating animals, including his assassination fighting style. In the current time, after Wang Wei eliminated more than 95 of the sleepers, he was one of the few people who survived. And after testing the remaining people, Tion chose him as a shadow since he was one of the most loyal and had a great affinity with the technique. Demon Reyes clenched his hand as he manipulated every muscle, bone, organ, and cell of his body. He wanted to adapt to this new body as soon as possible. I'm alive, but the situation has not changed much, he pondered. As long as he could not discover her teleportation technique, he would lose the momentum of this battle. Chapter 851 Battle of Assassins Finale 851 Battle of Assassins Finale Unedited Chapter Ultimate Defense Black scales grew all over Demon Reyes' body, followed by a transparent shell that floated before him. The shell oddly looked like it was made from an armadillo and a turtle. Clink! Wang Zhu appeared behind him, but the shell moved instantaneously and blocked the attack. However, Demon Reyes did not have time to breathe as she immediately blinked before him. His shell did not have the time to react to block the blow for him. Luckily, his scales were not for decorations. The daggers barely left any marks, making Wang Zhu momentarily frown. This short distraction gave Demon Reyes an opportunity as he tried to detach her head from her shoulder with his beast claws. However, it was futile as she was faster than him. She disappeared before teleporting above his head her dagger containing the power of fate. Fate cutting the dagger's fundamental nature or fate changed, as it became the sharpest tool between heaven and earth in such a short moment. Furthermore, its destiny became to cut off the obstacle in its path. Swish! Alas! Fate was not absolute at this moment. To be precise, it was conquered by none other than demon rays. Before the dagger accomplished its objective, the scale armor on his body and the shell disappeared for a brief moment. He focused all of them on the dagger's target. His actions only bought him less than a second of time. However, it was more than enough for him. Demon rays took this opportunity to shrink his arm into his body, allowing Wang Just attacks to fail. What is going on? Thought Demon rays, although he had entered an ultimate state of defense. But that was not all he was trying to do. His mind was constantly analyzing Wang Just teleportation method and using countermeasures. He sealed the entire fire dimension space to prevent any spatial fluctuation or teleportation. But this method seemed useless to her. Breath of Samsara, Demon Rays' body began to release a unique aura that affected the surrounding area. As long as he was given enough time, the aura would allow him to turn the fire dimension into his own version of Samsara, thus granting him absolute control over this place. This should allow him to block the space and detect how she did it. Alas, these thoughts were Demon Rays' last. When Wang Ju appeared, he felt the breath of yin-yang from her, and in an instant, he saw trillions of lights flash in his eyes. So fast, Demon Rays' body and soul turned into trillions of small pieces scattered into the empty void. Dead? No, it should not be this easy, thought Wang Ju. And as expected, the phantom of strange cat creatures appeared not far from her, followed by Demon Rays' intact body. The 9 lives demon cat? Wang Ju knew this was a demon race, created after the immortal cat innate demon, who had 9 lives after cultivating to the quasi-emperor realm. However, they have long been extinct in the myriad emperor world, as people hunted them to make life-saving pills. Even their royal lineage in the northern continent was not spared. Don't I just need to kill him 8 more times? Thought Wang Ju as she activated her yin-yang powers to control the concept of slow and fast, pushing her speed beyond the boundary. Demon Rays tried to resist, but in a few minutes he died 4 times, leaving him with only 4 lives. My Samsara domain has detected the aura of a strange life form from her body, thought Demon Rays. So, wherever she teleports, there must be life. I only need to search for that life form. Eye of Samsara, his eyes transformed as he gazed at the disappearing Wang Ju, and he followed her traces for the first time since she used this technique. Demon Rays saw a weird space with myriad lines of multiple colors interacting and moving together. Meanwhile, Wang Ju floated in this strange state, her body exuding a strange fluctuation. Are these lines living things? Asked Demon Rays in wonder. In his long life, he has seen countless races, many of which can be described as weird and incomprehensible. However, he could not understand what he was experiencing. And this is not for him to blame, as probably few people in the cultivators would recognize these things at first sight. Wang Ju's technique is based on Wang Wei's many random ideas or nonsense from Earth. He once watched a show that talked about 2-dimensional life forms and the fact that they have their own civilizations. By placing a quantum bubble around them, these humans in the show managed to access a 2-dimensional world that had a civilization despite being 3-dimensional beings. Alas, their technology only allowed them to visit that place but not communicate. So, Wang Wei suggested that Wang Ju search if such a place exists and use it as a hidden way to teleport. When she discovered that dimension, Wang Wei was surprised as he doubted such a place existed. Given how the laws of the chaos world should be vastly different from the prehistoric world and Earth, which is governed by science and the laws of physics. However, after seeing it, that dimension came as further proof that Grandau might be using things from the prehistoric to change or affect the entire chaos universe. After detecting his opponent, Demon Rays immediately acted as he moved to annihilate the entire dimension. However, to his horror, he discovered a weird power protecting this place. And no matter what he tried, he could not affect the space Wang Ju was in. Oddly though, he discovered he could affect these strange life forms in the shape of lines. Could it be because they are living things? They also fall under the control of samsara? But why is that dimension protection? And why do I have a feeling I will have bad luck if I kill these things? Demon Rays shook his head, since this was not the time to be thinking about these things. Now that he could detect Wong, just movement, her threat drastically decreased. Clink! He effortlessly blocked her attack, as he could see the process of traveling from that weird dimension to the fire dimension. He is more capable than I thought, analyzed Wang Ju, who believed he could have killed him until he only had one life left before being discovered. World of Darkness, a terrifying darkness emanated from Wang Ju's body, turning this fire dimension into a darkness dimension. Then, the sound of metal clashing echoed in the void as Demon Rays survived another assassination attempt. He took a short time to adapt to the darkness for a few reasons. His animal prowess granted enhanced perception, fighting off the effect of this great darkness on his eyes, soul, or divine sense. Lastly, darkness is also a small part of Samsara Dao. After all, when most people die, they first see a world of darkness. And darkness is usually a symbol of death. After blocking the strike, Demon Rays controlled the pseudo-samsara domain he created using the breath of samsara to fight the darkness. Was his last thought as his body split into trillion pieces, forcing him to use another life. No, that attack also contained the power of samsara. So he lost 2 lives and 1 death. What just happened? Demon Rays was as confused as the previous technique. So, he immediately entered a state of high alert. However, he discovered something. Wang Ju spewed a large mouthful of blood. Has her body reached the limit? In that case, I need to be on the lookout, thought Demon Rays, who knew this was a symptom she had reached the limit of using Dao Ancestor Tier power. Then he saw Wang Ju take out a pill and was about to swallow it. He rushed to stop her. However, his body and soul once again split into countless pieces. I see. She used the power of time to kill my past self. The darkness domain was nothing but a way to cover the fluctuation of time Dao, thought Demon Rays before his death. Because of his cautions, his last remaining consciousness remained for a while after his death. And what he did with it was to explode his samsara domain to attack Wang Ju and prevent her from swallowing the immortal pill. I only have 1 life left, thought Demon Rays as his 9 lives technique activated for the last time. Once he dies, it will be for good. He gazed at his opponent and saw she was in terrible shape. This is my chance, thought Demon Rays as he realized her backlash was more intense than he calculated. He swiftly raised his hand to summon a Sealing Emperor artifact that looked like a small mountain. Immediately, Wang Ju found herself completely suppressed and unable to move. Then, a terrifying aura emanated from Demon Rays' body. He's using his Emperor Tier attack, thought Wang Ju as she saw a towering claw with the power of death descending above her. In an instant, she saw her life passing through her eyes, death descending above her. In an instant, she saw her life passing through her eyes. She reacted swiftly, trying to also use her 1 Emperor attack. Sadly, the Emperor artifact was more potent than she realized and rendered her helpless. Chapter 852 The Plan 852 The Plan Wang Ju watched helplessly as the colossal claw descended upon her with a power she knew for a fact she could not resist. Oddly, she was remarkably calm as death approached her. Her demeanor made it impossible to determine whether she had accepted her fate or had something else on her sleeve. As her final fate approached, many people waited with bated breath. Some viewers outside felt her defeat might change Tion's current situation. After all, these 2 shadows displayed prowess that shocked the world. The people who did not know about the Lord Shadow technique were freaking out as they believed a 3rd person in this generation acquired the power of a great emperor. Meanwhile, other people believe Tion's only victory will not change his predicament. Although the final victory will be decided by the battle between these 2 unparalleled geniuses that have never appeared in the history of the Myriad Emperor world, These generals might play a significant role if used correctly. Meanwhile, Di Tian and Wang Wei observed the final clash between these shadows. Di Tian was not worried about Wang Ju's death since he already ordered demon rays to capture her alive at all costs. However, he was on guard, preparing to intervene and intercept. As long as she captures Wang Ju, his chances of victory will increase drastically. Regardless, he did not celebrate yet, as he knew she would not go down without fighting back. More importantly, Wang Wei will not allow anything to happen to his people. His nature will not allow such a thing to happen. Although cold and calculating, he had a weak spot for his friends and family. Di Tian knew of this since their first battle in the heavenly abode world. When he schemed against him, his intuition could have allowed him to escape alive and unscathed. However, Li Jun and Yin Liling would have died in that world. So, he saved them while staying behind, knowing the danger. Di Tian observed his opponent and saw his expression or aura had no change for a moment during the entire situation, making it impossible for people to know what was on his mind. Then, Di Tian suddenly squinted. Wang Ju disappeared at the very last minute. No, that fluctuation shadow switch, thought Di Tian, his mind as everything that occurred before he happened in slow motion. Wang Ju disappeared, and someone else took her place. Li Junbang. The mighty general who walked the path of slaughter did not have a chance, as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. Demon Rays' attack was meant for Wang Ju, and Li Jun could not even sustain the latter's attempt at capturing him. Furthermore, Wang Ju's sudden disappearance made Demon Rays' mind fluctuate and his attacks slightly uncontrollable. Li Jun is dead? Thought Di Tian, his mind galloping like wild horses that were provoked. He concentrated on controlling his emotions and remaining calm. He sacrificed Li Jun for Wang Ju? This doesn't make sense for many reasons. Plus, such an act does not fit his character. Then Di Tian's face suddenly changed as he thought of something. And immediately, he also sensed something, but it was too late. Wang Wei and Wang Ju were already before him, their aura reaching the pinnacle. Wang Ju had replaced her two fake Dao weapons with Emperor artifacts. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's proving Dao artifact had already turned into a sword, and the aura he released was similar to a supreme swordsman like his father. Fate cutting, they used the same attack as they swung their respective weapon in tandem. Upon closer observation, people would notice their breath, body, soul, and Dao resonated with each other similar to a formation, combining and elevating their attack to a higher level. Their attack did not create a regular slash. Instead, a projection of the river of fate manifested in the western quadrant. The river was composed of countless tiny strings, yet behaved fluidly like water. However, none of that mattered, as most people who laid eyes on it would be in awe at its beauty, majesty, and horror behind its implications. Am I in control of my fate? People cultivate for various reasons: strength, power, political status and influence, immortality, fear of death, and freedom. However, no matter the reason, as they become more powerful and learn of the world's secrets, they will ask themselves that question at one point or another. Sadly, few people can actually find the answer. And once they do, plenty wish they had never asked in the first place. After the river of fate manifested, it followed the trajectory of Wang Wei and Wang Ju's swords, generating a silver-gray moon slash that rushed toward Di Tian with absolute speed. Bang! The entire cosmic battlefield shook after that slash landed. Di Tian's fate line almost snapped, eliminating him from this mortal coil. Di Tian's body then appeared with a seal with the character for Samsara engraved on it floating above his head. A large wound that went from his right shoulder across his torso and to his left leg was on his body. Di Tian looked at the wound on his body, his emotions extremely calm in such a dangerous situation. Since his battle with Empress Wu, this was the first time he was injured in a direct confrontation with his peer. "So you do bleed?" said Wang Wei with a voice that seemed to naturally irritate anyone who heard it. "I guess I should have expected these low-level and shameless tactics from you." "Low-level?" Shameless? Ha ha, laughed Wang Wei, who exuded a sense of freedom. It was like he had been in a cage for many years and was released for the first time, as he quickly regained control of his emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not care as he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relaxation. He had not this kind of mindset is why you could not pass the Supreme Outlaw trial, thus losing the love of your love. A great killing intent flashed from DT on, making the entire battlefield tremble. However, it was brief, as he quickly regained control of his emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not care as he took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relaxation he had not felt in millions of years. Do you know, your influence on my life is more than you could fathom, said Wang Wei. I experienced my first true defeat and humiliation during our battle in the heavenly abode world. And after day, my life contained a mountain that seemed insurmountable. I admit that I owe a great deal of today's success to you. The pressure you brought me forced me to uncover my true potential and even go beyond it. Wang Wei sighed out loud. I once heard a storyteller say a hero or protagonist is as good as their villain. And his words are true, but I don't like them. I don't like how you forced me to live under so much pressure. I don't like how much influence you had in my life. I always felt fate put you in my path to push me to greater heights, to tap into my latent potential. I hated that feeling of not having control. How narcissistic, replied DT on with a sneer. Have you considered you were placed here to stop me and not the other way around? Both can be true, nodded Wang Wei. Heavenly Tao does not want someone of your strength, potential, and story to prove the Tao. Meanwhile, fate wishes to push to greater heights for a higher purpose. So in many ways, our battle today was destined. You have a lot of nonsense today. DT did not hide his sneer and scornful eyes. The Wang Wei he knew was direct and hardly wasted time unless he needed to. Furthermore, he disdained the concepts of fate and destiny. Their very existence indicated that his wife was fated to die the moment he created her. And that's something he refused to accept. Haha, I do, but I can't help it. I've been bottling too many things inside, said Wang Wei with a smile. Now that I have the chance to let them out, I feel relieved. Wang Wei then cracked his neck and shoulder. A terrifying battle intent emanated from his body. I should have given you plenty of time, continued Wang Wei. Now it's time to start. Wang Wei was feeling good. Despite his words condemning fate, he felt destiny was on his side in this battle. So, his confidence was at its peak. Fire Dimension. Wang Ju returned to this place after playing her part in the entire plan. The first thing she saw was Yin Liling and Tai Gang, along with the Slaughter and Undying Legion, surrounding Demon Rays, trying to seal him. The assassin with bestial qualities and instincts seemed enraged as he discarded his safety and sanity, trying to get out of the Legion's array. Unfortunately, he had entered a weakened state after that last attack. So, not only could he no longer use Tao ancestor strength, even his immortal venerable tier power was unstable. Wang Ju did not hesitate to rush to help. Although she was in a similar situation as him, she could still provide some assistance. Plus, her team had an immortal tier alchemist, meaning she should return to decent fighting shape in a short period. Chapter 853, the second part of the plan. 853, the second part of the plan. As soon as Wang Ju arrived, Yin Liling handed her several pills. We don't have much time, said the alchemist, trying to hide her worry by appearing as calm as possible. Give me a few seconds, and it'll kill him with one hit, said Wang Ju. No need for that. We don't want a backlash to kill or injure you, explained Yin Liling. You only need to heal and slowly grind him to death. Wang Ju pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then, Yin Liling and Tai Gang handed control of the formation to her. The two proceeded to look at a spot in the fire dimension. They stared at it for almost a minute, with each passing second increasing their worries. Finally, something changed. A red sphere manifested in that spot, and their eyes brightened. An unknown smile of relief crept on Yin Liling's face as she yelled. Hurry up. Tai Gang knew what she was referring to and acted swiftly. He used his innate ability and technique to link his vitality to the members of the Slaughter and Undying Legion. Then he also connected the red sphere to the link, providing it with enough life force. "Soldier, eat your pills," yelled Yin Liling, and members of the Legion began to act. While remaining in their formation, the group took pills from their space ring and swallowed them individually. Immediately afterward, the vitality or life force inside their bodies increased by 1,000 folds. Such an act should have increased their stamina and recovery ability. However, they soon noticed most of the vitality was flowing to one person. These soldiers did not ask why and only executed their orders. Meanwhile, Yin Liling watched with bated breath as the aura of the red sphere drastically increased. She observed every single fluctuation, not allowing any mistakes or outliers to occur. "It's not enough," observed Tai Gang, making Yin Liling frown. "We expected this, since he would die to an emperor blow." Luckily, the attack only contained the power of an emperor and not the essence. Mortals killed by emperors are affected by causality and cannot be easily revived, including using the power of time. However, one of the weaknesses or flaws of the 10 Supremacy Foundation is that it only provides the strength of an emperor and not the immortal essence of a higher dimensional entity. Yin Liling waved her hand to create a large formation with the red sphere at the center. She then waved her hand to place healing and vitality immortal pills as different formation nodes. With this method, the effects of the pills will combine, creating a better effect than if they were all taken simultaneously. Yin Liling was about to wait for the result when she thought of something. She gazed in the distance, her eyes barrado countless layers of space. She saw a dimension full of wood energy. "Excellent," she thought as she waved her hand to create 2 more formations. The first one connected to the wood dimension and drew all the wood energy. The second formation converted wood energy into vitality with unparalleled efficiency. With all these efforts, the red sphere swiftly changed, morphing from its previous appearance to that of a humanoid. And over time, that humanoid changed to Li Jun's appearance. "That was easier than I anticipated," were the first words of the mighty slaughter god. And he was not talking nonsense. In the process of his revival, of going from a state of destruction to existence, he discovered a few of his atoms that were not completely obliterated by that attack. So, he used them to accelerate his revival. Li Jun instinctively raised his arm to catch the beauty that rushed in. A brilliant smile plastered on his face. "I thought I would never see you again," muttered Yin Liling, trying to control her emotions and not cry on this occasion. "The plan was perfect so that nothing would have happened," reassured Li Jun with a soothing voice as he gently caressed her back. "And if things go wrong, you would only need to become the next Eteon." "This is not funny," reproached Yin Liling. "Yes, I was wrong. You would become the next Su Sure." Ouch! Li Jun felt a sharp pain from his waist, sending a chill down his soul. It was then he remembered his wife's most potent attack method, using her nails to twist his skin. All right, I apologize. I won't make any more jokes." "That's what I thought." "On another note, it seems I've become more handsome," said Li Jun, playing with the many white hairs near his temple. The combination of red and white did enhance his charm, granting a layer of gentleness to his usual sharp and straight aura. "Are you all right?" "I only have less than 10,000 years of lifespan left," said Li Jun. "The good news is the situation is not as bad as grandfather." Yin Liling sighed in relief. If that were the case, Li Jun's situation should be healed with Elder Dan. "By the way, you need to turn your hair back to red," Yin Liling suddenly announced. "Oh, why? I look so handsome. Too handsome. We don't need you to be tempted and revert to your old ways." Li Jun's mouth twitched, wondering what happened with world-defying trust between companions. Here, the 2 married couples looked at the source of the sound. "I'm sorry to break this happy reunion. But what is our next course of action? Do we leave the battlefield?" "No, we must stay," replied Li Jun, gazing at the cosmic layer where a battle that would forever be engraved in the annals of history was taking place. "Especially Wang Ju," he continued. "If we could find a way to revert her to her prime state, she could be useful and become a variable." After using her Emperor attack, Wang Ju won't be able to do so again after 10 million years. In other words, she can use one attack in one generation. However, there are ways they could reduce the method and maybe allow her to do it again in this battle by paying a certain price. In that case, let's go help and relieve her pressure. Do you want to capture that shadow? Asked Tai Gang, who knew his boss had a soft spot for talent since he planned to traffic them to the upper dimension. Although that lad seemed too loyal and might not fit the criteria for people chosen, there might be other ways around this issue. No, since Wang Ju can become another variable with our help, he might have a similar method. So, he must be killed as soon as possible, replied Li Jun, who no longer wasted time and rushed over to help. Meanwhile, Yin Liling stopped Tai Gang, who also wanted to help. Do you want to use these arrays to recondense your fleshly body? Tai Gang paused as he glanced at the formation. No. I was hoping the big boss would condense a better body for me after he proves the Tao. That's fine, nodded Yin Liling, preparing to close the formations. Wait, suddenly said Tai Gang. Have you changed your mind? No, I just had a brilliant idea, replied Tai Gang, and Yin Liling had a perplexed expression. Could you channel the power of one of these dimensions to allow me to refine my soul? Asked Tai Gang. I feel this is my opportunity to go from peak gold to peak jade quality. That's not a bad idea. You think so as well? I was thinking we could revert the fire dimension to its previous state. Then, I can use the flame energy to temper my soul, added Tai Gang. That's too inefficient. There's a yang and yin dimension. We can channel the power in these places to temper your soul, commented Yin Liling. No, with such immense energy, we can do many things with these two dimensions. They can use the power of yin and yang to accelerate Wang just recovery. Li Jun can increase some of his lifespans while also tempering his body, and she can use their energy to refine a few essential pills. Let's rush the idea by the others first, said Yin Liling as they rushed over. Demon Rays was fighting an Azura created by the combination of the Slaughter Spear and the Legion's formation. Upon observation, it's obvious he won't last long. And as expected, he soon could not last and died under a violent spear attack. Wang Ju and Li Jun sighed in relief. What's wrong? He asked as he saw the two approached. Yin Liling explained Tai Gang's idea to him. It's not a bad idea. However, the risks are also too high. The risks? Asked Tai Gang. Why do you think Heavenly Tao made the battlefield in such a manner? A prepared battlefield for the clash of these two titans. Answered Tai Gang immediately. Exactly. The cosmic star layer won't hold them for long. And the other dimension is for when that happens. Tai Gang sighed in awe as he remembered how the cosmic star's space was reinforced. But even then, it's not enough for those two. So my plan is a no-go? Not necessarily. Wang Yu insisted. The layout of these extra dimensions is that they are stacked on each other. So, once the cosmic star battlefield is eventually destroyed, they have to descend in an orderly manner. Is the fire dimension the first layer? Yes, and the yin dimension is the last. So, we must wait there to ensure we don't get in their way. We can also execute Tai Gang's plan. In that case, let's hurry. Cosmic Star Layer, Western Quadrant. A battle for the ages had begun. Chapter 854 Rematch. Tion felt an uncontrollable anger rise from deep in his heart after that bastard used his own words against him. Although he knew the latter did it on purpose to rile him up, he could not help it. Back then, that cocky little bastard was nothing but an ant struggling to survive before him. But now he could look and talk to him with contempt and disdain. Tion took a deep breath to calm down. He focused on removing all distracting thoughts, giving all his attention to this battle. The first thing he did was forcibly close the wound on his chest, but it did not mean he was healed. The Tao will not technique, thought Tion as he felt his opponent's Di realm inside his body. There are many uses or applications of the Tao will, and, in turn, the Di realm. And one of the categories of these applications is how to prevent the enemy from removing the will from their bodies. And that's where the knotting technique originated from. By condensing the Tao will into a shape similar to a knot, it makes it 10 times to 100 times more challenging to remove it. Tao is inherently difficult to control, let alone the more rigid Di realm. Even our current pseudo-Tao should be difficult to use such a technique, yet his was flawless. Furthermore, knowledge about the Di realm has almost become extinct in this era. How did he recreate them? Is his talent so much different than mine? For the first time in a long time, Di Tian felt resentful. His talent was amongst the best even in his era, which was full of geniuses. However, compared to monsters like Empress Wu and Wang Wei, he can only feel despair. No, something is not right, he thought, and his mind became clearer. That bastard left a spiritual hint on me to secretly influence my mind. He understood that the previous tactic and injury were not simply to weaken him. His opponent was a mastermind tactician, and any of his actions will have countless effects, many unforeseen or undetectable. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind in less than a nanosecond. Then, he saw Wang Wei's smirking face rushing toward him, his fighting aura and bloodlust at an all-time high. Boom! Wang Wei's fist, boosted by the power of his pseudo-Tao will, clashed with Di Tian's crossarm, also protected by his pseudo-Tao will. And the result was that the ancient powerhouse was sent a few dozen meters away, with his bone more painful than it had ever been. His fleshly body is more powerful than me, by at least 6 or 7 fiend god force. And adding his more subtle control of his Tao will, my bones won't last long in a direct confrontation. Di Tian's mind once again became turbulent. How long did it take him to reach such a level? The knowledge from 10 lives and cultivating for 9. He spent years training, learning, struggling, and innovating before having today's achievement. And yet, in one short generation, someone else caught on with him and surpassed him. Fate is really unfair, isn't it? Suddenly said Wang Wei, who seemed capable of reading his mind. Bang! The space of the 4 quadrants shook and twisted as Wang Wei's kick was like an unparalleled axe slashing primordial chaos into 2. Then, his attack was followed by a subtle sound of cracking. My bones are cracked, thought Di Tian, who managed to rein his thoughts. Not only is his fleshly body and Tao higher than mine, but even his control over his body is also higher. His current achievement is that he can control every atom and subatomic particle of his body. However, from those 2 attacks, he sensed Wang Wei had reached another realm, a realm where he could control his essence, which is the source of the flesh, just like spirit is for the soul, and Qi is for all energy between heaven and earth. Di Tian summarized all his opponent's abilities while coming up with ways or methods to deal with them. During such a short period, his bones had already healed to their perfect state. After his injury, he already knew how to deal with his opponent, prevent the latter's pseudo-Tao from entering his body and deactivating his regenerating factor. I have to say, you are much weaker than I anticipated, said Wang Wei while shaking his head. I'm quite disappointed, and you have allowed such short success to get to your head. You think so? Well, it's only human nature to indulge in one's success. In that case, why don't you show me the errors of my way? Calm down, calm down, calm down. He's only antagonizing you, thought Di Tian repeatedly in his mind to ensure his rationality. The power of samsara flashed from his body as a gate manifested behind. Wang Wei recognized this gate as it appeared on a previous battlefield, the Animal Hall. As the gate opened, a terrifying creature walked out. It was a colossal elephant with scale all over its body, 2 dragon horns, and his trunk looked like a dragon's body. Chaos life, form dragon elephant, pondered Wang Wei. Not many things about this powerful creature are known, except for a few legends. Rumors have it that this creature used its physical body alone to suppress the entirety of samsara independently. The dragon elephant fused with Di Tian, turning into a tattoo on his chest. Then his aura drastically increased. He gazed at Wang Wei, full of bloodlust. In the end, you still fell for it, thought Wang Wei, his mind extremely calm. Di Tian's fleshly body and physical prowess were not on par with him. So, The best course of action would be to switch to another field that he had the advantage. But no, instead, he used a technique to boost his stats and compete with Wang Wei. And in this process, he had already lost the rhythm of the battle. The space shattered as it could bear the physical force released by Di Tian as he used it as standing to accelerate forward. And his punch contained a suppressing power that transcends gravity, forcing space-time from fluctuating or releasing any curvature. Bang! Wang Wei raised his left hand to block the attack. However, upon immediate contact, he detected the force behind it was beyond his means. So, he acted calmly as he used his pig zodiac technique. He absorbed the force that went beyond his capability and stored them in his acupoints. Then, in an instant, he used his right to release them by punching Di Tian's head. Di Tian swiftly evaded such a terrifying punch capable of destroying trillions of galaxies with little to no effort. Subsequently, he released a force that pushed his opponent a small distance from him. Finally, he appeared above Wang Wei, using a drop kick that resembled an axe slashing anything beneath it. Wang Wei secretly shook his head after seeing this. Ox Zodiac, the power his body could exert drastically increased as he clashed head-on with Di Tian's foot. Boom! A terrifying storm composed of chaotic space and time energy manifested from the place of contact of these two, gods know, great emperors. And in the final result, Wang Wei took a dozen steps back into the void before stopping. Now, we are talking, said Wang Wei with a smug look. However, let me warn you first. If that's the only thing you have, you will barely count as an opponent. It seems your arrogance has no limit. It's called confidence, replied Wang Wei before rushing over. Is that it appeared as if he was not moving to the untrained eyes. Di Tian returned his arrogance and aggressiveness by returning speed faster than teleportation as he used the Rabbit Zodiac. Upon his arrival, he released a barrage of punches, his speed so fast that it appeared as if he was not moving to the untrained eyes. Di Tian returned his arrogance and aggressiveness by returning punches to punches. In the first few punches, Wang Wei only used regular attacks. Then he would focus all the forces in his body on a point before exploding them, like the Big Bang. This technique drastically increased his attack potency. However, Di Tian was not outdone as he used the same technique. After living so long, he knows how to use his forces properly, and the result was a draw. With the Dragon Elephant, Di Tian's physical prowess is technically above Wang Wei. However, he made up for the gap by simply using his higher boost, using his pseudo-Dao will, and higher manipulation of his body. Amid this barrage, Wang Wei used his Rat Zodiac to create a clone that appeared on Di Tian's right. The latter reacted swiftly by releasing a terrifying suppressing power that crushed the clone into oblivion. A flaw, thought Wang Wei as he took advantage of Di Tian's brief distraction to punch directly into the previous place he was injured. Chapter 855 Rematch 2. Wang Wei's punch contained a bravado strength that targeted Di Tian's injury with the intention of worsening his condition. Di Tian activated his first line of defense, his skin. His plan was to delay enough time to prepare a few more defenses. Unfortunately, his reaction was not as swift as the attack, so he could barely control his muscles to reduce the force. Regardless, the sword wound on his rib cages and internal organs suddenly worsened. Why is his knotting technique so persistent? The rate at which I weaken it is abysmal, thought Di Tian, who was always secretly trying to remove his opponent's pseudo-Dao will. This is not the right approach for this battle. I need to get rid of my current state no matter the price. Di Tian knew only one way to deal with the annoying Dao will: abandon his current body and regenerate a new one. However, if I do that, my stamina will drastically decrease. The Samsara Lord did not hesitate for much longer, as he knew he would suffer even more if he continued fighting in such a terrible state. As for the issue of his stamina, he only needed to ensure this battle was short by exponentially increasing the intensity of his attacks. Bang! A terrifying force weighed on Wang Wei. It was like it was carrying the weight of the entire myriad emperor world on his back. Is this the power of the dragon elephant? According to legend, the dragon elephant's body was so powerful that it naturally released a pressure that could suppress heaven and earth. Wang Wei heard the sound of his bone croaking. He then briefly thought about how this pressure was the best tempering method for his body. Sadly, this was not the time and place for such a thing. Then, he activated his skin's divine ability and released an innate force field that alienated him from the effect of the pressure. However, the suppressing force was Di Tian's bait or misdirection. A large gate manifested behind him. It was obvious that he was prepared for something. So, Wang Wei did not let him succeed and immediately punched the gate into oblivion. Alas, this was another misdirection. While the gate bought him enough time, he opened his mouth to spew a red flame that rapidly turned into a phoenix. Then, Di Tian's body suddenly aged into an old man before becoming as skinny as a mummy. Finally, the phoenix turned into another version of himself, albeit slightly paler, turning the chaos flame into the phoenix's flame of rebirth, analyzed Wang Wei. That's the most efficient way to deal with my nodding technique. However, time is now in my favor. He rushed toward his opponent. The surrounding space twisted before leaving permanent burn scars forever engraved in the fabric of space-time itself. By the time he arrived, Di Tian felt every piece of flesh in his body was withering due to the intense heat. What kind of flaming ability is this? He thought with great concentration. With his defense, how could any flame have such an effect? Furthermore, it was a flame he did not recognize. No, it's not a flame. He's controlling the internal heat of his body and releasing it outside. Bang! He blocked the upcoming fist, but he could hear the sound of his sizzling flesh. He glanced at his arm with a trace of surprise. His skin divine ability is to drastically reduce the damage that anything that comes in contact with his skin can do. Yet he saw a significant burning mark on his arm. Moreover, it was not the end. Di Tian could feel the surroundings were different. It was like he was deep inside a sauna, volcano, or deep in a planet's core. The heat was so intense that he could feel his skin dehydrating, his muscles shrinking, his bones melting, and his organs failing. Given how potent Di Tian's fleshly body was, this reaction would shock anyone who knew. After all, at his level, he should be immune to all flames, and yet the temperature of Wang Wei's body did such damage to him. Di Tian hurriedly controlled his kidney so that he fused water material when refining them. With the blessing of the water element, he countered the effect of the heat. Alas, his tactics soon proved to be a mistake. Wang Wei predicted his actions and immediately opened his mouth to blow. The breath came from his mighty lungs, so as soon as it hit, Di Tian's body began to freeze. The sudden change from extreme heat to extreme cold did great damage to the Samsara Lord, affecting his skin and muscle. Furthermore, the water element inside his body reacted to the coldness of the breath, freezing his internal organs, bones, and ligaments. Di Tian generated intense heat or flame from his heart to deal with his current situation. And in less than a nanosecond, his body should eliminate these abnormal conditions and return to its peak state. Unfortunately, Wang Wei did not want to give him that time. He clenched his fist, making the space tremble in the process. He gathered the strength of his muscles and bones, which had reached the level of refining Emperor artifacts by a capable weapon refiner. He punched forward with unparalleled momentum. Alas, he failed, at least, but was not as successful as he wished. Di Tian reacted quickly. He learned from his opponent's strange battle tactic and controlled his blood, which was not affected by both the heat and the cold because of its extreme yang energy to come out of his body and turn into blood spikes. The blood spikes targeted Wang Wei's fist and his upper torso. With relative ease, they burrowed his skin and the force field. However, Wang Wei reacted before they reached his muscles and burrowed deeper. Wang Wei controlled one of the trace elements that his body used to produce iron. He boosted the iron to an unimaginable level and mutated it before reinforcing his already indestructible muscles. Clink! A metallic sound echoed in the void as Tion's blood spikes hit Wang Wei's metallized muscles. Boom! Wang Wei's fist did not stop because of the opponent's attack. So, with his punctured skin, he overpowered the blood spikes and punched Tion's face, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Tiger Zodiac, the mass and density of Wang Wei's suddenly increased at an alarming rate. His size did not change, but his mass and density became 1,000,000 times the observable universe back on Earth. He became so massive and dense that he generated his own gravitational force that twisted all 4 quadrants of this battle. Not bad, thought Wang Wei. He was disappointed with the tiger, snake, horse, goat, rooster, monkey, and dog zodiac. So, he changed their ability, creating his own unique 12 zodiac technique. And the ability to control his mass and density is the result of the tiger zodiac. Using the massive gravitational force, Wang Wei launched himself forward. His objective is pretty simple and straightforward: smash into Tion with all this weight or mass. His attack was as if he took trillion upon trillion of galaxies, or millions of middle thousand worlds, and hit him all at once. By his estimation, he will do terrible damage once he hits. Tion's face changed as he saw the charging bull heading toward him. His body was still fighting the force of the previous punch, so his actions were limited. Yet, something else even more terrifying was coming. He had limited time to detect things and make a decision. So, experience, intuition, and battle instinct told him he could not be hit. Tion did not figure out Wang Wei's technique. However, his years of experience, intuition, and battle instinct told him he could not be hit. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse situation than when he was injured. His body suddenly became transparent, and Wang Wei's charging body passed through like he was nothing but a phantom or a mirage. His body became incorporeal? Is this a technique based on real and illusory, truth and false? Wang Wei reacted swiftly. As soon as his body passed through, he abruptly stopped his momentum. It was like he ignored the concept of acceleration and inertia. His back faced Tion, and they were less than a few centimeters apart. Furthermore, Tion's body was still on the move. Yet, Wang Wei moved his body and turned around to kick Tion away. Boom! The latter's speed of flying drastically increased. He turned into a streak of light as he flew from the western quadrant to the eastern quadrant in a matter of seconds. No, something did not feel right with that last kick, thought Wang Wei. It reminded me of someone else Liang sang. It should be immunity to physical damage. Could this be one of the divine abilities he acquired after refining his body parts? Or another technique I did not know? Wang Wei frowned as he realized something: his oracle mirror was not as reliable as he thought. Chapter 856 Rematch 3. Wang Wei only learned 95 of knowledge about Tion, mostly focused on his techniques and abilities. However, the remaining 5 involved his true hidden trump cards and the crux of this battle. However, something occurred that made his oracle mirror almost absolute. Tion achieved 10 supremacy. All the knowledge he learned about his opponent was during his 9 extremity foundation, rendering most of his knowledge obsolete. After all, after achieving 10 supremacy, Wang Wei updated his fate transcending sutra, removing some useless techniques, improving others, and creating a bunch of new methods that can reflect his current strength. And he reckoned Tion did the same for his 9 samsara fist. In conclusion, the overwhelming advantage he thought he would have due to information was drastically reduced. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he rushed toward his opponent and punched him again, his body as heavy and dense as ever. However, the result was the same: it was not effective. So, it is immunity to physical attack. What about elements and others? He swiftly controlled the electrical impulses in his body and combined them with the divine punishment thunder sealed since he first entered the Dui realm. Tion calmly tanked his attack before counterattacking with a punch of his own. Boom! Wang Wei flew away. and the sound of his bones cracking echoed in the void, followed by blood spewing from his mouth. "I need to hurry," thought Tion as he went on the offensive. His skin ability recently mutated, giving him a short and temporary immunity to all attacks. However, he discovered something from that last attack: high intensity and potent attacks will shorten the time he can stay in such a state. With those two attacks, the time he can stay in that state has reduced by a few minutes. Tion rushed toward Wang Wei to punch and explode his head. However, his fist only hit the air. Before the moment of impact, Wang Wei dispersed all the molecules and atoms of his head, including his primordial spirit and sea of consciousness, allowing him to evade that brutal punch. His headless body then attacked Tion's stomach. His attempt was futile, but this was not his main objective. Using the force of his punch, he moved dozens of meters backward, distancing himself from his opponent. Then, his atoms reconstructed his head, and his primordial spirit returned to its rightful place. He's indeed immune to all attacks, thought Wang Wei. In that previous attack, he used his Dragon Zodiac to attack Tion's immunity. Although I did not succeed, I learned something new. Tion's technique was similar to his state of intangibility and maybe less stable. There is a time limit, which can be reduced after being overwhelmed. For the next 30 seconds, Wang Wei did not directly confront his opponent and used his speed advantage to evade. He used the Rabbit Zodiac to the pinnacle, along with subtle control of the space from his Muscle Divine ability. "I need another method," thought Tion as he deactivated his ability. Such a technique was a life-saving method in such a dangerous battle, so he did not want to overuse it. And since his attempt to use it in a more offensive way failed, it was unwise to continue. So, without hesitation, he chose another tactic. A weird breath or aura emanated from Tion's body, which immediately caught Wang Wei's attention. He could sense the tremendous changes quickly happening to his opponent. He activated the concept of his body, thought Wang Wei. Body refiners also require some level of comprehension to reach a high level, as they need to imbue some concepts into their bodies, usually during the blood tempering phase. Wang Wei chose nothingness as his concept that would allow his body to become eternal or everlasting. If I remember correctly, he chose indestructible. From his knowledge, indestructible was the concept most used by body refiners. And that's one of the main reasons they are called indestructible Empyreans after opening the gate of power. To be precise, indestructible is the main path or concept chosen by Grand Tao for the body refining path. In the adult fiend god realm, or the fifth stage of the true power Tao realm, the flesh tribulation involves this concept, and there are even correlations with willpower. After activating his power, Tion did not waste time. He rushed toward his opponent with unparalleled momentum. He was like a bulldozer that would wipe out everything in its path. And that's exactly what he did. Wang Wei created a barrier of powerful elemental attacks before him. He used the innate energy stored in his 5 internal organs. He used his Chaos Flame and Divine Punishment Thunder, but it was useless. Tion did not slow down as he let these things touch his indestructible body and headed straight to his opponent. After seeing the result of his actions, Wang Wei tried the next best course of action to use his speed advantage. Alas, this tactic was useless this time around. Tion's shoes suddenly released an aura of mystery and nobleness. It was a chaos treasure designated for speed. Furthermore, with his new state, Tion could now mobilize more of the Dragon Elephant suppression ability. The environment around Wang Wei changed, placing him into a state similar to intense gravity, thus drastically reducing his speed. Boom! With one punch, Wang Wei spewed a large mouthful of blood. His internal organs were punctured, his bones cracked, and his muscles ravaged. However, such an injury was insignificant to him and healed in an instant. Before being hit, he raised all his defense to an unimaginable level. He focused the iron produced by his body to harden his body. He used the gold and earth elements from his organs to reinforce his body for a second time. He used the yin-yang balance of his body for a third layer of defense. and finally controlled his pseudo-Dao will to an extreme level, abandoning all attack for defense. So, not only was his defense at an all-time high, but he also prevented Di Tian's Dao will from entering his body and negating his regeneration. Damn it, why has his speed and defense reached such an extreme? Complained Di Tian, who felt he was fighting two people who cultivated speed and defense Dao to the limit. In his frustration, he became more aggressive as he rushed forward. He entered an extreme state where his spirit was extremely focused. As such, Di Tian's control over his pseudo-Dao will reach the highest level in his life. Battle is a great way to evolve and progress. After reaching 10 supremacy, Di Tian and Wang Wei had to train with the insurgents of their respective factions. However, these battles were not death battles with a great stake. So, there's a limit to how much they can grow from it. But now it is another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contained something else. It seems to be different. They could fight each other without restraint while learning from each other. Di Tian's attack annihilates the space behind Wang Wei. However, his attack was useless as the latter turned his body into a fire elemental, becoming immune to his physical attack. Di Tian reacted swiftly as he kicked Wang Wei on the side of his ribs. His foot turned into a water elemental, sending him flying while bleeding fire for blood. Another anomaly, thought Wang Wei as he sensed the pain on his side. His elemental power contained something else. It seems to be a breath of chaos. What's going on? His mind worked extremely fast as he analyzed the weird aura. It reminded him of his chaos flame, but it was of water attribute. Could it be he is fused with chaos water, chaos earth, chaos metal, chaos wood, and chaos flame? Impossible. The mirror told me he used extreme, innate materials for his organs, except for the heart, where he used chaos flame like me. Wang Wei was confused, but Di Tian would not give him time to plan and strategize. Wang Wei suddenly became aggressive and met Di Tian's blow by punching him too. As expected, his arm almost broke because of the other's indestructible nature, and even his dragon zodiac did not work. However, he expected this outcome. His arm suddenly bent 360 degrees backward, as if he had no joints, ligaments, or muscles. However, such a tactic allowed him to disperse most of the force from the punch with only a few cracked bones. Taking this opportunity when Di Tian was closed, he headbutted him with great ferocity, and the result was the deformation of his cranium. Regardless, his objective was achieved. When he was very close, his eyes suddenly released a terrifying heat vision that pushed Di Tian backward. Even such a concentrated attack did no damage, thought Wang Wei, feeling more things were abnormal. His previous immunity ability originated from his skin ability from the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. However, this ability was different from what the Oracle Mirror revealed. Could it be the result of achieving 10 supremacy? No, it does not make sense. All my abilities increased in potency, but did not completely mutate or change. Wang Wei knew this might be one of those trump cards from the Five of the Unknown. In this case, I must push him further to reveal more abilities. Chapter 857 Rematch 4. A black lightning suddenly flashed around Wang Wei's eyes. His gaze became more intense, and his aura more overbearing. The surrounding space twisted as if incapable of bearing his presence. Cracks appeared on Wang Wei's face, making him look a little scary. Oops, I used too much, he thought as the cracks healed and the intensity of the black lightning diminished. That should be the limit of my body. Wang Wei flew forward, his speed drastically faster than before. However, his path left a trail of black lightning behind. Boom! He punched Di Tian, who had a ghastly look on his face. The sound of bone cracking reverberated in the infinite void of space. However, this was the beginning. Wang Wei went for a punch on the latter's head to explode it. However, Di Tian took a page from his book and turned his head into water element through his ability to control elements from tempering his organs. Sadly, it was useless. Wang Wei's punch could ignore his indestructible nature. let alone his elemental body. Luckily, his attack did reduce the damage to some extent. Boom! Wang Wei made a second punch, and this one with even more ferocity. And with this one attack, Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion as every matter and molecule of his body was annihilated by the sheer force behind that attack. Wang Wei was not happy with his success. He looked in the distance where Di Tian's new body was. At least a minute before his death, he forced a drop of his blood through his fingers. And from that drop, he regenerated his new body. Willpower manifestation, thought Di Tian with an ugly expression. You should have expected this. Someone like Yin Jin accomplished an incomplete will manifestation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's talent for body refining was higher than the latter, especially after swallowing Ji Song's heavenly axe physique. So, why would he not accomplish a better willpower manifestation? As for him, he had never achieved a willpower manifestation for many reasons, mainly because of his closed mind. Based on his knowledge, only exceptionally talented people who reach the middle and late stages of the infant fiend god realm can awaken their willpower. And most people will have to wait after opening the gate of power, which no one has ever accomplished in a lower dimension before they can succeed. With this mindset, Di Tian never tried to manifest his willpower and take control of it. For a moment, he remembered a comment one of his teachers, a pure, true power Tao realm emperor, said regarding this power. I torture my body to manifest my will. And from now on, my will is above heaven and earth's logic. And with this brief confrontation, he knew the meaning of these words. His body is currently in a state of indestructibility. But Wang Wei's fist did not care. His will believes it can destroy something indestructible, so it did. Wang Wei instantly appeared before Di Tian and punched him in one of the acupoints that rendered his body immobile. Then, he held the latter by the head before carrying him like unwanted luggage, using the earth elements in his spleen to create dozens of giant planets with no life. And without hesitation, he carried Di Tian as a shield, breaking through these planets. No, a better way to explain it was he used him as a jackhammer to dig through these planets one by one. However, he was unsatisfied with the planets, so he used his chaos flames to create stars. Then, he used his muscle divine ability to fold the space into stack walls. Bang, bang, bang. Di Tian broke through these space walls one by one, his back and head bleeding intensely. Di Tian tried every method to remove his opponent's deadly grip on him. However, Wang Wei's willpower was the most overbearing power he had ever seen. Any methods he tried, the black lightning would forcibly destroy them or render them useless. Di Tian felt great humiliation but controlled his mind to be as calm as possible. And amid this humiliation, his spirit reached an unprecedented height. Crackle! A black lightning flashed in his fist as he punched Wang Wei's face. Willpower manifestation? Did he have a breakthrough during our battle and learn from me? However, it did not matter. Although Di Tian's willpower was extremely high, even higher than Yin Gent's, it was nothing compared to Wang Wei. Fortunately, his action of manifesting his willpower caught Wang Wei off guard for a brief moment. Bang! Di Tian kicked him away, and his right boot's aura drastically diminished in the process. He used a secret technique to overload his Chaos Treasure boot, allowing him to generate a tremendous attack. The downside to this method is that the boot will be weakened for between a few minutes to a few hours. I guess I overestimated you, said Di Tian with a sneer. You have the perfect opportunity to inflict heavy damage on me. Instead, you used it to humiliate me? I thought you were better than this. Well, I am not, replied Wang Wei calmly. Our battle is not only a battle of revenge for me, but also a process of spiritual cleansing. As he said these words, his aura changed subtly. It was like a significant burden from him was also lifted, just like when the battle started. As I said before, you've always been a mountain pressing on me, and in today's battle, I will not only overcome the mountain, but conquer it. Wang Wei cracked his head and shoulders. Of course, he chose something that appeared useless because time was on his side for this battle. He has the advantage of stamina, So prolonged battle is advantageous to him, and with his actions, he has slowly brought the advantage in the mental state area to his side. Veins appeared on Tion's neck and forehead. However, he breathed deeply to calm down. The combination of his willpower and Tao will is a nightmare. There's a reason that eternal emperors and even pseudo-eternals who are body refiners are trouble throughout the entire chaos universe. And that reason is their control of their willpower and Tao will. With these two things boosting their speed, defense, and attack, and nullifying the opponent's regeneration, they are the pinnacle of individuals in any chaos worlds. Furthermore, they're the nightmare of other groups because it is easier for these people to kill everlasting Empyreans and boundless Paragons. However, it is not easy for anyone to reach the Paragon realm with these two powers because of the restrictions of true heavenly Tao and Grand Tao. Anyone who walks these two paths will suffer terrible tribulations if they want to become boundless and inextinguishable Paragons. If I want a chance to win this battle, my only choice is to use that, thought Tion, who hesitated whether to release such a trump card so early in this battle. However, he soon made a decision after seeing the killing intent in Wang Wei's eyes as the black lightning flashed around his eyes. Furthermore, he had already decided that a short battle was to his advantage. His aura suddenly changed, followed by physical changes to his body. His skin became silver, followed by 4 pointy horns on his head. His clothes fused with his skin, leaving only pants. His white and black hair floated behind him as if there was wind in this void space. He grew claws along with a tail. Bat-like wings grew behind his back. In general, Tion was quite intimidating. He had the aura of a primordial and ancient being that had just awakened. His presence was awe-inspiring, inducing fundamental worship and fear embedded deep in any weak creatures watching this battle. The ancient desolate god transformation? Is this his trump card? Wang Wei did not believe it to be so. Although this transformation allowed the fleshly body to reach an optimal state, the increase in strength granted was minimal for their current stage. The greatest benefit of this transformation after achieving 10 supremacy is to increase the regeneration speed and intensity. For example, if usually Wang Wei and Tion could only regenerate 1,000, the transformation would increase the number between 5,000 to 10,000. However, the increase in things like attack and speed was minimal. It also optimized defense, but was barely higher than the other stats. So, he must have another trump card. As expected, he was correct. Tion's aura suddenly changed and became more ancient, noble, and fierce. Wang Wei felt his body instinctively tremble as he felt that aura. It was like his body immediately knew it meant someone extremely noble and fearful and should show respect. "This is," muttered Wang Wei as he controlled his body, not missing a single moment of Tion's transformation. His ancient desolate god transformation changed. To be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was that his ancient desolate god transformation changed. To be precise, he reverted to a normal-looking body. The only difference was the strange tattoos on Tion's chest, followed by his completely purple eyes with no iris. Chapter 850 rimich, unegitet chapter findigot mater devam kevei. This was the first time he sensed this aura, but he instinctively knew who and where it originated from. As the noblest creature between heaven and earth, anyone who met it would immediately know what it was. Fiend gods, an immortal race in which their newborn has the strength compared to immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. And before they can reach adulthood, all of them will have power compared to a great emperor. The lowest level of luck that a fiend god will be born with is 2 colors from the rainbow luck, and those with the most potential will be white luck or the luck of paragons. Their bodies are bred by primordial chaos, so they are born with the best fleshly body in the chaos universe. Their infants are capable of destroying weak worlds because of their flesh. Before the rise of the body refining path and the emperor path, fiend gods were considered the most powerful creatures in the chaos universe. envied and respected by all heaven and myriad worlds. The only flaw of this creature was their very strict hierarchical society. The status of a fiend god was decided by their birth, based on their bloodline limit, which indicated whether their final potential is to become Tier 12 and what type of primordial law they were born with would determine their member status. For example, fiend gods born with any of the 5 supreme outlaws with a Tier 12 bloodlines were the most renowned in any clan and had the highest status. Then the hierarchy is followed by the people born with outlaw Daos and potent Daos. However, over the years, the custom of the fiend god clan had to change due to the rise of paragons and the emperor path. Certain fiend gods could break the limitation of their primordial law by acquiring the heaven will and eventually paragons. With such strength, they could even challenge the elders born with the 5 supreme outlaws. As such, many clans changed the rules to allow the more powerful members to have higher positions. However, some clans were stubborn and banned any of their members from participating in the Heaven will battle and walking the path of the Emperor. Anyone who broke this promise will be hunted down and executed. Wang Wei looked at Di Tian's transformation with great concentration. Is this one his trump cards? The bloodline of a fiend god. He had to admit that he was not expecting such a thing. Fiend gods were rare creatures because they considered primordial chaos their homes, so they rarely entered chaos worlds. And with the contradictions between paragons and acquired life forms, the situation escalated even worse. Furthermore, even if a fiend god were to enter a chaos world, they would appear in the upper dimension. Heavenly Tao would not allow these powerful beings with unlimited potential to appear in the lower dimension because of the catastrophic damage they could create yet. So in Wang Wei's mind, it was impossible for anything related to fiend god to appear in the lower dimension. Is that surprise I see in your face? Asked Di Tian as he clenched his hand, feeling the power bursting through his veins. I have to admit you have surprised me beyond what I could calculate. I guess I should take this as a compliment coming from you. Di Tian replied with a sneer and a smug look. His fiend god bloodline was the reward the Acquired Life Council granted him after creating many talented humans with the potential of becoming emperors and eternals. Although it was only one drop of diluted blood from a fiend god, it was more than enough, especially since it originated from an adult. Di Tian had access to that drop of blood for too long, and in his many reincarnations, he tried to absorb it with no success. Although it was only a drop, that thing was very arrogant and would not accept a weak body fusing with it and acquiring a small portion of its bloodline. As such, over the years, Di Tian has been using it to temper his body to ensure his body and soul were compatible with the blood. Let's see the power of this body, he thought. According to his original plan, he would fuse with it after proving the Tao, ensuring his powerful bloodline could give him a greater boost from his Tao Bodhis awakening. And as fate would have it, Di Tian's inability to fuse with this blood was what saved him from Wu Hong's clutches. Otherwise, she would have taken it from his body after sealing him. Di Tian exhaled out loud. After so many years, he finally met the requirement. And he had to admit, he felt a sense of accomplishment afterward. Let's see the power of this body, he thought. Boom! He instantly appeared before his opponent and punched him into a streak of light that flew from one quadrant to another. Only bone fractures? Not enough. He appeared before Wang Wei and began a slugfest of fists. Their arms were moving so fast with these flurries of fists that only a few insurgents watching the battle could perceive them. Boom! Di Tian punched Wang Wei in the stomach, almost making him spill all his saliva and the launch his mother made for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt his body was hit by a high-speed train. The damage is still minimal. Is this the power of willpower manifestation and Tao will? Analyzed Di Tian, who knew how powerful his attacks were. Furthermore, Fiend God's body contained an aura from primordial chaos that was corrosive to weak flesh. Yet, with all these advantages, he failed to significantly injure his opponent. Furthermore, he could not place his Tao will inside Wang Wei's body to negate his regeneration. Let's try this new power I acquired. Black lightning flashed around Di Tian's eyes as he essentially speed-blitzed Wang Wei, who stood in the distance. Then, a cacophony of bones breaking echoed in the northern quadrant as Di Tian went on a rampage, punching his opponent as if he wanted to pummel him into oblivion. Subsequently, the terrifying gravity of 1,269 million black holes larger than a universe suddenly acted on Di Tian, pushing him a dozen meters away. However, he received no damage whatsoever. Luckily, Wang Wei's plan for activating his acupoints was to buy him enough time to regenerate to his peak condition. No significant damage, thought Di Tian, who felt slightly frustrated before squashing such useless emotions. He knew the reason for his failure. His opponent had perfectly controlled their willpower and Dao will to boost his defense to the pinnacle. Furthermore, he ensured that he would not receive any injuries similar to Di Tian from the nodding technique. I have taken this opportunity to learn how he applied his willpower and Dao will. However, it will take me some time to reach his level. Furthermore, his willpower is so much higher than mine that it's scary. Countless thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind as he thought of a way out of the situation, a way to end this battle as quickly as possible. No, my mindset needs to change. Time is on his side, and he knows. So he won't allow a quick battle. I need to drag him down to my level, injure him severely with the power of the Dao will, and force him to do a complete regeneration that drains his stamina. Di Tian waved his hand, and 9 objects of various shapes appeared before him. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after seeing the aura of these objects' chaos treasures. He secretly cursed how rich this bastard was, relying on his old age and inheritance to hoard such unquantifiable wealth. Regardless, he knew long ago that this was one of Di Tian's advantages over him. One of his biggest regrets was that the sleepers did not have access to Di Tian's wealth and only helped him collect resources. Meanwhile, the real location of all his wealth was under his strict control. Di Tian opened his mouth and swallowed. An unknown aura or energy emanated from the 9 objects entered his stomach, making them dimmer than they previously were. After ingesting not pure chaos aura from these treasures, his fiend god bloodline synthesized them into a string of primordial chaos aura that traveled throughout his body and nourished it. Boom! Di Tian's already mighty and terrifying aura drastically increased. A few new tattoos appeared on his body, and his purple eyes became slightly darker. The black lightning around his eyes became thicker as it appeared that his fiend god bloodline made it easier for him to manifest his willpower and control it. Truly worthy of the noblest creature between heaven and earth. Everything comes easier for them, thought Di Tian as he gazed at his opponent like an apex predator who saw his prey. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was extremely calm despite how things were not looking too good for me. This is the perfect opportunity for me. I've never been able to use that power before. But maybe, between life and death, I can succeed and master it. Chapter 859 Rematch 6. Di Tian applied his pseudo-Dao will and willpower manifestation to his leg, increasing his already unparalleled speed. He moved so fast that he left tears in the fabric of space-time. However, the tear only appeared a few seconds after he left. Boom! A terrifying, explosive sound echoed in this vacuum of space. The sound originated from Wang Wei's 2 arms, exploding like popped balloons. However, despite the gruesome fate of his limbs, not even a peep got out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Di Tian was not focusing on such a useless matter. After taking care of his opponent's way of defending himself, he went for the kill. So, without hesitation and giving his opponent enough time to react, he made a second punch. Another exploding sound echoed in the void as Di Tian's arm was inside Wang Wei's chest, turning him into a human donut with no arms. Di Tian immediately frowned. His attack appeared successful, but it was not. He intended to obliterate his opponent's entire body, including his soul. However, at the very last minute, Wang Wei reinforced all the parts of his body except for the upper limb. With these reinforcements, Tion's attack couldn't destroy his lower limbs and his head. Then he directed most of the force of the attack on his upper torso, forcing the attack to only leave a hole in his body. Such a high battle IQ, high experience, subtle control, and understanding of force. An excellent application of his Tao will and willpower manifestation. Secretly praised Tion. There are many things I can learn from him. Tion prepared for another brutal attack. However, Wang Wei's limbs had already regenerated in such a short moment. So, without hesitation, he attacked Tion's head with his elbow. Sadly, Tion's unparalleled speed also involved his reaction speed. As such, he slightly moved his head to evade the attack. Wang Wei seemed to have expected this movement. So he gathered the terrifying gravity from the black holes in his acupoints and released them through his elbow. Meanwhile, Tion calmly faces the immense gravity heading for his head. He released his own gravity or suppressing power from the dragon elephant. Boom! Boom! The clash of these two's gravity twisted the space. At a micro level, all the smallest subatomic particles were scattered and dispersed. And in a very short period, Wang Wei's power was overwhelmed. The dragon elephant's power is based on its wielder's physical prowess. And Tion's current fleshly body has reached an unimaginable level through the fiend good bloodline. The crux of Wang Wei's attack was to buy him a few nanoseconds to regenerate his upper torso. And his plan succeeded while failing at the same time. Something is corroding my innard, thought Wang Wei. At first, he thought it was the weird primordial aura from the fiend god. However, he had already taken precautions for this situation. Many of his clones had fused with chaos materials when refining their bodies. So, Wang Wei gathered the chaos aura from them as a form of defense for his innards. Furthermore, Wang Wei has been analyzing Tion's primordial aura. With a bit of time and the use of his key flower divine ability, it's not impossible for him to synthesize primordial aura like Tina using chaos aura. Luckily, this power is weak, and he has no control of it yet, thought Wang Wei as he removed the effect on him. Furthermore, he added it to the list to watch for and not let inside his body. After crushing his opponent's gravity, he rushed forward, his mind focused to the limit. The fiend god is one of the most talented creatures between heaven and earth, so they have a natural instinct when controlling things like willpower. Although it is not enough for them to reach the peak, it's more than enough for 99 of ordinary body refiners. So, all I need to do is follow my Bodis instinct to quickly reach a high level of control of my willpower. Immediately, the black lightning near his eyes that symbolized his willpower manifestation thickened. Bang! Wang Wei's new arms once again exploded. Furthermore, the upper half of his torso was also missing a big chunk. Tion went on the offensive with consecutive attacks. Wang Wei reacted by blocking his legs. He gathered all his defensive methods, including focusing the force field from his skin on his legs, ignoring the defense of the other parts. His right was missing. However, Wang Wei did not care. Despite his terrible situation, his injuries were child play, since his core was not injured. Of course, he also knew he could not continue this constant regeneration. Otherwise, his stamina would drop to Tion's level. I just need to find the feeling for back then, thought Wang Wei as he concentrated, trying to fuse two different yet similar powers. Bang! Tion's attack reached his left leg. However, the thing was not instantly annihilated into oblivion. On the contrary, it only twisted beyond what the human's exoskeletons allowed. However, despite the terrible shape of his legs, Wang Wei's eyes shone. That's it, it's almost there. Meanwhile, Tion felt a sense of crisis. He knew what these eyes meant. His opponent was on the verge of a breakthrough during battle. He had experienced it himself in this battle and saw similar eyes during their first confrontation. His mood became agitated, which resulted in awakening another power from his bloodline. In an instant, his strength and speed increased by a few percent as he rushed toward his opponent. Bang! He punched the head, destroying everything else in the process. Tion looked at his fist and the place where Wang Wei's body used to be. and he was not happy. When his fist hit his opponent's head, it did not immediately explode. On the contrary, the head blocked his attack for far longer than it should have, given the strength he placed behind that attack. Furthermore, his Tao will and willpower received their greatest resistance since the beginning of this battle. If the previous battle was a towering wall made of a well-refined or crafted, it was now made of the best steel humans can create. He looked in the distance where Wang Wei's body appeared. He did not hesitate to use bone substitution and sacrifice one of his lives for this breakthrough. Is it that important? Wang Wei appeared in the distance with a smile on his face. The answer was simple: resonance between my body and Tao while using my soul as the medium. Well, manifestation is the result of my body or essence. At the same time, Tao will originated from my Tao, which is associated with the key, and the soul is the manifestation of the spirit. To fuse them requires nothing but a deep understanding of essence, key, and spirit. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he fused these two powers. He sensed how the increase brought by using them independently could not compare to when combined. In the early stages of my cultivation, when I was ignorant, I used to call my Dui realm with the name True Will. But I feel this name was more suited for this new power. Wang Wei did not know the name of the fused power of these different wills, since Wu Hong refused to tell him the name. Regardless, he had a feeling the original name was also True Will. When his young self named it True Will, he was probably influenced by his future self and foreshadowed his eventual acquisition of this power. Or it could be he was in tune with the universe and also divined the future. Whatever the truth was, the only thing that mattered was the name. After a few tests, Wang Wei finally focused on his opponent. In this brief confrontation, many things happened, not including his breakthrough. For example, he had identified or had a solid theory to explain the strange power of Tian's bloodline. It should be the primordial will. The primordial law of fiend gods is boosted by the primordial will of primordial chaos. However, they lose that boost after entering a chaos world. His bloodline does not have a primordial law. However, someone used a brilliant method to refine it and keep some of the power from the primordial will. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he had a few more theories. For example, Tian cannot actively control that remnant of primordial will. Instead, it will passively boost all his abilities, similar to how it does for fiend gods' laws. However, that's just my theory and has not been verified. So, I should be on the lookout for the possibility of being wrong. Furthermore, I do not know the limit of the primordial will's boost to his overall ability and strength. After making his analysis, Wang Wei prepared for the continuation of the battle. He could not wait to try out the power of his true will. Chapter 860 Rematch 7. As Wang Wei applied his true will, the dark lightning next to his eyes turned a shade of red. Furthermore, his body now released a more repressive aura. Then, he watched calmly as Tian rushed toward him. In their previous confrontation, his mind could follow the latter's movement, but his body could not respond on time. However, it was different. He could now see and react by applying his true will to his nervous system. Boom. Their fists confronted each other, generating shockwaves that made this cosmic battlefield tremble. However, the result of such a confrontation was mutual restraint. The fusion process was not smooth and natural. The resonance was not fluid or perfectly balanced, thought Wang Wei. It's possible to concentrate even more on my willpower and Tao will. In this one confrontation, the mind of these two titans worked at an accelerated speed that would put most quantum computers to shame and out of work. Boom! Another attack in which they were equal. This time, the issue was with my willpower. It is so much more potent than my Tao will that I need to weaken it to achieve balance. His willpower manifestation and Tao will function like natural instincts for him, like any other limbs on his body. Such an achievement requires talent and years of training. I don't have such a long time, so I must rely on the natural instinct of my bloodline. In the back of his mind, Tian felt some unnecessary thoughts arise, but he suppressed them with his spirit and concentrated. Boom! Di Tian took a few steps back, the bone of his left arm hurting immensely. The doubting thoughts deep in his subconscious became even louder. Regardless, he moved forward with a third attack. Crack! His bones fractured as Wang Wei's strength overwhelmed the limit of his indestructibility and the defensive capabilities he had spent billions of years training. No, I can't lose. I refuse to lose, especially to him. The talent gap in the cultivation world is something that can drive the most determined man to his doom. Di Tian has known and recognized this fact through brutal experience after meeting and fighting some of these talents. However, of the ones he met, he refused to lose to Wang Wei, not out of pride or unwillingness to accept his limitation, but because the latter was a Dao overlord, and he was not. Di Tian's intense emotions resonated with the primordial will deep in his bloodline. Then, the primordial will responded to his call and boosted his physical prowess. Boom! It was Wang Wei's turn for his bones to crack and take a few steps back. However, his eyes became brighter after this brief confrontation. His acute senses detected the changes in Di Tian's emotions through Su Ya's methods. He also noticed the resonance between Di Tian's mood and the primordial will. I was wrong. I should not treat my true will like some sort of energy that only requires precise understanding and control. There is some aspect of the mind, including desires or wishes. You remember the comments left in Wu Hong's notebook. My will is above heaven and earth. Wang Wei clenched his fist and punched his opponent. And as soon as the two fists met, Di Tian's face changed. He felt an overbearing power entering his body and suppressing the primordial will in his bloodline. Then, it proceeded to suppress his Dao will and willpower manifestation. The two tried to resist and even briefly work together. Alas, their attempt was futile as that power was too overbearing. That power was the embodiment of the saying, follow me and thrive, oppose me and be annihilated. So, Di Tian watched in horror as half of his body exploded into oblivion. And the shock he felt was not hiding in his facial expression. But it was not the end as Wang Wei went for his second punch. Bang! Di Tian's body exploded into oblivion, not leaving a single atom or piece of his soul in this mortal world. This attack was perfect, thought Wang Wei. It reached the limit of mortality. After combining his zodiac technique, his superb control of force or strength, and an ungodly application of his true will, his attack reached 39 infant fiend god force, which is the limit for a mortal body. If it were in an ancient time, when there was a third gate, he would need to open at 40 infant fiend god force, proving the Tao with the flesh and becoming a third-class emperor. If what he learned from myths about the prehistoric world is true, the level of 40 infant fiend god force is what they called sanctification of the flesh. Wang Wei gazed in the distance as Di Tian's new body reformed. So, his bone ability is the same as mine. The fiend god bloodline mutated many of the latter's abilities, but it seemed the internal organ's ability to control elements, elementalize, and the bone substitution remained. Wang Wei did not hesitate as he rushed toward his opponent. Since he had the advantage, he would not let it go so easily. The black-red lightning in his eyes became denser, increasing his overall intimidation factor. Heaven and earth assimilation Di Tian did not waste time and used his muscle divine ability. His body assimilated with his surroundings, taking on the property of the entire cosmic star battlefield. Bang! Wang Wei drop-kicked his opponent on his head, and the latter blocked with his hands. Di Tian flew a dozen meters away before stopping. However, only his arms were injured. Another strange and unknown technique, thought Wang Wei as he continued his offensive. He chose a barrage of attacks to see the limit of this technique. Bang! 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 His defense has drastically increased, thought Wang Wei. It feels like I'm fighting the entire world. He detected Di Tian's body to acquire specific properties: vast, infinite, empty, and natural correctional ability. All these attributes usually correspond to space. Did his body become a universe? No, There seemed to be a connection between him and the surrounding environment. Did he assimilate with the entire battlefield? While amid his barrage of punches, Wang Wei analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Di Tian was on the defensive. He tried to find a way to counterattack, but the result of his attempts was more punch to the face as his defense weakened. Meanwhile, Wang Wei changed his true will with a desire to destroy the universe, increasing the potency of his attack as it directly targeted Di Tian's technique. Unfortunately, this method worked briefly as he only exploded the latter's head for a short period. He has improved tremendously in this battle, thought Wang Wei as he watched Di Tian regrew his head. The main focus of his attacks has been to infiltrate his true will into his opponent's body. However, Di Tian has been extra careful to block his attempts, and when they succeeded, he was ruthless and eliminated the part that had been infected before Wang Wei's true will had set in and done any damage. And his body, with the properties of infinite space, made it easier to remove the infected areas. Boom! Wang Wei punched again, but his attack did little to no damage. I see. The scope of his assimilation is based on how large the space is. His previous assimilation was the starry battlefield, but now it should involve all the other dimensions. Things became tricky for Wang Wei. Such a technique should place a heavy burden on Di Tian's body and soul. However, with his fiend god bloodline, he should last longer than anticipated. As for the latter's soul, Wang Wei could already tell his primordial spirit had reached the level beyond jade quality. A prolonged battle is in my favor. However, Di Tian is the kind of genius with a terrifying foundation due to his long life. In this battle, he can make countless breakthroughs while under pressure by relying on his solid foundation. Time was on his side, but if he could not hurt Di Tian, the latter might take this opportunity. After analyzing the situation with absolute calmness, he made the appropriate response. He continued his barrage as if he was using the same tactic. Di Tian was now an unbreakable tank. However, he was slow as a turtle to Wang Wei, so he could only defend trying to come up with another tactic out of this situation. Splash! Di Tian suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then, blood streaked down his eyes, nose, and ears. How is that possible? He muttered before swiftly checking the reason. He discovered the strange power that was the combination of Dao will and willpower. His next tactic was to use the time his defense was unbreakable to analyze that power and see if he could recreate it. But now, he discovered Wang Wei had managed to implant it inside his body, negating his regenerating power. Such an injury was on par with when the battle first began. How did he bypass my defense? My senses? Could he have created a technique to make it invisible? Di Tian was partially correct. Wang Wei's method was simple misdirection. He divided his true will into two parts with his subtle manipulation. Then, he used one part to distract his opponent. So, while Di Tian thought he had blocked the first true will, he sneaked the second one into his body and hid all its fluctuation. After, he repeated the process until all the true ill could not be hidden and detonated them. If anyone from the upper dimension were watching this battle, they would be terrified. After all, Wang Wei had just acquired the power of true will, yet he had such control over it. Such a talent was genuinely horrifying. Of course, these people would give up too much credit for him. The reason for such rapid improvement was the foundation he laid with his force control skill. I need a new tactic for this battle, said Di Tian, who realized his approach was wrong from the beginning, from the moment he lost the rhythm of the battle. Chapter 861, Regaining Momentum. Di Tian realized many things after his injury. The main one is that he lost the rhythm of the battle, making him follow his opponent's desire and only use his fleshly body from the start of the fight. His mindset has been influenced to prove to Wang Wei that he is better than him in the fleshly body department, thus only using his flesh to compete with the latter. And in that competition, I lost completely, thought Di Tian. He did not reach this conclusion because of his current major injury, but because of another observation he recently noticed. He's holding back while I was not, analyzed Di Tian. During the entire fight, Wang Wei never used the concept in his fleshly body nor transformed into his ancient desolate god form. Such a fact meant that while he had little to no reservations, his opponent reserved these things as final trump cards. So what is my next move? Start using my Dao and go all out to defeat him? Such a move seemed the best, but Di Tian understood he was already behind. If the battle had a score, he was losing by 2. So, moving to the stage of fighting with his Dao did not give him any advantage. His tactic was first to weaken me, take control of the battle's rhythm while forcing me to reveal some of my trump cards. I can follow his plan and do the same to him. I need a category where I can win over him and regain the momentum of this battle. Di Tian's mind went on overdrive as it worked faster than any supercomputer known to future humanity on Earth back in the prehistoric world. The soul. If I can take advantage in a soul battle, I can regain my momentum. And such a victory would have great significance since he is obviously arrogant regarding his soul. Di Tian immediately knew this plan was viable. Simultaneously, he also knew this was a complex thing to pull. When I first met him, I peeped at his soul and was horrified. I cannot imagine its essence or origin. However, from the pagoda and my knowledge of him, his soul is not absolute. With the right aid, it can be influenced. Di Tian's eyes brightened. He would have never tried such a tactic if only he had a 9 supremacy foundation. However, to achieve 10 supremacy, he had to acquire an innate emperor soul. So, with such a level of soul, he felt his plan could succeed with the proper aid. He swiftly combed through his mind, thinking of the best illusion art he could access. The infinite layer illusion art, thought Di Tian, the emperor scripture created by the 10-tailed emperor, the only great emperor from the Fox clan. After proving the Tao, many people believed she immediately left, but that was not the complete truth. She finished her emperor scripture, but did not leave it to the Fox clan. Instead, she scattered it into the myriad emperor world, with the mindset that if the clan is destined, they will find it. Of course, her main objective was to leave her legacy behind, and in some ways, repay this world's karma for giving birth to her. However, the person who discovered it was one of their sleepers. So, it ended in Di Tian's hands. When it comes to illusion Tao, the 10-tailed emperor might only be in the top 20 emperors in the myriad emperor world. However, regarding the uniqueness of her scripture, she is in the top of 5, even the top 3. All these thoughts flashed in Di Tian's mind at an alarming rate. Then, after making a preliminary plan, he began to act. He waved his hand to manifest a black river above his head. As soon as the river appeared, Di Tian felt a terrifying gaze with an uncontrollable desire. It was like a man who spent days in the desert without food, discovered civilization, and received a proper meal for the first time. The weird thing about the sensation was that he was the food in that scenario to that gaze. Luckily, the situation was so brief that he almost thought he had made a mistake. And what he did not know was a few divine punishment thunder descended on the nether hell after he summoned the Black River. Wang Wei looked at that sea, feeling it was something he knew. After taking a moment, he recognized what it was. The Black Sea of forgotten memories, he murmured before his eyes went blank. Heart of despair, Di Tian activated his well-crafted illusion before using the Black Sea to boost the strength of the illusion. The Black Sea of Forgotten Memories, also known as the Nether Black River, is a body of water usually available in all reincarnation stations. Before a soul can reincarnate, they must wash in the Black Seal, which will erase or seal the memories of their previous life. The Black Sea is a powerful resource. It is why cultivators will not immediately be born with their memories intact, and that includes paragons. Only a rare few can reincarnate and instantly remember the memories from their past life. They usually have to take 5 to 10 years before remembering, or at the very least, wait until they reach the first cultivation stage of wherever they are reincarnated. And when it comes to people below the Empyrean level, It's almost statistically impossible to regain their memories immediately after reincarnating without any foreign aid like a treasure. And even amongst Empyreans, only everlasting one who has understood their true self have the chance of reawakening their memories as soon as possible. During his long life, Tion has washed his soul in the black sea of forgotten memories multiple times. And one time, he tried to steal some of its water and succeeded. His plan for the water was to refine it into an insurgent key. As long as he had enough of it, it was possible to create an eternal Emperor tier insurgent key. The second option he had for this water was to either absorb or refine it into a treasure that could help better understand or control his samsara Tao. However, the water was of the highest quality despite the small quantity. So, Tion has never been able to put it to good use until he achieved 10 supremacy. Wang Wei opened his eyes, confusion written all over his face. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked around and saw himself in a cultivation room. He looked at his hands, face, and even dress. He had the odd feeling they were out of place. However, before he could analyze the situation even deeper, he received a notification that someone was outside his room. He used the jade talisman that controlled the formation in the room to check outside and saw a beautiful woman waiting for him. "My hunger," he muttered with a heavenly smile on his handsome face. Then he seemed to have thought of something, and his smile quickly faded. "Soon, you'll truly be perfect." He left the cultivation room, and an angelic body rushed into his embrace as soon as he was outside. The previous genuine smile reappeared as he held her tightly in his arms, not wishing to let go even if the world breathed its last breath. "Hong, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," replied Wu Hong, not hiding her excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei, momentarily confused. "Oh, you mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then, let's go see who it is." The two walked into another room, their arms linked even tighter than any karmic bonds blessed by heavenly Tao itself. Soon, they reached a room guarded by two guards with immense aura. Wang Wei and Wu Hong bowed to the guard. Although these people's status was technically lower than theirs, they were both immortals and deserved such respect. After entering the room, they saw a sloppy old man drinking and enjoying himself to the fullest. The elderly man looked like any normal mortal drunk. Even worse, his appearance could easily distinguish him as a beggar. Fiend Eye, Great Emperor, saluted the two with the utmost respect. "Wire, Hong, you can see the big fish we caught?" asked the drunk with a smile. "Even you're calling it a big fish?" asked Wang Wei. "See for yourself," said the drunkard as he waved his hand to display a screen. Wang Wei saw a large black cat with a long tail made of shadow and a completely white iris. "The white shadow cat," said Wang Wei in surprise as he recognized that creature. "It is an innate demon born from both the shadow and death energy between heaven and earth, making it the perfect assassin. As such, during this war, it became the leader of the innate demon god's assassination squad, killing countless geniuses and even emperors of the acquired side. Their leader's infamy has already reached the entire lower dimension, as he never failed an assassination attempt. But now, he was their prisoner. "I didn't think we would catch him," said Wang Wei. Although he is the one who set up this bait mission, he never expected to catch such a big fish. "With your contribution to this war, your threat has already been labeled the highest by these people. So, they would never allow you to prove the Tao," replied the drunkard, who has not kept the battle down ever since these people entered the room. "It's not surprising they would send him to eliminate you." Wang Wei thought for a moment and agreed. Before creating his sons and a masterpiece like his wife, he created many other humans as practice. Although they are not considered eternal talent, many of them have the possibility of becoming powerful immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. As such, the innate demon gods have always been considered a threat on the same level as these monsters with the potential to become eternal supremes. "We'll be fine to leave him? These demons and gods won't allow him to die so easily?" asked Wang Wei with worry. The drunk stopped for a while and gave him a look. For some reason, Wang Wei detected surprise in his eyes, followed by sadness, pity, and hope. He was confused why he could read the emperor's emotions so vividly. More importantly, he was worried about the source of these emotions as he gazed at him. Don't worry, one of the supreme leaders is here. Wang Wei sighed in relief. For anyone to become a supreme leader, they must be an eternal emperor or have the battle prowess of one. However, his intuition quickly told him that one supreme leader might not be enough for this situation. Logically speaking, this was not the truth, especially with someone like the Fiendai Emperor, a top first-class emperor. Furthermore, he knew another great emperor in this area was even more powerful than this drunk. Alas, he was still worried. So, he opened his mouth to say something. Boom! The room began to shake, and Wang Wei had a terrible feeling looming over him. Chapter 862 Argument. With his keen senses, Wang Wei senses multiple terrible approaches to this location. How could this be? He muttered, since he did not expect such a terrible response from capturing the White Shadow Cat. Boy, you're smart enough to understand that not everything is as it seemed on the surface, suddenly said the old drunkard before taking a large sip from his gourd. Then, he stood up before disappearing from everyone's eyes. Wang Wei was not stupid, so he took time to ponder the meaning behind these words. So, a few seconds later, his face became ugly to look at. The Supreme Outlaw Trial, he thought, thinking about an odd conversation he had a few hundred years ago. Many people talked to him about the trial, leaving hints and clues for him to find the truth. After following them, he learned the truth. But not long afterward, he was summoned by one of the supreme leaders and informed that Heavenly Tao gave him a pass, so he did not have to undergo the trial. So, Wang Wei focused on his creation Tao, trying to create the perfect life form between heaven and earth. However, soon afterward, the supreme leader summoned him again and told him to stop his work. Otherwise, he would suffer the consequences. Such a warning was the only one, so the stubborn Wang Wei ignored it and continued his work. However, after taking this moment to ponder on the situation, he realized many of the odd and convoluted conversations he had with different people were their attempts to warn him of this impending catastrophe. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the floating formation before him. He stared at the White Shadow Cat and immediately knew it was the catalyst for his catastrophe. This would explain the Fiendai Emperor's look. He knew this was coming. Wang Wei began to walk back and forth, trying to prevent panic from overwhelming his mind. Calm down, calm down, calm down, he repeated in his mind. Since it's a trial, there must be a way to pass. Although he convinced himself of these words, his mind drew blank as he tried to plan a strategy for this situation. Going to fight was of the question, since he could sense the terrifying aura of the people outside. He identified the aura of at least 4 innate demon gods comparable to eternal emperors and countless other powerhouses. Meanwhile, on his side, there were only supreme leaders. "Husband, what is going on?" asked Wu Hong, her voice trembling slightly. She had never seen her husband undergo so many emotions in such a short time. Wang Wei opened his mouth to say something, but no word emanated from his mouth. "You don't have to worry. Nothing will happen, I promise," he reassured. "Husband, if you tell me what's happening, maybe I can help," said Wu Hong in a gentle voice. The hesitation in Wang Wei's eyes deepened. His creation was the perfect creature. So, it was the pinnacle of humanity regarding look, talent, and intelligence. As such, she might have a good way to get out of the situation. However, Wang Wei shook his head. Firstly, he did not want to worry her. Secondly, he felt she was not yet ready to deal with such a situation. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I will ask," replied Wang Wei as he gently caressed her back. Wu Hong wanted to say something, but in the end, she only sighed after seeing the look in her husband's eyes. "By the way, are any of the children here?" asked Wang Wei, his face oozing with tension and worry. "No, you forbade them from participating in this operation." "That's good," he muttered softly. If he cannot survive this situation, he will feel better knowing none of his children were to go with him or see his demise. Wang Wei then began to walk back and forth. This is a habit he has picked up when thinking intently about a problem. Bang! The entire compound shook, waking him up from his concentration. He could feel more aura outside. and with each passing second, the looming danger he felt intensified. Wang Wei exhaled and took a deep breath, trying to concentrate. He knew worrying about the outside would not do him any good. Unfortunately, he found it very difficult to concentrate. Damn it, why couldn't I be more powerful? He was only in the law body realm. Although his current strength was on par with Immortal Venerable Three-Leaf, his main focus was not on battle, but on creation. The Heaven Will battle was approaching soon, so he had planned to retreat in a time formation to make up for his lack of battle methods. Wang Wei raised his hand to emanate a pink and purple color light, and from that light, he created a jade as white as snow. Without hesitation, he hung the jade on his side, and it immediately released a cold aura that made his mind peaceful and without any distraction. The effect of this origin ice jade is better than I anticipated, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to create a large tablet. However, the tablet immediately began to fade as soon as it appeared. I need to hurry. With this enlightenment tablet, my wisdom, intelligence, and comprehension will reach another level. Maybe I can find a solution. Wang Wei sat before the tablet and closed his eyes. A mysterious aura emanated from his body. However, less than 5 minutes later, the door disappeared, and he opened his eyes. However, Wang Wei could not control his aura, destroying the tiles on the floor. Furthermore, his eyes were bloodshot. No, there must be another way, he said, his voice almost reaching the point of roaring. He waved his hand to create another tablet and prepare to try again. There is no need to try again. Wang Wei turned to look at his wife, his gaze a little scary. The only way for you to pass the trial is to kill me. How do you? He paused as he remembered they were linked through their soul, karma, and even fate. So, when he is agitated and unable to control his emotions, she can peek at his mind and memories. Don't talk nonsense, he said in a harsh tone. You know it's true. When there is a will, there is a way, rebutted Wang Wei. If you don't want to kill me, then there is only one way to pass this trial. You must. Shut up, he yelled. Don't ever mention this. Wang Wei ignored her and concentrated on the fading tablet. Meanwhile, Wu Hong looked at him with sadness. As long as you accept my imperfections, we can survive and live a happy life with our children. Without being perfect, wouldn't I still be me? She sighed softly before controlling her sadness. Soon, a sonorous sound echoed in the room as Wang Wei woke up, punching the ground. So closed. I feel there is definitely a way to pass this trial. He had a strange feeling he had passed this test before and could do it, but he was missing something. However, he soon ignored this weird feeling and concentrated. He created his third and final tablet. The tablet was a wonder of heaven and earth, and his creation, Tao, cannot permanently create it. And after 3 attempts, he had reached his limit. Alas, the result was the same. So, when he opened his eyes, Wang Wei had difficulty controlling his emotions and mind, even with the jade. So, he created a second one to double the dose. After calming down, he finally looked at his wife. I need to get you out of here. You want to send me away? Yes, replied Wang Wei, frighteningly calmly. The trial involved me. So, as long as I die, everything will be fine. Have you thought about me? How am I going to live without you? Wang Wei was quiet. I'm sure it will be hard. However, you can move on with time. The only thing I ask of you is to find someone more talented than me to continue my work. He did not have any hope for her to revive him. With how Heavenly Tao operates, he knew he would most likely achieve true death for his transgression of pursuing immortality even after being granted a pass. So, he only wishes to find a worthy successor. At this point, does that matter? Besides you and the children, it's the only thing I can't let go of. Wu Hong looked intensely at him. For the first time in her life, she felt resentment toward him, toward herself for not meeting his standard or fulfilling his desire. No, today we will both die, yelled Wu Hong. Don't be stubborn, countered Wang Wei, his voice also raised. You are the future of the human race. With your talent, you can lead us to victory in this war after proving the Tao. Plus, what about the children? Someone must look after them. Why does it have to be? Why can't it be you? Wang Wei stood up from the ground and held Wu Hong closer to his chest. He placed his forehead on hers as he whispered, "My love, I'm begging you. Please, listen to me and leave this place." His voice was soft while also trembling. "Why must you do this?" asked Wu Hong, tears falling from her eyes. "I have never ordered or demanded anything of you. So, please listen to me and leave. Live a long and fulfilling life. Cry when you feel sad. Laugh on joyous occasions. Smile upon remembering your fond memories. And walk far down the path of cultivation. Please do this for me." The sound of Wu Hong crying and their beating hearts echoed in this large chamber. Bang! The room shook again, and Wang Wei's head moved swiftly as he looked in one direction. Chapter 863 Regret, unedited chapter. That direction, thought Wang Wei. He detected the trembling originated from the room where they kept the white shadow cat captive. Boom! Boom! The sound of something breaking became louder with each passing second. Wang Wei used his divine sense to check the room and saw how the white shadow cat was in the process of destroying the ceiling formation. "We don't have much time," thought Wang Wei with a severe expression. His first instinct was to run away, but he knew he had to do something, otherwise they wouldn't reach far. So, he thought of reinforcing the array to buy enough time. However, he soon shook his head. Affecting an emperor formation was behind his ability. In his early years, he studied innate formation to better understand the good fortune of heaven and earth, thus improving his creation Tao. However, he was still out of his league for things like an emperor formation. "The heaven and earth rune mountain," suddenly said Wu Hong, and Wang Wei's eyes lit up. The human array ancestor refined a mountain made of runes as his proving Tao artifact. So, it was the perfect thing for this situation. Wang Wei no longer hesitated and waved his hand to create a towering mountain full of runes and symbols written on them. He immediately sighed after seeing this creation, as it was nothing compared to the original. His mountain was small in comparison, and its essence was nothing compared to the original. But even such a false copy made his complexion pale, and blood dripped from his nose. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the mountain into the room where the white shadow cat was located, ordering it to reinforce the seal formation. "Let's go," said Wang Wei as he created an immense amount of life energy to heal his injury. The two flew toward the transmission array, and as expected, the battle outside had already cracked the formation. However, Wang Wei created the Heaven and Earth Rune Mountain to help fix it. He would love to use another method or creation to teleport him away from this situation. Sadly, his power was far from enough. Only by using this Emperor Tier transmission array, and maybe even improving upon it, would he have a chance to bypass the void blockage created by the innate demon gods. Without wasting any time, Wang Wei began to operate the mountain. He was now only focused on finding a way out of this place and sending his wife away. A few seconds into repairing the formation, he suddenly stopped and muttered, "Something is wrong." He looked deeply at the formation, trying to discover what was wrong. However, his emotions were fluctuating so intently that even the two jades could not help. The formation pointed out Wu Hong. It should not be this fragile, and based on how it was destroyed, it's too abnormal, like it was man-made. "We have a traitor," said Wang Wei as he squinted his eyes. He realized someone was working on the inside for this attack to succeed. "I should have immediately thought of that." Wang Wei shook his head and knew this was not the time to be thinking about that. Now that he knew of the traitor, the situation had become even more dangerous and unpredictable. Who betrayed me? And why would they do it? As soon as he asked himself this question, a figure appeared in Wang Wei's mind. But he quickly denied it was impossible to be him. "Watch out," yelled a beautiful voice, and Wang Wei instinctively moved his body out of the way. A brilliant purple slash appeared in the location he was at. Wang Wei looked in the direction of the slash, ignoring his missing right arm. His body trembled as he felt like crying tears of blood. "Why?" he asked with a hoarse voice, looking at the handsome man with a purple robe, hair in an unkempt and wild manner, holding a pure white sword. "You should be able to guess why," answered the purple figure, looking at Wu Hong with tender affection hidden deep in his eyes. You have pushed me so far, said the purple-robed figure, his voice containing a deep melancholy. However, he soon controlled himself, returning to his state of indifference. Wang Wei looked at his big brother, reminiscing about the past. After reaching Tier 3 Rune Body Realm, the Acquire Life has a cruel trial to acquire the title of Heaven Chosen. They met while fighting for a rare herb, but before deciding on the final winner, a bunch of other participants ambushed them. So, they teamed up together to survive the ordeal. And through this life-and-death experience, they became closer. And on a whim, they decided to become sworn brothers, making an oath that even though they were not born at the same time, they would die at the same time. Since then, their bonds have drastically increased, lasting for millions of years. They even made an oath to let the heaven will battle affect their brotherhood. I guess I should have expected this outcome, said Wang Wei, thinking about some of the strange behaviors of his brother, most of which appeared after he created hunger. You should have. Fine. Let's finally determine the winner of our battle, said Wang Wei, who had already created a new arm for himself. His body grew to a giant size, and the purple robe followed him. Their battle was intense, but it only lasted less than 30 minutes. Wang Wei stood above the corpse of his big brother, looking as the last light in his eyes faded away. The latter looked at him apologetically before taking one last look at Wu Hong. Then, he smiled before dying. Wang Wei could no longer control his tears. He knew his big brother's battle prowess was above him. The only reason he won was the contradiction in the latter's heart. Wang Wei looked at the blood in his hand as tears dripped down on the ground. His mind was almost in shambles. You had no choice, said a melodious voice. However, Wang Wei, who usually appreciated that voice for its beauty, cared more about its content on this occasion. Such four simple words brought hope to an almost collapsing mind. Don't blame yourself, continued Wang. You only did what was necessary for our family to survive. Wang Wei took a deep breath to control his trembling body. He knew this was not the time to be weak-minded. So, he prepared to deal with the Dui realm inside his body by discarding the infected parts and recreating them. What a touching scene, said a cold and sinister voice. Wang Wei's face immediately paled as he glanced at the entrance of the room. He saw a large black cat with white irises looking at him with a playful smug on its face. However, under this facade were eyes full of killing intent. A killing intent so intense that it raised the room's temperature and prevented Wang Wei and Wu Hong from moving. Little ant, you almost made me fail my first mission, said the white shadow cat. The worst part is I had to use so many resources and connections to make up for my failure. Wang Wei's face was red as he was trying to move under the killing intent of this damn innate demon. However, even his mind was functioning at an extremely slow speed, so it was difficult to move his body, let alone control his energy or Tao. Well, as much as I would like to watch you squirm, I don't know how to play with my food. The large cat raised his paw to manifest a colossal paw made of shadow. Then, without hesitation, he dropped it on Wang Wei. Boom! A brilliant light manifested before the two, turning into a protective shield. The cat showed slight surprise before looking at Wu Hong. Worthy of the only perfect creature between heaven and earth, commented the creature who saw how Wu Hong sacrificed her soul, body, and even perfect essence to generate that shield. I heard rumors and theories that perfection was a taboo under the control of Grand Tao itself. Now, after seeing its power, I guess it's true, thought the white shadow cat, his killing intent even more intense. Then, he attacked for the second time. And this time, he summoned his innate bloodline artifact, which manifested in the form of a bell around his neck, boosting his power. Boom! His attack only destroyed the white shield. However, Wang Wei could not move, and he watched helplessly as Wu Hong's body dropped to the floor. No! He roared as he rushed toward her. He held her body and could feel all her vitality was gone. He immediately used all his abilities to save her, creating all kinds of artifacts, energy, and even other Daos to save her life. Alas, it was futile. "I'm sorry. I cannot protect you," said Wu Hong, her mouth full of blood. She slowly raised her hand to caress his face before her hand dropped listlessly to the ground. "No, no, no, no," said Wang Wei as he tried to revive her to no avail. He looked at the sky and roared, his voice containing so much grief and despair that even the white shadow cat took a small step backward as it was overwhelmed. "Hum," muttered the cat, who was greatly angered at this ant that made him scared for a moment. He raised his head to look in a direction, and his face became grave. That aura the heaven-opening emperor? Did this situation alarm him? The cat knew it was no match for the first and oldest supreme leader of humans in this plane. So, he hurriedly finished the job he started. Chapter 864 triggered memory. No, I'm too late. Wang Wei heard these words as his body, soul, and Tao were instantly annihilated. However, a soothing power seemed to have preserved the last remnant of his existence, buying him a little more time. However, he did not know whether this was a good thing or not. After what he experienced today, every second of living was the worst torment imaginable. Gaja! The world broke apart, and Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? What was I doing? He looked at the cultivation room before checking his body and hands. He had a terrifying sense of déjà vu. However, before he could better analyze the situation, he received a notification that someone was outside. "My hunger," he muttered with a loving smile. His eyes brightened as he remembered she would soon be truly perfect. He walked out of the room at a brisk pace. "Hunger, what has gotten you so excited?" "Husband, your plan worked," said Wu Hong, full of excitement. "Plan?" asked Wang Wei. "You mean we caught someone?" "Yes." "Then let's go see who it is." Wang Wei went to see the Fiend Eye Emperor and learned about the White Shadow Cat. Then he repeated the day again, reliving the pain of losing the love of his life. And according to the mechanism of Di Tian's illusion, each time he relived that day, his pain and despair would be increased tenfold. However, something occurred on the third time Wang Wei relived that day. The illusion broke off after watching Wu Hong die instead of after the heaven-opening emperor saved him. A terrifying will emanated from Wang Wei's body and shattered the illusion. Sadly, this was not enough for him to wake up at least not so soon. As the name of the Ten Tails Emperor scripture implied, her illusions contained an infinite layer. So, even if someone breaks it, they would just find themselves in another layer. And each successive layer is better than the former one, as the illusion could evolve and correct itself to ensure no one escaped its clutches. Furthermore, the Black Sea of forgotten memories would forcibly seal Wang Wei's memories, making it difficult to understand he was in an illusion and wake up. As fate would have it, in the fifth life, a reaction between the Black Sea and Wang Wei's soul occurred. The aura of samsara contained in the sea awakened some memories deep in Wang Wei's soul. So, Wang Wei saw something his mind was subconsciously trying to hide to protect him. It was eons of memories after the space crack swallowed him back on Earth. In an instant, Wang Wei regained consciousness as all these memories rushed into his mind. He made a swift decision not to immediately absorb these memories. He knew his soul would become sluggish and maybe even slightly injured if he absorbed all of them at once. And since he was in the midst of a battle, this was not a wise choice. However, he did peek at one of the core memories. To be exact, it was the last memory of himself when he was a mass of aggravated soul. The last thing he remembered when in that state was entering a white light. Then, he was a baby being stared at by a bunch of giants. However, Wang Wei finally knew what happened between these two events. He saw his soul forcefully enter samsara. However, he did not undergo the proper procedure to seal his memories, weigh his karma, get a proper identity, then reincarnate into a new life. Instead, he used his strength to skip all the steps, beating anyone in his way as he forcefully entered the passage of reincarnation. In the process, he realized his massive soul could not reincarnate in a normal body, so he forced himself to seal all his strength and memories. "No, it seems I preserved my memories from Earth," he analyzed. After living for so long in the void, it was odd his main personality was based on his memories from Earth. So, he deduced it was not a random event, but a conscious choice he made, ensuring that personality would be the main one. That's not important, thought Wang Wei. Someone is not adding up. After reviewing his reincarnation process and using his current knowledge and understanding of the world, he found too many anomalies. With the way I barged into the world, Heavenly Tao would have detected me without a proper identity. Better yet, true Heavenly Tao would have interfered, given how I could not properly hide the aura from my Paragon Tier soul. So, it should have been alerted of my presence and dealt with me. Wang Wei knew true Heavenly Tao would not care if a mere Paragon entered the Eternal Ascension world. However, with his method of infiltrating through reincarnation and being born in the lower dimension, he would have been identified as an anomaly and a threat to be dealt with. Furthermore, the 7 parasites and 2 suns should have detected my reincarnation because of my soul. Yet, I have a perfect identity that is recognized by the world. How did I survive? How did I not get caught? And who gave me the identity? He pondered deeply, thinking about countless possibilities. He used all his trillion spirit particles to use his thought acceleration ability. Could it be that old man, Hong Jun? Wang Wei frowned as he took a moment to check his memories to see if he could find something. Myriad Devourer? Is that what they call me? He saw some memories of people trying to kill him, and that's the name they called him. I am sure someone has been following me and helping me deal with the truly powerful people trying to kill me. With a brief scan, he learned many things. There's a high chance that person is Hong Jun. However, the chances of him helping me through reincarnation are not high. Wang Wei saw how, after his soul reached probably the Paragon level, no one protected him. After that, he suffered many injuries in battle and often had to run away. And a few times, he came close to death. So, his current theory is that Hong Jun stopped helping once he reached a certain level where he could protect himself. So if it's not Hong Jun, who is it? Honestly, Wang Wei wished it was Hong Jun. He already owed the latter a great deal of karma, so it's not a problem to owe more. Furthermore, as of now, Hong Jun has shown to be an ally instead of an enemy. But now, there appeared to be someone else involved in his life, dictating his fate. And he did not like that, especially since he had no information about who that person was. For someone like him, there is no greater threat than an unknown enemy with little to no information. The only good news is that I know of that person's existence. So, I have a direction to begin my search. Wang Wei exhaled as he placed this new discovery at the top of his priority. Then, he focused on this battle. I was careless and never thought he could counterattack through my soul and succeed. His soul has always been his strongest point. In his early years, he basically ignored it since he never had to cultivate it. Later, after many experiences and warnings from his wife and elders, he learned how to use it better. However, it seemed he never completely dealt with the arrogance he had about having such an innate mighty soul. As a result, he almost suffered. He opened his eyes and saw Di Tian bleeding while half kneeling in the void. The emotions in his eyes kept changing from despair, incomprehensible loneliness, and desire for death. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with the power of time as he saw what happened in the past few seconds. After placing him under the illusion, Di Tian did not immediately attack. Instead, he swallowed a pill, probably with the intent to heal his former injury and return his peak. The latter knew he could not keep Wang Wei under the illusion for too long, which was evident with how the power of the Black Sea was consumed at an alarming rate. So, he wanted to heal as fast as possible and injure his opponent, leveling the playing field. And his plan worked at first, as his injuries were almost healed with the pill. Unfortunately, when Wang Wei's memories awakened, the illusion backlashed him. On the contrary, he saw no experienced Wang Wei's time in primordial chaos as the Myriad Devourer. After spending eons in the infinite space with the soul and mind of a mortal, his mind almost broke due to loneliness and despair. If not for Di Tian's long life and numerous reincarnations that tempered his mind, spirit, and will, his soul would have collapsed under these memories. I now understand why his willpower is so terrifying, thought Di Tian as he removed all these memories and their influence on him. Additionally, he used the remaining energy of the pill to ensure his soul was intact and not injured. Chapter 865. There was a way Di Tian was not surprised by the fact Wang Wei was reincarnated. When they first met at the academy, he sensed the power of reincarnation from his soul and concluded he was not a brand new soul and was probably a powerhouse with memories from his past life. Furthermore, the changes he brought to the mortals in the Dao opening sex territory have raised eyebrows for many people. After analyzing the changes, many people speculated Wang Wei had knowledge of another civilization and was recreating it in this world. However, Di Tian did not expect Wang Wei's past life to have such a terrible experience. Such loneliness is not something anyone can bear. Immortal cultivators of Tier 10 and above live a long life. However, they spent much of their time cultivating and comprehending Grand Tao. As a result of their intense focus and deep meditation, they do not feel the passage of time. For them, millions of years can feel in an instant once they finish their cultivation. What they have to worry about in their long lifespan is how difficult it is to understand the Grand Tao source or the frustration that their cultivation speed is too slow. So, even a great emperor and above cultivator might not survive the loneliness Wang Wei experienced, especially since he was a mortal who did not temper his Tao heart or state of mind. Di Tian exhaled deeply as he finished deleting most of these memories. Furthermore, the residual energy from the pill alleviated the previous backlash. He stood up as he looked at his opponent. A deeper sense of respect flashed in his eyes. However, he soon became irritated as he saw the pity in Wang Wei's eyes. "What's with your eyes? Do you think I want or need your pity? I think you've misunderstood something." Di Tian snorted coldly. "You were lucky that the love of your life was strong enough not to be used as a pawn. Otherwise, your fate would be the same as mine." "You're wrong. Even if she were, I would still have passed the trial. And if something had happened to her, Heavenly Tao and the whole world would have felt my wrath." Everyone watching this legendary battle felt a chill down their spine. They instinctively thought it would be terrible for this man to become evil. Di Tian was quiet. Tao overlords are scary not only because of their intelligence, but because of their lack of weakness. To be exact, they know their weaknesses and can control themselves not to allow anyone to use them. The main point is these people are extremely cruel both to themselves, their enemy, and the people around them. Acquiring the wrath of any Tao overlord by harming their loved one is the biggest mistake anyone can make between heaven and earth. Throughout the history of the chaos universe, so many worlds or heavenly Taos have been trampled on by these Tao overlords. Grand Tao, the almighty ruler of this universe, has bled 6 times since its existence, and 2 of these 6 times were the result of Tao overlords trying to get revenge. "Tell me, if you were me, what would you have done?" asked Di Tian, wondering how Wang Wei would have passed his trial. "You have made too many mistakes I would never have," replied Wang Wei. "You only recognized you were in the trial at the last minute. I would never make such a blunder." Wang Wei sighed, shocking et Di Tian's ignorance. Although he understood that Di Tian now is different from his young self, regardless. The experiences and abilities of the two were too different. "I had a pass from Heavenly Tao, so why would I still think about that trial?" argued Di Tian, despite knowing he felt to see the hints other people were giving him that his actions of pursuing perfection were taboo. "Let me ask, during that time, did you know of the existence of true Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao?" Di Tian frowned, not understanding the reason for this question. But he still answered, "I did." His status was quite high on the human side, so he had access to many secrets. Plus, because of his pursuit of perfection, he had to learn various things. He could be called a knowledgeable scholar and even a sage. "Then, you should have deduced your fate," said Wang Wei. "The Supreme Outlaw Trial is one of the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, trying to balance and restrict the overuse of the most powerful Taos ever created. It's something that Grand Tao itself has dictated. So, What makes you think the heavenly Tao of one world in a lower dimension could give you a pass? Di Tian's face became ugly. Have you figured it out? Continued Wang Wei with a sneer. The battle between acquired and innate life was probably an event that would determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. It was a war that would determine the trend of the world. So, true heavenly Tao did not interfere when our world's heavenly Tao gave you the pass. However, what do you think would have been your fate had you proved the Tao and ascended to the upper dimension? Do you think true heavenly Tao would allow you to control one of the 5 supreme Taoas without proving your worthiness? Di Tian did not answer since he knew the answer. So, you would have to take the trial one way or the other, continued Wang Wei. Your best outcome is that it would lower the difficulty because of your merit in the war. Di Tian had a somber aura around his body. He had thought about that day for too long. He often dreamt what his life would have been like had he passed the test, had he made different choices, had he been wiser and more decisive had he saved her. But now, he realized the future he always imagined was nothing but this dream. Actions have consequences, and karma binds and connects everything. The moment he chose to cultivate creation Tao, he was doomed to walk a difficult journey full of perils and uncertainty. And the people connected to him would be affected. Di Tian exhaled to calm down his rampaging emotions. You didn't answer my question. How would you have passed my trial? And don't say anything stupid like abandoning my path of perfection. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. Haven't you realized you've become obsessed? What is an obsession, and what is an unwavering pursuit? Asked Di Tian. You pursued becoming free and unfettered. The ultimate freedom. Tell me, would you be willing to give up your goal of becoming free? Of course not. Then, why is your pursuit a goal, desire, or ambition, and mine is an unhealthy obsession? Di Tian, you are willing to do anything to become free, even sacrificing your life. But in the same to achieve perfection. Wang Wei looked him in the eyes, because my pursuit is not hurting the people I love. Di Tian clenched his fists, making the void tremble. It took all his efforts to restrain himself and not lash out. How do you think she feels when your pursuit involves rejecting everything else about her except for one thing? Your every word and action are essentially telling her she is flawed, not complete, and as such, not worthy of your love. Shut up, said Di Tian with gritted teeth. What do you know about us? About our love? About what I had to endure so we could one day reunite? Do you know the sacrifices I've made? Do you know what it feels like to live every day with a permanent emptiness in your soul? To live with a deep longing that can never be fulfilled? Di Tian's eyes were bloodshot, and his body trembled as he controlled his anger. I can see you love her, said Wang Wei calmly. But I can also see your actions are full of selfishness. The killing intent in Di Tian's eyes was uncontrollable, leaking into the surrounding. However, he soon calmed down as his eyes became cold and indifferent. I need some closure, said Di Tian, returning to a state like a calm lake without any ripples. So, tell me, how would you pass my trial? Why should I tell you? Here, replied Di Tian, sending 5 brilliant lights. Wang Wei saw they were Emperor artifacts. Although of the lowest quality, they were still Emperor artifacts. They could still be decomposed for their material. Without any pretense, Wang Wei waved his hand to put them away. If it were me, I would have sealed heavenly Tao and have her absorb it. What will that do? Asked Di Tian, not understanding how that would allow him to pass his trial. Furthermore, heavenly Tao was not so easy to seal or absorb, especially since its power was at an all-time high during the trial. To be exact, I would have stolen its essence, explained Wang Wei. The only true perfect thing in existence is Grand Tao. So, heavenly Tao, as an extension, will also contain some of its perfect essence. Once she has the essence, Grand Tao would grant her permission to exist and maybe even pursue immortal perfection. Di Tian became dazed after hearing this. So, there was a way, he muttered. Chapter 866 Clash of Tao. Di Tian was briefly distracted. He had spent so many years thinking about that day, wondering whether there was a solution to his situation. And he often concluded that there was not, but now he knew he was wrong. With Wang Wei's method, his wife would have been accepted by Heavenly Tao, true Heavenly Tao, and Grand Tao, thus having no problem walking on the path of perfection. And without touching the taboo, his path would have continued at least until he ascended to the upper dimension. He could have passed the trial and proven the Tao. With his creation Tao, he could have created countless geniuses, resources, and rare artifacts for the human race, preventing the war from reaching the point that most of history and civilization was lost. If he had succeeded, he could have saved his children who died, watched the others grow up, and more importantly, had more of them. In a moment, Di Tian experienced another life, a life where everything went better for him. For a brief moment, he wished he could live forever under this illusion he created. But he knew this was not possible. So, he could only sigh and forcibly control his mind. However, no one noticed the slight tear in the corner of his eyes, not even Wang Wei. After he told Di Tian his method, he sensed something had changed. So, he looked around without finding anything. As such, he mobilized his power of fate to find the answer he wanted. He soon discovered that Heavenly Tao had changed because of his words. The latter recorded how he would pass the trial and prepare countermeasures in case someone like Di Tian is in the future. So, if some fool tried to use this method to pursue the path of perfection, they might suffer terribly. Wang Wei secretly sneered. Although he was in a good relationship with Heavenly Tao because of his status as an heiress son, he still disdained the thing for scheming against him for most of his cultivation journey. His pettiness when it comes to Heavenly Tao reached an unimaginable level. However, this was not the main reason he so easily and publicly revealed such information. He knew what kind of thing Heavenly Tao was: cold and calculating. Although he was the heiress son, if he lost the battle, it would not hesitate to abandon him and negotiate with Di Tian to become the new leader of the upcoming era. Normally, Di Tian would not care about such a thing. But Heavenly Tao still has his wife's imprint. With his strength after proving the Tao, he could forcefully take it, but there is still the chance something might happen to the imprint. As such, he would not mind taking less risks when acquiring it. Furthermore, after their last conversation, Di Tian's desire to acquire a massive amount of merit is probably one of his first priorities. After all, this method was one of the few viable ways he could revive his wife. Now, Wang Wei gave him a simple and more direct way: take Heavenly Tao's essence, and his wife can retain her mortal perfection. And if he takes enough, he can probably continue walking the immortal perfection path. With Di Tian's mindset and cruelty, why would he take the long and arduous path of leading the new era when he could take Heavenly Tao's essence? Knowing this, I have removed Heavenly Tao's ability to abandon me as the heiress son and chose him, thought Wang Wei. With that tile, although it cannot affect my chances of winning this battle, it can increase the chances of me surviving. And as long as he survives, Wang Wei has many ways to try to prove the Tao. As for the consequences of Di Tian forcefully taking Heavenly Tao's essence, he already had a few plans on how to make up for it. Furthermore, such an act would not be as easy as stated. So, while Di Tian focused on doing that, the latter won't have time to pay attention to Wang Wei while he tried alternative methods of proving the Tao. Afterward, he might even receive merit for stopping Di Tian and saving the world. Wang Wei exhaled slightly, looking at Di Tian. His eyes were calm, not showing the slightest hint he had just schemed against the latter and taken away a great opportunity for him. The latter had also calmed down from his existential crisis, looking at his opponent with a calm mindset. They released their aura, clashing together to build momentum. The entire cosmic battlefield trembled under the pressure, but none of them cared. At this point in this battle, they knew it was time to go all out, using their body, soul, and Tao with each attack. From now on, they had one objective: to use everything in their arsenal to destroy their opponent. They stared intently at each other for a few seconds before Di Tian was the first to attack. 9 Samsara Fist, Third Fist. interchangeable of life and death with this one punch, everywhere where the concept of life began to forcefully change into the concept of death. So, it concludes the few matter and energy scattered in the battlefield, the very space-time of this battlefield, and Wang Wei himself. With this one attack, everything in Tion's path began to walk toward death. However, he soon squinted his eyes as he saw his opponent's attack. Wang Wei was using the same attack, only the reverse. So, while he transitioned everything from life to death, Wang Wei changed things from death to life. The ironic part is his opponent's transition was faster than his, thus rapidly nullifying his attack. Damn this bastard, thought Tion, his eyes twitching slightly. However, he soon calmed down and returned to his peak level of concentration. Since his time, one of the tactics taught by Heaven Chosen to mess up with their opponent's mind was to copy their attacks and use them even better than them. It's a way to demoralize the opponent and destroy their mindset. After calming down and learning of the opponent's tactic, Tion could better assess the situation. First fist. Last breath, he used the first fist in his scripture, a concentrated attack that focused on destroying all matter or atoms in his opponent's body. His application of Death Dao for this fist even touched the domain of Destruction Dao. As expected, Wang Wei used his Life and Death Dao to replicate that punch and easily countered it, making Tion squint his eyes as he figured out something. Without wasting time, Tion countered Fifth Fist. Soul transformation. With this technique, Wang Wei felt the power of samsara working on his soul, forcefully transforming his identity from human to animal because of his low karma. And if that technique succeeded, his soul would drastically be weakened in the process and become incompatible with his body. He would then lose his mighty fleshly body and control of his laws because of the new and weak soul. Afterward, it would be extremely easy for Tion to butcher him. So, he easily stopped the process with his samsara law while also using the same technique on Tion, who also calmly dealt with it. I thought he only recreated the techniques I revealed during our battle. But now, I guess he found a way to learn my entire scripture and recreated them. For a moment, he thought there was a traitor in his sleepers who revealed the information about his scripture. However, he soon gave up this idea since there were many other ways to acquire the information. Let's see how much information he has, thought Tion before proceeding to use the same sixth fist of his samsara scripture. However, he used the new and improved version after acquiring the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Soul summoning immediately, Wang Wei found himself in some danger. This attack once again bypassed the defense of his sea of consciousness and directly affected his soul. He saw 6 doors open inside his sea of consciousness, and each door was labeled with the words ghost, asura, animal, human, heaven, and hell. Wang Wei recognized these paths as the common ways used by reincarnation to determine how a person reincarnated. The ghost path is for ghosts or spiritual life forms. Cultivators who died while in their primordial spirit for a certain amount of time will enter this path after reincarnating. The Asura path is for people with too many grievances and hatred during their death, for creatures born with the ability to absorb negative karma, or creatures born with a negative concept as their core, like the Asura race, which was born for slaughter. The animal path is for animals and the normal demon race. The human path is for normal humans and humanoid creatures. And the heaven path is for people who live a good life without sins, powerful cultivators with no negative karma, and innate life forms. Finally, hell is the path where people with terrible karma go after they die. The hell path is not referring to the place where souls are tortured for their sins. No, that's a different thing. After suffering in hell, these sinful souls will reincarnate in the hell path, where they would be born with terrible luck, making their life extremely difficult even if they began cultivation. Chapter 867 Clash of Tao 2. Unedited chapter. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to summon Wang Wei's soul from different directions. The suction they released was so intense that he felt his primordial spirit was about to tear apart. Furthermore, he could tell that if he entered any of these doors, his soul would be forcefully changed just like the previous technique. So, it's an updated and better version of the previous technique, thought Wang Wei, who had conclusive evidence that Di Tian updated his 9 samsara fist. Wang Wei's primordial spirit resisted the summon or suction of these doors. It mobilized the power of samsara and closed all the doors. Then, the primordial spirit left the fleshly body, floating above Di Tian, gazing at him. An intense purple aura emanated from Wang Wei's soul, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. He wanted to move and react. However, Wang Wei's purple aura contained a sacred nobility that froze the surrounding space-time continuum, rendering his body immobile. Di Tian even felt his mind was working slower than usual. Wang Wei's primordial spirit waved his hand, and chains dragged Di Tian's primordial spirit out of his body. Then, like he was patting an annoying flying, he destroyed this innate emperor soul. Or so he tried. Cracks appeared on Di Tian's primordial spirit, but it was not annihilated as expected. Yin spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as he discovered Di Tian had an entire world made of soul and Yin energy. When he attacked, he directed most of it to that world. This was not the first time someone had used this tactic against him. So, he knew he needed to destroy that world as quickly as possible. With a snap of his finger, he eradicated the remaining half of the soul population that his first attack did not destroy. Then, he proceeded to finish his task. Alas, Di Tian only needed some time to react. So, when the primordial spirit attacked him a second time, the black sea of forgotten memories and an emperor artifact made from Soul Grand Tao Source appeared to protect him. Huh, a second Yin spirit world? Thought Wang Wei as his second attack did little to no damage. Then, he watched Di Tian's primordial spirit become a wraith full of anger, hatred, and grievances. It no longer resembled a pale phantom, but a black creature with shadow-like smoke emanating from its body. It was now the combination of trillions of souls who died, full of resentment, after suffering incomprehensible pain during their lifetime. The wrathful spirit roared, shaking heaven and earth. It rushed toward Wang Wei with red eyes. A suicide attack? Thought Wang Wei, but he did not react. His primordial spirit is the noblest things in existence, full of yang energy that made it impervious to misfortune, calamity, and evil. So, Di Tian's primordial spirit did not reach 20 meters near it before slowing down and slowly melting. Boom! A black smoke surrounded Wang Wei's soul. Shrouding the place, he floated in the void. A few seconds later, the cloud dispersed, and Wang Wei's intact primordial spirit appeared. He looked at Di Tian's body. Trying to corrupt my soul? No, it was a distraction. His eyes could see a new primordial spirit was rapidly being formed in that body. The primordial spirit is one of the weaknesses of all cultivators, so protecting them is always their priority during battle. And once destroyed, death is the only result. However, for people on Di Tian's level, such a thing is not absolute. Most Heaven Chosens have a way to instantly heal their primordial spirit in the midst of battles, maybe at a certain price. However, Di Tian completely abandons his soul after being injured by Wang Wei's true spirit. Then, he used his own soul imprint and the reserve energy from the Yin spirit world to regrow it from scratch. And this time, he used all the means he knew to protect his soul and sea of consciousness. I knew his soul was terrifying, but I did not expect it to reach such a level, analyzed Di Tian. Only the people who face the soul directly can know the horror of such power. It was like facing a god that can easily decide the life and death of all living beings. As a cultivator, Di Tian never had any awe or respect for any godlike mortals. In his life, he has killed many creatures who could be considered gods, amongst which a few even called them that. In the eyes of mortals, powerful cultivators are walking gods. The closest thing he came to facing a god was when he faced heavenly Tao. However, as he grew more powerful and understood it better, Di Tian lost the awe it had. And, with his current strength, He could almost sit on equal ground with heavenly Tao. However, today he felt what mortals would describe as facing God. Swish! Wang Wei's primordial spirit returned to his body, making him feel complete. He raised his hand to summon a projection of the river of time. Time acceleration immediately. Tion's body began to age, rapidly turning into an elderly with few remaining lifespan. His face changed. Essence manipulation? He thought with an ugly expression, remembering some events from his first life. Great emperors are immortal with infinite lifespans. They do not age, become sick, become feeble with the passing of time, or worry about lifespan. With such abilities, what will happen to a time Grand Tao Source user? Can they age an emperor forward to their death? The logical answer is they cannot, and can only age them backward and weaken them. However, most great emperors spend yuan epochs cultivating, so aging them backward is an arduous task. 1 yuan epoch, 1.269 trillion years. With such limitations, time Tao as one of the outlaw Tao has become weak to the point of almost becoming useless. But that is far from the truth. It is one of the outlaw Taos for a reason. Great emperors can be aged into death, or even easily age backward to the point of returning to their mortal state. The reason is time Tao can affect their existence to a certain extent. Although only eternal emperors cultivate their existence, all living beings have or are affected by their existence. Cultivating is a process of improving the existence and adding stuff with it. The first thing usually added to a mortal's existence is usually energy, slowly turning them into energy life form. Then, the next thing added is concept, turning into conceptual life forms. Finally, after proving the Tao, they added a mortal and eternal essence to their existence, turning into creatures that transcend time and death. Meanwhile, Eternals added more stuff, are aware of their existence, and can actively cultivate it, unlike other creatures' passive improvement. Another example would be creatures like Heavenly Tao, which have perfection essence in their existence. As such, Time Tao cultivators can directly affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators and allow time to affect them like they were mortals. Not everyone can affect the immortal essence of Tier 10 cultivators. However, Time Tao is an outlaw, so people who can control it are usually extremely talented geniuses who have proved their worthiness. So, people who used resonance to control time, Grand Tao Source, or people who use foreign aids like artifacts might not be able to achieve such a feat as Tion experienced the changes in his body. He remembered the lesson on existence and essences. He had to watch a recording of the time Emperors battle an eternal emperor from another world. The latter was a walking catastrophe. Wherever he passed by, these innate demon gods, who were used to their infinite lifespan and believed the appearance of acquired life was why they were reduced to having a limit, rapidly aged into old and decrepit versions of themselves before scattering into sand-sized particles between heaven and earth. The Time Emperor was proof of how terrifying outlaw Daos can be, and from the fact he still remembered the latter, Tion guessed he was still alive. These things flashed in his mind in an instant. After achieving 10 supremacy, he could better sense his essences and knew he could be considered to have peak mortal essence or half immortal essence. He used his samsara Tao, allowing his body to undergo a process of reincarnation. So, after his body reached old age, it immediately rejuvenated to his younger self, undergoing a reincarnation and recuperating his lost lifespan. Tion controlled himself to ensure he did not reincarnate into a baby or a younger and weaker version of himself. And his caution was the appropriate response, since he discovered Wang Wei's reincarnation, Tao trying to interfere. After rejuvenating to counter this technique, Tion knew it was not over yet, and the process might repeat itself. So he surrounded himself with a bubble with his understanding of time, Tao, derived from his samsara Tao. The time bubble protected and isolated him from the effect of the river of time. Chapter 868 Clash of Tao 3. Wang Wei calmly glanced at the bubble. He mobilized his time Tao, and with one intense look, he overwhelmed D. Tian's time Dao, and the bubble popped. However, the controller of Samsara predicted this possibility. He knew he was no match for the latter regarding understanding and control of time Dao. So, he fought using his own field of expertise. He imbued his time bubble with one of the core characteristics of Samsara cycle. After death, people are reincarnated and begin their life anew. Then, they repeat the cycle over and over until eternity, or until they can cultivate to the level where they can escape such a cycle. With his tactic, his bubble would reappear every time it dispersed, forming an eternal circle. Wang Wei reacted swiftly after seeing his attack failed. While standing in the void, his surroundings trembled, and a second Wang Wei appeared. In the next half-minute, more than 100 Wang Wei appeared, each with the same intense aura. They surrounded Di Tian, not leaving any room for him to breathe, strategize, or escape. Clones? No, this is a time-based technique, rapidly analyzed Di Tian. He summoned versions of himself from a few seconds from the past. Such a technique was scary as it meant that all those hundreds Wang Wei had the same strength as the original. Even though these time clones or remnants might not exist for long, they each can send a powerful third-class attack. So, Di Tian, who was surrounded, knew he was screwed the moment these people appeared. Boom! All the Wang Wei worked together, forming a formation as they attacked. The devastating blow instantly annihilated the entire cosmic battlefield. The space that heavenly Dao purposely reinforced was like thin paper before the devastating impact of all these Wang Wei. However, Wang Wei and the time clones were unhappy after the attack. They all looked at the future and looked in one direction. After the previous destruction, the team now found themselves in the fire dimension. Di Tian used a technique called instant reincarnation to survive. In an instant, he died and reincarnated, developed, and grew to his peak state. This technique was one of his trump cards to survive life and death situations. His control over the river of time is annoying. With his Dao, bringing death to a concept like time is not a problem. However, his opponent summoned the river of time and manipulated it to boost his power. As such, the only way to rival him with his Dao is if he also summoned the path of reincarnation and used it to borrow its power. However, the path of reincarnation is unlike the river of time or the river of fate. It is more private and closed off, making it difficult for people to summon or use its power. Most people do know why things are like this, including Di Tian. The best explanation is that it's one of the fundamental rules that Grand Dao established. However, the truth is one of the 6 cardinals, the overseer of Samsara, takes her job very seriously. So, she does not allow cultivators to use or mess with the path of reincarnation as they please. She often criticizes the adjudicator of fate and the judiciary of time for allowing people to have so much control over the river of fate and time. Di Tian did not spend too much time dwelling on the issue regarding the path of reincarnation. As he watched all these Wang Weiss rush toward him, he knew he would suffer again if he did not do something. So, his mind worked on overdrive before coming up with a solution. 2 Di Tians appear before him, releasing a strange aura containing time energy. This is future Buddha self? Thought Wang Wei with squinted eyes. No, that one is. The second one should be the past Buddha self. The past, present, and future scroll was a unique scripture composed of 3 emperor scriptures, written by 3 different Buddhist emperors that were brothers. During his supreme outlaw trial, he received the future scroll, and the scripture has been an integral part of his journey to understand and control time Dao. Due to the benefits, he always wanted to acquire the other 2 scriptures and planned to use his connection with Feng Hong. Furthermore, Wang Wei had this deep intuition that this book would become extremely important to him in the future. As such, he was prepared to get his hands on them no matter what. Although he never read these scriptures, he profoundly understood them. So, he realized what Di Tian was using immediately. He also knew that Di Tian was a Buddhist monk in one of his reincarnations that cultivated those 3 scriptures. And from the information the Oracle Mirror revealed, Dition only lost his battle in that generation because his soul awakened while fusing these scriptures, resulting in his sea of consciousness plagued by chaotic time energy. After the past and future Buddha self manifested, they turned into brilliant lights before disappearing. Wang Wei immediately noticed the changes in the current situation. The past and future I can't access them. He mobilized the river of fate and sensed a power resisting his control. Did he sacrifice these Buddha selves to seal the past and future of this battlefield? Wang Wei knew his analysis was correct as his time clones dispersed. Without access to the past, the clones could not stay in the present and dispersed. Do you think it would be that easy to stop me? Thought Wang Wei with a sneer. As soon as he had these thoughts, Dition's danger sense activated, and he surrounded himself with an yin-yang shield. Boom! Despite imbuing his shield with the cycle characteristic of samsara, allowing it to regenerate instantly, an overbearing power destroyed it, heading directly for his head and soul. He reacted swiftly by raising his arm in a defensive position and mobilizing his Tao will and willpower to boost his defense to the best of his ability. Dition flew a few million miles away before stopping. He looked at his hands, which were still in the state of indestructibility, and they were missing parts. Without a single drop of blood spilling, it was like a pencil erased the missing pieces on a drawing. Destruction d'eau? Thought Dition, confusion written all over his face. He recognized the power that did such terrifying damage to him. However, this was not the cause of his puzzlement. He could not understand where the attack originated from. Simple logic tells him his opponent sent the attack. However, he did not see, detect, or understand how this attack suddenly appeared. Is it time Tao? He could feel that he was still blocking the river of time. So he ruled out an attack from the past or future. Dition concentrated intensely, trying to figure out the ins and outs of this technique. However, Wang Wei would not give him enough time to think and plan. Dition immediately felt another sense of danger and reacted faster than the first attack. With one step, he traversed from the fire dimension to earth dimension. Alas, he realized his actions were futile. The weird attack ignored the restraint of space and directly attacked him from the unknown. Dition detected a power that wished to eradicate his very fate, thus eliminating him from heaven and earth. No, Guers. It would appear as if he had never existed. The scariest and most powerful aspect of fate cause and effect, analyzed Dition, who summoned a book of life and death that manifested behind him. He might not be able to control all aspects of his soul, but Dition can control his life and death. So, his name in the book of life and death was erased, making fate believe it had succeeded in its attempt to erase him. Then, once the power trying to kill him disappeared, a pen appeared to rewrite Dition's name on the book. In an instant, he underwent the process of dying and being non-existent to living and having existed. Sadly, his tactics were not without repercussions. Dition saw that 60% of his body had faded as if he was disappearing, and the process did not seem easy to reverse. So soon, thought Dition as he sensed another attack. He quickly calmed down and concentrated. He pushed his spirit, concentration, and senses to their limit. Furthermore, a small golden tree appeared in Dition's sea of consciousness, releasing a holy and noble light that nourished his soul. His observation, understanding, and analysis capabilities instantly reached a new height. Boom! Dition's body exploded into oblivion. However, he was extremely calm throughout the entire ideal. Death Substitution Talisman is a rare resource used by some emperor lineages to prevent their heaven-chosen from dying prematurely. Dition's technique is based on that talisman, so he revived himself less than a second afterward with only a slightly pale complexion. I understand, he muttered. He finally discovered how Wang Wei's technique operated with the help of the Bodhi tree. Chapter 869 Clash of Tao 4. Before his death, Dition became enlightened by the nature of the world. There's a Buddhist saying that there's a world with every grain of salt. Ancient sages preached how our every action has an effect on heaven and earth, some of which we cannot perceive or fathom. Before his annihilation, Tian saw many things. He saw a river of unfathomable scale, and even with his current power, he cannot describe its infinite size and wonder. From that river flows countless branches, like a tree with countless roots. The river of time, thought Tian as he recognized the thing, especially since his current opponent used it against him. The countless branches should be different worlds or dimensions derived from the river's main branch. However, what does it have to do with Wang Wei's technique? As soon as he had these thoughts, he was shocked as he saw a second main river. According to his understanding of the world, this should have been impossible. There should only be one primary river of time. However, he saw a second one. No, with the passage of time, he saw countless more primary rivers connected by a thin barrier between each of them. And each main river also had infinitely more branches. Infinite trichiliocosm. This name popped in Tian's name, followed by the other names: parallel dimensions, parallel timelines, myriad origin realm, etc. All our actions can cause entire new timelines, entire new universes diverse from one of our many chances, he understood. Does that mean there are timelines where I made the right choice? Where I succeeded in the trial? Where I fulfilled my dreams of walking the path of perfection? All these thoughts flashed in Tian's mind, making him excited. A new door of infinite possibility opened up for him. He now saw more hope in reviving his wife. Boom! Everything went black, and he died. After reviving himself, he swiftly calmed down before looking at Wang Wei. He understood the latter's technique. Wang Wei assessed a version of himself from a parallel universe and attacked him directly from that dimension. And since the attack originated from another time and space, he could not see or detect it. Something is not adding up, analyzed Tian. From my enlightenment, it seems that emperors cannot travel through the infinite trichiliocosm. So how did he access it? Even with his mastery of time Tao, this should not be possible. While analyzing the situation, another attack arrived. However, Tian knew what to look for, so he did not have to rely on his intuition or danger sense. He sensed the very subtle space-time fluctuations and tried to react. Sadly, even such an act only bought him a few more microseconds to react. Boom! Tian flew away with superficial injuries. I see. He created a contained parallel universe with time Tao and luck Tao. It would be too much to bear for Wang Wei to create an entire parallel universe with so many immortal entities in the myriad emperor world. So, he created a contained universe involving only the current heaven will battle. And in that universe, his parallel self differs from him by a slight margin, for example. He smiled on one occasion when he did not, or he looked left in that universe instead of right. A universe contains infinite probability and variables. So, to create a contained universe, he had to control these variables. Wang Wei used his probability manipulation from his luck Tao to maintain all the variables from the parallel universe. Then, he had his other self attacked from that dimension. His comprehension suddenly increased, and that aura seemed to be Buddhist in nature, thought Wang Wei before attacking again. And this time, it was a two-prong attack as his body in that dimension also attacked. Bang! The earth energy that filled this dimension became chaotic due to the sheer power behind that attack. However, Wang Wei frowned as he gazed at the Emperor artifact in the shape of a shield that blocked him. He did not care that his attack failed. His focus was on the fact that the attack from the parallel universe also failed. And after seeing the phantom floating above Tian's head, he understood why. The present Buddhist self, thought Wang Wei. He also sacrificed to seal the present. He sealed the river of time with the three Buddhist selves, preventing me from attacking from the past, present, and future. Wang Wei calmly looked at him before making a clenching motion with his hand. The river of time fluctuated for a moment. The earth dimension trembled, creating countless space cracks. The power of time fluctuated from some of these cracks, indicating that people might experience different times of rapid aging if they were not careful and entered one of them. Wang Wei's actions seemed to crack the very fabric of the space-time continuum in this Earth dimension. Plop! Di Tian vomited a large mouthful of blood. Wang Wei's action was to explode his parallel universe. As a result, his present Buddha self had to bear the backlash from the attack and the river of time. The damage was so small, thought Wang Wei as he swiftly figured out why. Di Tian seemed very adept at dealing with chaotic space-time energy. So, after the explosion, he even used them to heal his present Buddhist self. Wang Wei did not dwell on the issue for too long as he raised his hand to manifest a marble that resembled the shiniest diamond. To the untrained eyes, this marble is nothing but an ordinary creation. However, these powerful cultivators saw how it was created. Wang Wei folded the entire fire dimension into this bead. Furthermore, he seemed to disdain its short length and kept increasing its size using his space dowel. The marble flew out of Wang Wei's hand, heading directly for his opponent. Di Tian almost cursed out loud after seeing that small thing approach him. He saw how it was created and the power it contained. The current size of the dimension inside the marble was on par with a myriad emperor world. Although it was only an empty dimension with no life, energy, or even any rules, the sheer weight of the marble, because of the size of that dimension, was enough to do terrible damage to him. His first instinct was to evade. However, the marble had its own gravitational pull and ability to block the surrounding space. Seventh Fist. All things must reincarnate. Nothing in the universe can resist reincarnation. The myriad emperor world will one day undergo reincarnation and might cease to exist. One might say that a great emperor has transcended life and death and does not need to worry about reincarnation. However, that is far from the truth. Emperors, even paragons, are immortals, but not eternal. Death is categorized in a different way for them. Furthermore, reincarnation is not simply defined by the concept of life and death. One of the core of reincarnation is the ups and downs of the world, the changes from high to low, and the repeated cycle. A heaven chosen can be extremely lucky, acquiring numerous fortunate encounters. However, they encounter a calamity that can kill them the next day. Such an act is a manifestation of their bad luck backlash. However, it is also a process of reincarnation, going from the peak of their fortune to the lowest point. If the heaven chosen survives their calamity, it would mean they survive a round of reincarnation, returning their luck to a normal level. Using this core idea of reincarnation, Di Tian's technique attacked the marble. His objective was to force the dimension inside the marbles to undergo reincarnation, dying before reaching him. Sadly, he miscalculated. Wang Wei predicted his move and absorbed the power of reincarnation he used. Instead, he used it to create a nether world in the fire dimension, making it even more complete. Damn it, cursed Di Tian, forced to directly confront the marble. He mobilized all the power of his fleshly body and blessed himself with powerful innate creatures from the heaven path. Bang! The shockwave from the confrontation did untold damage to their current location. It was now completely on the verge of collapsing. However, neither of them cared about such an insignificant thing. Di Tian felt his arm was about to tear apart from the collisions. However, he remained concentrated and executed his plan. He used his attack to create a space pathway inside the marble. And after entering, it was only a matter of time before tearing it apart from the inside. Di Tian was swift and ruthless, overclocking his muscles to destroy the dimension as soon as possible. So, even with Wang Wei's ability, he could not repair the damage as fast as Di Tian could inflict. So, he did what he usually does: exploded. Unfortunately for him, Di Tian predicted this would be his next move. So, he took preventive measures and was relatively intact after the explosion. Wang Wei calmly looked at him. Then, a scary smile crept on his handsome face, making Di Tian's heart skip a beat. Chapter 870 Clash of Dao V. Wang Wei calmly raised his hand and black lightning from divine punishment thunder coated his hand. He punched forward with great momentum. Tion, who was a few miles away from him, prepared for the upcoming attack. However, during the entire process, he sensed something wrong. He did not forget the previous devious smile. Tion's upper body exploded into a pool of blood, leaving only his legs floating in the void. The process was so sudden that no one, including the viewers, knew what had happened. Everyone, of course, except for the person responsible. So, it was not completely successful, muttered Wang Wei with a displeased frown. Meanwhile, Tion regenerated his body. He looked horrified as he was also baffled by what had happened. Unfortunately, Wang Wei would not explain anything to him. He waved his hand, manifesting an enormous palm that descended upon his opponent. From this palm, Tion detected the power of death. He recognized it was the manifestation of every way someone can die: old age, disease, poison, natural and man-made disaster, bad luck, etc. Tion reacted swiftly as he summoned 3 defensive Emperor artifacts from his vast collection. He chose the very best and most powerful artifact he possessed. Then he used a secret technique that allowed him to use these artifacts to the best of his ability. With his 10 Supremacy Foundation, he should have no problem using any artifacts to the greatest extent of their powers. Unfortunately, he was only a mortal emperor, meaning he lacked the immortal essence of a great emperor. If he truly used the full power of even an artifact created by a third-class emperor, the backlash would consume years of his lifespan. He could lose more than 100 million years in an instant. And that's only a conservative number. Knowing this fact, Tion used numbers and secret techniques to make up for this flaw. He activated about 80 of each artifact, and through resonance, he combined their powers and created a shield on par with someone using the full power of an Emperor artifact. Alas, his efforts were futile. Wang Wei's attack instantly atomized him. No, the process was even worse. He annihilated every aspect of his existence, including his soul and Tao. Still failed? Commented Wang Wei as he raised his head to look at the river of time that had disappeared after Tion sealed it. Then, from the river, Tion appeared with a pale complexion. Is this the power of the 3 scriptures together? Analyzed Wang Wei. He saw that Tion's past Buddha self fished him out from the river of time and revived him. The Tion before him was technically a past version that existed before the palm descended and annihilated him. Wang Wei concentrated his eyes. He once tried to use his future Buddha in similar ways, but failed. He had to use other ways to achieve similar results. This guy is really rich, sneered Wang Wei. Slightly annoyed. After this stunt, Tion's past Buddha self should have been annihilated because of the backlash from the river of time. However, Tion used a time chaos treasure to withstand most of the backlash and, for some reason, made his future Buddha self suffer the rest of the backlash. While Wang Wei was analyzing the situation, Tion was doing the very same. However, he was not nearly as calm as the latter. The previous defensive maneuver was one of the best in his arsenal, but it was useless before that palm. The attack was similar to when he attacked across a different parallel universe. It completely ignored all my defenses. Tion forced himself to calm down and analyze the situation. Otherwise, the fear of the unknown could overwhelm his mind. I've already made preparations against his time Tao. So, this should be an attack based on his other Taos. So which one should it be? His mind worked on overdrive as he reviewed all the information he knew about Wang Wei. Although he did not know all the latter's laws, he knew a great deal despite the current state of his sleepers. It's either fate or yin-yang Tao. As soon as he concluded such a result, Wang Wei was already on the offensive. A Tai Chi symbol manifested above him, sealing the surrounding space. The yin-yang symbol rotated at an alarming speed, and from that rotation, Tion saw all the changes in the world, the changes in the seasons, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the ebbs of spiritual energy, the ups and downs of luck of all sentient beings, and finally, the birth and death of all things in existence. After watching these changes, Di Tian found his understanding of samsara elevated slightly. He thought he had reached the limit of his Tao. But he was wrong. Sadly, this was not the time for enlightenment, as he was in great danger. The attack controlled all his mobility, including the speed his mind operated. If not for the Bodhi tree blessing his sea of consciousness, he would not be enlightened in this battle, nor have the mental capacity to devise a measure to save his life. As death crept on him, Di Tian did two things. Firstly, he activated his skin divine ability and entered a state of absolute immunity. Previously, he wanted to reserve the few minutes he had left as a trump card. However, he was soon running out of methods to revive himself and needed to save his life. Secondly, he also pushed his Bodhi tree to the limit to understand how this technique operated. Bang! The Tai Chi symbol ground everything into dust, and that included the entire Earth dimension. As such, the battle had now reached the metal dimension, a world full of weapons, ores, and metal energy. This place could be considered a holy land for sword cultivators or people who cultivate weapon Tao. However, the two participants did not care about such a thing. Di Tian's pale face appeared, standing above a mountain made entirely out of blades. It's a fate-related ability, but that's all I know. His face was not good to look at. The last attack removed most of the time he had left in the immunity state. Currently, he only has less than 30 seconds left. The only choice left for me is to use that trump card. However, if I do it without figuring out his technique, I would reduce the weight of such a trump card. Boom! A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Wang Wei floating above the heaven and rushed toward him. However, what awaited him was another fist full of unimaginable power. Boom! Di Tian flew into countless mountains, his body breaking past them one after the other like they were thin papers. Finally, he crashed into a mountain composed of meteorites. However, such a dense and solid, or was as weak as mud to his fleshly body. Di Tian lay embedded on the mountain, blood dripping from his orifices and with numerous broken bones. However, his eyes shone with a quick brilliance. His attacks were fated to succeed, and nothing I can do can stop it. He had the answer to the puzzle, and it was the correct one. Deep inside Wang Wei's Sea of Consciousness was a book with the character Destiny written on the title. On one of the blank pages, there were 3 sentences. The divine punishment fist annihilated the opponent's body, soul, and Tao, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The yin-yang grinding disc sealed the opponent's mobility, including his mind, before grounding him into oblivion. There was nothing he could do to stop it. The fist of destruction atomized the opponent, completely eliminating him from existence and preventing him from reviving by any means possible. Furthermore, he could do nothing to prevent the attack from reaching its target. So, it's really not yet possible to decide a cultivator's fate, especially one of Di Tian's caliber, thought Wang Wei, long expecting this outcome. Of course, this did not prevent him from being slightly disappointed. Regardless, it was because he knew of this truth that he did not call this technique the Book of Fate and labeled it the Book of Destiny. It doesn't matter. I will consider this technique incomplete, no, a work in progress. One day, no one between heaven and earth can escape its grasp, even Grand Tao. Wang Wei immediately wanted to take this opportunity for a 4th attack. However, he soon noticed a new change in Di Tian. To be precise, something happened to the river of time as Di Tian's past Buddha self began to act. The past Buddha self appeared above Di Tian and waved its hand. Then, he summoned something from the river of time through a karmic link from Di Tian's body. The thing summoned seemed to be both a soul and an imprint. After entering Di Tian's body, the power of samsara emanated from his body, completing certain changes. Boom! Di Tian's aura suddenly changed. This is, muttered Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Chapter 871 Clash of Tao 6 Creation Tao, muttered Wang Wei after sensing Di Tian's aura. Immediately, he knew what the latter did. He used his past Buddha self to summon his past self imprint from the river of time. Then, with his power of samsara, He acquired all the cultivation or comprehension before he died in his first life. Wang Wei could deduce that Di Tian's law altar had changed, manifesting the laws of creation. Normally, his actions would be playing with fire. But now, it's more like a gamble, commented Wang Wei. Normally, Di Tian would never be able to do such a thing since heavenly Tao would immediately punish him, even going to extreme lengths to annihilate him. However, he did not have to worry about such a thing during the heavenly battle. After all, no matter the situation, heavenly Tao cannot easily intervene in the battle. As such, Di Tian can break the rules to an extent. As for the aftermath or the consequences of his actions, if he wins, he will be one of the most powerful eternal emperors the world has ever seen. So he can ignore the threat of heavenly Tao. On the contrary, it's the latter who has to worry about him. As for true heavenly Tao's response to the situation, as long as Di Tian does not keep his creation Tao and is only temporary, he might only suffer some bad luck for his actions after ascending. Or, true heavenly Tao might ignore him completely, especially given its current state. In conclusion, Di Tian's actions are a calculated risk. If he loses the battle, he will die and only has to worry about heavenly Tao's possible revenge in his next life. However, he has been dealing with heavenly Tao's scheming for as long as he was alive, so it did not matter to him. He acquired an innate emperor soul in this life, granting him a few more reincarnation possibilities before his soul reached the limit. So, he has more ways to deal with possible variables during his reincarnation. Di Tian clenched his fists as he sensed the new power coursing through his veins. This power was so nostalgic and addictive. Things didn't go exactly as planned, but it's better than expected, thought Di Tian. His plan was to summon his entire body and fuse it with his body, trying to sublimate his 10 supremacy foundation to an even higher level. However, he failed and had to accept only summoning the imprint and accessing the Tao from his first life. Di Tian finally looked at Wang Wei with fighting intent. In the previous battle, he realized his shortcomings. To be exact, he realized a fundamental truth of heaven and earth. Some Taos are more powerful than others. He was so overwhelmed during the confrontation because Wang Wei's Fate Supreme Outlaw Tao outclassed his reincarnation Tao. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. The latter's Tao was more potent and had more versatility. More importantly, I realized why people need to pass a trial to wield the outlaw Taos, thought Di Tian with hidden unwillingness. Wang Wei's techniques were complex and ingenious. He suffered tremendously because he had to take time to understand these techniques and find countermethods. He knew how much more he would have suffered in this battle if it were not for his Bodhi tree. Meanwhile, my techniques are more rudimentary and less complex. After comparing their applications of Tao, Di Tian felt a little ashamed. After living for so long, he has long understood that he should not compare to the unreasonable monster-like geniuses like Sword Empress, Empress Wu, and Wang Wei. His ability to compete with these monsters is his long life and deep foundation. So, he calmed down and reined in his mind. Flame of annihilation with a wave of his hand. Di Tian created a purple flame that combined flame and destruction Tao. And as soon as the flame appeared, it melted all the metals and ores in this dimension. After a few seconds of its appearance, the laws of this dimension that favored metal were forcibly changed to favor flame, creation, and destruction Tao. Wang Wei squinted after seeing this. His eyes brightened slightly before returning to normal. He did not care about Di Tian's new power. However, after seeing him make a move, the imperfection he felt about his 10 supremacy foundation had a slight inspiration. He felt if he could catch it, he would break through his current bottleneck and make up for his imperfection. Sadly, the inspiration was only fleeing, and even with his superior mind, he did not catch it. Calm down, and don't worry, Wang Wei reassured himself. Although he had a feeling this imperfection might be the key to this battle, he knew that worrying and hurrying were counterproductive to success. As the purple flame rushed to him, Wang Wei waved his hand to create the same flame. The Dusk Emperor gave him his scripture, so he knew a great deal about destruction Tao. Annihilation is only a state of complete destruction, but it does not escape the concept of destruction Tao, and it's not some transcended or better version of destruction. Discs of eradication, dozens of purple discs manifested before Tion, each releasing a terrifying power. Eradication, thought Wang Wei, who instantly realized the core of the technique. A more focused form of destruction. He immediately realized the purpose of each of these discs. One disc wished to eradicate his body, the other his soul, then his Tao, mind, spirit, memories, intelligence, and even karma. There is a reason the 5 supreme outlaw Taos reign supreme, he calmly commented. Tion used creation Tao to control destruction Tao, and this should not be his limit. In terms of versatility and ability to control all 3,000 Taos and 800 side doors, creation Tao has a tremendous advantage. He analyzed calmly as a yin-yang symbol appeared behind him before entering his body. The universe is a process of yin and yang, and everything must remain balanced, forming a cycle. So, after destruction, there must be creation. Bang! The disc hit Wang Wei's body, but he was intact. Whenever the discs eradicate something, his body naturally uses the opposite concept to ensure balance. Wang Wei has to admit that yin-yang Tao was his favorite. He would have chosen it as his main Tao if he had not walked the path of fate. If he were Grand Tao and created the chaos universe, he would have made yin-yang Tao one of the supreme outlaws. Tion was not surprised his technique was not as successful as he wished. He knew this battle would not be easy, but he was at ease. His creation Tao allowed him to level the playing field to a certain extent. Furthermore, he discovered he could do much more with his creation Tao. And now he had the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Many of his previous restrictions, incapabilities, and limits were gone. His power of creation seemed limitless. Calm down. Don't let this power go to your head, he reminded himself. Primordial chaos, with a single thought, Tion created a piece of primordial chaos. However, he soon discovered such an act would take too much of a toll on himself. So, he swallowed the metal dimension as material for his creation. Wang Wei found himself in a dark purple environment. Everything around seemed ancient, noble, and infinite. Additionally, a terrifying power was rapidly annihilating and assimilating his body. He protected himself with a shield, even boosting its power with his true will. However, such an act did almost nothing, reducing the speed of his assimilation by a small margin. The fate of primordial chaos is to change from nothingness to existence, filled its infiniteness with finite creation, like worlds, creatures, and life. As Wang Wei uttered these words, the river of fate manifested above the primordial chaos. Then its strings vibrated, rapidly molding this piece of primordial chaos. A world capable of existing and sustaining life appeared in Tion's primordial chaos, and Wang Wei floated inside, perfectly intact. Tion squinted his eyes, pondering only for a moment. All worlds, creatures, and life existing in primordial chaos must experience the changes of yin and yang, the process of birth. Aging and destruction, they must experience samsara. As he said these words, Wang Wei's vast world that can exist in primordial chaos suddenly manifested the path of reincarnation. Then, it ages rapidly, reaching the stage where it will die, putting Wang Wei in danger again. Man will conquer nature, said Wang Wei. No life will accept their fate of destruction and will fight to their last breath for survival. As he said these words, the dying world birthed creatures, and those creatures studied heaven and earth, trying to prevent the death or destruction of their world. Their attempts appeared futile, but they served the purpose of their creation or existence, delaying the death of this world and buying enough time for Wang Wei. Chapter 872, Clash of Tao. 7. Fight against heaven and earth? Against their fate? Said Tion with a sneer. Most people have their life determined the moment they are born. doomed to be nothing but puppets. He did not hesitate to take a page from his opponent's book. With his words, he created something similar to the River of Fate, controlling the destiny and fate of all the people Wang Wei created. As a result, 99 of the people who were trying to fight to prevent the death of their world stopped, accepting their upcoming doom. Only the remaining 1%, with determined will, refused to accept such an end. Sadly, such a drastic change accelerated the destruction of the world. Wang Wei watched all of this with calm and indifferent eyes, secretly shaking his head. He knew if he were more powerful, he could have created cultivators, allowing for more people to fight against this upcoming fate. Unfortunately, his current ability can barely allow him to create life. But it cannot create a complete world with spiritual power and laws that allow cultivation. Regardless, watching these people struggling to escape their fate, and most of them abandoning such pursuit, and leaving only a few to continue greatly benefited his understanding of Fate Tao. Plus, he only needed them to buy enough time to save his life, and he succeeded. He waved his hand to manifest the yin-yang Tai Chi symbol. The symbol rotated, rapidly evolving into something more complex. Yin-yang, Tai Chi, evolving into Wuji, muttered Di Tian, and he was correct. After watching Zhang Yuqing's battle with Monk Wuji, he learned about the benefit of understanding Wuji Dao to his fleshly Buddhist concept of nothingness, so he designated time to evolve his yin-yang law into Wuji when needed. So, during this battle, he used Wuji to imbue his body with one of the properties of primordial chaos infinite. After his body attained that property, he did not care for the destruction of that world. The power of primordial chaos can no longer assimilate him, and Di Tian knew of this. So, he chose a different approach. He took the primordial chaos he created and molded it into something else. A golden river manifested above the sky of the water dimension, releasing an unknown and fierce fluctuation. Wang Wei squinted his eyes as he looked at that river. The river of freedom, he commented, already deducing Di Tian's plan. He created or copied the River of Fate module to create the River of Freedom, the antithesis of his Fate Tao. Sadly, you're mistaken. Wang Wei pointed his finger to manifest the River of Fate, which proceeded to release countless strings that entered the Golden River. Plouch! Di Tian vomited a small mouthful of blood as Wang Wei instantly took control of his River of Freedom, inducing a backlash. Then, Wang Wei opened his mouth and swallowed that river. Mysterious charms, or Dao, rhymes emanated from his body as his pseudo or incomplete Dao body became more complete. He once absorbed the River of Fate from the heavenly abode world. Now, with this River of Freedom, his foundation became deeper. Although his strength did not increase by much, his future potential had drastically increased. Di Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth while trying to control his anger. Nothing is more outrageous than when your enemy uses your ability to increase their strength. However, he was a wise person to know when to learn from a situation. So, after this experience, he had some ideas. Since Wang Wei can use such a method to perfect his Dao body and foundation, he can follow in his footsteps. After this battle, he will enter one of the branches of samsara and use its power to strengthen his Dao body. Heavenly Dao, Di Tian, acted swiftly as he created a third eye on his forehead. Immediately, his temperament changed. He became cold, indifferent, noble, and almighty. His eyes barado all secrets, truths, and mysteries between heaven and earth. Di Tian became the embodiment that knowledge is power. Wang Wei immediately became serious. He knew the importance of information or knowledge. Although Heaven Dao appeared to be the most useless and weakest among the 5 supreme outlaw Dao, he knew this was far from the truth. Knowledge is power is not just a saying. If a mortal has all the knowledge in the universe, they could easily plan the death of a paragon. The supreme outlaw Daos stood at the pinnacle of all Daos because it's easier for them to affect all other Daos. Greater chaos is the embodiment of all Daos. Fate can control all Daos. Creation Dao can create all Daos. destruction can eradicate all Daos, and Heaven Dao allows someone to know about all Daos. For example, if someone practices Heaven Dao and knows everything about a specific person, it is the same as knowing their fate. In some of the novels Wang Wei read on Earth, some protagonists control fate Dao by using a quantum computer that can calculate all variables in the universe, thus knowing the destiny of everything in existence. So, he knew the horror of Heaven Dao. Wang Wei immediately acted after knowing what Di Tian had done. Order. All information about me will be hidden. Disorder. As a price, I will lose the corresponding spiritual power. As soon as Wang Wei used his order disorder Dao, Di Tian frowned. His purpose in using Heaven Dao was to know how to defeat his opponent through knowledge. However, things seemed to have failed before even beginning. With his heavenly eye, he saw what the specific order and disorder Wang Wei used to block him. He also saw trying to circumvent the restrictions as useless because his opponent's spiritual power was so vast that it seemed infinite. He seemed to be connected to this source of infinite spiritual power. Although there is a seal to this source, it was only there because Wang Wei did not want to remove it. Di Tian decided to no longer focus on such a thing that served no purpose in helping him win this battle. He looked around, processing all the information and knowledge he knew. In a very short time, he created the next tactic that would help him win this battle. He waved his hand to manifest a very complex formation. Then, a colossal hand descended on Wang Wei from the formation, making his facial expression grave. For the first time since this battle started, he felt death approaching him. So, he did not hesitate to use whatever means available to protect himself. He summoned his Proving Dao artifact and copied Tong Rubing's artifact by turning it into a jewel in his forward that boosted all his abilities. Yin-Yang Shield to divert most of the attack's strength and even reverse its polarity, turning it from a destructive nature to a power of healing. 5 Elements Shield. Yin-Yang can evolve the 5 elements, and his body is perfectly balanced with the 5 elements. So, he used this layer of shield to block this attack. Wuji Shield, using the characteristic of infinite to swallow the attack. After all, the attack has to pass through infinite before reaching him. However, Wang Wei was not finished. Infinite space, he added another layer of infinity by using his time acceleration shield. The attack will pass through a time acceleration domain, meaning millions of years will have passed space Dao to create an infinite space between himself and the attack. Wang Wei did not care that he was shameless and copied this technique from his past life. Time acceleration shield. The attack will pass through a time acceleration domain, meaning millions of years will have passed before reaching him. And after so long, most of its strength would have been corroded with the passage of time. Death shield. The attack will die before reaching its destination. Life shield. The attack will change into life energy that heals him as it passes through that layer. Karma shield. He chose someone who is connected to him by karma to bear some of the attacks for him. And without hesitation, Wang Wei chose his ancestor, Sword One. Anyway, he knew she would not mind nor be affected. Luck shield. Whatever needs to happen to ensure this attack is not successful or is weakened as much as possible will happen after passing through that shield. Destiny and Fate shield. This shield is applied to Wang Wei himself. It blessed him with the destiny and fate to survive this encounter. Freedom shield. Another shield that applied blessing to himself. He blessed him to be free from death, injury, and attacks. The final layer of protection he created used his secondary Daos, which includes Soul Shield, Erase Shields, Talisman Shield, and pills that strengthen defense, increased regeneration, and a variety of life-saving methods. Boom! The towering hand still landed on Wang Wei despite all his protections. The power it released was devastating, annihilating both the water and wood dimension, leaving Di Tian standing in the Yin dimension. Such power was beyond anything his own power could ever reach, shocking all the watchers of this battle. Everyone already knew this heaven battle would be legendary, but they never thought it would reach such a height. Chapter 873, Playing Dirty, the dust settled, and Wang Wei appeared at the center of the previous attack. His body was in terrible shape, leaving only his upper torso, blood dripping from all parts of his body. However, he did not care since he survived that terrible attack even at the cost of severe damage to his soul. The good news is I prevent his Tao will and will manifestation from entering my body. The bad news is there is a terrifying aura that has similar effects left in my soul. Wang Wei already analyzed the essence of such a terrible attack. Di Tian used his knowledge to create a terrible formation that borrowed the strength of heavenly Tao itself. Such a thing should not be easily accomplished, even with the control of Heaven Tao. However, heavenly Tao created the current battlefield. Thus, the environment retained some of its aura. Such a small aura could not even be detected by someone as keen as Wang Wei, let alone Di Tian. However, with Di Tian having knowledge of most secrets of heaven and earth, he knew of its existence. So, he used that remaining aura to leverage heavenly Tao's power. That attack reached beyond the limit of the third-class emperor. It probably reached 10 to 11 Grand Tao source. For a moment, he was scared. If he had not acted swiftly and used all his Tao to reduce the power of that attack, he would have been annihilated. Furthermore, he guessed heavenly Tao intervened and reduced the amount of power Di Tian could use. Possible was fine. However, some rules and regulations need to be followed during the heaven will battle. After all, Di Tian's method was as if heavenly Tao had interfered in the battle. At other times, borrowing its power using any means possible was fine. However, some rules and regulations need to be followed during the heaven will battle. Crack! A cracking sound echoed inside Wang Wei's sea of consciousness, making the space tremble slightly. Without hesitation, he opened the seal from his time as the myriad devourer. An intense amount of spiritual power appeared in his sea of consciousness. He did not hesitate to use them to remove heavenly Tao's aura before repairing his primordial spirit. Finally, he used the rest of the spiritual power and converted it into life energy to regenerate his missing limbs. Wang Wei then gazed at Di Tian, who was breathing heavily. He was not surprised by his state, since using such borrowed power was not easy. It should have placed a heavy burden on his soul and body to control that formation. Wang Wei believed there should have been some backlash for using that formation. However, with Di Tian's knowledge, he should know how to remove or reduce its effect. Creation Tao it's worthy of its spot as one of the best, thought Wang Wei with a sneer. He mobilized his Tao. Order. Only people who have passed their trial can control any outlaw or supreme outlaw Tao. Disorder. None required since I'm only reinforcing the fundamental rules of heaven and earth. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the rules or laws between heaven and earth changed. From now on, no one who did not pass the trial can use any of the Taos. As expected, the person who suffered was Di Tian. His aura changed as he lost access to the power of creation. His heavenly Tao disappeared, and the creation law in his law altar disappeared. However, this was not the full extent of his suffering. His Samsara Tao was one of the outlaw Tao, but he could only use it because of his status as father of emperors. So, under Wang Wei's order technique, he discovered its power was drastically decreased. For some reason, it was not completely erased, but its current scale was less than 1,000th of its previous power. At this rate, I would die and lose this battle, thought Di Tian, oddly remaining calm despite his current predicament. Is it time to reveal that trump card? He pondered. No, my intuition tells me something unexpected might happen if I use it early. Furthermore, if I do, I should kill him as swiftly as possible. As a powerful cultivator, he knew to trust his instinct since it was a manifestation of his control of his destiny. In that case, I have to use my backup plan. I have a gift for you, suddenly said Di Tian, making Wang Wei frown. He immediately felt something wrong, but did not feel any danger. However, nothing good could come out of the upcoming situation. Di Tian waved his hand to manifest a strange and complicated rune. Swish! A bright light flashed before him, summoning something. Immediately, Wang Wei released a terrible killing intent that made even the Yin dimension 100 times colder. You don't want to do this. But I do, replied the Samsara Lord with a sneer. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes became colder by the second. Release him, and you don't have to suffer my wrath. Oh, I'm so scared, replied Di Tian, refusing to admire. His heart skipped a beat. Then, he calmly looked at the captured Li Jun. I'm sure you're wondering how I got to him. When he went to get the war talisman, replied Wang Wei, not giving him the satisfaction of showing off. He figured out many things and placed many pieces together in such a short time. He once found the behavior of some of his ancestors strange. He asked, but everyone denied it, and said some other stuff occupied them. Wang Wei did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people have lived a long life and have many secrets. So, heaven knows why they behaved the way they did. But now, he knew why they knew of the things Di Tian left on Li Jun's body, but did not tell him. They probably argued about whether they should do so and intervened. However, given the precedents Qin and Sword Empress left behind to cultivate genius in the most cruel way possible, he was not surprised they remained quiet. Furthermore, if they told him, Heavenly Tao would consider their actions as interfering in the heavenly battle, leading to severe consequences. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down, trying to assess the situation and find a way out. Yes, I should know someone like you could deduce the truth even with limited information, said Di Tian calmly. However, I should warn you not to make any movements that I can interpret as suspicious. We don't want anything to happen, don't we? Wang Wei gazed at him. So far, our battle has only been a battle of Tao, for the sole chance at transcending time and death. If you do this, everything now will be personal. As I previously said, things become personal the moment you destroy my sleepers. Replied Di Tian with a cold face. They were the only true family I had left. They were a symbol of my past, a representation of all my suffering through countless reincarnations. But you killed 95 of them. So, this battle has long been personal. I have met your wife, uttered Wang Wei. She made a deal with me to spare your life if I was the final winner of this battle. And since I owe her karma, I intend to keep my word. But if you do this, there is no turning back. Your arrogance disgusts me, said Di Tian. Do I need you to let me survive? Wang Wei released his clenched fists. Anyone who knows him can understand the calmer he is, the angrier he is, and the scarier he becomes. According to his previous plan, even if he wins this battle, he would not annihilate Di Tian's soul and allow him to continue to reincarnate. He could probably survive another 9 rounds of samsara with his new and improved soul quality. Furthermore, depending on how much help his perfect foundation grants him, he even plans to help his wife repay the karma of giving him and Wu Hong her understanding of perfection. However, now, his mind was only full of anger, brutality, and savagery. He did not like this side of him, since it's easier to get out of control. But now, he could not care about such a thing. What exactly do you want? He asked, his aura and temperament even calmer than before. His subtle change made Di Tian frown as he felt a terrible volcano, slowly dormant and prepared to explode with a catastrophic result. However, it was too late to return, and he did not wish to. He will win this battle no matter what he has to do or how far he has to go. Great question, he said. You have 2 choices. Choice 1, forfeit this battle, and I will release him. Choice 2, abandon your long brotherhood and watch him die. Show him that your pursuit of Tao means more to him than your so-called bond. Now, make your choice. Chapter 874 Choice. Wang Wei looked at the bound Li Jun. He saw the calmness, helplessness, and determination in the latter's eyes. In this short period, he used his future Buddha self to see thousands of futures and did countless simulations, and the result was the same. Furthermore, with each passing second, the amount of opportunities he had was diminishing. Di Tian's power was too close to his own, and the latter was on the highest alert. More importantly, he was determined to make Wang Wei suffer, affecting him psychologically, giving him an edge in this battle. "Am waiting," said Di Tian, "and am not very patient." He would not give a Tao overlord enough time in such a dangerous situation. So, as soon as he senses something wrong, Li Jun will die. Di Tian has even prepared for the unlikely scenario that his mind is frozen or affected in any way possible. If that happens, the runes he placed on Li Jun will automatically activate, killing him. Wang Wei did not answer him. Instead, he closed his eyes, lost in his memories. "So, you're going to be a father," said Wang Wei as he lay on a roof, handing a jar of wine to Li Jun. "You've said these words many times in the past few days. I never thought of you as the father type of person. I thought you would continue womanizing until Liling had enough of you and killed you. Haha, I'm wiser than that." He was not stupid, so he knew long ago that his wife was unhappy with his very fulfilling life. So, he stopped accepting new beauties into his harem and even distanced himself from the others. Although he did not ignore them, since that would be irresponsible, it's true that he was not as close to these women as he used to be. "Have you thought about your future children?" asked Li Jun, passing the wine gourd. "I have," nodded Wang Wei. "Have you decided on when you're having them?" "Not for a very long time," replied Wang Wei, gazing at the stars. "My path to pursue absolute freedom will be long and arduous. Honestly, I think a family will be a great fetter." "That's a very bleak way to look at it," said Li Jun, shaking his head. "It's a realistic way to look at it," countered Wang Wei, sipping the wine. However, he suddenly felt it was inappropriate for the current occasion, so he took another one from his space ring. The new wine was more mellow, perfect for the current situation of thinking about the future. "I remember when I first received the news," said Li Jun, who rejected Wang Wei's new wine. He did not like it. So, he took his own to drink. He chose one that was more optimistic, sweet, and bright. "Although I have not held the little guy in my hand, I know at that moment that I would move heaven and earth for them. I would pick the moon and stars to please that child. So, no matter how far I walk in this cultivation journey, I would never see him as a burden or fettered. On the contrary, he will become the source of my strength, the reason I keep moving forward." "Do you think I would not do the same for my children?" added Wang Wei. "One of the reasons I want to wait until later to have children is so that they can inherit all my talents and powers, preventing them from suffering as much as I have in their cultivation journey. I want to be able to cover heaven and earth for them, so that no matter what they do, what kind of trouble they get themselves in, they know their father can help them. My cultivation journey will be fraught with struggle, killing, scheming, darkness, pain, ups and downs, and danger. But I want their journey to be a fun adventure full of wonderful memories, joy, and no regret." Li Jun nodded as he agreed with these words. Most parents with high cultivation will want such a thing for their children. Unfortunately, few can reach the realm where they can actually do it. There can even be an argument that no one has ever succeeded. After all, even paragons cannot guarantee that nothing will happen to their offspring. "Am sensing a but?" asked Li Yunya. "What if my enemy kidnaps my family to blackmail me?" continued Wang Wei. "I chose Wu Hong as my companion because such a thing has a very low probability of happening. Well, in my current state, am probably the liable one." Li Jun laughed after hearing this. He sighed. "So what would you do in that scenario?" "Of course, I will try everything to save my children." "You know that's not what I meant," said Li Jun, also looking at the stars. "If your enemy made you choose between your family and your pursuit of absolute freedom, which would you choose?" Wang Wei did not immediately answer, his eyes gazing at the brilliant stars. His eyes were calm and peaceful, without a hint of hesitation and confusion. "Nothing can stop me from becoming free," he replied in a tranquil voice. "Oh, that's harsh," said Li Jun. "The way I see it, when I achieve absolute freedom, reality will be at my whim to bend as I please. So, I can see my family again, making up for the pain and regret of losing them," said Wang Wei calmly, not stopping his drinking. "And if I fail, I will reunite with them in the afterlife. By then, I can ask for their forgiveness. I'm fine with whether I receive it or not. Anyway, all actions have consequences, and am prepared to pay whatever the price for my choices." "How does sister-in-law feel about this?" Does she know? I think she's on the same page as me. You saw what she did to you during my trial. Li Jun shook his head and decided not to bring this topic up. He sighed before saying, I admire your will to pursue the Tao. However, I disagree with your choice. I could never choose my family and loved ones over anything. There is nothing to admire, replied Wang Wei. I'm just selfish. Maybe only people like you can truly pursue the end of Grand Tao, said Li Jun, deciding to change the topic. Wang Wei opened his eyes as peaceful and calm as an uninfluenced lake. However, the determination on his face was easily noticeable, making Di Tian sneer. I knew it, said Di Tian, the mockery on his face quite evident. However, he soon noticed something and looked at Li Jun, who was smiling. His red eyes looked at his big brother, and there were no negative emotions. Instead, they seemed to be reassuring and encouraging. Then a monstrous killing intent emanated from his body before his eyes closed, and his Buddhist vitality rapidly dissipated. Killing yourself to prevent him from making a choice? You're really trash. He abandoned you, but you're still willing to go to this extent, said Di Tian with cold eyes. Then he activated his runes and ensured Li Jun's soul was utterly annihilated and did not enter as if he was a cold and emotionless machine. And the person who had just died was a stranger instead of his childhood brother, Samsara, rendering his possible revival 1,000 times more difficult. Wang Wei calmly looked at everything that happened. His eyes, aura, or mood did not fluctuate in the slightest. It appeared almost as if he was a cold and emotionless machine. And the person who had just died was a stranger instead of his childhood brother, who grew up together and almost wore the same pants when they were children. What's the point of doing this? Asked Wang Wei. His calmness made the entire Yin dimension eerily quiet. Do you want to affect my mind? Or maybe your mind was twisted because someone close to you betrayed you, so you try to destroy our bond? Or did you want to show the world I was like you, willing to do anything for victory? Could that fact bring some sort of catharsis? Tell me, what was the point? Di Tian looked at him coldly and did not answer. The truth behind his actions did not matter. All that mattered was that his plan was successful. All that mattered is he avenged his sleepers, making Wang Wei feel the pain of losing something he cherished dearly. Good, 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 repeated Wang Wei. With each word, he became colder, and his killing intent became uncontrollable. Remember what I said? He continued. Today, you will feel my wrath. You will know what it's like when I'm unhinged and when I no longer place any moral or psychological restraint on myself. I guarantee you that today will be the most memorable day in your entire existence. Crack. The sound of something breaking reverberated in this Yin dimension. Wang Wei had already sent a message to Yen Liling, Tai Gang, and Wang Ju to leave the Yang dimension and forfeit this battle. Now, without any fetters, he will show the world how crazy he can truly be. Chapter 875, Unhinge Wang Wei, further opened the seal of his memories and spiritual power from his second life as the Myriad Devourer. After accessing this massive source of spiritual power, he mobilized his soul Tao to cast a terrifying illusion. Di Tian immediately tried to resist. However, his Samsara Tao was still in a weakened state because of the previous order-disorder technique. Furthermore, he discovered even by changing his previous 3 Emperor artifacts to ones designed explicitly with soul or protection Grand Tao source, he could not stop the illusion. Then his nightmare began. Where am I? Asked Di Tian, looking around. He saw he was in a brightly lit room, and his arms were chained. He tried to break them, mobilizing his overwhelming power to break free. Alas, he discovered the ability of these chains was beyond his capabilities. Oh, you're awake, suddenly said a voice that drew Di Tian's attention. He saw a handsome young man with silver-gray hair and eyes enter this dungeon-like room. Wang Wei, why are you here? What have you done to me? He asked coldly. His memories were foggy, but he suddenly remembered he was in a terrible battle with the person before him, and he seemed to have lost. None of that matters, said Wang Wei, his eyes colder than anything Di Tian has seen in his life. Suddenly, he had a terrible omen. I have a surprise for you, said Wang Wei before clapping his hand. Then, Di Tian's eyes almost popped. He saw his wife Qiao Ning in all perfection and glory, slowly walking into the room before standing behind Wang Wei like an obedient puppy. She looked at him with a blushing face and sparkling eyes. Ning, what are you doing here? Why are you looking at him like this? However, she paid him no mind and only looked at the ground shyly. Di Tian could sense some sort of anticipation from her. What? I hope you enjoy the show, said Wang Wei with a sneer. Then, he waved his hand to create a barrier that seemed to isolate sound. Finally, he turned to Qiao Ning with a cold grin. While she was shy, he was far from it. On the contrary, he seemed very forward. Without hesitation, Wang Wei took charge and placed Qiao Ning on the floor. Soon afterward, a strange sound echoed in the room, followed by a tense silence. No, screamed Di Tian. The sounds of chains rattling reverberating in this dungeon. Sadly, his voice could not bravado the barrier, but he could hear everything on the other side. For the next few hours, his screams became embedded in the very foundation of the room. Unfortunately, nothing he did would stop what he was forced to watch. Di Tian tried to close his eyes and closed off his other senses. However, her moaning voice bravado deep into his soul. Somehow, the voice without any visuals made the experience even worse. Di Tian felt his sanity rapidly sleeping into an endless abyss with each passing second. His mind fractured and was on the verge of collapse. The only thing keeping him sane, or even alive, was his hatred and the constant reminder that this was not real. However, the truth was before him, and no matter what he did, he could not break out of this illusion. Wang Wei put his clothes back on. How do you like my show? I will kill you, roared Di Tian, trying to catch Wang Wei by the throat. His hands were only a few centimeters from his target, but the chains did not provide him with any more mobility. Wang Wei calmly watched him, not even batting an eye when he was this close. Instead, he sneered. This is just the beginning. He walked away, and with a snap of his finger, the sleeping Qiao Ning floated in the air to follow him. The next day, Wang Wei appeared in the dungeon and put on another show for Di Tian. I swear, she is sweeter than yesterday, said Wang Wei, creepily licking his lips as he put on his clothes. Is this the characteristics of a perfect creature? She gets firmer instead of looser? TCH, no wonder you were so infatuated. Arf! Di Tian released a bestial growl as his eyes turned to bloodshed. His palms were bleeding as he dug his nails into them. However, his physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological one. There's no need to get wound up, said Wang Wei with a smirk. Today is only the second day. We have plenty of time. Don't worry. I promise to make things memorable for you. Wang Wei walked away, ignoring the growling and the clinking sounds of the chains. The next day, he returned and performed the same show. I was right. This little goblin is getting better. I didn't think I would one day have to worry whether my kidneys could keep up, said Wang Wei with a lewd smile. Why? Asked Di Tian, his voice full of hatred, anger, sadness, and unwillingness. He had a defeatist aura or atmosphere around him. Why are you doing this? Wang Wei looked at him with his cold eyes. You might not remember our battle, but during it, you took away something from something I love dear. So, as punishment, I will torture you until the end of time. I will slowly break your spirit, repair it, and continue the cycle. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I have plenty more in store for you. Wang Wei walked away. On the fourth day, after finishing his show, he saw Di Tian's hair had turned all white, and his spirit reached the lowest level. However, he only glanced at him before continuing the cycle. After a month, Di Tian knelt on the ground, begging to stop. He offered countless conditions, even his eternal servitude. All he wanted was for you to stop and give him back his Ninger. However, Wang Wei only looked at him with cold gazes. This was just the beginning. After 3 months, Di Tian begged again. However, he was begging for his life this time. He asked Wang Wei to release him from suffering by killing him and showing him mercy. He had tried to end his life, but the restrictions on the chains prevented him from succeeding. So, all he wanted was relief. You don't deserve my mercy since you brought this upon yourself. Di Tian suddenly felt an intense hatred, not toward Wang Wei, but toward himself. He did not know what he did to bring on such a vile form of torture, but he hated his former self for pushing things to such an extent. For a brief moment, he felt he might have deserved such a harsh punishment for whatever it was he did. After 6 months of this constant torture, Di Tian's spirit could no longer take it and was on the verge of collapsing. However, Wang Wei released a large quantity of spiritual power to keep his last sanity intact. Like I said, this was just the beginning, said Wang Wei with a sneer. The next day, something changed. A third person appeared with Wang Wei and Qiao Ning. Big brother Qiao Feng, said Di Tian, looking at the purple-robed youth before him. He seemed to have thought about what was going to happen, and he yelled, "No, no, no, you can't do this." "But I can, and I will," said Wang Wei, sneering. "I have gone to extreme lengths to revive him. Now, enjoy the show." Wang Wei left the room at the sound of Di Tian's voice, full of unbearable agony. For the next 6 months, Di Tian watched the women he loved suffer at the hands of his former big brother, who betrayed him. The mental torment broke his psyche on the second day Qiao Feng had his turn. But Wang Wei always preserved his last burst of sanity. So, after a year, not a single voice could be heard from Di Tian's mouth. He watched and experienced everything with a listless appearance. "Defeated so quickly?" said Wang Wei as he scrutinized him. "This can't be good. I still have some other things planned." "Well, no matter. The next show should simulate you." He clapped his hands, and 5 people walked into the room. They were dressed in rags, dirt all over their coarse clothes, and an almost tangible stench emanated from their bodies. "All of you are the lowest of society. However, today, you will experience something that even the most powerful cultivators never had the chance to touch: a perfect creature. Now, have fun. For today, only forget all your worries." Wang Wei coldly looked at Di Tian, who had a look of horror in his face. Then, he slowly walked out of the room, not minding the beggar's discussion on who gets to go first. Like I said, this is just the beginning. Chapter 876, Unknown Power. 876, Unknown Power Kacha. The sounds of something breaking echoed in the endless void, and Di Tian opened his eyes, his complexion paler than the whitest snow. He knelt in the void while breathing heavily. He gazed at Wang Wei with unmatched fury, his eyes dripping with tears of blood. However, his eyes were no longer the same as they used to be. They now contained an underlying sadness and pain forever etched deep in his mind. Di Tian knew he was not the same man he was a few minutes ago. A part of him died, and he might never regain whatever he lost. For a moment, he regretted killing Li Jun. However, he understood he could not go back and did not want to. With the last remaining sanity he had left, he tried to remove the memories of what he experienced in that illusion. Sadly, Wang Wei seemed to have used a potent curse to engrave these memories deep in his soul. Di Tian immediately used his knowledge of curses to remove these memories, but his attempt failed again. Curses can infinitely power depending on how much a price their casters are willing to pay. Unfortunately for him, Wang Wei paid a high price. He sacrificed the spiritual power equivalent to a great emperor to ensure the curse remained, and Di Tian will be plagued with these memories for a long time. Di Tian cursed inward as he understood that it would take him a few years, even a decade, to remove them from his soul, even if he proved the Tao. That's how far Wang Wei was willing to go to make him suffer. Di Tian saura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. 2 lights inside his sea of Di Tian's aura suddenly became chaotic. His agitated mood made his collapsing spirit even worse. 2 lights inside his sea of consciousness became more intense as they continued soothing and repairing his primordial spirit. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was calmly watching. While Di Tian was in this weak and chaotic state, his eyes could see things he could previously not. So, he saw the Bodhi tree and another artifact trying to maintain Di Tian's spirit. Furthermore, He knew these two things working together allowed Tion to escape his illusion. If it were up to him, he would have tortured him until the end of time. This thing should be his proving Tao artifact, said Wang Wei as he looked at the floating pagoda, releasing brilliant black and white lights. Why is it so powerful? Wang Wei could tell the artifact was similar to his. It contained a mysterious Tao rhyme indicating its power and potential. And after the Grand Tao baptism, after proving the Tao, it should give a boost of at least 5. However, he also discovered Tion's artifact was more potent than his. Is it because he used more chaos treasure to refine and temper it? Analyzed Wang Wei, his mind working extremely fast. Although he was in a state of unmatched rage and no bottom line, his fury was also a silent and calm one. He knew the battle's importance and would not let his emotions affect the outcome, especially now that the same stakes were even higher. He cannot lose this battle if he wishes to see Li Jun again and as soon as possible. The chaotic rhyme released by the artifact is indeed much higher than mine, but that's not the main cause of its uniqueness. Based on his analysis, Tion's artifact will give him a minimum of 6 Grand Tao source boost, and that's only the minimum. As such, he wanted to know why, since it could be a major factor that decides the outcome of this battle. It could be due to the baptism of samsara. Cultivators can reincarnate with their powers. In fact, it is how most cultivators who choose to reincarnate do. The artifact will then serve as their protector and ensure they survive the early stages of reincarnation. It can also ensure they begin to walk the path of cultivation before awakening their memories by storing their cultivation techniques in the artifact. The artifact can also serve as a luck-condensing artifact to ensure that the reincarnator has plenty of luck to survive and grow. As such, reincarnating with a weapon or artifact is a prevalent thing. From what Wang Wei learned from the Oracle Mirror, Tion had a bloodline artifact in his first life when he fought against his ancestor Qin. However, after his defeat, he cultivated the origin path and created a proving Tao artifact. Wang Wei did not know whether Tion used his bloodline artifact and turned it into a proving Tao artifact, or he fused them or did something else with it. However, he does know the latter has been using the same artifact for 9 lives, thus making it very special. No, the aura of samsara on the artifact is very pure and potent. However, there seemed to be something else unique about it. This weapon seemed as powerful as a real Emperor artifact. Wang Wei knew the implications behind such a truth. No matter how powerful Emperor artifacts are, they are someone else's thing and cannot be adequately wielded by mortals with foreign aid like formations and faction, luck even if they pay a hefty price. However, proving Tao artifacts are the best weapon for any cultivators. They fit their owner's Tao, soul, body, ki, ideologies, goals, ambitions, and purposes perfectly. As such, any cultivators can easily use the full power of their proving Tao artifacts and push their powers beyond the limits, granting higher battle prowess. Wang Wei immediately made a note of that artifact, while also thinking of possible countermeasures. He looked at Tion, who had regained some strength, and said with a bone-chilling coldness, "Now that you've experienced spiritual baptism, it's only fair you also experience the physical one." A great deal of dread overwhelmed Tion. He had just finished sealing the curse in his soul and reducing the effects of these memories to the lowest level possible. So, he was still in a weakened state mentally and required more time to heal or even respond. Alas, he was too slow. Innate talent, pain arf, screamed Tion as he felt an unimaginable pain assaulting all his senses. He was a body refiner and quite accomplished, so pain was normal for him. His pain threshold is something that 90 of all cultivators in the lower dimension could not dream of achieving. Yet, he almost lost his mind after experiencing this pain. Tion's instinct was to hold his head since it was the place it hurt the most. However, his other body parts hurt so much that he could not even move. If flying had not become a passive and instinctive ability, he would have fallen from the air in this dimension. Wang Wei watched all of this calmly. He was one of the only ones who knew what kind of pain he inflicted on his opponent. He used his pain talent to recreate the process when he took all 7 flesh tribulations in the 3rd stage of the true power Tao realm. Furthermore, he even boosted the pain with his talent, thus reaching a level that even he did not know he could withstand. Tion's sanity, which had barely stabilized, was again on the verge of collapsing. The Bodhi tree and Samsara pagoda released their powers to control their pain receptors while also cutting off the connection between the body and the soul, but their attempt was futile. Wang Wei's innate talent was cultivated to the point where pain was a concept. So, even though he did not control pain law, the power of the talent reached such a level. Tion found his consciousness fleeting. Among all the unbearable pain, he was trying his hardest to focus so he could form a coherent. Years of experience and a very high willpower allowed him to barely regain his bearings. So, he gathered his Tao will and will manifestation to form a defensive armor around his soul, mind, and spirit. Such an act was a wise choice. He continued by controlling his primordial spirit to chant Buddhist mantras, thus boosting the effect of the Bodhi tree. Finally, he sacrificed his remaining Yin universe to his pagoda to boost it. He wanted to use the Yin energy in this Yin dimension, but he knew Wang Wei would never allow it. With all these methods, Tion finally suppressed the pain to a barely tolerable level. "I will slaughter him," he roared in his mind. He finally chose to use his most powerful trump cards. However, his last remaining wisp of wisdom reminded him of the intuition he had if he used his trump cards. So, he decided to use a wiser method. Boom! Tion released a terrifying aura, pushing away Wang Wei, who was rushing forward after sensing something was wrong. An unknown power or mutation emanated from his law altar that instantly dissolved the pain innate talent. Furthermore, even the seal on the curse on his soul was reinforced. He looked at Wang Wei with maddening and blight rage, his aura extremely overwhelming. "I will slaughter you," he roared, shaking the heavens as his words were not a statement but a fact, an oath. Chapter 877, Struggling. 877, Struggling. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat. He felt a great sense of danger. What's going on? He was baffled by Tion's sudden change in aura and strength. Furthermore, all the methods of detection he could use were useless, as he could not peep at a single piece of information. Boom! Before he could react, and in deep thought, Tion appeared before him and punched him. Wang Wei's body punched a hole through the space of a Yin dimension and appeared thousands of light years away. However, he did not care about such an insignificant thing as he focused on his arm. His arms had become necrotic, as if he was a corpse that had been decomposed for hundreds of years. The power of death? His confusion was due to the fact he could not remove the power of death from his body even with his life and death, Samsara Tao. So, exploded his hands before regenerating them. While flying away with great momentum, Tion suddenly appeared before him for the second time. However, Wang Wei was concentrating, so he noticed the movement. He gathered his true will along with his Tao and countered the latter's punch with his own. Boom! A terrifying shockwave shocked the entire Yin dimension. However, such a terrible sound was quickly overshadowed by a cracking sound. Wang Wei looked with great shock as his bones cracked, almost fracturing if not for reinforcement of his true will. Additionally, it was not just his bones. His skin was lacerated, his muscles and tendons snapped like the string from a bow, and meridians exploded. His strength. Wang Wei immediately realized his attacks experienced reincarnation upon coming into contact with Tion's fists, thus rendering them useless. Meanwhile, the opponent's attack overwhelmed him and almost entered his body. But, even with the protection from his true will, his potent fleshly body did not survive the clash. His strength has reached 7 Grand Tao Source, analyzed Wang Wei. In their previous confrontation, the strength displayed by the two fluctuated between 5 to 6, and only when Tion used Heavenly Tao's power did they exceed such a level. But now, Tion has surpassed that level by relying on his own strength. Moreover, this is not the most important thing. These words were the last thought of Wang Wei before Di Tian killed him. Wang Wei felt as if that single foot bore a weight that even words or concepts like decillion could not quantify. Boom! Wang Wei's body and soul exploded, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Such an attack should have ended his path of the Tao. But things were not simple. Di Tian looked in the distance. He knew how the latter escaped. Before his body exploded, he opened a hole in his back and sent a drop of black into the distance. Afterward, it's simple for him to regenerate from that drop. The weight of samsara? The weight of karma? Wang Wei had a technique similar to this, so he swiftly analyzed Di Tian's technique. That kick bore the weight of all the souls in samsara, including the weight of karma, both sinful and virtuous. That's not important right now, thought Wang Wei. My das seemed restricted in front of him. Mobilizing them has become extremely difficult, and my samsara Tao seemed useless. His mind worked on overdrive, trying to figure out what was going on. He sensed Di Tian approaching and suddenly disappeared. Boom! 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 The environment around Wang Wei kept changing while he looked in one direction. Infinite Layer World Wang Wei used his space-time Tao to create a dimension as large, if not larger than the current Yin dimension, hiding his body. Di Tian would bulldoze the dimensions, bringing it to the end or death. However, Wang Wei kept creating more, creating countless layers of worlds between himself and his opponent. All he cared about was buying enough time to analyze the situation and develop countermeasures. Alas, Di Tian destroyed these universes faster than he could create them. This is one of the consequences of his current weakened Tao. It seems the farther I am from him, the weaker the effect, thought Wang Wei before changing his proving Tao artifact into an armor that covered his entire body. Boom! A mighty punch hit his head, sending him crashing from the Yin dimension to the Yang dimension. He glanced at the dent in his armor and felt the power of samsara trying to turn it into rust. Luckily, he refined the artifact with countless chaos treasures and ensured its defense was even above his fleshly body. Wang Wei did not waste time and pointed his finger upward. Then, a large formation materialized in the sky, connecting directly to the Yang dimension. Liling did an excellent job, thought Wang Wei. The formation was expertly created, allowing him to easily take control of it and use his power to boost its effect. Furthermore, it can connect to the Yang dimension, creating a yin-yang formation. With this information in mind, he purposely controlled himself to fall into the Yang dimension before their battle destroyed the Yin dimension. A large yin-yang fish symbol surrounded Wang Wei as he controlled the formation. He did not use a more aggressive method and continued his previous tactic of buying time. Bang! The formation trembled as Di Tian attacked it aggressively. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took this opportunity to check his law altar, trying to figure out why his Tao was walking so sluggish. He paid special attention to his samsara Tao. Is this a type of domain ability? A saint can easily kill millions of void-shattering realm cultivators because of their domain. Once they unleashed it, the laws of void-shattering realm cultivators became useless. If the sant cultivates the same law as the void-shattering realm cultivator, the suppression will be hundredfold more severe. No, although it functions like a domain, it's different from one. The difference seemed subtle, but he could detect it. Alas, Wang Wei did not have much time to think, since Di Tian forcefully destroyed the formation. He summoned the heaven path from samsara to manifest an innate creature called the Void Swimming Snake. This snake had the innate ability to break space and formation, so Wang Wei's yin-yang array did not last long. Wang Wei's danger senses once again went on overdrive. He saw a massive creature coiling around Di Tian. It was a red dragon with the face of a human. The creature stood before the heaven path, and its aura was not less noble than samsara itself. It had piercing bright eyes that were the first thing people would notice about it. Torch dragon, thought Wang Wei, remembering the name of the creature. It's a chaos creature, also known as candle dragon. It has many monikers, but the main one is the dragon of creation and destruction. According to legends, The candle dragon will appear with its eyes closed before any world is created. Then it will open its eyes for the first time in its life. The process of opening its eyes will complete the final process of the birth of the world, including establishing its laws and nurturing the birth of heavenly Tao. And when the world reaches its end and is about to be destroyed, the candle dragon will return and close its eyes, bringing it to its final destination. Di Tian's candle dragon gazed intently at Wang Wei before closing its eyes. Boom! A terrifying power of destruction traveled between heaven and earth, destroying everything, including the yin and yang dimension. Wang Wei watched the entire process with a calm demeanor, knowing he could not resist such an act. And even if he could, it was not worth doing. His body, soul, and Tao dissipated between heaven and earth. So, was this it for his journey? Not quite. After his death, Wang Wei's innate talent, the wheel of life and death, activated and brought him to life perfectly intact. After learning about longevity resources, he has been training this talent to grant him a few extra lives after proving the Tao. As such, he succeeded in raising it to the level that it could revive him 9 times without using any energy to heal like it used to. I only have 2 lives left, thought Wang Wei as he realized the devastating consequences of Di Tian's attacks. He did not have the 9 lives he should have, but only 3. I must do whatever is necessary to find the truth of his technique. Hopefully, 2 is plenty enough. Wang Wei had other means to revive himself. At his level, death has started to become meaningless. However, these methods often have limitations, like he needed a certain part of him to survive, or he needed outside help or preparation. Only the life and death wheel granted him complete revival without any preparations or consequences, similar to the death substitution talisman. Wang Wei watched the red dragon disappear, knowing this battle had reached a tipping point. If he is not careful, he will suffer a fate worse than death at the end of his Tao journey. Chapter 878, The Answer. 878, The Answer. Yama King's armor. Yama, the god of death, is one of the highest positions of the underworld, ensuring that everything proceeds smoothly.